In her previous life, Lin Wan was ruthlessly strangled to death by her own husband. Consequently, she fled her wedding in a moment of desperation. As she escaped over the wall, she fell directly into the arms of her arch-nemesis, Fu Jingyan. Chapter 1. I escaped my wedding. Will you seize mine? Lin Wan was reborn. In her former life, she had been blinded by Gu Yicheng's sweet words and, after their marriage, devoted herself to utilizing her connections to elevate the Gu family to the pinnacle of wealth in Li City. What was the outcome? Betrayal at the hands of Gu Yicheng, who, in a fit of rage, grasped her throat with a twisted expression, uttering words of disdain. Ultimately, he took her life. At this moment, clad in a flowing white wedding gown, she cautiously stood atop the wall, holding her skirt. Lin Wan was stunningly beautiful, her bright eyes sparkling like stars against the night sky. Her delicate bridal makeup accentuated her features, while her hair was elegantly styled and adorned with a petite jeweled crown. The white veil billowing in the breeze, behind her lay a vibrant wedding venue, filled with laughter and joyous congratulations. The celebration took place at a grand estate, where, in her past life, Lin Wan had been abducted during the ceremonious sinister plot orchestrated by Gu Yicheng. Determined to avoid repeating her tragic fate, Lin Wan dashed towards the estate's backyard and climbed the wall. Peering down at the daunting height, her high-heeled shoes wobbled slightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wan looked down to find herself startled by a pair of bewitching peach blossom eyes. Fu Jingyan, the youngest son of Li City's wealthiest family, rumored to be an illegitimate child, Fu Jingyan was known for his charm and roguish demeanor. His alluring features, with elongated phoenix-like eyes and a sharply defined nose, were framed by a smirk that deepened as he observed Lin Wan's startled expression, even winking at her. With his arms crossed and leaning casually against the wall, Fu Jingyan regarded the bewildered woman with an amused smile. Lin Wan, sensing the mockery in his gaze, adjusted her grip on her skirt and shifted her feet in search of a suitable place to jump. Suddenly, the ground beneath her gave way, and she plummeted forward. She gasped, closing her eyes, bracing herself for the imminent impact. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Fu Jingyan, upon witnessing her fall, instinctively opened his arms, calling out, "Be careful." The force of her descent caused him to be pinned beneath her. A sharp pain shot through the back of his head, prompting him to furrow his brow. Lin Wan found herself cradled in Fu Jingyan's embrace, her soft lips brushing against his cheek. Startled, she blinked at the man who had become her makeshift cushion, her hands flailing against his chest. Fu Jingyan felt a surge of pressure in his chest, swiftly wrapping his arms around Lin Wan's waist, his voice low and commanding. "Don't move." Stiffening, Lin Wan was drawn back against him, her lips hovering precariously close to his. Fu Jingyan's gaze darkened, and Lin Wan's heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson. The heated air between them crackled with palpable tension, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken desire. As their eyes locked, Lin Wan was acutely aware of the intoxicating aura emanating from Fu Jingyan, rendering her breathless. Just then, a commotion erupted from behind the courtyard wall, shattering their intimate moment. "Embracing, are we?" Fu Jingyan leaned in closer, his warm breath whispering against her ear, enveloping her in a tantalizing thrill. Chapter 2. Choose an auspicious day, and perhaps steal a moment? A faint breeze carried the scent of wind chimes around Lin Wan, reminiscent of Fu Jingyan's essence. Fu Jingyan's hands tightly embraced Lin Wan's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry. The fragrant aura emanating from Lin Wan enveloped him, and as he reveled in the soft sensation in his palms, a fleeting shadow crossed his deep-set eyes. Feeling the tightening grip at her waist, Lin Wan forcefully pushed Fu Jingyan away, struggling in his arms. "You, let me go first." Upon hearing her words, Fu Jingyan released her, a mischievous smile gracing his handsome face. Lin Wan stood up, lowering her gaze to scrutinize her attire. Bending down, she removed her high heels and held them in her hand. Observing her actions, Fu Jingyan smirked. "Is the bride planning to elope?" The wedding between the Gu and Lin families had stirred quite a commotion in Li City, thanks to the prelude orchestrated by the Gu family a week prior. Naturally, the Fu family was among the invited, and Fu Jingyan had accompanied them. However, in stark contrast to his formally dressed family members, Fu Jingyan was clad in casual attire, light blue distressed jeans paired with a loose-fitting pink hoodie, exuding a youthful vibe. Lin Wan recalled her previous life, where Gu Yicheng was perpetually overshadowed by Fu Jingyan, an experience that had been incredibly stifling. With a slight raise of her brow, she suddenly smiled. "If I elope, will you come to snatch me away?" A flicker of an unusual expression passed fleetingly through Fu Jingyan's eyes, then vanished as he teasingly whistled, "Snatching a bride, how thrilling." Abruptly, he leaned closer to Lin Wan, gently lifting her chin with his hand. "Rather than snatching a bride, I am more inclined towards an affair. I wonder if Miss Lin would grant me such an opportunity." In Li City, it was well known that Lin Wan favored men like Gu Yicheng, cultured, polite, and refined, while she held a disdain for wealthy scions like Fu Jingyan, who indulged in revelry and lacked substance. With a playful smile, Lin Wan extended her hand, pulling Fu Jingyan towards her. Their upper bodies pressed closely together, and bending slightly, Lin Wan whispered into his ear, then, "How about you, third young Master Fu? Choose an auspicious day for a little dalliance?" Before her words fully settled, her lips grazed the side of Fu Jingyan's cheek. The fleeting sensation sent a ripple of amusement through him. He wrapped his arms around Lin Wan's waist, gently pulling her closer until their bodies melded seamlessly. Lin Wan could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from him. She couldn't help but recall the solitary encounter she shared with Fu Jingyan in her past life. He had held her much like this, his eyes glazed with intoxication, uttering ambiguous phrases about clandestine rendezvous in the suburban groves. Lin Wan remained impassive, yet before she could react, Fu Jingyan had already released her, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "A game of dares, Miss Lin. I trust you won't mind?" Laughter echoed behind them from a gathering of men and women. She remembered her disdain at that moment, scoffing at Fu Jingyan's retreating figure. He leaned slightly forward, his deep-set eyes fixated on the woman before him, their postures appearing somewhat intimate to any onlookers. It resembled a pair of affectionate lovers embracing in a kiss. Fu Jingyan halted just a centimeter from Lin Wan's lips, his fingers seemingly brushing against her delicate mouth inadvertently, his voice husky. "Do not provoke me lightly. The consequences are beyond your means to bear." "Who says I?" Just as Lin Wan prepared to retort, chaotic footsteps echoed from behind the wall, accompanied by frantic calls. Soon after, the sound of a door lock clicking open resonated. Under Fu Jingyan's intrigued gaze, Lin Wan grasped one of her high-heeled shoes in one hand while taking hold of his hand with the other. "Run!" Chapter 3. Miss Lin. "Is there something amiss here?" Lin Wan tugged at Fu Jingyan as they sprinted swiftly. Fu Jingyan trailed behind her, casting a glance at his hand clasped in hers, subtly adjusting his grip. What had started as merely her holding onto his hand transformed into their fingers interlacing, a bond formed in their haste. After running for a considerable distance, Lin Wan pulled at Fu Jingyan's hand, coming to a halt, panting and waving her hand. "I can't go on. I can't catch my breath." Fu Jingyan stood beside her, observing Lin Wan with a knowing look. Noticing his gaze, Lin Wan met his eyes and quipped, "Fu Senshao, are you not openly seizing a marriage proposal?" Raising their intertwined hands, her eyes sparkled momentarily, her demeanor calm and unflustered. Fu Jingyan's gaze lingered on their joined hands, a smile creeping onto his lips. "So, what now? Should I take responsibility?" he added. "That is not out of the question, but I am curious about Miss Lin's motive for enticing me into this engagement." Lin Wan's profound affection for Gu Yicheng had indeed cultivated numerous tales in Li City. Lost in thought, Fu Jingyan suddenly released Lin Wan's hand, the depth of his gaze darkening. "Surely, you must not be so blind as to fancy a scion like me." "Am I not blind?" Lin Wan replied with self-deprecation. "Blind enough to fall for a wolf like Gu Yicheng." Fu Jingyan's expression turned icy in an instant. Lin Wan continued, blinded by misjudgment, mistaking a fish-eye for a pearl. "However, there is still time to mitigate the damage. What do you think, Fu Senshao?" Fu Jingyan's gaze was unwavering as he fixed it upon Lin Wan. "Allow me to indulge in a fanciful conjecture. Miss Lin would not, perchance, have developed an interest in me, would she?" Upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words, Lin Wan appraised him from head to toe. Good voice, handsome features, excellent physique. "Oh dear. I just realized that Fu Senshao truly aligns with my tastes. It may not be such a bad idea after all."
Fu Jingyan smirked coldly. "Miss Lin,
"Is your depth of perception so shallow?" Lin Wan retorted. "If I recall correctly, during a recent interview, you explicitly stated that you could never be interested in a carefree scion like me." He chuckled as he leaned closer to Lin Wan, lowering his voice. "In your eyes, I am but a useless playboy." At that moment, Lin Wan finally comprehended the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. That interview had deliberately drawn comparisons between Fu Jingyan and Gu Yicheng, and at that time, her heart was entirely consumed by thoughts of Gu Yicheng, naturally leading her to disparage Fu Jingyan. Was it too late for her to regret now? Lin Wan's expression shifted as she met Fu Jingyan's mocking gaze. Clearing her throat before speaking, "People can change. I am currently quite interested in the esteemed third young Master Fu. Is that not permissible?" Upon hearing these words, Fu Jingyan immediately laughed, surprised by how capricious the eldest daughter of the Lin family could be. Lin Wan's eyes twitched slightly as she smiled and countered. "It is said that women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture. Third young Master Fu, might you grant me an opportunity?" "What opportunity?"
"Oh.
"Do you mean the chance for Miss Lin to pursue me?" Fu Jingyan responded with an expression of understanding, the teasing glint in his eyes deepening. Observing the man's annoyingly smug demeanor, Lin Wan's mind stirred, and she beckoned him closer with a finger. As he leaned in, she laughed and said, "Third young master Fu. You are mistaken." Fu Jingyan frowned at her words, and before he could respond, Lin Wan's next statement exploded in his mind. "What I meant to say is, grant me the opportunity to become Mrs. Fu." Lin Wan's warm breath brushed against Fu Jingyan's ear. He momentarily froze, then stepped back from her. His gaze turned icy as he regarded her, his lips parting slightly. "Miss Lin, are you perhaps unwell?" Chapter 4, I am ill. Do you have the cure? In front of Lin Wan, Fu Jingyan raised a hand to gesture at his head, the meaning unmistakable. Fu Jingyan found himself at a loss for words. He realized he could not best this little woman in a verbal spar. Lin Wan smiled brightly at him, adding, "Of course, if third young master Fu is too timid, that is a different matter." At her words, Fu Jingyan's expression darkened. He straightened up, looking down at Lin Wan with a cold scoff. "Lin Wan, although I am known for my charms, I adhere to one principle. I, Fu Jingyan, disdain to be the third party in someone else's romantic entanglement." The implication was clear. Until Lin Wan resolved her relationship with Gu Yicheng, there could be no development between them. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow slightly. "I understand, Fu Jingyan. I have always been particular about my feelings. Rest assured, if that day ever comes, you will only stand by me as Lin Wan's man." "Do you not find that declaration a bit presumptuous, Miss Lin?" Fu Jingyan regarded her with a sidelong glance, aware that she was not jesting but rather earnest. Under Fu Jingyan's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Wan shrugged. "Perhaps I might just call off the engagement with the Gu family. Third young master Fu, you may want to consider whether you are willing to grant me that opportunity." Fu Jingyan pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Though his gaze upon Lin Wan was inquisitive, Lin Wan extended her hand towards him and spoke again. "May I borrow your phone?" As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Jingyan had already handed his phone to her. "Thank you." Lin Wan walked aside, quickly dialing a series of numbers. The call was answered promptly, and she deliberately lowered her voice to relay a few instructions before hanging up. She did not erase the call record but returned the phone to Fu Jingyan. Fixing her gaze on him, Lin Wan smiled once more. "That was my phone number. I await your proactive contact. Third young master Fu." Fu Jingyan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Lin Wan approached Fu Jingyan, rising on her tiptoes to whisper softly in his ear. "I sincerely hope that third young master Fu will not keep me waiting for too long. I am quite eager to accompany third young master Fu to the Civil Affairs Bureau and become Mrs. Fu." With her delicate hand, she gently adjusted Fu Jingyan's attire before stepping back a few paces. She smiled, gazing into his profound eyes, and playfully made a gesture indicating a phone call. Then, under his watchful gaze, she turned, carrying her shoes, and joyfully departed in the opposite direction. Fu Jingyan watched as Lin Wan's silhouette vanished around the corner. Reflecting on her earlier words, a fleeting smile graced his lips, almost imperceptible. His deep-set eyes sparkled momentarily before he left with an impassive expression. At the corner, Lin Wan did not leave immediately. Half an hour later, a woman dressed in a bridesmaid's gown hurried to Lin Wan, handing her a phone. Before the woman could speak, Lin Wan merely cast her a glance. She searched through her contacts and found a name. Upon answering the call, her voice was icy. "I need you to do me a favor." Her clear eyes radiated intense hatred. The news of Lin Wan's sudden disappearance from the wedding sent the Gu family into a frenzy. While everyone was frantically searching for the bride, Gu Yicheng, one of the key figures, remained utterly unmoved. In the master bedroom of the manor, Gu Yicheng, disheveled, was passionately kissing the woman beneath him. Their figures entwined in a fervent embrace. Lost in their ecstasy, neither noticed the door slowly creaking open, revealing a sliver of the room. The scandalous scene was being quietly recorded. This wedding ultimately devolved into a farce due to the bride's vanishing act. Chapter 5. The disappearance at the wedding. The priceless white wedding dress Lin Wan wore was now soiled and bore deep rips on the shoulders. The gown precariously clung to her form. To the Lin and Gu families, her appearance was self-evident, easily leading to misinterpretations. "Lin Wan, disappearing at your own wedding, do you take marriage for granted?" A middle-aged man seated on a single sofa, witnessing Lin Wan's disheveled state, offered no words of concern, but instead, angrily reproached her. He was Lin Wan's father, Lin Jindong, his face flushed with fury. Beside Lin Jindong sat her stepmother, Chen Xuewei, flanked by Lin Mo, Lin Wan's half-sister. On the opposite sofa were Gu Yicheng and his parents. The expressions of everyone in the living room were grim, their gazes toward Lin Wan heavy with condemnation. Gu Yicheng, even after Lin Wan's entrance, had merely cast her a languid glance. Following Lin Jindong's outburst, he rose leisurely and approached Lin Wan. Wan, where have you been? How did you end up in such a state? Concern filled Gu Yicheng's eyes as he reached out to take Lin Wan's hand in comfort. Yet, before his touch could reach her, Lin Wan abruptly stepped back 2 paces. She blinked through tear-filled eyes, gazing pitifully at the man before her. Her voice hoarse as she whispered, "Don't touch me. I am weary. I wish to rest." The rasping tone was unmistakable evidence of her recent anguish. Coupled with Lin Wan's disheveled appearance, it rendered the atmosphere among those present cold and tense. Gu Yicheng's hand hung awkwardly in midair, though initially incensed. The moment his gaze met Lin Wan's, he forcibly suppressed his ire deep within. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes, almost imperceptible, yet Lin Wan, sensitive to such nuances, caught it instantly. Memories of her previous life flooded Lin Wan's mind. Just before the wedding commenced, she had been abruptly drugged and abducted, awakening to find herself, disheveled, discarded at the entrance of the estate. A throng of invited media gathered there, capturing and broadcasting her mortifying state. In her moment of despair, Gu Yicheng had appeared, tenderly taking her hand and resolutely professing his love, enduring the scorn of his mother, Li Hanxi, who accused him of sacrificing her purity, thus steadfastly proceeding with the wedding. From that day forth, Gu Yicheng became a topic of discussion among the people of Liqing, treating Lin Wan with even greater kindness than before their marriage. Were it not for the fact that this man had ultimately choked the life out of her, revealing in her final moments that it had all been his scheme, Lin Wan might have been ensnared by his facade of an exemplary husband. Clenching her teeth, Lin Wan fought the impulse to tear apart the scoundrel before her, her expression filled with despair as she turned to ascend the stairs. Wan, Gu Yicheng called, extending his hand once more. Lin Wan, filled with fury, flung her hand away, shouting, "Don't touch me." Caught off guard, Gu Yicheng stumbled backward, colliding with the sofa, pain shooting through him. Observing Lin Wan's retreating figure, his countenance darkened. Lin Jindong rose in a fit of rage, seizing the teacups from the table and hurling them towards Lin Wan, exclaiming, "Stop right there. What kind of attitude is this?" The teacups narrowly missed Lin Wan, landing at her feet. Chapter 6. Am I truly unable to withdraw from this marriage? Lin Wan halted, her back turned to the assembly, her gaze suddenly icy. The faces of Gu's parents turned ashen at Lin Jindong's words. Li Xuewei stood, grasping Lin Jindong's arm. "Do not be angry. Perhaps Wan has her reasons." Just a single phrase shifted the entire burden onto Lin Wan's shoulders. This statement implied to the Gu family that Lin Wan was deliberately fleeing from the marriage, and her current state suggested she might have already sullied her honor, intentionally tarnishing the reputations of both families. As anticipated, fury filled Gu Qijian and Li Hanxi's faces, while even Gu Yicheng's expression betrayed disdain. Lin Wan turned to face him, meeting his unmasked contempt with a sardonic smile. "Then let us not proceed with this marriage. To spare ourselves further embarrassment." Lin Jindong clutched his chest, his face a stormy shade of anger. Gu Qijian, infuriated, waved his sleeve dismissively. "What nonsense! Do you treat marriage as a mere child's play?" Wan, do not speak recklessly," Gu Yicheng said, his expression darkening as he approached Lin Wan, his tone earnest. "All you need to do is clarify today's events, the wedding." Gu Yicheng's footsteps came to a halt once more, influenced by Lin Wan's words, his expression inscrutable. "I will call off the engagement. After all, the Lin family is not solely represented by me," Lin Wan declared emphatically. Her gaze suddenly darted towards Lin Mo, who sat silently, dripping with sarcasm. Lin Mo, startled, rose to her feet, lowering her head to mask the excitement illuminating her features. "Sister." The faces of the Gu family, including Gu Yicheng, grew increasingly grim, their disbelief evident as they regarded Lin Wan. "Look at this attitude. Listen to what is being said." Li Hanxi was so infuriated that she struggled to catch her breath, nearly fainting. Gu Qijian was equally unsettled. Lin Wan, Gu Yichen's voice turned icy. In the past, whenever his demeanor darkened, Lin Wan would hasten to appease him. He presumed this occasion would be no different. Yet it was not. Lin Wan maintained her mocking smile. "What? Am I now unable to withdraw from this marriage?" Gu Yicheng remained silent, the atmosphere plunging to an icy chill. "Ah, it seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment." Interrupting everyone, a teasing voice shattered the tension between Lin Wan and Lin Jindong, drawing the attention of all present. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, backlit by the light. Lin Wan recognized the voice of Fu Jingyan, her surprise evident. How had he come? Gu Yicheng frowned, and upon seeing Fu Jingyan step into the light, a tumult of emotions flickered in his eyes. Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei were taken aback, while Gu Qijian and Li Hanxi stared in astonishment.
Fu Jingyan.
Hands in his pockets, sauntered over to Lin Wan, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yicheng, his lips curling with derision. The scene before him suggested that Gu Yicheng had drawn a line, and the two families were brazenly bullying Lin Wan. Particularly when he noticed Lin Wan's disheveled appearance. The corners of his narrow eyes lifted slightly. Fu Jingyan shrugged off his jacket and gently draped it over Lin Wan's shoulders, asking softly, "Are you hurt?" Chapter 7. What do you take me for? Lin Wan appeared utterly disheveled. He had not intended to come, but earlier that morning, when Lin Wan had collided with him, her necklace had fallen into his possession. Fu Jingyan recognized it as the precious heirloom left to her by her late mother. "What brings you here?" Lin Wan was taken aback by Fu Jingyan's unexpected arrival. In response, Fu Jingyan retrieved a necklace from his pocket, stating, "Your necklace fell into my hands." Upon seeing the pink diamond pendant, Lin Wan exhaled in relief. "Thank you." Their interaction, however, did not escape Gu Yicheng's notice, appearing quite provocative. Clenching his fists in disbelief, he questioned Lin Wan, "Since when have you grown so close to Fu Jingyan? Have you been with him since leaving the wedding?" "Lin Wan, what do you take me for?" Gu Yicheng's face turned ashen, as if she had betrayed him. The expressions of Gu Qizhen and Li Hanxi also darkened at his words. Lin Wan met Gu Yicheng's furious gaze with cold indifference and smiled. "Gu Yicheng, are you so eager to don the green hat for yourself? You have articulated your thoughts quite clearly. If I do not substantiate them, it would indeed be rather remiss of me, considering your actions that have led to a rather embarrassing situation for yourself." As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Wan heard the derisive laughter of Fu Jingyan beside her. Gu Yicheng's complexion resembled a palette of discontent, yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter Lin Wan's assertions. Witnessing his discomfort, Lin Wan rolled her eyes and smirked coldly. "As you wish. I find Fu Sen Xiao quite commendable. Since you, Mr. Gu, are so eager to bask in a field of green pastures, I am more than willing to oblige." In light of our past acquaintance, Gu Yicheng felt an overwhelming surge of fury. Her words insinuated that he was fabricating troubles and unjustly accusing her, even going so far as to publicly acknowledge a clandestine relationship with Fu Jingyan for his satisfaction. For a man as arrogant as Gu Yicheng, this was nothing short of humiliation. How could Lin Wan, who so despised Fu Jingyan, suddenly be entangled with him? Fu Jingyan scrutinized Gu Yicheng's expression, his smile growing even more mocking. It was his first encounter with such a foolish individual, willingly wearing the metaphorical green hat. "You?" Gu Yicheng glared at the pair. Lin Wan smiled slyly. "Yes, it is indeed us." Gu Yicheng was infuriated beyond measure. The others present, upon witnessing the scene, were hardly in a better state, particularly those from the Gu family, who were fuming with indignation. Lin Wan cast a solemn glance over the crowd. "I hereby dissolve the engagement with the Gu family. I, Lin Wan, have no desire to become a daughter-in-law of your clan." In her previous life, she had been a jester in the eyes of many. This time, Lin Wan had no intention of remaining foolish. Gu Yicheng could hardly bear the sight of Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan standing side by side before him. Yet he felt powerless to act. "A woman of your loose morals is utterly unworthy of entering our Gu family." Li Huanxi was the first to react, angrily pointing at Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan. In the eyes of others, including Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei, Lin Wan's humiliation tonight, coupled with Fu Jingyan's defense, indicated that their relationship was indeed far from simple.
Li Huanxi regarded Fu Jingyan with disdain, uttering contemptuously,
"How could a mere illegitimate son of the Fu family even dare to compare himself to our Yicheng? He is of no standing." A shadow of darkness crossed Fu Jingyan's expression, yet his smile only deepened. "It seems that Madame Gu harbors quite the disdain for my family." Chapter 8. Your proposal has suddenly piqued my interest. Li Huanxi's face flushed with indignation as she attempted to retort. However, Fu Jingyan denied her the opportunity, cheerfully reminding her, "Despite my lack of standing, I bear the Fu surname inscribed in the family genealogy. Should Madame Gu have any objections, she is entirely welcome to discuss them with my grandfather." Li Huanxi was left feeling frustrated but dared not speak further. Indeed, Fu Jingyan had a point. Despite his questionable status, merely being a child of the Fu family was sufficient to overshadow the Gu family. Fu Jingyan turned to Lin Wan, shaking his head. "Lin Wan, I finally comprehend why you chose to admit your lack of discernment today." Lin Wan chuckled softly and shrugged. Everyone present, save for Lin Wan, was thoroughly encapsulated by his words. Lin Wan surveyed the faces darkened by anger and couldn't help but smile. Suppressing her amusement, she coldly regarded Gu Yicheng. "Since it no longer matters, you may leave." Lin Wan issued a clear dismissal. Gu Yicheng gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a desire to tear Lin Wan apart. Gu Qizhen glared angrily at Lin Jindong. "Old Lin, is this the daughter you raised? The Gu family truly cannot afford such a disgrace." Without waiting for Lin Jindong to respond, he stormed out in a fit of rage. Li Hanxi, unwillingly, dragged Gu Yicheng away from the Lin residence. Lin Jindong's face flushed with fury, turning a deep shade of crimson as he trembled with rage. Pointing an accusing finger at Lin Wan. Lin Wan, you've gone too far. How can you be so shameless? He had firmly concluded that Lin Wan was involved with Fu Jingyan, glaring at the two as he charged forward, poised to strike. Fu Jingyan narrowed his eyes and seized Lin Jindong's wrist with all his strength, restraining him. Try it. He had heard Lin Jindong's earlier accusations against Lin Wan while outside. As Lin Wan's father, rather than expressing concern for her ordeal that day, he had immediately launched into a tirade, claiming Lin Wan had brought shame upon him. It was evident how Lin Wan had been treated within the Lin household. Fu Jingyan's expression grew increasingly frigid. For reasons unknown, the thought of Lin Wan's plight tugged painfully at his heart. Behind him, Lin Wan observed the man standing protectively in front of her and slowly stepped out from behind Fu Jingyan, her lips parting gently. Do you truly know what I am like? My father. Lin Wan's words dripped with sarcasm. Lin Jindong, unable to contain his irritation, glared at Lin Wan with disdain. Ever since the death of his wife, Su Ran, he had brought Li Xuewei and Lin Mo into their home within a month. At that time, Lin Mo was barely half a year younger than Lin Wan. From that moment on, Lin Wan had gradually been overlooked. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, aside from the doting of old master Lin Fingjue, she was practically invisible to Lin Jindong. After Li Xuewei gave birth to their son, Lin Chen, Lin Jindong completely neglected Lin Wan. In his eyes, she was merely a tool to help him forge connections and expand his business interests. Li Xuewei observed the tense standoff between father and daughter, her eyebrows raised in amusement. Relishing the unfolding drama, Lin Jindong felt utterly humiliated today, silenced by Lin Wan's retorts, and his suppressed anger boiled within him. I am your father. What kind of attitude is this? At Lin Jindong's words, Fu Jingyan found him utterly laughable. Was this how a father should behave? Lin Wan smirked in mockery. If you were not my father, I would not be standing here enduring your baseless accusations. Lin Wan had not anticipated Fu Jingyan would come to her home. Although it deviated slightly from her plans, it was not a significant divergence. At least she had succeeded in repulsing Gu Yicheng and breaking off the engagement. Lin Wan felt that was sufficient. The Gu family aspired to become the wealthiest in Liqing, yet she was determined to see them fall from grace. In this matter, Lin Wan needs to deliberate carefully, however. She will not show any mercy when it comes to dealing with the scum. Catching a glimpse of Lin Jindong's furious expression, Fu Jingyan leaned closer to Lin Wan in his presence, whispering softly, I find myself suddenly intrigued by your previous suggestion. Chapter 9. Let us take action. He was referring to Lin Wan's desire to become Mrs. Fu. It must be said, within less than a day, this petite woman had successfully ignited Fu Jingyan's interest. She confronted him with his words from that morning. Fu Jingyan chuckled lightly, deliberately lowering his voice. It's all right. I have always relished a challenge. I believe I can bear the consequences. As Lin Wan gazed into his deep-set eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Their interaction, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, was nothing short of flirtation in the eyes of Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei. Behind them, Lin Mo scoffed, muttering, a fickle heart. Lin Jindong's face grew increasingly grim, his anger rising as he witnessed this scandalous display, his blood pressure spiking. Lin Wan noticed this and placed the necklace she held into Fu Jingyan's palm, saying, Here, a token of affection for you. Third Master Fu. Once I resolve matters with the Gu family, I shall come find you. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Fu Jingyan replied as he placed the necklace into the small pocket of his left chest. Observing his actions, Lin Wan's pupils trembled slightly before she regained her composure. After Fu Jingyan departed, Lin Wan could hardly spare a glance for Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei. She adjusted her coat and turned to ascend the stairs. How outrageous. Look at her attitude. She has been spoiled too much. It infuriates me. Behind her, Lin Jindong's angry remarks filled the air, yet Lin Wan paid them no mind. She reached the second floor and walked towards her bedroom. Upon opening the door, her expression changed dramatically. Turning on her heel, Lin Wan strode downstairs, her tone icy. Li Ma, who allowed you to meddle with my room? The thought of the room filled with pink decor and the immediate waft of a cloying scent upon opening the door made her countenance darken. Suddenly singled out, Li Ma, who had been hiding in the servants' quarters, hurried to Lin Wan's side, looking awkwardly at Lin Mo. Yes, it's the second young lady. Lin Wan shot a cold glare at Lin Mo. I am still here. Someone seems rather impatient to usurp my space. Sister, it was father who asked me to move. He said, since you are about to marry into the Gu family, the room would be empty anyway, and mine has poor lighting. I apologize. Lin Mo feigned an expression of fear. Lin Wan sneered, looking at the still fuming Lin Jindong. You were the one who ordered this move? The implication in her words suggested that once Lin Wan was married off, she would no longer be considered a member of the Lin family, to the extent that even her room would not be kept for her. Lin Wan, in a fit of rage, laughed coldly. What right does she have to claim what is mine? Lima, immediately, restore my room to its original state.
Understood. Lima responded in a fluster. Lin won't talk.
Hearing this, anxiously glanced at Li Xuewei. She had long desired to occupy Lin Wan's room. No, it could be said that she coveted anything that belonged to Lin Wan. In this moment of hard-won possession, Lin Mo finds it unbearable to relinquish it so easily. Expelled by Lin Wan. The thought of such news circulating fills Lin Mo with a deep sense of humiliation. A glimmer of shrewdness flashes in Li Xuewei's eyes as she remarks, Wan, after all, you were to marry into the Gu family today. The room stands empty. It might as well be used. Little Mo's bathroom has been leaking recently, which is why. Who could have anticipated your flight from the wedding? How about this? You can rest in the guest room downstairs tonight. Tomorrow at the latest, my mother will personally ensure the adjacent room is restored to its original state, just like yours. Li Xuewei proposes with a smile. Lin Wan lazily casts a frosty glance at Li Xuewei, her voice laced with icy determination. What is mine, I shall not relinquish. No one shall take it from me. Do you understand? As Li Xuewei opens her mouth to retort, Lin Wan has already ascended the stairs again, accompanied by Li Ma and a cadre of servants.
Lin won't talk.
In a state of anxiety, follows closely, witnessing Lin Wan command the household staff to unceremoniously discard her belongings, which had only just been moved in, including her clothing and intimate items. Incensed, Lin Mo rushes forward to confront Lin Wan, yet is halted by a chilling glare from her. Ultimately, with tear-filled eyes, Lin Mo collapses into Lin Jindong's embrace, sobbing in a state of grievance. Lin Jindong, infuriated, prepares to confront Lin Wan but is obstructed by Butler Su, who arrives in response to the commotion. Butler Su, having accompanied Su Ran to the Lin family, has always heeded her commands. Following Su Ran's demise, he has pledged his allegiance to Lin Wan. Under the watchful gaze of Butler Su, Lin Jindong feels a chill run down his spine. He cannot afford to offend the Su family at this moment. Thus, he can only endure Lin Wan's antics in silence. Through the throng, Lin Wan casts a cold glance at Lin Jindong before striding toward the balcony with her phone in hand. She dials a number and solemnly instructs, commence the operation. Chapter 10. Lin Xiaowan, you are indeed valuable. The following day, before dawn breaks, Lin Wan is awakened by the insistent ringing of her phone. Glancing at the time, she sees it is 4:55 a.m. Lin Wan sits up and answers the call. Before she can speak, a voice on the other end states, you guessed correctly. Gu Yicheng has begun to take action. And then, Lin Wan narrows her eyes, tossing aside the covers and making her way to the bathroom. The caller is Chu Yanqing, the current head of the Chu family, with whom Lin Wan has shared a close bond since childhood. Chu Yanqing's voice is grave. He has contacted my media company and sold sensitive information, with you as the focal point. Originally, the wedding between the Gu and Lin families had not occurred as planned, dominating the headlines across Li City. Gu Yicheng seems determined to exploit the lingering fervor to irreparably tarnish Lin Wan's reputation. Chu Yanqing's words elicit a light laugh from Lin Wan. I am aware. I intentionally fed him that information. Lin Xiaowan, should these photos be exposed, what will become of your reputation? Chu Yanqing's tone grows increasingly displeased. She had never approved of Lin Wan's relationship with Gu Yicheng. The man's ambitions were evident on his face. However, it was ultimately her friend's choice. Chu Yanqing had attempted to intervene but to no avail. When Lin Wan reached out to her yesterday, requesting assistance, Chu Yanqing felt a surge of joy. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, playfully retorting, Darling, do I strike you as someone who would allow herself to be at a disadvantage? Since I dared to share the information with him, rest assured I have a strategy in place. Chu Yanqing fell silent. I just annulled the engagement with the Gu family yesterday. Gu Yicheng would not remain idle. Do you really think that's why yesterday unfolded as it did? Lin Wan scoffed. Even if she hadn't fled the wedding, she would have been drugged and abducted, thus fulfilling Gu Yicheng's role as the devoted male lead. Lin Wan was merely leveraging the events that had already transpired to turn the tables on Gu Yicheng. Pondering this, Lin Wan gazed at her reflection in the mirror and coldly inquired, Tell me, did you thoroughly exploit Gu Yicheng? He has invested a staggering 50 million to deal with you, Lin Wan. You are indeed quite valuable, Chu Yanqing remarked with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan instantly beamed. So, please cherish me. Since he is so willing to spend, I cannot let him down, can I? Feel free to slander me. We are sisters after all, and I won't take offense. Also, Please use that scoundrel's money to ensure I maintain a spot in the top 3 trending topics. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Fu Jingyan rolled her eyes, snorting, Sister, rest assured, I will personally ensure you experience the thrill of being both infamous and renowned. Thank you, Chu Xiaoqing. Love you tons. Lin Wan teased her friend on the other end of the line, only to receive an angry get lost followed by the call being abruptly ended. Lin Wan glanced at the hung-up call, shrugging helplessly. The world is so beautiful. Yet why is it so irritable? After changing her clothes, Lin Wan descended the stairs. It was barely 5:30, and the villa was excessively quiet. She made her way to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of warm water, then brought it to the living room, settling cross-legged on the sofa. One must admit, Fu Jingyan's efficiency was remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Wan had indeed ascended to the top of the trending topics. Chapter 11. Lin Wan, give me an explanation. The report included several images of Lin Wan in yesterday's wedding dress, disheveled and unkempt. Numerous photos revealed visible damage to the gown, along with various marks adorning Lin Wan's body, particularly conspicuous. However, the frontal photo appeared quite blurred. Lin Wan scrolled through the pictures, keeping a close watch on the trending updates. By 7:30 a.m., when Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei descended the stairs, Lin Wan was already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Upon noticing Lin Wan, Lin Jindong's expression darkened instantly. Lin Wan glanced up briefly before averting her gaze, showing no intention of acknowledging him. Observing this, Lin Jindong's countenance soured further, and he displeasedly remarked, Is this how you greet someone? Where is your upbringing? Is anyone home? Lin Wan arched an eyebrow, her meaning clear. Lin Jindong, unable to contain his fury, slammed his hand on the table. Lin Wan, I have had enough. Lin Wan set down her chopsticks, too indifferent to spare him even a glance. Ignoring Lin Jindong's ashen face, she turned to Li Xuewei and said, By the way, I have instructed butler Su to clean up the garbage on the second floor today. You all need to move your things out promptly. A flicker of anxiety crossed Li Xuewei's face. What do you mean, Wan Wan? Lin Wan smiled gently. Are you unable to comprehend? It means that from now on, only I will reside on the second floor. You are all to move to the first floor. No one is permitted upstairs without my consent. In this villa, the Lin family occupied the second floor, while the servants lived in the adjacent small house. The first floor was reserved for guest accommodations. Li Xuewei was taken aback. On what grounds do you make such a unilateral decision? Lin Jindong pounded the table in anger, his eyes filled with a murderous glare aimed at Lin Wan, wishing he could strangle her. Lin Wan sneered coldly. Simply because my name is on the property deed. If you dislike it, feel free to vacate. The villa had been arranged by Su Ran in her lifetime, and on Lin Wan's 18th birthday, she officially inherited all of Su Ran's estate, including the house they currently lived in. Lin Jindong fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Casting a cold glance at the two, Lin Wan ascended the staircase, followed by Lin Jindong's furious mutterings, accompanied by Li Xuewei's feeble attempts to soothe him. Once upstairs, Lin Wan received a phone call from the old residents. Grandfather, she answered, her voice instantly softening. And about today's trending topic, why can't it be taken down? Lin Xiaowan, provide me with an explanation. Yesterday, upon learning of Lin Wan's disappearance from the wedding, Lin Fingjue had nearly celebrated with fireworks at the scene. Despite his discontent with the Gu family, he chose to compromise for the sake of Lin Wan. Since her disappearance, Lin Fingjue had attended the wedding with a frosty demeanor and left with a smile that was hard to suppress. However, upon seeing this morning's trending topic, he was furious and demanded its removal. Well, how should I put it? I'll explain once I resolve this, Lin Wan replied playfully, deflecting the inquiry. She did not wish for these troublesome matters to involve Lin Fingjue. She was capable of handling them herself. Lin Fingjue had watched Lin Wan grow up and had always doted on her, except regarding her marriage to Gu Yicheng. Though they had their disagreements, Lin Fingjue generally trusted Lin Wan. When he saw that the media company spearheading the trending topic was affiliated with the Chu family, he immediately understood. It was likely another scheme of that mischievous girl. With a sigh, Lin Fingjue urged, resolve this quickly and obediently go work at Lin's. The elder had long intended for Lin Wan to take over Lin's company, which was also the reason Gu Yicheng had initially pursued her. She chatted amicably with Lin Fingjue about other matters until she had successfully appeased him, after which, she hung up the phone. At 9 o'clock sharp, Lin Wan received news that Gu Yicheng was preparing to hold a press conference at the Four Seasons Hotel. As she glanced at the message, Lin Wan smiled softly, changing into a simple outfit suitable for going out and applying a light touch of makeup. Just as she was about to step outside, butler Su approached her, holding an exquisite little gift box. Miss, this is a present from Master Fu. Lin Wan reached out to receive it. Upon opening the ornate box and discovering a delicate pair of golden bracelets, a wave of familiarity washed over her. In her previous life, on the first wedding anniversary with Gu Yicheng, she too had received a pair of such bracelets. However, at that time, as they were unsigned, she had paid them little heed, discarding them into a pile of clutter and never wearing them. So it was Fu Jingyan who sent them? Lin Wan picked up the bracelets, examining them closely. They were slender and gleaming, solid, and carrying a certain weight in her hand. What captivated her most was the tiny bell attached to the bracelet, producing a crisp sound as it jingled. Without a second thought, she adorned her wrist with the pair, the tinkling of the bell lifting her spirits. They were delightful. Lin Wan raised her wrist, gently swaying it, a deeper smile gracing her face. "No, I'll eat out. Butler Sue. I'm off now," she said, making her way towards the garage. Once seated in the car, Lin Wan admired the bracelets on her wrist, contemplating for a moment before pulling out her phone to snap a picture and upload it to her social circle. Setting her phone aside, she started the car and headed to the Four Seasons Hotel. The press conference hosted by Gu Yicheng was scheduled for 9:30, and she arrived just in time. Finding a discreet corner to sit, she took out her phone to inform Chu Yanqing of her arrival. The Gu family had once again enlisted the public relations team under the Chu Corporation, which dominated the entertainment industry with the largest talent agency and the most authoritative media company, its PR team being a paragon in the industry. As Lin Wan was engrossed in her messages, she remained unaware of the imposing figure seated beside her until a deep chuckle resonated in her ear. Looking up, her gaze met a pair of profound eyes, and she was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Fu Jingyan had somehow taken a seat next to Lin Wan. Propping his chin on his hand, he appraised her, his attention riveted on the bracelet adorning her wrist, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "Just here to watch the show." Originally, Fu Jingyan had come merely to accompany Gu Yicheng for some light entertainment. As Gu Yicheng's cousin, Gu Yicheng was more than willing to witness how his younger brother would manage to sabotage himself. Naturally, such an amusing affair warranted the presence of his friend, Fu Jingyan. Even before Lin Wan had stepped into the venue, Fu Jingyan had taken notice of her. After greeting Gu Yicheng, he made his way directly to Lin Wan's side, though she remained oblivious to his presence. Nevertheless, upon seeing Lin Wan wearing the bracelets he had gifted her, an indescribable joy filled Fu Jingyan's heart. Noticing his gaze, Lin Wan smiled lightly. "I really like them." Saying this, she playfully shook her wrist in front of him. The crisp sound echoed in Fu Jingyan's ears, and a smile graced his lips. "Miss Lin, do you understand the meaning behind my gift of these bracelets?" "What?" Lin Wan looked at him, perplexed. Fu Jingyan leaned closer to her ear, his lips gently parting. Chapter 13. It is my fault. I thought it was merely a trivial quarrel with Wan. However, Lin Wan felt an unsettling complexity beneath the surface. She yearned to express her thoughts, yet Fu Jingyan had already shifted his gaze towards the distance, announcing, "It has begun." At his cue, Lin Wan noticed Gu Yicheng's arrival. Clad in a black suit, he appeared noticeably haggard, presenting himself in a disheveled manner that was uncharacteristic for someone so meticulous about his appearance. Lin Wan found his state amusing. Who was he trying to impress with his woes? Fu Jingyan scoffed disdainfully. The purpose of today's press conference was primarily to address the events surrounding the wedding of the Gu and Lin families and to provide an explanation to their concerned friends. Gu Yicheng faced the crowd with sincerity. As soon as he spoke, the media stirred with anticipation. "Mr. Gu, is it true that the trending topic regarding Miss Lin is real? Was Miss Lin's disappearance at the wedding a result of abduction and humiliation? Why did Miss Lin not accompany you to this press conference? Did she feel too ashamed to face the public, thus leaving everything to you? Can you confirm if your engagement with Miss Lin is still on, or has it come to an end?" The reporters' questions grew increasingly incisive, each one targeting Lin Wan, who was conspicuously absent. In just a few exchanges, Gu Yicheng was thrust into the role of the victim. Lin Wan listened, unable to suppress her laughter. She understood that the stage was now set for Gu Yicheng's performance. Her laughter caught Fu Jingyan's attention. Suddenly, he perceived that the woman beside him was not as he had imagined. As anticipated by Lin Wan, Gu Yicheng commenced his heartfelt act. His eyes glistened with sorrow, his demeanor filled with remorse, as he tremulously began, "Regarding Wan's disappearance yesterday, it is indeed my fault. As someone who is about to marry her, I failed to realize she had been abducted. When the incident occurred, I was perplexed, believing Wan was simply fearful of marriage and needed some air. I thought, given how much Wan loves me, a little time would suffice." With red-rimmed eyes, he inhaled deeply. "Had I known Wan would endure such an ordeal, I would have sought her out immediately. It is my fault. I dismissed her distress as mere triviality, which led to her suffering yesterday. It is my error. And if there are issues, please direct them to me." do not disturb Wan Wan. He acknowledged the audience's concern regarding the future of his relationship with Wan Wan, and in front of everyone, he vowed, no matter how Wan Wan changes, I will never abandon her. Gu Yicheng lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening, speaking earnestly into the camera. Wan Wan, I love you. I understand you may not be able to accept this right now, but that is all right. I can wait. Whenever you are ready, we can go get our marriage certificate. His words resonated throughout the venue, stirring considerable reaction. Especially in front of the cameras, Gu Yicheng was on the verge of tears. It must be said that his cunning strategy was indeed effective. He subtly acknowledged Lin Wan's premarital indiscretion while simultaneously expressing his unwavering affection for her, moving countless hearts. Much like the wedding day in his previous life, it stirred emotions. Yet, this did not include Lin Wan or her companion, Fu Jingyan. Lin Wan smiled, but her gaze was icy to the core. Observing the man on stage performing so passionately, she suddenly stood up. Chapter 14. A Perfect Match. Gu Yicheng. Lin Wan's cold voice resonated within the venue, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Even Gu Yicheng turned to look, surprise flickering in his eyes upon seeing Lin Wan's figure. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Fu Jingyan beside her, his expression darkening. Him again. Lin Wan approached Gu Yicheng step by step, a mocking smile gracing her lips. You would truly waste your talent if you did not pursue acting. Gu Yicheng composed himself and stepped forward to grasp Lin Wan's wrist. Wan Wan, you're here. You need not worry. I can handle all of this. As for the wedding, we can choose another time to hold it. Gu Yicheng deliberately mentioned the wedding again, once more making Lin Wan the center of attention. Lin Wan scoffed at his intentions. She coldly retorted, a wedding? Mr. Gu, how forgetful you are. Did I ever say I would marry you? Wan Wan, don't throw a tantrum. Gu Yicheng's expression shifted slightly. Then he turned away, adopting a sorrowful demeanor, as if he had been abandoned by Lin Wan. Lin Wan couldn't help but applaud Gu Yicheng's acting skills, and indeed,
She did.
you just acknowledged my humiliation before everyone, and now you bring up the wedding. Mr. Gu, do you so enjoy wearing a green hat? Lin Wan mocked without mercy. Gu Yicheng instinctively wanted to retort, but under Lin Wan's scornful gaze, he fell silent. The words were indeed his, and he could not refute them. Seeing this, Lin Wan's smile grew more sardonic. She turned to face the crowd. Her demeanor languid, yet her eyes held a hint of frost. I am right here. Regarding yesterday's wedding, I can provide a complete explanation. If anyone has questions, come to me. After all, I do not wish to sacrifice my reputation needlessly, nor to inadvertently fulfill another's romantic longing. As soon as Lin Wan finished speaking, a journalist in the front row immediately inquired, Miss Lin, from what you just said, does that imply there are other circumstances surrounding your absence from yesterday's wedding? Gu Yicheng's expression had darkened to a point of despair. Since last night, he had been publicly humiliated by Lin Wan time and again. Looking at her profile now, unease began to swell within him. He felt that Lin Wan had changed. She was no longer the naive girl who could be easily placated. As for where he had gone wrong, Gu Yicheng found himself utterly perplexed. Lin Wan cast a glance at the journalist. Offering a gentle smile, the engagement with the Gu family was dissolved last night. Gu Yicheng was present at the scene. She mercilessly unveiled Gu Yicheng's intentions. Before he could react, Lin Wan had already stepped aside, raising an eyebrow. Let's discuss it here. I fear Mr. Gu may not comprehend human language. Gu Yicheng glared coldly at Lin Wan, his gaze fierce enough to suggest he wished to strangle her on the spot. At that moment, he could no longer maintain the facade of a devoted boyfriend. His anger was nearly explosive. In the audience, Gu Yicheng observed Fu Jingyan, who had approached him. Noting that his attention was fixated on Lin Wan, which piqued his interest. I say, you're not actually taken with Lin Wan, are you? She is indeed quite intriguing. Fu Jingyan replied, casting a sidelong glance at his companion. Gu Yicheng smirked with interest. Wake up. You and Lin Wan are not destined to be my future wife. How could we not be compatible? We are a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Fu Jingyan shot Gu Yicheng a knowing look. Upon hearing this, Gu Yicheng was astounded. Brother, have some dignity, will you? Over there, Lin Wan is preparing to annul the engagement, and here you are proclaiming their compatibility, making me wonder if the two of you have been conspiring behind my back. Fu Jingyan expressed his disdain. Just enjoy the show. He then redirected his gaze toward Lin Wan, sensing that she would not let this matter rest easily. Chapter 15. How blind could I be to fancy someone like you? Lin Wan faced the crowd once more and spoke slowly. The reason for annulling the engagement is that I no longer wish to be schemed against and harmed. Lin Wan, have you not caused enough trouble? Gu Yicheng hastily approached her, his urgency palpable. He believed Lin Wan must know something he needed to prevent her from revealing. Just as Gu Yicheng intended to close the distance, Lin Wan subtly retreated a few steps. Gu Yicheng, You'd best not come closer and repulse me. Her words dripped with profound disdain. Gu Yicheng, undeterred by Lin Wan's warning, advanced with a fierce expression. Lin Wan narrowed her eyes and scoffed. Paying someone to abduct your own bride at your wedding, even to the point of donning a cuckold's crown. Gu Yicheng. Surely there are no men like you left in Li City. Her words drew the attention of the entire audience, and the reporters' cameras turned to Lin Wan. In this public setting, Gu Yicheng's expression grew increasingly grim. Gritting his teeth, he angrily retorted. Wan, even if you've fallen for someone else, just tell me. And I can accept it. Our childhood bond means that as long as you are happy, I can let you go. In front of everyone, Gu Yicheng insisted on playing the role to the end, even placing himself as the victim. His words implied to the gathered crowd that Lin Wan's elopement the day before was due to her affection for another, and he would willingly release her. This wave of slander crashed directly upon Lin Wan. She met Gu Yicheng's feigned affectionate gaze with unwavering composure, suppressing a wave of nausea. Gu Yicheng clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Lin Wan spoke again. You claim I have fallen for someone else. Do you possess any evidence? She was acutely aware that Gu Yicheng possessed no evidence. If he believed he could condemn her merely based on Fu Jingyan's presence at the Lin family's residence last night, he was sorely mistaken.
Indeed.
Gu Yicheng lacked substantial proof. Yet, the performance must continue. He gazed at Lin Wan with a heart full of anguish, his voice trembling slightly. Wan, you need not become this way. Gu Yicheng, you have no evidence. Lin Wan coldly interrupted his feigned sentimentality, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. However, I hold ample evidence of your attempts to frame me. She cast a disdainful glance at him, causing his frame to stiffen under her words. His heart was suddenly engulfed by discontent and fear. With a mere glance, Lin Wan discerned the turmoil within Gu Yicheng, and she smirked. Why did I go missing on the wedding day?
Who kidnapped me?
Furthermore, she paused momentarily, then continued. How were those so-called photos of kidnapping and humiliation leaked? Her gaze turned frigid, sharp as a blade, piercing through Gu Yicheng. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he moved his lips, attempting to defend himself. Yet, under Lin Wan's icy, sarcastic stare, he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow coolly. Do not fret. We have only just begun. You are already conceding defeat. How could I have been so blind to have considered someone like you? By the end of her words, Lin Wan showed no hesitation in admitting her previous folly before the assembled crowd. Gu Yicheng's expression gradually twisted into one of fury. Chapter 16. Take it easy. This is merely the beginning. Lin Wan smiled wryly, turning to face the audience once more. Childhood sweethearts? Have you ever seen hired kidnappers abducting their own bride at a wedding? Regrettably, Lin Wan, was blind to the wolf disguised as a sheep, believing wholeheartedly in marrying him, only to end up in such a predicament. As Gu Yicheng glared furiously at Lin Wan, ready to intervene, she had already presented the evidence before everyone. Holding her phone, she glanced at the message sent by Chu Yanqing, a cold smile forming on her lips. Lin Wan unlocked her screen, and the projector behind her suddenly illuminated. She publicly accessed her photo album, retrieving a video from the meticulously organized folder. The video background revealed an abandoned warehouse. In the frame, Lin Wan sat elegantly in a white wedding dress, her meticulously made-up face exposed to the camera. Behind her stood a dozen expressionless bodyguards in black, while 5 trembling men knelt before her. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, questioning the men about who had sent them. Gu Yicheng's name echoed from their lips. We are merely doing our job. Gu Yicheng contacted us to abduct Miss Lin at the wedding, creating the appearance of her humiliation. Afterward, we were to drug her and leave her at the entrance of the wedding venue, allowing the media to capture images of her disheveled state. Upon completion, Gu Yicheng promised us each 500,000. The content displayed on the projector erupted into chaos among the attendees. The kidnappers even produced a recording and played it on the spot. The contents of the recording aligned perfectly with the plans articulated by the abductors. Gu Yicheng's heart sank. His expression darkened. Lin Wan, to frame me, you have truly gone to great lengths, orchestrating this elaborate scheme. How have you become this way? The recording purportedly conveyed my instructions, yet it bears no trace of my voice. You are unjustly accusing me. He swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Distancing himself from the situation, Gu Yicheng, known for his meticulous thinking, would never personally contact the kidnappers to relay specific instructions. Lin Wan scoffed mockingly. Are you anxious now? The individual who contacted the kidnappers was your assistant. I have already delivered the abductors to the police station, and your assistant has been summoned for questioning. I trust that the authorities will provide me with a satisfactory resolution. Hearing Lin Wan's words, Gu Yicheng's countenance transformed dramatically. His heart raced, a knot tightening in his throat. He glared at Lin Wan, suspicion swimming in his eyes. Just how much does she know? Lin Wan cast a frigid gaze at Gu Yicheng, her tone icily resolute. Take it easy, I have only just begun. Gu Yicheng, in a fit of rage, finally comprehended that those photographs were deliberately sent to him by Lin Wan. This woman had known all along. She had subtly collaborated with his disappearance, waiting for this moment to dig a pit for him to fall into. Even this press conference was part of Lin Wan's elaborate scheme. Enraged by the truth, Gu Yicheng could no longer maintain the facade of gentlemanly composure, his face contorted with fury as he lunged toward Lin Wan. This wretched woman had truly plotted against him. Chapter 17. In your pursuit to defame me, you have spared no effort. Gu Yicheng, with a distorted visage, charged toward Lin Wan. A sharp slap resonated throughout the venue. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as everyone beheld the shocking scene. Gu Yicheng, caught completely off guard, was dealt a resounding blow by Lin Wan. A vivid imprint blossomed on his cheek, his head tilting to one side, the faint metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. Realizing he had been struck in public, he roared, "Wretched woman." With her palm numb from the impact, Lin Wan had prepared for this moment. As Gu Yicheng reached for her, she swiftly seized his wrist. Applying fierce pressure, a piercing pain shot through Gu Yicheng as he let out a pained wail, narrowing her eyes. Lin Wan's expression turned vicious as she expertly dislocated his wrist, prompting an even louder cry from him, echoing through the venue like the lament of a slaughtered pig. Lin Wan raised her hand again and delivered another forceful slap. The first slap was for your instigation of the kidnapping yesterday, the second, for the years of my youth. The third slap, Gu Yicheng, I consider my heartfelt devotion wasted, yet I shall not let this matter rest. This final slap is my declaration of war against you. Gu Yicheng, you must either summon the true strength to protect what you cherish, or, henceforth, vanish entirely from my sight. Lin Wan delivered 4 resounding slaps to Gu Yicheng, each one infused with considerable force. She harbored no fear of confronting him directly, for the charade of affection he demanded was beneath her. She despised Gu Yicheng and had no intention of pretending otherwise. As he regained his composure and attempted to retaliate with his uninjured hand, one couldn't help but wonder where his gentlemanly demeanor had vanished. At that moment, his other hand was seized, and he turned to find Fu Jingyan standing behind him, his expression dark and foreboding. With one hand in his pocket and the other grasping Gu Yicheng's wrist, Fu Jingyan appeared nonchalant yet commanding. Gu Yicheng's face flushed with humiliation as he glared at Lin Wan, accusing her. Lin Wan, do you dare to claim that Fu Jingyan's presence is mere coincidence? You two have been colluding behind my back. Before he could finish his tirade, Lin Wan coldly struck him again, her hand connecting sharply. With one arm hanging limply and the other restrained, Gu Yicheng was powerless to defend himself. In front of the media, he became the subject of ridicule as Lin Wan dealt him 5 stinging slaps, a spectacle that captivated onlookers. Holding her phone, Lin Wan reopened her photo album. Here is the evidence of your high-price smear campaign against me, 50 million, Gu Yicheng. You truly spared no effort to tarnish my reputation. She possessed ample proof of his underhanded schemes, which he could never have anticipated. The incredulity in Gu Yicheng's eyes revealed his disbelief, prompting Lin Wan to play a recording of her announcement from the previous night, wherein she resolutely declared the dissolution of their engagement. The revelation sparked another wave of controversy. Chapter 18. Mr. Fu, can you endure such accusations? The attitudes of both the Lin family and Gu Yicheng were glaringly apparent. The bride had been missing for an entire day on what should have been her wedding day, yet Gu Yicheng, her future husband, offered not a single word of concern. Meanwhile, Lin Wan's father and stepmother launched into accusations without expressing any genuine concern regarding her disappearance. Furthermore, the recording clearly captured Lin Wan's unwavering determination to call off the engagement from the outset. Despite her resolute stance, Gu Yicheng held a press conference the following day, avoiding any mention of the annulment. To make matters worse, he feigned ignorance, casting all blame upon Lin Wan. Had she not appeared at the scene to assert her innocence, her reputation would have been irreversibly tarnished by a man like Gu Yicheng, who once professed love, but now sought to destroy her. It was a chilling reminder of the adage, "Love me, are you afraid?" Truly terrifying. Moreover, Lin Wan possessed video evidence of Gu Yicheng's infidelity on their wedding day. Yet she had no intention of revealing it just yet. Disgusted by his actions, she refused to allow him to manipulate her into perpetuating his fabricated persona of deep affection. Now, she had taken a stand. In dealing with the scoundrel Gu Yicheng, Lin Wan is acutely aware of his deepest concerns. She possesses ample time to methodically dismantle him. Kidnapping, scandalous rumors, and the crafting of false personas, Gu Yicheng, you are revolting to the core. With your acting skills, why not pursue a career in the entertainment industry? Lin Wan smirked mockingly. As Gu Yicheng attempted to confront Lin Wan, he was halted by Fu Jingyan. He glared at Fu, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Master Fu, it seems you have no qualms about indulging in scraps, regardless of how distasteful they may be. Gu Yicheng insinuated that Lin Wan was merely the remnants of his own past, cherished only by Fu Jingyan. Listening to Gu Yicheng's words, Fu Jingyan tightened his grip, a shadow passing through his elongated eyes. Suddenly, he chuckled. Who among us has not encountered a few scoundrels in life? Gu Yicheng, his face flushed with rage, shouted, Not me. You and Lin Wan are conspiring against me. He brazenly assigned all blame to Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan. Lin Wan cast a glance at Fu Jingyan before addressing Gu Yicheng. Conspiracy? Framing? Master Fu, do you find these accusations tolerable? Without a hint of hesitation, she splashed mud on Gu Yicheng's reputation. It became evident to her that his intellect had been gnawed away. Observing Lin Wan passing the conversational baton to him, Fu Jingyan smiled lightly. You cannot, Gu Yicheng. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? I, for one, am indifferent to my reputation. But it is intolerable to see a young woman continuously slandered. If you cannot substantiate your allegations, do not blame me for being unyielding. The second son of the Gu family, rising through the degradation of women, spewing nonsense. He turned to Lin Wan, casting a deep gaze her way. Miss Lin, have you contemplated my previous suggestion? Do you require assistance? The elite team from the Fu family excels in handling cases of personal defamation. Do not hesitate. Fu Jingyan's words served as a reminder to Gu Yicheng that, at the very least, he was a child of the Fu family, and a careless remark could lead to considerable trouble. After speaking, Lin Wan cast Gu Yicheng a disdainful glance, her voice icy. Gu Yicheng, you've plotted against me, framed me, and tarnished my name repeatedly. I will settle these scores with you in due time. Remember, today I, Lin Wan, reject you. Do not appear before me again, lest I feel compelled to confront you. Each encounter will result in a reckoning. In front of everyone, Lin Wan humiliated Gu Yicheng. However, this was still far from the indignities inflicted upon her by him and others in her past life. She remained unhurried, for time was on her side, and she had numerous ways to bring down this despicable man. With this thought, Lin Wan's demeanor turned colder. She shot Gu Yicheng a sharp look, filled with warning, before weaving through the crowd and exiting the venue. Perhaps due to the formidable aura surrounding her, no journalist dared to impede her departure, allowing her to leave the event unchallenged. Until Lin Wan's figure vanished from sight, Fu Jingyan let out a cold huff and brusquely shook off Gu Yicheng. He lowered his head, tidying his slightly disheveled sleeves, too indifferent to cast a glance at Gu Yicheng. Proceeding instead towards Gu Yicheng with a dismissive remark, I shall take my leave. Gu Yicheng, with a knowing glance at Fu Jingyan, waved his hand with a smile, watching him depart. Once outside the venue, Lin Wan did not leave immediately. As soon as Fu Jingyan emerged, he spotted Lin Wan. She was bowing her head, engaged in conversation with Chu Yanqing about subsequent matters, when suddenly the world around her dimmed. Lifting her gaze, she met Fu Jingyan's profound eyes. She regarded the man before her, raising an eyebrow slightly. Are you looking for me, third Master Fu? Fu Jingyan, hands tucked into his pockets, replied, Is that not permissible? Lin Wan's poised and decisive demeanor at the conference piqued Fu Jingyan's interest. He found himself curious about how she intended to confront Gu Yicheng after boldly declaring war against him. Once a harmonious couple, they had now severed ties due to the male counterpart's schemes and betrayals. This topic had already gone viral following Lin Wan's departure from the press conference. With a smile, Lin Wan leaned towards Fu Jingyan, playfully inquiring, Third Master Fu, have you given any thought to my previous proposal? She referred to the matter of marrying him.
Fu Jingyan,
Intrigued, asked, Why me? He did not believe that Lin Wan had suddenly developed feelings for him after breaking her engagement with Gu Yicheng. Moreover, her swift change of heart cast a shadow of doubt in Fu Jingyan's mind. Lin Wan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she teasingly tilted Fu Jingyan's chin, languidly stating, Third Master Fu, you are quite handsome. I have always been defenseless against good looks. Besides, I escaped my wedding and directly crashed into your arms. Rising on her toes, she softly whispered in Fu Jingyan's ear, But I wonder, did that collision find its way to your heart? Before her words could fully settle, she chuckled and attempted to step back. However, Fu Jingyan reached out, pulling her firmly into his embrace, his gaze darkening. Therefore, will you marry me?
what do you say?
Fu Jingyan asked, one arm wrapped around Lin Wan's waist while the other grasped her hand, which she had intended to push away. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Lin Wan to tremble involuntarily. As she met his intense gaze, she found herself entranced. Their bodies pressed together, their breaths mingling, allowing them to distinctly feel each other's warmth. A blush crept to Lin Wan's ears and neck. Fu Jingyan glanced down at her, releasing her but maintaining an air of urgency. Why me? She had just faced betrayal from Gu Yicheng, and now she was flirting with him. Fu Jingyan did not perceive Lin Wan's actions as a mere shift of affection. Third Master Fu, I have already accepted your betrothal gifts. If you deny it now, did you seek my consent? Lin Wan raised her hand, shaking her wrist. The bracelets chimed melodiously, ringing in Fu Jingyan's ears. With a light laugh, she continued, did you not also accept my token of love, then? Are you having second thoughts? Fu Jingyan's gaze fell upon Lin Wan's wrist. Give me a reason why you must become Mrs. Fu. If she could persuade him, he might consider it. Lin Wan glanced around before responding. Let us discuss this in a different location. With that, she led Fu Jingyan to her car. She retrieved a document from the glove compartment and handed it to him. My mother left me a will before her passing. All her assets can only be inherited after my marriage. Upon reaching adulthood, Lin Wan inherited the properties left by Su Ran. The will explicitly stated that Lin Wan could only inherit the remaining assets post-marriage. This was also the reason why Gu Yicheng had deceived her into marrying him in her previous life. Gu Yicheng needed Lin Wan to inherit the fortune to support him in carving a path through the Gu family. His faction was at odds with Gu Yicheng, who he was intent on challenging for the position of family head. Although Gu Yicheng had lost his parents, he had been groomed as the heir since childhood, with Fu Jingyan by his side. In the previous struggle for the Gu family, both Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan played pivotal roles, often standing on opposing sides. However, Fu Jingyan had withdrawn for reasons unknown, and Gu Yicheng had chosen to develop abroad. Do you want me to help you obtain the inheritance?
Fu Jingyan arched an eyebrow.
Clearly taken aback. You are quite forthright. Lin Wan shook her head. No, I want you to help me bring down Gu Yicheng. And I will assist you in removing the obstacles in the Fu family. Fu Jingyan's expression shifted subtly. How did she know what he wanted? What were his prospects in the Fu family? Fu Jingyan lowered his gaze. You and Gu Yicheng were once deeply in love, and now you wish to partner with me? I must admit, I am surprised. The implication was unmistakable. Fu Jingyan had his reservations. Stealing a glance at him, Lin Wan stated candidly, Third young Master Fu. The promise of marriage is my sincerity to you. Once wed, we will be firmly bound together, sharing both glory and misfortune. Lin Wan understood well that mere words were insufficient. The best sincerity was demonstrated through action. Fixing her unwavering gaze on Fu Jingyan, she continued, what kind of sincerity do you require from me? I am willing to offer whatever you deem necessary. Fu Jingyan remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Lin Wan stared intently at him. So, will you marry me? Chapter 21, Mrs. Fu, I look forward to your guidance henceforth. All right, Fu Jingyan replied without hesitation. Perhaps it was the sincerity in Lin Wan's eyes. Or perhaps her offer to help clear his obstacles piqued his interest, but he consented to her proposal of marriage. Lin Wan smiled. If we marry, I propose we maintain merely the form of marriage. Does that suit you? Fu Jingyan understood that Lin Wan intended to enter into a marriage of convenience. He nodded with a smile. I have no objections. Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's discuss this further. If necessary, we can publicly announce our marital relationship, but if you find it troublesome, we need not disclose it. Everything is dictated by your will. Naturally, should you have any requests, you may approach me, and I shall not refuse anything within my capacity. In truth, Fu Jingyan likely does not require my assistance. After all, his prowess in the previous life was evident. Lin Wan contemplated for a moment before speaking again. Moreover, even after obtaining the marriage certificate, I shall continue to reside with the Lin family. Fu Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Not living together? Lin Wan provided an explanation. I promised my grandfather that after resolving these matters, I would take up a position at Lin Corporation. To this, Fu Jingyan shrugged, indicating his lack of objections. Lin Wan, relieved by his response, inquired, And you? Do you have any requests you wish to voice now? For now, I have no demands. Fu Jingyan replied, his tone slightly pausing as he leaned closer to Lin Wan. Miss Lin, when shall we go to obtain the certificate? His elongated tone was laced with a husky undertone, gently stirring the calm waters of Lin Wan's heart, creating ripples. Fu Jingyan acknowledged her words with a soft hum. The household registration book is not on me. Upon hearing her, Fu Jingyan nodded slightly. Okay. After Fu Jingyan exited the vehicle, Lin Wan drove away from the hotel. Observing Lin Wan's departing silhouette, a fleeting glimmer passed through Fu Jingyan's deep-set eyes. He descended from the car and made his way directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. During this time, Fu Jingyan made a call to his assistant, instructing him to deliver the household registration book to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau with utmost haste. Lin Wan merely glanced around the expansive villa, noting the absence of Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei. Unbothered, she took the household registration book and left her home. Upon her arrival at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Fu Jingyan was already awaiting her. "Apologies for my tardiness," Lin Wan said as she approached him. Fu Jingyan glanced at her and slowly smiled. "I just arrived as well. Let us proceed." With that, the two walked side by side towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. After completing the necessary procedures half an hour later, Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan emerged from the bureau, each holding a red marriage certificate. Lin Wan stared at the certificate in her hand, feeling somewhat dazed. Just like that, they were married. She cast a glance at Fu Jingyan, who coincidentally met her gaze. "This is for you," Fu Jingyan said as he retrieved a red brocade box from his pocket. Lin Wan was taken aback. Fu Jingyan opened the box to reveal a pair of elegantly simple diamond-encrusted rings. However, upon seeing the rings, Lin Wan's pupils trembled slightly. This ring, if her memory served her correctly, this particular pair held significant meaning for Fu Jingyan, said to be the only heirloom left by his mother. In her previous life, during a gamble in the marketplace, Lin Wan, misled by Gu Yicheng, had aggressively compelled Fu Jingyan to wager the rings. Lin Wan did not desire the rings for herself. She had intended to merely make a gesture and later find an opportunity to return them to Fu Jingyan. Yet, she had never managed to locate them. This incident had further strained the already adversarial relationship between Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan took out the ring, stating, "Since the marriage has been formalized, it is only fitting to have a symbolic token. I instructed my assistant to select this at random." Lin Wan gazed at the ring, her lips twitching at the notion of randomness. "Then I shall trouble Mr. Fu to assist me in putting it on." With poise, Lin Wan extended her left hand toward Fu Jingyan. She observed as he gently slid the ring onto her ring finger, and her heart suddenly raced. The connection was palpable, as if the ring bound them together, intertwining their fates. Before Fu Jingyan could speak, Lin Wan seized the men's ring and took his left hand, placing the ring upon his ring finger. "There we go." Fu Jingyan lowered his gaze to the rings on their fingers, his expression softening.
MRS. Fu.
"I look forward to your guidance henceforth." Lin Wan smiled warmly. "Mr. Fu, the pleasure is mine." Glancing at the time, Lin Wan addressed Fu Jingyan. "I have a meeting with my grandfather. Would you accompany me to the old residence?" Lin Wan had no intention of concealing her marriage to Lin Fingjue. Since they were now wed, she felt there was no need for pretense between her and Fu Jingyan. They could live openly. Revealing their marriage at this juncture might prove disadvantageous. "Furthermore, Mr. Fu, I do not wish to hide my married status. I have expressed my desire for you to stand proudly by my side." Fu Jingyan recalled their encounter from the previous day, where Lin Wan had indeed made such a remark. His large hand enveloped Lin Wan's, drawing her gently into his embrace. With a smile, he remarked, "I have also mentioned that, rather than a rushed wedding, I find the allure of clandestine affairs more appealing. Mrs. Fu, I believe that the occasional thrill of secrecy could be quite delightful. Shall we give it a try?" The low timbre of his laughter resonated in her ears, and Lin Wan felt her cheeks flush at his playful words. This man was truly something. With a firm push, she distanced herself from Fu Jingyan, clearing her throat. "As you wish." Chapter 22. "Old Lin comrade, I protest you favor your own." Lin Wan approached Lin Fingjue with a smile. "Grandfather." She affectionately linked her arm with his. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a middle-aged woman seated not far away. It was her aunt Lin Jinxia, adorned in a fitted dark green qipao, her hair elegantly styled, and her makeup immaculate. Lin Jinxia's presence diminished Lin Wan's smile.
"Aunt."
Lin Wan greeted her coolly. She had never been fond of this aunt, as Lin Jinxia's presence often brought discord to the Lin household. Lin Jinxia remained unmarried, instead bringing a son-in-law into the family named Chunli, with whom she resided. Lin Fingjue had 3 children, the eldest Lin Jindong, the second Lin Jinxia, and the youngest Lin Jinnan. Besides Lin Wan, Lin Jindong had a son and a daughter, Lin Mo and Lin Chen. Lin Jinxia and Chunli had only one son, named Lin Yao. Like Lin Jindong, Lin Jinnan also had a daughter, Lin Ke. Among Lin Wan's generation, Lin Fingjue's favoritism towards Lin Wan had long been a source of discontent among the Lin family members. Even the scheming members of the Lin family regarded Lin Wan as a rival. After all, since the tender age of 15, she had been brought along by Lin Fingjue under various pretenses to attend numerous prestigious events. This apparent intention to groom Lin Wan as a successor naturally incited envy and resentment among others. In front of Lin Fingjue, Lin Jinxia deliberately brought up the topic of Lin Wan's engagement to Gu Yicheng. The recent press conference had been broadcast live, and it was impossible for Lin Jinxia not to have seen it. Gu Yicheng, taken aback by Lin Wan's sudden revelation, was already in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, Lin Wan had requested Xu Yanqing to keep the topic regarding Gu Yicheng's scheming and deceit trending at the top of social media. After all, didn't her aunt always keep a keen eye on the news? Lin Wan smiled faintly. I have officially annulled my engagement with the Gu family, so aunt need not worry. I am not tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinxia's smile abruptly froze. Wan, I am merely concerned for you. Fortunately, you discovered Gu Yicheng's true nature before marrying into the family. Lin Jinxia sighed softly. It is good, considering how insistent you were on marrying him, even if the old master chose to abstain from attending the wedding. She looked at Lin Wan with a knowing gaze. If you are truly saddened, perhaps you should take a moment to unwind and clear your mind. We all understand. Moreover, who has not been blind at times? Lin Wan feigned indifference, adeptly countering Lin Jinxia's insinuations. Aware of the nature of her connection with Gu Yicheng, Lin Jinxia persistently poured salt into her wounds under the guise of concern, while subtly undermining her. Did this so-called good aunt truly believe Lin Wan was oblivious? Lin Jinxia, taken aback by her inability to strike a nerve with Lin Wan, felt a surge of frustration. She chuckled. I never anticipated Gu Yicheng to be such a person. Wan, in the future, ensure you choose your partners wisely. Do not entangle yourself with just anyone. Her implication was clear, suggesting Lin Wan's poor judgment. Knowing that Lin Wan had been wronged by that scoundrel Gu Yicheng, was it necessary for her to keep aggravating her wounds? Lin Fingjue glared disapprovingly at Lin Jinxia, his expression darkening. Lin Jinxia's demeanor shifted slightly as she retorted, Father, I am merely Lin Wan's aunt, showing concern for her. What is wrong with that? Lin Fingjue snorted coldly. You are well aware of your own intentions. Faced with his stern countenance, Lin Jinxia fell silent. Lin Fingjue, with an irritable tone, issued her an ultimatum. Aren't you supposed to meet those gossiping friends for mahjong? You are running late. Aware that Lin Fingjue was dismissing her, Lin Jinxia, despite her reluctance, dared not provoke him further at that moment. With a pout, she reluctantly rose. I will take my leave then. With that, she sashayed away. Lin Wan observed Lin Jinxia's furious exit and turned to Lin Fingjue, who had resumed his pruning with the shears. Comrade Lin, I protest. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Lin Fingjue gently tapped her on the head, playfully admonishing, Little girl, I know your tongue is sharp, but she is still your aunt. Show her some respect. The familiar gesture caused Lin Wan's eyes to well up with tears. In her previous life, disregarding her grandfather's counsel, she insisted on marrying Gu Yicheng, even going so far as to assist him in defying Lin Fingjue on multiple occasions. By the end, the once close bond between her and her grandfather had frayed significantly. She was uncertain how Gu Yicheng would explain her demise to Lin Fingjue after her passing. However, Lin Wan was certain that her doting grandfather had suffered a considerable blow. The sorrow of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one was a tragedy Lin Wan wished to avoid reliving in this lifetime. Gently wrapping her arms around Lin Fingjue, she acted coyly. All right, I will listen to you, Grandpa. From now on, in all matters, I shall heed your guidance. Did she truly feel sorrow for Gu Yicheng? Noticing Lin Wan's emotional state, Lin Fingjue softly patted her back, saying, Anyone who dares to bully my precious girl will face my wrath. Just wait. I shall teach him a lesson. After Lin Wan's abrupt disappearance from her wedding the previous day, she contacted Lin Fingjue immediately, stating only her desire to annul the engagement. Given his dissatisfaction with the marriage from the outset, he readily agreed. Lin Wan offered no reasons, and Lin Fingjue did not press her for explanations. Once she assured him she would handle the situation herself, he refrained from intervening, trusting her ability to manage it. Lin Fingjue also remembered that the man in question had once received Lin Wan's heartfelt devotion. He had been someone she envisioned spending her life with. The betrayal and deceit from a beloved partner were painful for anyone. Lin Wan felt a shiver run through her, quickly adjusting her emotions as she smiled at Lin Fingjue, insisting, There's no need for you to intervene, dear Grandpa. I must personally deal with this scoundrel. You must not steal my thunder, or I shall truly be upset. Her expression turned serious. She did not wish for Lin Fingjue to become embroiled in the matter. Chapter 23. There are countless handsome men in the world. As long as one finds joy, one can change them daily. Lowering her head to assist Lin Fingjue with his flowers and plants, Lin Wan pouted and murmured, After all, you raised these soldiers. How can you not trust me? Seeing his beloved granddaughter on the verge of tears, Lin Fingjue affectionately reassured her. All right, you handle it yourself. I knew old Lin treats me the best. Lin Wan exclaimed, instantly transforming her demeanor as she hugged Lin Fingjue tightly. He looked at her with a blend of affection and exasperation. You indeed. Lin Wan merely smiled in response. Now that the matters with the Gu family have been resolved, when will you fulfill your promise to Grandpa and start working? Lin Fingjue inquired with a smile. He had long been urging her to join Lin Enterprises, but she had consistently evaded the topic with excuses. Lin Wan narrowed her eyes in thought, then replied, "The day after tomorrow." Having resolved to bring Gu Yicheng to his knees, she understood that competition in the business world was inevitable. Since the age of 15, she had been by Lin Fingjue's side. While the outside world believed he merely brought her to various galas, they were unaware that during every winter and summer break, Lin Wan diligently interned at the lowest levels of Lin Enterprises' various branches. Lin Fingjue, through this method, allowed Lin Wan to familiarize herself with the operations of the Xie Lin Group. Typically, Lin Wan's internships only lasted a month, during which she was required to comprehend the functioning of each subsidiary. Consequently, over the past few years of internships, she had garnered a substantial understanding of the group's various operations. "Let it be the day after tomorrow," Lin Fingjue expressed without any objection. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the jingling sound from Lin Wan's wrist. "When did you purchase that? Didn't you previously find the bracelet rather outdated?" When Lin Wan decided to marry Gu Yicheng, Lin Fingjue had meticulously crafted several pairs of gold bracelets, which Lin Wan had initially dismissed. Noticing a hint of jealousy in Lin Fingjue's voice, Lin Wan chuckled softly. "Grandfather, those bracelets of yours are so wide and heavy. It's not that I dislike them, but they're impractical for daily wear. Wouldn't you agree?" As she spoke, she waved her hand playfully. "Look at mine. It's quite different. Isn't it lovely and youthful?" Lin Fingjue snorted dismissively. "Anyway, those bracelets are still reserved for you." "Yes, they're entirely my dowry," Lin Wan jested. Her gaze then fell upon the ring on her other hand, hesitating whether or not to inform Lin Fingjue about her marriage. Lin Fingjue glanced at the lost-in-thought Lin Wan and cleared his throat. "Have you been staying at the old residence these days?" He felt a pang of concern for her. He had seen today's press conference, particularly infuriated by Lin Jindong's accusatory remarks. If that ungrateful son were to appear before him, it would be far more than just a slap. Lin Fingjue worried that Lin Wan might be bullied there. Lin Wan shook her head. "No, I haven't." Listening to him, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Who would dare bully me? You're my support, after all. Unless they're itching for trouble, would they dare?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fingjue nodded in agreement. He doesn't have the courage. Encouraged by the old man's words, Lin Wan smiled. Knowing Lin Jindong truly lacked such audacity. After accompanying Lin Fingjue for lunch at the old residence, Lin Wan bid farewell and departed. As soon as she started the car, she received a voice call from Chu Yanqing. She connected it to the car's Bluetooth and pressed the answer button. The Gu family had been seeking public relations assistance, attempting to address the trending topic. Chu Yanqing got straight to the point, relaying the developments from Gu Yicheng's side to Lin Wan. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan scoffed. "Let them try. If he can find a public relations team in Licheng that can rival yours, I'll concede." The trending topic concerning Gu Yicheng had been directly manipulated by Chu Yanqing at Lin Wan's behest. The media company under the Chu family was known for its impartiality. It was well known that the Chu family would not report on matters without factual verification, and once reported, it was as firm as iron. If one were to contest it, Chu's media could decisively crush them. Chu Yanqing chuckled lightly. "Let me tell you, the public relations team the Gu family has engaged is one I know. I have already reduced the heat to within the top 5. Sure, let's elevate the narrative and refine the text. Indeed. Let us raise the excitement again in an hour by introducing a fresher topic. I shall send you the video shortly." Lin Wan instantaneously grasped her friend's intentions. They were scheming to ensnare the Gu family for a substantial gain. Initially, they would allow the Gu family to believe that the fervor had subsided, thus validating the efficacy of their public relations team. While the Gu family would exhale in relief, the conversation would shift, reigniting the fervor. It was certain that the Gu family would continue to expend a considerable fortune to manage the situation. It would be foolish to forego such an opportunity. With a cold smirk, Lin Wan remarked, "You all can strategize as you wish. I possess ample information regarding Gu Yicheng. We shall take our time." Since the incident arose yesterday, Lin Wan had instructed her subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation of Gu Yicheng. Indeed, she had previously been blinded by infatuation. Gu Yicheng was far from discreet. Beneath his cultured and gentle facade lay a myriad of insidious activities. Lin Wan felt a wave of nausea upon discovering the truth. Chu Yanqing teased, "Well, if you're willing to act, then so be it." Lin Wan immediately protested. "How could I possibly be reluctant? Are all men in the world extinct? Must I hang my hopes on a scoundrel? I am a woman of beauty and allure. There is no shortage of suitable men for me. Countless handsome gentlemen abound. I can afford to switch them out as I please." Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing chuckled. "All right then, when I have some free time, I shall introduce you to a few charming pups." Lin Wan huffed. "Why not introduce me to some spirited wolves instead?" With a playful threat, she added, "Chu Xiaoqing, you are quite the character. I might just report you to Mr. Jiang for having other dogs on the side." Chu Yanqing scoffed nonchalantly. Jiang Yuxiu has his own troubles and cannot concern himself with mine. Now tell me, do you want to meet or not? I can set it up. Jiang Yuxiu was Chu Yanqing's husband, and their marriage was one of convenience. Only Lin Wan was aware of Chu Yanqing's long-standing infatuation with Jiang Yuxiu, who, by fate's cruel design, had his own unattainable ideal. Lin Wan sighed softly. I shall not meet. Dear sister, I already have my sights set on someone.
Who?
Chapter 24. A bell for you. With each step, the bell chimes, invoking reflections. Oh, I've just recalled. It wouldn't he happen to be the person who gifted you the bracelet, would it? Chu Yanqing gasped in astonishment. Lin Wan, do confess, do you truly have another suitor? Is it indeed the one who bestowed the bracelet upon you? She continued, I thought your heart was aflutter when you posted those photos on social media. Well done. Miss Lin. Listening to Chu Yanqing's words, Lin Wan's smile deepened. Yes, indeed. Perhaps we could meet together soon, and I shall introduce you. Who might it be? Do I know him?
Chu King Edgar Lim.
Wow, that fellow seems promising. But be cautious. If he went to such lengths to gift you a bracelet, do not let yourself be deceived. Expressing concern, she added, No, you must bring him along so I can assess him. We cannot risk another encounter with a scoundrel like Gu Yicheng. Am I inherently cursed to attract such men? Lin Wan retorted. Chu Xiaoqing, cannot you wish for my happiness? Lin Wan retorted, caught between laughter and tears. She contemplated whether Chu Yanqing would be driven to murder her if she discovered that she had already married Fu Jingyan. Chu Yanqing chuckled coldly. I would actually welcome that. But tell me, what do you mean by saying that gifting a bracelet is cunning? Lin Wan inquired. Did he truly understand the significance behind the pair of bracelets he bestowed upon her? Chu Yanqing was once again taken aback by Lin Wan's ignorance. You genuinely do not know? Lin Wan cleared her throat and asked, Should I be aware? Upon hearing her words, Chu Yanqing remarked, As the recipient of such a gift, you remain oblivious to its meaning, yet you accepted it? Lin Wan fell silent, struck dumb. Sister, contemplate this. Is that not enough cunning? Lin Wan was momentarily at a loss. She was indeed aware of the implication, yet had Chu Yanqing not pointed it out, she might not have delved into that perspective. Are you serious? Chu Yanqing's tone turned grave. She recalled the faint scent of wind chimes emanating from Fu Jingyan. How fitting. Realizing that Lin Wan was not jesting, she asked, Lin Wan, you are truly not joking? No, I am always earnest in my endeavors. When I find the time, I will discuss this matter with you. Please keep an eye on Gu Yicheng for me. I will send you the video. Lin Wan decided to pivot the conversation. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing ceased to press further. Very well, send it to me, and I shall arrange accordingly. As they approached the entrance, the sound of Lin Mo's sobs wafted from the living room. Daddy, I do not wish to stay on the first floor. I simply refuse to occupy my sister's room. Lin Mo, with teary eyes, clung to Lin Jindong's arm, shaking it in a fit of petulance. Leaning against the wall, Lin Wan observed the scene in the living room with an impassive expression. Li Xuewei sat nearby, equally aggrieved. Lin Jindong, encircled by Li Xuewei and Lin Mo, wore a sullen countenance, clearly displeased. The household servants, under the supervision of Steward Su, were busy arranging several guest rooms on the first floor. Lin Jindong felt humiliated at being compelled to reside in a guest room in front of the staff. He inwardly cursed Lin Wan. Noticing Lin Jindong's silence, Lin Mo lowered her head and wiped her tears. Dad, my sister cannot drag us into her issues with the Gu family. We are all family. This is too much. We have always stayed on the second floor. My relationship with Chen Chen is irrelevant. As the head of the family, what will happen to your reputation if this gets out? She knew precisely how to strike at Lin Jindong's vulnerabilities. Indeed, after Lin Mo finished speaking, Lin Jindong's face turned a shade darker, his displeasure palpable. Lin Mo sensed the shift and discreetly glanced at Li Xuewei, signaling her mother to take this opportunity to whisper sweet nothings into Lin Jindong's ear. However, before Li Xuewei could speak, Lin Wan had already approached the group with a smile, arms crossed, and an amused expression. I have something even more outrageous in mind. Would you care to hear it, sister? Lin Mo's face turned pale with fright as she instinctively shrank behind Lin Jindong, appearing delicate and harmless. Lin Jindong was suddenly incensed, pointing at Lin Wan and scolding, Lin Wan, what more do you want? Do you have no respect for your elders? This is how your grandfather has always instructed you. Before Lin Jindong could finish a sentence, Lin Wan shot him a frigid glare. The icy intensity of her gaze compelled Lin Jindong to fall silent. Overcome by anger, he had momentarily forgotten that Lin Wan had been raised by Lin Fingjue since childhood. Li Xuewei regarded Lin Wan with a facade of affection, saying, Wan, your father did not mean it that way. Do not take offense. We have also moved in now. Let us calm down. While her words ostensibly aimed to soothe Lin Wan, They subtly implied that Lin Wan was misplacing her anger onto Lin Jindong and them. Lin Wan raised her eyes to meet Li Xuewei's gaze, a more sarcastic smile gracing her lips. If you find living in this house uncomfortable, perhaps you should consider moving out. This villa was originally a dowry purchased by my grandfather for my mother before their marriage. It seems inappropriate to occupy it. Don't you think, Aunt Li? Lin Wan reminded Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei that their current residence belonged to her deceased mother, subtly alluding to Li Xuewei's role as a mistress in entering this family. Li Xuewei's countenance instantly darkened, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she cast a pitiful glance at Lin Jindong. Lin Mo, with reddened eyes, chimed in, "Sister, we are family. Speaking this way will only sadden our parents. My mother has cared for you for so many years. Even if there are no accolades, there has been hardship. She does not expect you to treat her as a biological mother, but you cannot say such things." Hearing Lin Mo's words and witnessing Lin Jindong's furious expression, Lin Wan interrupted with a mocking smile. "You are mistaken. I was raised by my grandfather. My growth had nothing to do with your good mother." Lin Wan's voice was cold. Since Li Xuewei entered this household, Lin Wan had received not a sliver of attention. In this home, she felt as if she were invisible. When she was 8 and suffered from a prolonged fever, had Lin Fingjue not fortuitously visited that day, Lin Wan might have perished, and Lin Jindong would have remained oblivious. Because of this incident, Lin Fingjue staunchly opposed Li Xuewei marrying into the Lin family and personally took Lin Wan under his care.
To outsiders,
Li Xuewei appeared to be the mistress of the Lin household, yet Lin Fingjue's resistance meant that, even now, she remained nameless and unacknowledged alongside Lin Jindong. Even Lin Mo and Lin Chun had not been recorded in the family genealogy. As Lin Wan spoke, both Li Xuewei and Lin Mo found themselves at a loss for words. Lin Jindong's face darkened further. The more he looked at Lin Wan, the more troubled he felt by her presence. With an air of pride, Lin Wan addressed the individuals before her, stating, "This villa was left to me by my mother. If you do not wish to reside here, you are more than welcome to leave. Should you choose to stay, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut and avoid bringing upon yourselves disdain. When I am in a good mood, I might allow you to remain, however. On a whim, I can just as easily evict you." She cast a warning glance at Lin Mo, signaling her to be cautious and refrain from provoking her further. Otherwise, she would not have been as courteous as before. Due to Lin Wan's indifferent glance, Lin Mo was so frightened that her complexion turned pale. She bit her lower lip slightly, hesitant to utter a sound. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Xuewei's eyes. She felt that Lin Wan had transformed, no longer resembling the Lin Wan who could be easily placated. Lin Wan's demeanor was resolute, while Lin Jindong, fearing Lin Fingjue, found himself subdued by Lin Wan's imposing presence, rendered mute and unwilling to speak further. The events from today's press conference had already reached Lin Jindong. He never anticipated that Lin Wan possessed such a wealth of incriminating evidence against Gu Yicheng. When he consented to the marriage between Lin Wan and Gu Yicheng, Lin Jindong had his own motives. He sought the inheritance of Su Ran that Lin Wan held, which included 10% of the Lin family shares. Yet now, Lin Wan declared her refusal to marry, openly severing ties with Gu Yicheng. Initially, it was Lin Jindong who approached the Gu family for collaboration. Thus, it was easy to imagine how humiliated he felt when Gu Qizhen called him, berating him mercilessly. Lin Jindong's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that? Your grandfather forbade you from marrying, yet you insisted on it. Now you claim you won't marry? Lin Wan, you are too willful. Whether I am willful or not is not for you to judge. Take care of yourself and those around you," Lin Wan replied pointedly. Furious, Lin Jindong retorted, "Lin Wan." Lin Wan coldly regarded him. "I will handle my own affairs without your concern. If you truly wish to ally with the Gu family, I am not your only daughter." With that, her gaze fell meaningfully upon Lin Mo. "Hasn't Lin Mo long harbored affections for Gu Yicheng?" "Sister, I haven't."
Lin Montag protested,
her eyes reddening as she shook her head in panic. Tearfully, she looked at Lin Jindong and choked out, "Daddy, I don't understand why sister dislikes me so much and accuses me unjustly." Before she could finish, her sobs rendered her nearly incoherent, fully embodying the appearance of a wronged party. Lin Jindong, witnessing his younger daughter's tears, cast an even more furious glance at Lin Wan. Meanwhile, Lin Wan had ascended several steps of the staircase, looking down upon the lively scene in the living room, her lips curling into a cold smile. "Would I speak without evidence? Since I possess proof to decisively bring down Gu Yicheng, I certainly have evidence of your entanglements with him. It all depends on whether I choose to reveal it." She laughed icily. After all, even if Lin Mo is not a true member of the Lin family, she still bears the Lin surname. "You may be shameless, but do not involve the Lin family in your disgrace." Lin Mo gasped in fear, momentarily forgetting to cry. Lin Wan continued, I kindly ask that you avoid me in the future. Do not obstruct my view. Or, I shall not hesitate to ensure that you become the center of attention in Liqing before Gu Yicheng does. With a cold glance at Li Xuewei and Lin Mo, Lin Wan disregarded Lin Jindong's furious countenance and swiftly ascended the stairs. Returning to her bedroom, Lin Wan closed the door, isolating herself from the clamor below. She settled onto the soft carpet, leaning against the sofa, and began to scroll through her phone. The headlines read, Gu Yicheng's heartfelt boyfriend persona collapses. Multiple clandestine meetings with different women at hotels. And former friends expose Gu Yicheng as a notorious playboy, reveling in debauchery beyond comprehension. The video showcased Gu Yicheng with various women, entering and exiting a myriad of extravagant venues, hotels, and his collection of luxurious apartments and villas. The footage was seamlessly edited into a montage, revealing countless occasions and numerous women, yet the only constant was the man, Gu Yicheng. The top 3 trending topics were all prominently displaying his name. Lin Wan merely glanced at the trending rankings, a sardonic smile gradually deepening at the corners of her lips. She sent a brief message of gratitude to Chu Yanqing. Unfazed, she casually placed her phone on the sofa and made her way to the dressing room. Before long, Lin Wan had changed into a loose-fitting loungewear ensemble. She preferred comfort at home, opting for relaxed attire. Picking up her phone again, she walked towards the bed. As she lifted the covers and settled in, the screen illuminated with a new WeChat notification. Upon opening it, she discovered a friend request. She clicked to accept. The request had come from Fu Jingyan, simply labeled as FJY, with an avatar that was entirely black.
Chapter 26, MRS. Fu.
Let us give each other a chance to understand. As Lin Wan pondered over Fu Jingyan's WeChat name and avatar, her palm vibrated with a notification. It was from Fu Jingyan. Dear Mrs. Fu, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Instinctively, Lin Wan glanced at the time. It was barely before 2:30. She had no other plans for the afternoon. Dining was certainly a possibility. Lin Wan quickly answered the call. Mrs. Fu, are you there? Fu Jingyan's voice was slightly husky. She found herself surprisingly unopposed to the title of Mrs. Fu. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Wan's mouth. Fu Jingyan chuckled lightly. Did you see my message? He seemed momentarily taken aback, as if realizing the truth of the matter. I'm free tonight. Just send me the address. Lin Wan affirmed her availability. Fu Jingyan inquired further. Shall I come by to pick you up? All right. Lin Wan replied.
Just call me when you finish.
They made their arrangements. Lin Wan lay in bed for half an hour, then eventually rose to change into an outfit suitable for going out. Since Fu Jingyan was coming to pick her up, she chose not to drive herself and had the chauffeur drop her off at the World Trade Center, instructing him to take the car away. Lin Wan took the elevator to the 18th floor and entered a boutique. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with an elegant gift bag in hand. Checking the time, she sought out a lovely cafe on the ground floor. It was not until 5:30 that Lin Wan made a voice call to Fu Jingyan, subsequently sending him her location. 15 minutes later, Fu Jingyan appeared before Lin Wan, dressed in a casual ensemble. So soon? Lin Wan gazed at the man before her in astonishment. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Fu Jingyan smiled and remarked, I happen to be playing golf nearby with some friends. Lin Wan recalled that there was indeed a golf club near the World Trade Center. Casting a glance at Fu Jingyan, she replied, Then let us go. Noticing that Lin Wan was only carrying a delicate gift bag, Fu Jingyan raised an eyebrow and teased. Don't girls usually enjoy shopping? Just this little thing? He shrugged, wisely choosing to remain silent thereafter. Under his guidance, Lin Wan followed Fu Jingyan to the parking lot, where he drove a rather dignified Maybach. Lin Wan's previous knowledge of Fu Jingyan revealed his well-known passion for supercars. His garage boasted an impressive collection of limited edition flashy models. It was a rare sight to see Fu Jingyan in anything other than a sports car. Fu Jingyan approached the passenger seat and opened the door for Lin Wan. As she bent to enter, he gallantly placed his hand against the door. Thank you, Lin Wan smiled at him. Just then, Fu Jingyan unexpectedly leaned in closer to her. Lin Wan was startled, her body stiffening as she stared at the handsome face now magnified before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Jingyan's deep gaze caught Lin Wan's tension. He blinked, then continued to close the distance between them. As they drew nearer, Lin Wan held her breath. Although she had playfully teased this man on multiple occasions before, it had always been on her terms. Now, as Fu Jingyan approached, her mind went blank, and she forgot to react. A click echoed as the seatbelt was fastened, accompanied by Fu Jingyan's low chuckle. Madam Fu, you seem a bit nervous. He secured her seatbelt before straightening up, maintaining a respectful distance. However, his playful smile appeared rather aggravating in Lin Wan's eyes. Fu Jingyan then reached out to smooth Lin Wan's slightly disheveled bangs before heading to the driver's seat. As he started the car, Fu Jingyan inquired, Shall we head to Yinshui Gorge? Yinshui Gorge was a private dining establishment situated in a secluded area renowned for its privacy and confidentiality, thus attracting many affluent individuals from Lee City. Reservations were notoriously difficult to secure, often requiring several days in advance. Lin Wan expressed her agreement, saying, "I'm fine with anything. By the way, this is for you." She lifted the bag in her hand. In Fu Jingyan's presence, she opened the bag and took out a delicate wind chime, composed of tiny white bell-shaped flowers. Turning to Fu Jingyan, Lin Wan suggested, "It would make a lovely car ornament. Should I hang it up for you?" After learning about the significance of the bracelet, she had sought out the perfect wind chime with assistance. Her recent conversation with Chu Yanqing was not merely superficial. Fu Jingyan glanced at the wind chimes, a smile gracing his lips. Very well. Lin Wan, holding the wind chimes, surveyed the interior of the car before hanging them at the front. She teasingly adjusted them. "What do you think? Do you like them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wan joined in the laughter. Soon, the pair arrived at Yinshui Gorge, guided by a waiter to a private room upstairs. Fu Jingyan handed the menu to Lin Wan. "You order." Lin Wan took the menu, flipping through it swiftly before selecting a few dishes. She then returned the menu to Fu Jingyan, stating, "All set." Fu Jingyan added 2 more dishes before handing the menu back to the waiter. Holding his cup, Fu Jingyan poured Lin Wan a cup of jasmine tea. "Try this." Lin Wan took a delicate sip before placing the cup aside. Noticing her apparent lack of interest in the tea, Fu Jingyan quietly poured her a cup of warm water instead. When the warm water was pushed in front of her, Lin Wan paused for a moment. She glanced at Fu Jingyan, offering a slight smile as she sipped the water gently. Fu Jingyan regarded her with a warm smile. "In the future, if there's anything you dislike, do let me know." Upon hearing his words, Lin Wan looked at him again. Fu Jingyan continued, "Madam Fu, now that we've obtained our certificate, are you certain you do not wish to give each other a chance to understand one another?" Chapter 27. Fu Jingyan, be more confident in your own beauty.
All right. What do you wish to know about me?
Lin Wan did not dispute Fu Jingyan's words. She found them quite reasonable. Fu Jingyan raised an eyebrow at her, saying, "Anything at all. Feel free to share whatever you like." He did not want Lin Wan to feel that he was deliberately putting her on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wan slowly began. "Let us start with food. I dislike animal organs, scallions, ginger, and garlic. I also do not enjoy overly spicy dishes or tea. Other than that, I'm quite flexible." Regarding her living habits, she added, "I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, perhaps even a touch of OCD. I dislike throwing things around carelessly. Everything in my home must be orderly." Fu Jingyan listened attentively as Lin Wan enumerated her dislikes. If anyone else were to hear her, they might find her particularities burdensome. Yet, Fu Jingyan did not share that sentiment. He lifted his gaze to meet Lin Wan's eyes, encouraging her. "Please continue. I'm taking notes." He pointed to his head, a charming smile illuminating his handsome face. Lin Wan observed him intently, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Did this man truly not find her bothersome? Gui Cheng had once lamented that Lin Wan's dietary and lifestyle habits were starkly different from his own, even subtly suggesting that she changed for his sake. However, Fu Jingyan was different. He was genuinely attentive to all her dislikes. His demeanor remained calm and untroubled, devoid of any impatience. Indeed, one cannot compare individuals. The distinctions are immediately evident. Suppressing her thoughts, Lin Wan smiled at Fu Jingyan. "For now, let us leave it at that. As for the rest, it can be gradually discovered and understood in the course of our future interactions." Fu Jingyan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Lin Wan assessed him, her red lips parting slightly. "What about you? Is there anything you dislike?" Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan shrugged. "I am not particular about food. As long as it is edible, I am fine with it. Of course, any food you find unappealing can be passed on to me. I assure you it will not go to waste." He lowered his gaze, bashfully touching the tip of his nose. Lin Wan, uncertain if it was merely her imagination, felt that Fu Jingyan seemed somewhat hesitant to meet her eyes. She had some awareness of his lifestyle, which primarily revolved around nocturnal activities, akin to that of a night owl. With a smile, she addressed Fu Jingyan. "There is no need for that. My expectations of you are not too high. I simply hope you one stay out all night. Mr. Fu, I have chosen you, and I have no intentions of divorce in the foreseeable future. Rest assured, I do not plan on long-term separation from you," Lin Wan spoke candidly to Fu Jingyan. Upon hearing her words, Fu Jingyan smiled. "Mrs. Fu, can I interpret your statement to mean that if our compatibility proves favorable, we might explore other developments?" He was confident that he had not misinterpreted Lin Wan's earlier comments. Lin Wan appeared momentarily taken aback. "I am marrying you without any intentions of concealment. Mr. Fu, If you have confidence in us, and if we truly are compatible, I believe that love, when it arrives, cannot be hindered. She did not provide Fu Jingyan with a definitive answer. Fu Jingyan chuckled, recalling her earlier assertion of being very interested in him and hoping to become Mrs. Fu. Your words make me feel as though you might cast me aside once you have used me, he teased. Lin Wan, with a playful smile, corrected him. If I truly intended to use you, I wouldn't need to marry you at all. I am indeed quite intrigued by your looks. She gazed at Fu Jingyan, continuing, otherwise, I would not bind such a handsome man as you to myself under the guise of marriage.
Fu Jingyan.
Be more confident in your beauty, she laughed lightly. Hearing this, Fu Jingyan's smile deepened. Should I consider it an honor to be noticed by Miss Lin? Lin Wan met his gaze, laughing as she said, having just annulled my previous engagement, it might seem hard to believe that I could like you. But I indeed have a significant interest in you. Just as you mentioned, let us give each other a chance to understand one another. Who knows what may come of it? Fu Jingyan understood that the obstacle Lin Wan referred to as Gu Yicheng, along with all the hindrances from the Lin family. Thus, he refrained from voicing any objections. After observing Lin Wan for a while, Fu Jingyan finally spoke. I understand. But since we are married and have decided to give each other a chance to understand, isn't it a bit too formal to still refer to each other as Mr. Fu and Miss Lin? He seemed somewhat dissatisfied with their manner of address. Smiling at Lin Wan, he suggested, shall we consider changing our terms of address to reflect the closeness of our relationship? Lin Wan nodded, certainly. How would you like me to address you? Jingyan or Ian? Either name is acceptable to me, as expressed by Fu Jingyan, who presented Lin Wan with two options. Without hesitation, Lin Wan chose the first, Jingyan. The term Ian felt excessively intimate to her, leading her to opt for the former. Fu Jingyan was not surprised by her choice. Shall I call you Xiao Wan or Wan Wan? Do you mind? He inquired, noting that family and close friends often refer to her as Xiao Wan or Wan Wan. Lin Wan deemed the question inconsequential. Fu Jingyan gently called out Xiao Wan. Lin Wan softly responded, realizing that she bore no significant aversion to such an appellation from Fu Jingyan. On the contrary, his deep voice, uttering her name, caused her heart to flutter ever so slightly, an unrecognized emotion weaving through her consciousness. Fu Jingyan remained unaware of Lin Wan's current feelings. His own heart was similarly enveloped in emotion, yet he was certain that the sentiment entwining his thoughts was one of joy. Chapter 28. Fu Jingyan, my legally recognized husband. During dinner, Fu Jingyan indeed catered to Lin Wan's palate as he had promised. Whenever a dish contained scallions, ginger, or garlic, he would serve it to himself, meticulously picking out those ingredients and placing them before Lin Wan. He even took care to remove the fish bones for her. Whenever possible, Fu Jingyan made it a point to spare Lin Wan from any labor. Despite her shy attempts to set down her chopsticks and insist that he need not go to such lengths, Fu Jingyan remained resolute. Ultimately, Lin Wan conceded, silently relishing his considerate gestures. Only after he had finished deboning the fish did he quietly pick up his own bowl and chopsticks to eat. Observing this, Lin Wan placed her chopsticks down and, using the communal chopsticks, served a piece of rib onto the plate in front of Fu Jingyan. He looked up at her, smiling with gratitude. Thank you. Lin Wan chuckled softly, saying nothing in reply. A faint vibration from the phone on the table interrupted the moment, displaying a message. Lin Wan clicked to open it, revealing a picture sent by Chu Yanqing. She zoomed in on the image, which captured the scene of her dining with Fu Jingyan. The angle suggested it was taken from a distance at the doorway. Lin Wan glanced up at the closed door of the private room, puzzled about how Chu Yanqing managed to take such a photograph. The phone vibrated again, another message from Chu Yanqing. Chu Yanqing, Lin Xiaowan, confess honestly or face severe consequences. How did you end up with that debauched heir of the Fu family? Chu Yanqing, what do you say? Hurry, confess, or I shall burst in and catch you in the act. Lin Wan couldn't help but smile at Chu Yanqing's words. Noticing her amusement, Fu Jingyan looked up at her, curious about what was making her laugh. Aware of his gaze, Lin Wan softly asked, do you mind if my best friend comes to see you? Initially, Lin Wan had no intention of concealing her marriage to Fu Jingyan. Chu Yanqing stumbling upon the truth did not concern her greatly. Do you mind? She continued to inquire. As she spoke, Fu Jingyan smiled once more. I have no objections at all. You are free to express your feelings, and I will comply unconditionally. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan smiled. Not long after the message was sent, a knock echoed at the door.
Come in.
Lin Wan looked up as the door to the private room swung open, revealing Chu Yanqing, who entered with graceful poise. Dressed in black trousers and a crisp white shirt, complemented by a fitted black blazer, she perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, exuding the formidable aura of a successful woman. As Lin Wan observed her approach, she rose to greet her warmly, embracing Chu Yanqing lightly. Have you eaten? She inquired. This evening, Chu Yanqing had coincidentally arranged a dinner with investors, and she was pleasantly surprised to encounter Lin Wan here. Fu Jingyan set down his utensils as Chu Yanqing entered, adjusting his demeanor. When her gaze fell upon him, he courteously greeted her, Miss Chu. Would you care to join us? Chu Yanqing smiled in response. I didn't expect to run into the third young master Fu here. She was aware of the past tensions between Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan due to Gu Yicheng, and the sight of these two adversaries sharing a meal was almost surreal. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing this scene, she might have thought it a fantasy. Fu Jingyan perceived the underlying meaning in Chu Yanqing's words but remained silent. Turning his attention towards Lin Wan. Observing the unfolding scene, Lin Wan guided Chu Yanqing to sit down. She formally introduced her friend, Xiao Qing. Allow me to introduce you to Fu Jingyan, the third young master of the Fu family. He is now my legally recognized husband.
What?
Chu Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Wan. Lin Xiaowan, please repeat that. She reached out to touch Lin Wan's forehead, murmuring, You're not feverish. So why is your mind so muddled? This unexpected development left Chu Yanqing bewildered. Just yesterday, Lin Wan had gone missing from her wedding to Gu Yicheng, and now, less than a day later, she was telling her that she had married none other than the notoriously ill-reputed Fu Jingyan. What on earth was she thinking? Chu Yanqing understood that Lin Wan would not jest about such a matter, yet the rapid progression left her utterly astonished. Lin Wan, feeling both amused and embarrassed, glanced at Fu Jingyan, who seemed unfazed by Chu Yanqing's reaction, which eased her anxiety. I am quite clear-headed, Lin Wan assured Chu Yanqing. With a twitch at the corner of her eye, Chu Yanqing pressed, You must tell me that you are truly clear-headed. Are you certain that your mind isn't clouded? How could you so casually marry someone, especially him, the notorious playboy? Of course, the last remark was swiftly suppressed within her, as she retained just enough prudence to refrain from uttering such words in front of the subject himself. Throughout this exchange, Fu Jingyan sat quietly, consuming his meal, with no intention of interjecting, leaving it entirely to Lin Wan to navigate the situation. Lin Wan spoke with a serious expression, asserting, this decision was not made lightly. It was the result of careful consideration. He is quite good. At least, based on her brief interactions with Fu Jingyan, Lin Wan's impression of him had changed. Fu Jingyan did not appear to be the reckless, free-spirited individual that rumors suggested. Chu Yanqing glanced at Fu Jingyan and lowered her voice, saying, Lin Xiaowan, have you lost your mind? Do I seem insane to you? Lin Wan rolled her eyes at her friend. With a forced smile, Chu Yanqing retorted, Marrying Fu Jingyan without a word? Isn't that a bit mad? After pondering for a moment, Lin Wan replied, Well, it is as you see it. We are indeed married. Chu Xiaoqing, I will find an opportunity to explain further. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing felt even more overwhelmed. What is it that you cannot tell me now? How could you and he end up together? As she spoke, Chu Yanqing discreetly glanced at Fu Jingyan. Realizing her emotions were getting the better of her, she quickly composed herself, signaling to Lin Wan that it was best to clarify the situation promptly. Lin Wan was torn. How could she explain this to Chu Yanqing? Just then, Fu Jingyan addressed her dilemma. Chapter 29. Are you two engaged in some clandestine affair? He turned to Chu Yanqing and said, Miss Chu, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. Do not put Lin Wan in a difficult position. He had observed their interactions closely. He understood that anyone, upon hearing the news of his marriage to Lin Wan, would react similarly to Chu Yanqing, including his own friends and family. Both Lin Wan and Chu Yanqing focused their attention on Fu Jingyan, who remained composed. While Lin Wan contemplated whether to speak, Chu Yanqing sat up straight, facing Fu Jingyan. Fu Sanshao, what is your intention in marrying Lin Wan? At this question, Lin Wan helplessly supported her forehead. Could she confess that it was she who had insisted on marrying Fu Jingyan? The answer was a resounding no. How can I articulate this? As Lin Wan cast a disbelieving glance at Fu Jingyan, he responded with a gentle smile. Chu Yanqing was taken aback once more. You previously confronted our Lin Wan in front of the media. Was that your way of expressing affection? This method of courtship was indeed quite unique, bordering on childish. Chu Yanqing thought that perhaps Fu Jingyan perceived her as a naive child, believing that such words would convince her. Now it was Chu Yanqing who found herself at a loss for words. Surprisingly, she felt that Fu Jingyan's reasoning had somewhat swayed her. Lin Wan glanced at the two of them, ultimately deciding to remain silent and let Fu Jingyan handle the situation. However, Chu Yanqing still sensed something amiss. Are you two engaging in some secretive dealings behind my back? Her skepticism remained. Listening to her words, Fu Jingyan nodded seriously. If we were to speak of dealings, there indeed are some. Chu Yanqing shot a knowing glare at Lin Wan, affirming her suspicions. As Chu Yanqing's gaze followed, Lin Wan leisurely sipped water from her cup. She felt there was nothing to conceal from Chu Yanqing regarding the transaction. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement between herself and Fu Jingyan. Lin Wan. Chu Yanqing, what on earth? Lin Wan nearly choked on her drink, staring in astonishment at the man before her, who spoke with such earnest absurdity. Fu Jingyan continued. So, I made a deal with Xiao Wan. She marries me, and I help her bring down Gu Yicheng. The scoundrel falls, and then Xiao Wan and I live happily ever after. Fu Jingyan's shocking declaration left Lin Wan astounded once more. How could he be so adept at spinning tales? Chu Yanqing felt as if thunder rumbled around her. She turned to Lin Wan, her eyes questioning, is this man truly in his right mind? In a covert gesture hidden from Fu Jingyan's sight, Chu Yanqing mockingly tapped her head, seriously doubting the man's mental clarity. How could he differ so drastically from the public's perception? Lin Wan found herself torn between laughter and exasperation, nearly amused by Fu Jingyan's antics. Nonetheless, Chu Yanqing finally grasped the situation. In simpler terms, Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan's union was one of convenience, each fulfilling their own needs. Suddenly, Chu Yanqing recalled Lin Wan possessed a will that could only be fully inherited after her marriage, granting her access to her late mother's estate. With this in mind, Lin Wan's impulsive decision to marry Fu Jingyan became more comprehensible. After all, in her confrontation with Gu Yicheng, securing a strong foothold within the Lin family was essential. Although Fu Jingyan had a notorious reputation, his status as the third young master of the Fu family held significant weight. Furthermore, Gu Yicheng, whether intentionally or not, often sought to leverage Fu Jingyan's affluent background to showcase his own prowess. Chu Yanqing could hardly fathom Gu Yicheng's reasoning for belittling Fu Jingyan. If Gu Yicheng were to discover that Lin Wan had swiftly married the very scion he looked down upon after their separation, the mere thought made Chu Yanqing yearn to witness the man's mortified expression. Was it truly so? Chu Yanqing cast a dubious glance at Lin Wan, hoping she would clarify. She maintained a skeptical attitude towards Fu Jingyan's assertions. Lin Wan, with her bright, sparkling eyes, nodded emphatically. Yes, it is exactly as Jingyan described. Although some parts may be exaggerated, I believe it is best to overlook them. The most crucial aspect is that you trust me. Evidently, after Fu Jingyan provided a plausible explanation, Chu Yanqing reluctantly chose to believe. Lin Wan leaned closer to Chu Yanqing's ear and whispered, the bracelet. It was a gift from Jingyan. At that moment, Chu Yanqing was convinced entirely. Just moments ago, she had questioned Fu Jingyan's affection for Lin Wan. Previously, she had analyzed the significance of that bracelet, and now she reminded herself that it was indeed a gift from Fu Jingyan. The sentiment appears to have waned. However, when did Fu Jingyan truly develop feelings for Lin Wan? Lin Wan has come to understand Chu Yanqing, and she finally believes it. With this thought, Lin Wan exhaled softly. After speaking, Chu Yanqing cast a warning glance at Lin Wan, signaling her to exercise caution. Observing this, Lin Wan nodded earnestly, indicating her understanding. Yet, Chu Yanqing remained slightly apprehensive, contemplating further admonitions for Lin Wan and perhaps a gentle admonition for Fu Jingyan as well. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chu Yanqing glanced at the name on the screen and immediately dismissed the call. Why not answer? Lin Wan, seated nearby, naturally noticed the name Jiang Yuxiu. Before she could finish her thought, the phone rang again. Upon concluding her conversation, she rose and patted Lin Wan's shoulder. Turning to Fu Jingyan, Chu Yanqing bid farewell, saying, even if this is a marriage of convenience, please treat our little one with care. I will, I promise, Fu Jingyan replied, standing tall with a serious demeanor. Chu Yanqing let out a light laugh, exchanged farewells with Lin Wan, and hurriedly departed. Once Chu Yanqing's figure disappeared, Lin Wan turned her gaze toward Fu Jingyan. Chapter 30. Why does this name sound so familiar? Your acting is quite commendable, Lin Wan teased. Fu Jingyan accepted the compliment with an air of satisfaction, replying, thank you for your praise. Lin Wan found herself unable to suppress a smile at his simple forward response. After dining, Lin Wan glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Once Fu Jingyan settled the bill, he approached Lin Wan and inquired, do you have any other plans for the evening? Upon hearing this, Lin Wan turned to face Fu Jingyan, questioning why. Fu Jingyan raised his hand to check his watch, smiling gently. If not, I would like to take you somewhere. His deep voice carried a hint of mystery. Initially contemplating a refusal, Lin Wan's curiosity was piqued by Fu Jingyan's enigmatic tone. Ultimately, driven by intrigue, Lin Wan nodded and followed Fu Jingyan to the car. Fu Jingyan drove Lin Wan to a bar. In such a raucous environment, Lin Wan was not particularly fond. She often preferred to decline invitations to bars, opting instead for quieter lounges. Lin Wan lifted her gaze to the prominently displayed sign, a bar. The name was indeed rather amusing. Observing Lin Wan's expression, Fu Jingyan noticed her lack of resistance and felt reassured. Handing the car keys to the valet, he asked Lin Wan, "Shall we go in?" "Yes," Lin Wan replied, casting a glance at Fu Jingyan. She thought to herself that since they had come this far, leaving now would likely dampen the mood. However, a tinge of reluctance lingered in her heart. In her previous life, Fu Jingyan seemed to have always frequented bars. Was he intending to introduce her to his extravagant lifestyle? Lin Wan followed closely behind Fu Jingyan. Inside the bar, the lighting was dim, and deafening heavy metal music filled the air, accompanied by the cheers of the crowd. Despite it being only a little past 8, the bar was already teeming with people, and the dance floor was crowded with revelers letting loose. Lin Wan furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Jingyan's silhouette in the darkness. Although her night blindness was not severe, the dim surroundings made her feel somewhat disoriented. Coupled with the throngs of people around her, an inexplicable sense of agitation welled up within her. Suddenly, she felt her hand enveloped by a pair of warm, large hands. The warmth emanating from his palms gradually soothed Lin Wan's previously restless heart. Instinctively, she tightened her grip and moved forward. The one holding her hand was none other than Fu Jingyan. He stood tall, awaiting her approach with an air of assurance. "Follow me," he said, not waiting for Lin Wan to respond before gently pulling her close, his arm encircling her shoulders in a protective embrace as they navigated through the crowd. Lin Wan felt a fiery warmth where his hand rested on her shoulder, mingling with the familiar scent of wind chimes that wafted in the air. Her cheeks flushed as she brushed against Fu Jingyan's shoulder, feeling the heat radiating from him, causing her to feel a sudden shyness. Oblivious to her blush, Fu Jingyan tenderly guided her upwards. In the darkened atmosphere, the crowd erupted in a wave of cheers. Suddenly, someone collided with Fu Jingyan in the obscurity. He steadied himself, instinctively pulling Lin Wan into his embrace, one hand shielding her head while the other encircled her waist. Due to the suddenness of the moment, Lin Wan found herself pressed against Fu Jingyan's chest, her cheek flush against his heart, where she could hear the rhythmic thumping of his powerful heartbeat. Bending down slightly, Fu Jingyan leaned closer to her ear, raising his voice a notch. "Are you all right?" Startled by his words, Lin Wan instinctively lifted her head, only to be met with a soft sensation brushing against her cheek. As she moved, Fu Jingyan's lips, which had been near her ear, inadvertently brushed against her face. Both of them froze momentarily, Fu Jingyan feeling the delicate touch of her skin, a subtle smile curving his lips. Lin Wan's mind went blank. By the time she regained her composure, Fu Jingyan had already pulled back slightly, his lips no longer grazing her cheek. She failed to notice the fleeting hint of disappointment in his gaze. Lin Wan felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Meeting Fu Jingyan's concerned eyes, she shook her head. "Are we not there yet?" It seemed Fu Jingyan did not hear her, as he bent closer, positioning his ear near her lips. "What did you say?" Lin Wan raised her voice to be heard over the loud music. Without a word, Fu Jingyan grasped her hand once more, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, swiftly guiding her through the crowd towards the upper level. After traversing the spiral staircase, they arrived on the second floor. In contrast to the bustling first floor, the second level was markedly quieter. Aside from the distant music and cheers from below, there was a serene stillness that enveloped the space. Lin Wan surveyed the surroundings on the second floor, noting the structure comprised of private booths and seating areas. Fu Jingyan released his grip on Lin Wan's shoulder, yet his hand remained intertwined with hers as he guided her toward the booth. He led her directly to a corner where 2 men were already seated. Lin Wan recognized one of them as Gui Chen, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and a royal blue suit, his tie slightly askew. The man beside Gui Chen appeared considerably more casual, clad in a gray hoodie. Due to his seated position, Lin Wan couldn't discern the full extent of the man's attire. "Well, old Fu, it seems you've finally decided to bring a companion," the man conversing with Gui Chen remarked upon noticing Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan's presence, teasingly. Gui Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes meeting Lin Wan's, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He recalled Fu Jingyan's words from that morning. Initially thinking it merely a jest, he never expected to find him holding Lin Wan's hand in front of them. Gui Chen regarded Lin Wan with a lingering glance. Sensing his gaze, she nodded gracefully in acknowledgement. Fu Jingyan subtly shifted to the side, allowing Lin Wan to occupy the inner seat. Once she was comfortably seated, he settled beside her. "Gui Chen," Fu Jingyan stated, directly addressing him. However, even without his introduction, it was impossible for Lin Wan not to recognize Gui Chen. Fu Jingyan slightly raised his chin, directing his attention to the man opposite them, who wore an amused expression, clearly eager to observe the unfolding drama. "This is Zhuo Qingxi. He owns this bar," he introduced. Lin Wan was aware of Zhuo Qingxi, the young master of the Zhuo family, notorious for his own reputation, much like Fu Jingyan. With Fu Jingyan's introduction, Lin Wan offered a gentle smile and greeted Mr. Gu, Mr. Zhua. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Wan. Zhua Qingxi squinted slightly, regarding Gu Yichen. Ah Chun. Why does that name seem somewhat familiar? Isn't that the name of your cousin's fiancé, Gu Yicheng? Gu Yichen turned his head, smiling as he exchanged knowing glances with Zhua Qingxi. Zhua Qingxi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the couple across from him. No way, is it really as I suspect? Are you two together? He inquired uncertainly. Gu Yichen glanced at Lin Wan, chuckling softly. Be confident and trust your instincts. Fu Jingyan chimed in, indeed, we are together. He refrained from mentioning their upcoming marriage. Upon hearing this, Zhua Qingxi laughed heartily. Fu San, you're impressive. He then flashed a friendly smile at Lin Wan, adding, Miss Lin, there's no need for formality. Fu San's acquaintances are my friends. Lin Wan smiled in response to his words. Fu Jingyan shot Zhua Qingxi a look, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm, lest he overwhelm Lin Wan. Gu Yichen noticed Fu Jingyan's gesture, raising an eyebrow, his expression hinting at curiosity. Excuse me, I need to take a call. Lin Wan's phone had always been set to vibrate mode. Listening to her, Fu Jingyan rose to make way. Until Lin Wan's figure vanished from sight, Gu Yichen scrutinized Fu Jingyan with a knowing gaze. Tell me, when did you two get together? Fu Jingyan lazily lifted his gaze. Just today. Upon hearing this, Zhua Qingxi immediately exclaimed, Fu San, what on earth are you doing? The news of Lin Wan's broken engagement has caused quite a stir. How do you think others will perceive this? Gu Yicheng was not one to be underestimated either. Would it be worth it to have the label of a homewrecker thrust upon him? Fu Jingyan chuckled lightly. My reputation precedes me. What is there to fear? Is it really the same? Zhua Qingxi shot Fu Jingyan an incredulous look. However, Fu Jingyan shrugged nonchalantly. What difference does it make?
Zhua Qingxi chose silence.
Glancing at Gu Yicheng, prompting him to speak. Gu Yicheng fixed his gaze on Fu Jingyan and remarked, Fu San, it was Lin Wan who approached you, wasn't it? Her mother left her a will, which includes shares of the Lin family. Lin Wan can only inherit her late mother's estate upon marriage. You should know that she needs to marry not just for the Lin family's inheritance. Gu Yicheng had learned about these matters regarding Lin Wan from Gu Yicheng. It turned out that when Su Ran fell gravely ill, she was already aware of Lin Jindong's extramarital affair and his other child. To ensure Lin Wan's welfare within the Lin family, she arranged the will while she was still coherent. Su Ran was not originally from Liqing. Her father, Su Tingxiao, was known as the king of gamblers due to his vast fortune from owning the gambling establishments in Jin City. The Su family was a formidable presence in Jin City. With a complex and tangled background, Su Ran was the youngest and the only girl among three brothers, having been doted on since childhood. The marriage between Lin Jindong and Su Ran had caused quite a sensation in both Liqing and Jin City. It could be said without exaggeration that the dowry Su Ran brought could have purchased several Lin Group companies. Gu Yicheng's interest lay not in the Lin family shares held by Lin Wan, but rather in the influence of the Su family behind her. This alone was enough to reveal the magnitude of Gu Yicheng's ambition. Fu Jingyan was also aware that Lin Wan's situation was complicated. He idly swirled the wine glass in his hand, curling his lips into a smile. Do you think that, like Gu Yicheng, I am interested in her connections? Not at all. Gu Yicheng clinked his glass against Fu Jingyan's and took a sip of the strong liquor. I heard from my grandfather this afternoon that Lin Wan is about to start working at the Lin Group. His words immediately piqued Fu Jingyan's interest. Gu Yicheng's expression was subtle as he continued. The old master of the Lin family has arranged for her to take the position of general manager. Despite Lin Jindong's years of cautious service at the Lin Group, he has only ever been a deputy general manager. With Lin Wan stepping into the company, she will instantly become Lin Jindong's superior. One wonders what the old master intends with such an arrangement. It can be said that from the moment Lin Wan officially assumes her role, she will likely become the target of enmity throughout the company. Zhua Qingxi was utterly astonished. Wait, how old is Lin Wan this year? Has the old master lost his mind? Why set her up with so many adversaries? The current situation of the Lin family, if I recall correctly, is one of a precarious tripartite division, is it not? Is this not akin to sending Lin Wan into a den of wolves? The Lin Group is now divided among Lin Jindong, Lin Jinxi, and Lin Jinan, each vying for dominance within the company. For years, Lin Fingjue has maintained a firm grip, and despite their attempts to assert themselves, the three have been kept in check. It can be said that once Lin Wan enters the Lin family, she will be mercilessly scrutinized by the numerous predators within the group. Zhua Qingxi wore a sympathetic expression. Fu Jingyan cast a sidelong glance at Zhua Qingxi, disdain evident in his sneer. Do suppress that ignorant display of sympathy. Zhua Qingxi twitched her lips, falling silent. What do you think prompted old Lin to orchestrate such a scheme? Fu Jingyan countered, directing the question towards Gu Yichen. In response, Gu Yichen smiled. Since the age of 15, Lin Wan has accompanied old Lin to various prominent gatherings. The outside world has speculated that old Lin's intentions are noble, personally fostering connections for Lin Wan. The purpose behind old Lin's actions is to groom Lin Wan as the heir to the Lin family, for she is the eldest granddaughter. Although she is a woman, old Lin is undeterred by this fact. Fu Jingyan reclined lazily, the smile at the corners of his lips unwavering. Indeed, although Lin Jindong has a son, old Lin does not acknowledge him. Neither he nor Li Xuewei's 2 children have even been included in the family tree thus far. Lin Jinxi, despite having a son bearing the Lin surname, mistakenly believes that she remains part of the Lin lineage, yet she does not truly belong. Fu Jingyan continued, within the Lin family, only Lin Wan and Lin Jinan's daughter, Lin Ke, exist, both being female, with Lin Wan being the eldest. The burden of the Lin family was decided to be placed upon Lin Wan's shoulders long before Su Ran's demise, which is why old Lin took her under his wing during that bout of fever to nurture her potential. The various matters concerning the Lin family, particularly the actions of Lin Jindong towards Lin Wan, have become popular topics of gossip in Li City. Since Gu Yicheng pursued Lin Wan, Gu Yichen has gleaned much about her standing within the Lin family from Gu Yicheng's discussions. He agreed with Fu Jingyan's assertions. Old Lin has long been referred to as a cunning fox. Could he truly be unaware of the repercussions that Lin Wan's entry into the Lin group as the general manager would provoke? Fu Jingyan's playful demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. Lin Wan will inevitably face this trial. Do you believe that if she were to start from the bottom, the others within the Lin family would simply remain passive? Rather than that, it would be wiser to grant her the highest authority from the outset, equipping her with the means to suppress those vying for power, thus minimizing her vulnerability to their schemes. Fu Jingyan looked at Gu Yichen. If Lin Wan cannot even navigate this challenge, what strength will she possess to fully assume control of the Lin family? There must be a satisfactory resolution for all parties involved. This is the genuine intent of Lin Fingjue. If Lin Wan wishes to become the voice of the Lin family and take the reins of the Lin group, she must demonstrate her capabilities and silence the murmurs of dissent. Gu Yichen and Zhuo Qingxi exchanged glances, falling into contemplative silence. This is an essential path that one must traverse to become the head of a family, although it may seem harsh for Lin Wan. It undeniably serves as the swiftest route. Chapter 32. Let us observe the unfolding situation. Who knows what may arise? Gu Yichen redirected his gaze towards Fu Jingyan. Tell me, have you and Lin Wan obtained a marriage certificate? No. Where did you get the idea that Fu San and Lin Wan have tied the knot? Zhuo Qingxi felt as though his intellect was severely lacking this evening. Or perhaps, whenever he found himself in the company of Gu Yichen and Fu Jingyan, his intellect never quite measured up. Gu Yichen cast a disdainful glance at Zhuo Qingxi, clearly not inclined to engage with him. Fu Jingyan gently tapped his fingers on the table, a broad smile gracing his face. What makes you think that? Zhuo Qingxi, like an eager husky, nodded along and inquired with his eyes, seeking guidance from Gu Yichen on how he had discerned this. Observing his confusion, Gu Yichen reached out and gave Zhuo Qingxi a light tap on the head. What are your eyes for? They are meant for observation, understand? Zhuo Qingxi shot Gu Yichen an exasperated glance, yet he remained perplexed. Gu Yichen shook his head, wearing an expression of disbelief, and remarked disdainfully, since Fu Sen entered the room, he's been inadvertently showcasing his left hand. A person who typically uses his right hand for everything, from picking up items to holding a glass, has been using his left hand. Did you not notice? As Gu Yichen spoke, Zhuo Qingxi's gaze fell upon Fu Jingyan's left hand, which was rhythmically tapping on the table, and he was taken aback to see a ring adorning his ring finger. Oh my! Had it not been for Gu Yichen's observation, he would have remained oblivious to this secret. Zhuo Qingxi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wow! Even the most ostentatious display pales in comparison to Fu San's subtlety. Fu Jingyan paused slightly, his expression one of clear disdain. What kind of description is that? Zhuo Qingxi shrugged, leaning back. In the past, we joked that Chun would be the first among us to marry, while you, Fu San, were destined for a solitary life. Who would have thought you would beat Chun to the punch and become the first to step into the grave of matrimony? My, you are quite swift. Gu Yichen interjected with a tease. I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. How can a man be so quick? Be quiet, Fu Jingyan warned the two. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why he was labeled as destined for solitude. Do you really have such misconceptions about me? Listening to Fu Jingyan, Gu Yichen turned to Zhuo Qingxi. This fool claims that he never has a female companion at gatherings, yet he always manages to stir up rumors of romantic liaisons. When he arrives and departs alone, what else can we call that but destined for solitude? Fu Jingyan shot a sardonic glance at Zhuo Qingxi. I appreciate your assessment. Zhuo Qingxi shrugged and collapsed into laughter against Gu Yichen. Go on. Gui Chen did not impede him. Together, he and Zhua Qingxi watched Fu Jingyan's figure as he exited. Shaking their heads and chuckling, Zhua Qingxi nudged Gui Chen's arm. Hey, do you think Fu San is truly in deep this time? I have never seen him take the initiative to introduce anyone to us. Although I may not fully grasp Fu Jingyan's thoughts, I know he does not take marriage lightly. For him to obtain a certificate with Lin Wan, there must be something substantial behind it. Gui Chen cast a glance at Zhua Qingxi. Noting that he was not one to treat marriage lightly, it was prudent to observe the situation for now, as one could never tell. Upon hearing this, Zhua Qingxi nodded in agreement. Fu Jingyan sought the direction in which Lin Wan had just departed, ultimately spotting her leaning against the wall by the entrance of a private room. The obstruction of her figure prevented him from seeing the scene within. He hastened to her side, softly calling out, Xiao Wan. As he spoke, he positioned himself behind her. Startled by his voice, Lin Wan straightened, her back colliding directly with Fu Jingyan's chest, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. Observing her slight sway, Fu Jingyan instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, securing her in his embrace. At the same time, he lifted his gaze towards the interior of the room. Inside the dimly lit enclosure sat a group of individuals, with Gui Cheng, who had dominated the trending topics all day, at the forefront. Almost as soon as Fu Jingyan peered in, Gui Cheng's gaze met his. The two locked eyes in an unspoken confrontation. The earlier phone call had been from Gui Cheng's younger sister, Gui Huan, whom Lin Wan initially had no intention of answering. However, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with Gui Chen and Zhua Qingxi, and wishing to avoid scrutiny, she considered using the call as an excuse to provide Fu Jingyan and the other some space to discuss matters. Lin Wan had intended to dismiss the call. Yet before she could act, she unexpectedly encountered Gui Huan, who stood in the corridor, phone in hand. With a sweet appearance, but a capricious temperament, Gui Huan often carried herself with an air of superiority in her interactions with Lin Wan. Initially, Lin Wan had perceived her as merely childishly whimsical. However, her perspective had shifted. Disliking someone remained steadfast regardless of the efforts made to appease them. Gui Huan appeared taken aback at the sight of Lin Wan. Her expression momentarily flustered. In her haste, she instinctively glanced towards the ajar door of the private room from which she had just exited. The conversation within was unmistakably audible, rife with disparagement towards Lin Wan. So, how do you plan to handle the situation with Yicheng? Is everything all right with your grandfather? Is he giving you a hard time? What is Lin Wan even worth? She used to flatter Yicheng like a dog. Yicheng, after being with Lin Wan for so long, how has it been? By the way, you've been together for quite a while. How are Lin Wan's skills in bed? Listening to the barrage of comments, Gui Cheng's expression darkened. His relationship with Lin Wan had been limited to hand-holding. They had yet to share any intimate moments, with kisses reserved for her forehead and the back of her hand, occasionally brushing her cheek. Several times, when Gui Cheng had attempted to kiss her, she had turned away. Over time, his frustration grew. He no longer wished to pursue her affection, feeling disinclined to chase after someone indifferent to his advances, especially when he had countless admirers outside. Due to his foul mood, Gui Cheng had arrived early to seek solace in drink. At this moment, he was flushed, reeking of alcohol, his eyes half closed and hazy as he surveyed the group of friends eagerly awaiting a spectacle. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "What flavor could such a person possibly have?" His words immediately elicited gasps from everyone in the room. Chapter 33. Gui Cheng, a man who has stooped so low is truly a failure. Dull and lifeless. Like a dead fish, even a corpse would be more interesting than her. Gui Cheng's face was one of utter disdain. Each derogatory term pierced Lin Wan's ears. Instead of anger, she chuckled, her gaze icy. In her previous life, Gui Cheng had similarly gripped her throat, uttering the same words. The only difference was that, in that life, she had indeed married him. For 6 long years, she had been deemed utterly unworthy in his eyes. Yet now, with nothing having transpired between Lin Wan and Gui Cheng, he shamelessly insulted her in front of so many. Lin Wan's hands hanging by her sides, clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of her hands. She emanated a frigid aura that startled Gui Huan. It was the first time she had witnessed Lin Wan in such a rage. "Sister Wan Wan, you've arrived." Gui Huan raised her voice, plastering a false smile on her face. She stepped forward, attempting to link arms with Lin Wan, never anticipating that her brother would publicly defame his ex-girlfriend, only to have it exposed right before her eyes. How awkward. If it weren't for the need to alert everyone in the room, Gui Huan would have preferred not to feign closeness with Lin Wan. To her, Lin Wan was simply unworthy of her brother. Reflecting on the day's events filled Gui Huan with resentment towards Lin Wan. However, recalling their grandfather's words, which had led to a fierce reprimand of Gui Cheng, she knew he had to seek Lin Wan's forgiveness, even if it meant kneeling before her. The Gu family could not afford such disgrace. Gu Yihuan had initially thought to call Lin Wan while Gu Yicheng was intoxicated, hoping that his drunken state would facilitate reconciliation. After all, Lin Wan's standing was crucial for their branch within the Gu family, and Gu Yihuan dared not be careless. Yet Lin Wan's arrival was far too late. Anyone would feel discomfort upon hearing such remarks. As Gu Yihuan approached her, Lin Wan took several steps back, firmly establishing a boundary. "I am not your sister," she stated. Gu Yihuan's hand awkwardly hovered in the air, and upon witnessing Lin Wan's rejection, she hesitated to advance. Biting her lip, Gu Yihuan wished she could strangle Lin Wan, irritated by her pretentiousness and perceived superiority. The people in the room, upon hearing Gu Yihuan's words, collectively turned their gazes toward the entrance. Their expressions were nothing short of captivating upon seeing Lin Wan's figure. Gu Yicheng's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe what he was witnessing. Had Lin Wan heard everything he just said? At that moment, his mind, clouded by alcohol, struggled to comprehend the situation. The atmosphere grew noticeably tense. Gu Yihuan smiled as she turned to Lin Wan, inquiring, "Are you here to see my brother? I knew you still had feelings for him." The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere grew awkward once more. Gu Yihuan intended to convey to the people in the private room that Lin Wan still harbored emotions for Gu Yicheng, suggesting that the trending topic was mere speculation. This was her primary objective. Lin Wan shot a cold glance at Gu Yihuan, retorting with sarcasm, "Miss Gu, while confidence is commendable, excessive self-assurance can become off-putting." Gu Yihuan responded, "Which of your eyes saw me still pining for a scoundrel? Was my explanation at the press conference not sufficiently clear? Or perhaps the buzz surrounding the trending topic is insufficient?" Lin Wan's words were unreservedly blunt. Gu Yihuan had managed to maintain a smile until Lin Wan's biting remarks ignited her fury. She turned her head, casting a helpless look towards Gu Yicheng in the distance, desperately signaling him. Yet, Gu Yicheng seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on Lin Wan, filled with hostility. His flushed face and bloodshot eyes radiated intense resentment. Lin Wan noticed Gu Yicheng's stare and leaned slightly to the side, meeting his gaze with a chilling defiance. The two stood in silent confrontation for an indeterminate length of time until Lin Wan heard Fu Jingyan calling her name, prompting her to straighten up. To her surprise, she collided directly into Fu Jingyan's embrace. Feeling his arm around her waist to steady her, Lin Wan blushed slightly. "What brings you here?" she asked, disregarding the intimacy of their gesture, smiling at him. However, as she sensed Gu Yicheng's gaze, she looked up to meet his eyes. Gu Yihuan, unable to believe the sight of them together, shouted, "Lin Wan, so it was you who betrayed my brother. How can you be so shameless? You and Fu Jingyan, how could you be so brazen as to slander my brother in front of so many people?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, stomping her foot and raising her voice deliberately. "Those trending topics must have been orchestrated by you. How dare you speak ill of my brother? Pathetic." Gu Yihuan aimed to draw everyone's attention, intentionally escalating the situation. She knew that if the scene of Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan being affectionate were to be exposed, it would be effortless for Gu Yicheng to clear his name. Gu Yihuan was confident that her plan would succeed. Fu Jingyan's expression darkened as he coolly regarded Gu Yihuan. "What is it? Do you want me to reveal videos of Gu Yicheng with how many women?" Gu Yihuan gasped in shock, instantly silencing herself. Lin Wan turned to her side, perplexed by the man beside her.
He has.
Fu Jingyan shot Lin Wan a knowing glance before leading her past Gu Yihuan towards the private room. Although Lin Wan was uncertain of Fu Jingyan's intentions, she remained silent, obediently allowing him to guide her. He sat her down directly across from Gu Yicheng. Fu Jingyan lounged lazily, his gaze heavy as he regarded Gu Yicheng. "Gu Yicheng, a man like you has truly failed. What did you say?" Gu Yicheng sprang to his feet, anger flaring as he attempted to charge at Fu Jingyan, only to be restrained by those around him. His eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Fu Jingyan, pointing at Lin Wan and cursing, "Lin Wan, you wretched woman. How dare you claim there is no connection between you and Fu Jingyan? How many times has he appeared by your side since yesterday?
Ha!
You two must have been secretly entwined for quite some time. Did Fu Jingyan not profess his love for you in front of the cameras?" Gu Yicheng seethed, his teeth clenched. Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan found his words amusing. Chapter 34. What should be done has been done, and what should not has also been done. The pot calling the kettle black, the education from the Gu family is nothing but this. Fu Jingyan's words dripped with disdain. Lin Wan had long since put an end to Gu Yicheng's infidelity. What was he pretending to be innocent for? Gu Yihuan approached Gu Yicheng, observing the entwined hands of Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan with a scoff. "Haven't you been together long enough that you can't even bear to let go of each other's hands?" She concluded with a tone of disgust. "Lin Wan,
This is all you amount to.
after sleeping beside my brother for so many years, You have the audacity to maintain a dubious relationship with Fu Jingyan. You are truly repulsive. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yihuan unleashed a torrent of insults upon Lin Wan. Were it not for the predatory glint in Fu Jingyan's eyes, Gu Yihuan would have almost publicly condemned Lin Wan's perceived promiscuity. Fu Jingyan cast a cold glance at Gu Yihuan, and with just that one look, she paled, silenced by his presence. Lin Wan shook her head at Gu Yihuan's swift capitulation. How dare she stand up for Gu Yicheng? Gu Yicheng shielded Gu Yihuan behind him, his expression still furious. Then, with a mocking smile, he addressed Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan, you think you are elevated simply because you have Lin Wan? You are nothing but the illegitimate son of the Fu family, priding yourself on your charm. The woman sitting beside you is merely a cast-off that I, Gu Yicheng, discarded. It seems you are quite pleased to have picked her up. His insinuation was clear. Lin Wan had long been involved with him. Gu Yicheng had just laid bare their intimate relationship in front of his friends, albeit falsely. Such matters, if they were to circulate, would inevitably place the girl at a disadvantage. Lin Wan and Gu Yicheng had been together for over 2 years, appearing to the outside world as a couple in love, their affection akin to that of a typical married pair. Their union seemed entirely natural. Gu Yicheng looked at Fu Jingyan with a triumphant gleam, his eyes filled with provocation. He could not fathom any man who, upon hearing that his partner was entangled with another, would still feel proud. The pent-up fury within Lin Wan ignited once more, stoked by Gu Yicheng's shamelessness. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tap on her palm. Turning to look at Fu Jingyan beside her, she moved her lips, attempting to clarify that her relationship with Gu Yicheng was not as scandalous as he presumed. Words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet remained unspoken. Lin Wan could not help but question herself. Even if she confessed, would Fu Jingyan believe her? Observing Lin Wan's troubled expression, Fu Jingyan released her hand. In that fleeting moment, Lin Wan felt a void in her heart, a flicker of disappointment passing through her gaze. The next instant, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Fu Jingyan held her close, her cheek gently resting against his chest. He covered one of her ears with his hand, effectively shutting out the cacophony of the outside world. With a cold glare, he directed a menacing look at Gu Yicheng, his eyes brimming with fury. Dare to speak nonsense again? Just because you cannot have her, you resort to slander? Gu Yicheng, a man with such a vile mindset does not deserve Lin Wan. I am fully aware of the kind of person Xiao Wan is. Your inability to cherish her does not mean that everyone shares your blindness. Although Lin Wan's ear was covered by Fu Jingyan's hand, his words resonated clearly within her. Listening to his defense of her, accompanied by the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, Lin Wan gradually found solace. This was the second time Fu Jingyan had stood up for her, and it stirred her emotions. However, Gu Yicheng, seemingly oblivious to Fu Jingyan's warning, continued to insult Lin Wan without restraint. I have been with this woman for over 2 years, and we have done everything together, both the right and the wrong. No one knows her better than I do. I am aware of all the scars she bears. Oh, by the way, she is like a dead fish in bed. Did you know? Have you slept with her? Was it enjoyable? As Gu Yicheng's increasingly outrageous remarks flowed, Fu Jingyan sensed Lin Wan's rising anger in his embrace. He gently patted her head, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "It is not worth getting upset over such scum. I believe in you." Those simple 4 words brought tears to Lin Wan's eyes. She looked up, disbelief etched on her face as she met Fu Jingyan's gaze, where she discerned trust, intertwined with a hint of compassion. With a smile, Lin Wan instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Recognizing her gesture, Fu Jingyan returned her embrace with a tender smile before releasing her. He slowly stood up, removed his watch from his wrist, and handed it to Lin Wan. "Please keep this safe for me." Lin Wan accepted it carefully. Although the watch seemed somewhat aged, Fu Jingyan had worn it consistently. Given his current demeanor, prepared to confront Gu Yicheng, yet mindful enough to remove the watch, Lin Wan surmised it must hold great significance for him. She cradled it delicately in her palm. An aura of coldness surrounded Fu Jingyan as he approached Gu Yicheng, who, inebriated, was slow to react. While Gu Yicheng continued to prattle on about his relationship with Lin Wan, Fu Jingyan seized him by the collar, raising his fist to strike. Gu Yicheng was hurled backward, colliding with the table, shattering bottles and glasses across the floor. Gu Yihuan, caught off guard by Gu Yicheng being forcefully thrown aside, stumbled awkwardly and fell onto one of the men, letting out a terrified scream as she clutched her head. The private room erupted into chaos. Lin Wan looked on in shock as Fu Jingyan seized Gu Yicheng by the collar, delivering a series of punishing blows to him. Gu Yicheng attempted to resist, but the alcohol dulled his reflexes, rendering his struggles feeble. In a matter of moments, Fu Jingyan subdued Gu Yicheng, transforming his face into a grotesque visage. Blood marred Gu Yicheng's features, and he felt the unnerving looseness of his teeth. A heavy fog clouded his mind, yet the agony consumed him. Gu Yicheng, dare to slander again, and I shall end you. Fu Jingyan's gaze was icy as he yanked Gu Yicheng closer, pressing his lips together tightly. He met Gu Yicheng's fearful eyes, a stark contrast to the earlier bravado he had displayed when insulting others. With a cold smirk, Fu Jingyan reached out, lightly tapping Gu Yicheng's disfigured cheek as a warning. Care to say another word? As Fu Jingyan spoke, he seized a nearby bottle and, with ruthless intent, shattered it beside Gu Yicheng. The shards splintered against his face, cutting into his skin, and Gu Yicheng was jolted awake from his drunken stupor. He struggled to compose himself, meeting Fu Jingyan's bloodshot gaze. Just as Gu Yicheng contemplated retaliation, Fu Jingyan pressed the jagged edge of the broken bottle against his neck, his eyes darkening with menace. Gu Yicheng, paralyzed by fear, dared not move. Lin Wan was equally alarmed by Fu Jingyan's ferocity. Rising in a flurry, her palms slick with sweat, she felt the tension in the air. The others present, save for Fu Jingyan himself, were gripped by fear, particularly Gu Yicheng's companions, who had hastily retreated, desperate to avoid being ensnared in the turmoil. No one wished to invite trouble upon themselves. Meanwhile, Gu Yihuan remained hesitant, trembling as she cowered behind the crowd, her hands quivering as she fumbled for her phone, intent on calling the authorities. Lin Wan noticed her actions and shot her a chilling glare. That single look made Gu Yihuan's already shaky hand drop her phone, which clattered to the floor. As she bent to retrieve it, she was jostled by someone, stumbling backward and inadvertently stepping on her phone. The screen shattered instantly. Heartbroken, Gu Yihuan clutched her phone, only to find it unresponsive. Fu Jingyan cast a cold, sweeping glance over the gathered crowd, issuing a stern warning. I reserve the right to pursue this matter further. Should I discover anyone maligning Xiao Wan, it will not end with a mere beating for Gu Yicheng. His voice was chillingly severe. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers nodded vigorously, eager to assure him of their innocence. Fu Jingyan turned his head, casting a glance at Lin Wan, and beckoned her to come closer. Upon noticing, Lin Wan approached his side. Fu Jingyan regarded her and inquired, before my arrival, did this group speak of you? As the words left his lips, the expressions of everyone present soured. Their remarks were far from innocent. They were laced with mockery, disdain, and blatant insults. Fu Jingyan's peripheral vision swept over the crowd, and he gleaned the answer he sought from their countenances. Subsequently, she pointed at Gu Yicheng and the others who had partaken in the disparaging discourse, stating to Fu Jingyan, he and they have spoken unkindly, and their words were quite harsh. Struggling to suppress a smile, Lin Wan instantly adopted a look of feigned grievance. She mused to herself how delightful it felt to have someone backing her up. At that moment, Gu Yicheng, still caught in Fu Jingyan's grip, gazed at Lin Wan with confusion as she pointed at him, displaying a demeanor of petulance towards Fu Jingyan, which chilled his gaze. Apologize, Fu Jingyan commanded, fixing his cold stare on the group. Under his indifferent gaze, the assembly hastily directed their fearful apologies towards Lin Wan, murmuring, Lin Wan, we are sorry. Though they harbored significant dissent within, the stern expression of Fu Jingyan silenced their protests. Lin Wan pressed her lips together. She recognized these individuals and had no intention of offering forgiveness. Thus, she chose to disregard their insincere apologies, understanding that they were compelled to apologize against their will. Fu Jingyan comprehended Lin Wan's sentiment and shifted his focus back to Gu Yicheng, sneering, even if Xiao Wan is unwilling to forgive you, an apology is still warranted. Upon hearing Fu Jingyan's demand, Gu Yicheng shook his head, striving to maintain clarity. The notion of apologizing amused him. He cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Wan, firmly believing that he had never needed to apologize for his words. Fu Jingyan's arm muscles tensed, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. Lin Wan gently tugged at Fu Jingyan's arm, whispering, it's fine, I have no need for his insincere apology. Upon hearing her dismissive remark, a flicker of displeasure crossed Fu Jingyan's eyes. Nonetheless, under Lin Wan's watchful gaze, he reluctantly released Gu Yicheng. With a forceful motion, Fu Jingyan let go, causing Gu Yicheng to stumble and fall awkwardly to the side. The floor was littered with shards of broken glass from numerous bottles, and as Gu Yicheng fell, he failed to notice the sharp fragments embedding themselves into his skin. He instinctively gasped in pain as the sharpness pierced his flesh, finally jolting him to full awareness. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan, filled with murderous intent. Ultimately, a lesson needed to be imparted to these individuals. When Lin Wan mentioned involving a lawyer and that she possessed recordings, everyone turned pale, fear washing over them as they found themselves at a loss. Lin Wan turned to Fu Jingyan, her smile softening as she said, let us depart. There is no need to squander time on such people. Faced with the repulsive countenance of Gu Yicheng, her mood soured, rendering her unable to find solace. She was not in a hurry to confront Gu Yicheng at this moment, yet she wished to avoid the loathsome man entirely. Fu Jingyan maintained a calm demeanor, his emotions taut, and under Lin Wan's gaze, he acquiesced. All right. He took Lin Wan's hand and, facing the assembly, his lips parted slightly. Between Lin Wan and me, I was the one who pursued her first. Previously, she was preoccupied with someone else, and I did not wish to intrude. But now, the situation has changed. Fu Jingyan cast a disdainful glance at Gu Yicheng. Gu Yicheng, you fail to cherish her. I shall love and cherish her instead. Gu Yicheng stared at Fu Jingyan in disbelief. No one anticipated that, in front of everyone, Fu Jingyan would boldly declare that he was the one pursuing Lin Wan. Undeterred by their scrutiny, Fu Jingyan continued. From now on, should I hear anything disparaging about Lin Wan from your lips, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson in decency. Lin Wan is a remarkable person, someone I, Fu Jingyan, wish to hold dear in my palms. As he spoke, Fu Jingyan gazed deeply at Lin Wan before turning back to Gu Yicheng. Ultimately, if you had cherished her, I would not have this opportunity. I sincerely hope you never regret having let slip a girl who once filled her heart and mind with thoughts of you, while you overlooked her. From this day forth, her heart and eyes shall be filled only with me. To her, you will mean nothing. Standing beside Fu Jingyan, Lin Wan was enveloped in his words. Fu Jingyan looked at her with gentleness. Let us go. Lin Wan met his gaze, her heart swelling with emotion. She understood that his words were meant to uphold her honor. He was indifferent to how others perceived him. However, he would not permit anyone to humiliate Lin Wan in his presence. Lin Wan instinctively grasped Fu Jingyan's hand, guiding him as they turned to exit the private room. Gu Yicheng watched the pair depart hand in hand, his mind preoccupied with Fu Jingyan's earlier defense of Lin Wan. Recalling the recent instance when Fu Jingyan had physically confronted him, a surge of blood rushed through Gu Yicheng. His face twisted in rage as he seized a precariously positioned bottle from the table. Fueled by fury, he lunged at Fu Jingyan without a moment's thought, brandishing the bottle. Chapter 36. I love Lin Wan, and I will do everything to protect her. Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan sensed danger approaching. Just as Lin Wan was about to turn, Fu Jingyan instinctively pulled her into his embrace. This protective gesture left Fu Jingyan vulnerable, resulting in Gu Yicheng smashing the bottle against his left shoulder. Simultaneously, Fu Jingyan's expression hardened as he delivered a fierce kick to Gu Yicheng's abdomen. The sound of impact reverberated. Gu Yicheng's towering form was sent hurtling backward by Fu Jingyan's strike, crashing violently against the glass table behind him. The transparent table shattered upon impact, leaving a scene of utter chaos. Fragments embedded deeply into his flesh, causing excruciating pain that elicited anguished cries from Gu Yicheng. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingling with Gu Yicheng's pitiful wails. Lin Wan, tightly shielded by Fu Jingyan, found her mind shrouded in a fog. She had just sensed Fu Jingyan's body stiffen momentarily, followed by the shattering of glass. Anxiously, she pulled away from his embrace, inquiring where the impact had occurred, her clear, luminous eyes brimming with concern. With a hint of tension, Lin Wan examined Fu Jingyan, her gaze landing on the extensive marks on his left shoulder. Due to the long sleeves of his shirt, she could not discern whether he had sustained further injuries beneath. She looked up, requesting him to allow her to check. Upon noticing the jagged traces on his jaw, her pupils quivered slightly. Fu Jingyan, why did you protect me? I am not foolish. I can evade danger myself. The realization that Fu Jingyan had been injured for her sake stirred a pang of guilt within her. I'm fine. Fu Jingyan interjected, halting Lin Wan's attempt to tug at his clothing as he gently patted her head in reassurance. Acknowledging the inappropriateness of the situation, Lin Wan took a deep breath, turning to glare at Gu Yicheng, who lay on the floor, wailing in distress, her eyes filled with disdain. At that moment, the door to the private room was forcefully flung open. Gu Yicheng and Zhuo Qingxi stood outside, having rushed over upon hearing the bartender mention a disturbance within the booth. Zhuo Qingxi, as the bar's manager, hurried to investigate, accompanied by Gu Yicheng. Upon bursting through the door, they were met with the sight of Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan's shoulder was dampened by spilled drinks, and the scent of alcohol was unmistakable. Meeting Lin Wan's anxious gaze, Gu Yicheng and Zhuo Qingxi quickly deduced that the matter involved the two of them. Zhuo Qingxi stepped past them to survey Gu Yicheng, who was writhing amidst the shards of glass, instinctively glancing at Gu Yicheng. Internally, he marveled at the absurdity of the situation, current entangling with the past, akin to a comet colliding with Earth. Gu Yicheng's expression darkened upon spotting Gu Yicheng. Brother, Gu Yihuan exclaimed, seeing Gu Yicheng like a lifeline in a storm. Frowning, Gu Yichen ignored Gu Yihuan and directed his focus towards Fu Jingyan, demanding, "What has transpired?" Gu Yihuan widened his eyes, incredulous that Gu Yichen disregarded him. Feelings of frustration and grievance welling up inside. "It's merely a minor altercation," Fu Jingyan replied, moving his left shoulder as he addressed Gu Yichen and Zhuo Qingxi. "You both should escort Lin Wan outside. I have some personal matters to resolve." Exchanging glances, Gu Yichen and Zhuo Qingxi hesitated. Lin Wan, without a moment's thought, declared, "I am not leaving." Though unaware of Fu Jingyan's intentions to settle the matter, she felt responsible for the unfolding chaos and was resolute in her decision to stay. Fu Jingyan gazed at Lin Wan with a hint of exasperation. "I'll be done shortly." "I am not going anywhere," Lin Wan asserted defiantly. Zhuo Qingxi gazed at the two individuals before him with a perplexed expression, his curiosity piqued to inquire about the unfolding situation, yet sensing that the moment was ill-timed. Gu Yichen surveyed his surroundings and addressed Fu Jingyan, stating, "Any issues should be resolved here and now. We are all together, so what is there to conceal?" He understood that Fu Jingyan preferred not to reveal his volatile nature in front of Lin Wan. Gu Yichen, however, found no fault in this. Since the two would be sharing daily life, Lin Wan would inevitably come to know Fu Jingyan's true character. Rather than delaying the inevitable, it would be better to commence their adjustment now. Fu Jingyan shot a glare at Gu Yichen, questioning, "Are you certain you wish to intervene at this juncture?" Gu Yichen dismissed him with a disdainful glance, retorting, "If she is willing to accompany us, I would whisk her away at once." After uttering his words, he strode purposefully toward Gu Yichen. Lin Wan attempted to follow, only to be halted by Gu Yichen. She turned to face him, and he smiled gently, saying, "Fu Xiao knows his boundaries. You must trust him." This single remark quelled all of Lin Wan's apprehensions. Under Gu Yichen's watchful gaze, she nodded slightly and then redirected her attention to Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan had already approached Gu Yichen, looming over the man writhing in agony on the ground, and let out a cold chuckle. He took a step forward, deliberately placing his foot upon Gu Yicheng's hand. Gu Yicheng, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, widened his eyes in pain, his body trembling. Fu Jingyan applied a bit more pressure, eliciting a pained cry from Gu Yicheng, who struggled futilely to withdraw his hand from under Fu Jingyan's foot. "I have little patience, Gu Yicheng," Fu Jingyan warned, lowering himself slightly to meet Gu Yicheng's gaze. "This is your final warning. I cherish Lin Wan and will do everything in my power to protect her. Feel free to test me if you wish." He continued, his voice icy, "I have no qualms about disregarding any considerations for you, a mere parasite living off the Gu family. I possess countless ways to make your life unbearable. Be mindful, should you encounter me and Lin Wan in the future, it would be wise to keep your distance. Otherwise, I shall ensure you find no sanctuary in Li City." As Gu Yicheng met Fu Jingyan's murderous glare, an icy dread coursed through him. He harbored no doubt that Fu Jingyan harbored intentions to inflict severe harm upon him. Clenching his hands beneath Fu Jingyan's weight, he fought to maintain his composure amidst the throbbing pain. Fu Jingyan, having achieved his desired effect, rose and released Gu Yicheng, not even sparing him a glance. When Fu Jingyan approached Lin Wan, the malevolence around him dissipated, reverting to an air of indifference. The two did not pause to intervene. Without uttering a word, Lin Wan took Fu Jingyan's right hand and swiftly departed. Zhuo Qingxi observed the figures of the two and could not resist letting out a whistle. What about him? What should he do? Amused, Zhuo Qingxi glanced at Gu Yichen. After all, he was his younger brother. Could he simply abandon him? Gu Yichen raised an eyebrow. "Does it concern me?" With that, he took Zhuo Qingxi and departed, leaving behind a few flustered individuals in the private room. Chapter 37. You don't mind if I undress in front of you, do you? After Lin Wan exited the private room, her expression remained tense and unyielding, directly displaying her displeasure. Fu Jingyan naturally sensed her mood. With his gaze lowered, he fixated on Lin Wan's hand clasped in his, and a slow smile crept across his lips. Lin Wan, gripping Fu Jingyan's hand, strode out of the bar. Across the street stood a 24-hour pharmacy. Lin Wan glanced at Fu Jingyan. "Wait for me in the car. I need to buy some medicine." Initially, Fu Jingyan intended to refuse, but upon observing Lin Wan's expression, he reluctantly fell silent. When Lin Wan emerged from the pharmacy, Fu Jingyan was already patiently seated in the car. Lin Wan opened the door and settled into her seat, saying to Fu Jingyan, "Let me tend to your wounds." At her words, Fu Jingyan turned slightly, presenting the injury on his cheek to Lin Wan. After a brief examination of the wound, Lin Wan twisted the cap off the medicine while remarking, "Fortunately, it didn't tear your cheek. Otherwise, Mr. Fu, your captivating visage would be forever altered, and I would bear the guilt." With a cotton swab in hand, Lin Wan moved delicately, concerned that she might inadvertently cause Fu Jingyan pain. Her motion hesitated slightly, her gaze flickering before returning to normal. She chuckled lightly. It's fine. Just afraid, mister. Fu might eventually grow weary of me. Do I appear to be such a frivolous person? Suddenly, Fu Jingyan leaned in closer to Lin Wan. Their proximity so intimate that a mere bow of his head would bring his lips to brush against hers. His gaze was profound, unwavering as it locked onto Lin Wan, a smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. As he neared, Lin Wan felt her heart race, a gentle flush creeping onto her cheeks. She found it challenging to adapt to his habit of drawing near without warning, always feeling a twinge of shyness, stealing her nerves. She endeavored to keep her movements from appearing too stiff as she silently treated the marks on his cheek. From her bag, she retrieved a band-aid and affixed it to the left side of Fu Jingyan's face. Satisfied with her handiwork, Lin Wan stepped back, creating some distance between them. She glanced at Fu Jingyan's shirt, now dampened by liquor, her brows slightly furrowing. Although his attire was rather casual today, merely tugging at the collar was insufficient to reach the area that had been struck. After several attempts, Fu Jingyan raised his gaze to Lin Wan and teased, "Xiao Wan. You don't mind if I undress in front of you, do you?" His eyes held a hint of mischief. Lin Wan blinked, regarding Fu Jingyan's playful expression, and retorted with a huff, "Go ahead, but do it slowly. I might as well take a few photos of Mr. Fu in the nude. Come on." As she spoke, Lin Wan took her phone out of her pocket and activated the camera mode. Fu Jingyan observed her actions with a smile, unperturbed by her phone's presence. In front of Lin Wan, he casually tugged at the fabric on either side of his waist. Lin Wan, however, was not genuinely taking photographs. Her gaze was drawn first to Fu Jingyan's muscular torso. The man showed no hesitation, directly facing Lin Wan as he began to shed his clothing. Before her eyes appeared Fu Jingyan's well-defined abdominal muscles, devoid of any excess flesh. Lin Wan stole a glance, quickly counting. Surely, he had 8 distinct abs. Realizing she was fixated on his physique, her cheeks flushed, and she feigned calmness as she averted her gaze. Her eyes gradually moved upward. It must be said that Fu Jingyan possessed an admirable upper body. He appeared slim in clothes yet robust without them, and surprisingly, his skin was quite fair. His pace in undressing was not hurried. It was merely that, upon lifting his arm, he felt a sharp tugging pain from where his left shoulder had recently been struck. Initially, he paid little mind to it, but as he moved, the strain compelled him to slow his actions. Pulling the shirt over his head, he tossed it onto the back seat of the car. He then presented his left shoulder toward Lin Wan, softly saying, "Here." Lin Wan, who had been momentarily distracted, quickly regained her composure upon hearing his voice, her face still tinged with crimson. She meticulously examined the wound on his shoulder and was relieved to find it was not severe. However, it was already quite swollen and reddened, a sight that caused her to squint slightly, knowing that by tomorrow, it would likely bruise significantly. She rummaged through her bag and soon retrieved a bottle of a medicinal liquid meant to invigorate blood circulation and reduce swelling. After shaking the bottle, she opened it and sprayed it onto the inflamed area, her delicate fingers pressing firmly as she massaged the spot. A warmth spread across his shoulder, and Fu Jingyan watched as Lin Wan tended to him, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. "Does it hurt?" Lin Wan asked, looking up at him while her hands continued their ministrations, the pressure increasing with each movement. Glancing at Fu Jingyan, she remarked, "It will probably bruise by tomorrow. You need to rub it in for the medicine to take effect. If it hurts, just tell me and I'll be gentler." Fu Jingyan chuckled softly. "Xiao Wan, are you underestimating me? With that little amount of pressure, it feels like a tickle."
Ouch.
Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wan's expression turned serious as she applied a firm, resolute pressure. The smile faded from Fu Jingyan's face as pain shot through his shoulder. Observing Lin Wan's demeanor, he bent slightly, pleading, "It hurts. I was wrong to pretend I was fine. Xiao Wan, have mercy." Hearing his pleas, Lin Wan finally smiled, easing the pressure of her hands. She couldn't help but recall his earlier protective words in the private room, which brought a smile to her face. Although uncertain whether those words were intentionally directed at Gu Yicheng, Lin Wan was nonetheless deeply touched by the man's protective demeanor. "Thank you for what happened earlier," she said. Fu Jingyan's gaze met Lin Wan's radiant smile. "Fear not, for you shall have me by your side. No one would dare to bully you." Lin Wan's heart fluttered at the sound of him calling her wife. Stealing a glance at Fu Jingyan, she smiled in return. "Well then, I shall rely on Mr. Fu to protect me. I will shield you," Fu Jingyan promised in a hoarse voice. Lin Wan's movement softened. With her eyes lowered, her emotions remained inscrutable. Yet the subtle curve of her lips revealed her buoyant spirits, as if her heart were enveloped in honey. She did not refuse his sentiments. On the way back, silence enveloped them. Lin Wan perused her phone and noticed a new friend request on WeChat from Zhuo Qingxi. She accepted it. And soon Zhuo Qingxi sent her the surveillance footage from the private room. The video was lengthy, so Lin Wan did not open it immediately. She sent a thank you to Zhuo Qingxi, locking her phone and cradling it in her palm. Resting her head on one hand, her gaze fell upon the wind chimes she had hung herself, and she could not resist gently tinkering with them. The melodious sound brought a refreshing uplift to her previously subdued mood, and her smile brightened considerably. Fu Jingyan noticed Lin Wan's actions and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "Do you like it?" Seeing the joy on his face, Lin Wan felt reassured that he was sincere and not merely indulging her, which further elevated her spirits. Lin Wan's happiness lingered until Fu Jingyan delivered her to the Lin family villa. As if recalling something, she glanced at the bag on the storage compartment and reminded him, "Remember to apply the medicine on your shoulder every 4 hours." Fu Jingyan chuckled at her concern, replying, "Understood.
You should head inside now."
Lin Wan looked at him one last time before exiting the vehicle. She waved goodbye to him inside the car before turning towards the villa. Just as he was about to start the engine, his phone, which lay abandoned, rang. Catching a glimpse of the flashing number, Fu Jingyan's previously cheerful expression darkened instantly. Ignoring it, he silenced the phone and tossed it onto the back seat. The call was from the home landline, and it was easy to surmise who it was. However, he chose to disregard it and drove away. As Lin Wan reached the door, she spotted Lin Mo peering curiously outside. From a distance, Lin Mo noticed Lin Wan stepping out of a car, and since the driver's seat faced the villa, she vaguely caught sight of a man's silhouette. She also saw Lin Wan descending from the vehicle, waving goodbye with a tender demeanor, clearly reluctant to part. Within Lin Mo's heart, there lay a profound disdain. It was no wonder that she had insisted on breaking off her engagement with brother Yi Cheng last night. It turned out she had long been unfaithful. The smile that adorned Lin Wan's lips vanished instantaneously upon her sighting of Lin Mo, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Typically, in the confines of their home, Lin Mo always donned the guise of a frail, delicate flower in front of Lin Wan. In her past life, Lin Wan had been deceived by Lin Mo's hypocritical facade, pouring her utmost efforts into kindness towards her. And what was the result? It culminated in Lin Mo clandestinely entangling herself with Gu Yicheng, even conspiring with him to poison Lin Wan's meals gradually. Ultimately, Lin Wan succumbed to madness, only to be cruelly suffocated by Gu Yicheng. With an indifferent expression, Lin Wan merely cast a cold glance at Lin Mo before striding past her into the interior of the house. Lin Mo and Li Xuewei played their respective roles in this drama, but Lin Wan had no desire to uncover their secrets, nor would she let them off so easily. Once she dealt with Gu Yicheng, her focus would undeniably shift to these two individuals. Feeling the sting of Lin Wan's disregard, Lin Mo seethed with anger. Her eyes fixed on Lin Wan's retreating figure, wishing she could bore a hole through her with her glare. Ever since the incident of the aborted wedding yesterday, Lin Mo sensed a significant change in Lin Wan. In the past, a mere act of clinging to Lin Wan's arm and pouting would elicit compliance from her. Yet now, Lin Wan would not allow Lin Mo to approach her at all, let alone engage in any affectionate antics. They could barely exchange a few words. The more she dwelled on it, the more discontented Lin Mo became, stamping her foot in frustration as she sulked after Lin Wan, her lips pursed in displeasure. In the living room, Li Xuewei was nestled beside Lin Jindong, resting her head on his shoulder. The two whispered to one another, their laughter ringing out as Li Xuewei covered her mouth in joy, even managing to coax a smile from Lin Jindong, whose countenance typically bore a serious demeanor. Opposite them sat a young boy, resembling Lin Jindong somewhat. He was Lin Chen, the son born later to Li Xuewei and Lin Jindong. At 17 years of age, Lin Chen stood at a height of 175 meters, towering over Lin Wan by a head, yet his voice still carried a hint of childishness. Since childhood, Lin Chen had been inseparably attached to Lin Wan, akin to a little shadow. Despite Lin Wan's consistent coldness towards him, he had always followed her around with childlike devotion. Over time, Lin Wan's hostility towards him had lessened, although her fondness for him remained limited due to Li Xuewei's influence. This marked Lin Wan's first encounter with Lin Chen since her rebirth. She remained uncertain whether her demise in her past life bore any connection to him. However, within the confines of this household, Lin Wan felt utterly alone, harboring mistrust towards everyone, including Lin Chen. She understood that she must remain vigilant in the presence of this family to avert the tragic repetition of her previous fate. As Lin Chen eagerly reached out to take her hand, Lin Wan subtly stepped back, eluding his grasp. Lin Chen gazed at Lin Wan in astonishment. He referred to the union between Lin Wan and Gu Yicheng. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan instinctively cast a glance at Lin Chen, then maintained her smile, saying, "It's nothing. Chen, I've already told you, I'm fine, yet you still doubt me." Look, I am saying it myself now. Lin Mo followed Lin Wan into the room. Lin Wan then retracted her smile. Chapter 39. Unworthy to be a husband, unworthy to be a father, you are unworthy. As Lin Chen rose to approach Lin Wan, Li Xuewei shyly extricated herself from Lin Jindong's embrace. She then stood and made her way toward the kitchen. Can't she manage on her own? Lin Jindong abruptly pulled Li Xuewei back, halting her movements. Following this, he cast a disdainful glare at Lin Wan, exclaiming, day in and day out, you are never home. Always running wild. What sort of decorum is that for a young lady? Li Xuewei replied gently, it's only natural for me to look after Wan Wan, isn't it? Besides, at her age, it's quite normal to enjoy herself. Lin Jindong's expression softened a little under Li Xuewei's persuasion, yet he continued, with no skills or ambition. She merely drifts through life, waiting to die. One might think she has fallen in with some unsavory characters, bringing shame upon the Lin family. Lin Jindong's words were laced with implications, as he harbored a grudge, seeking to unleash it upon Lin Wan that very evening. Lin Wan clearly understood the underlying meaning of Lin Jindong's remarks, which insinuated that Fu Jingyan was leading her astray. She regarded Lin Jindong with a cold gaze, smiling inwardly at the thought. If he were to discover that she was marrying the very man he deemed unworthy, how much more would it trouble him? Lin Wan reached out to pat Lin Chen's head, turning to ascend the stairs. Lin Chen gently tugged at her sleeve, inquiring softly, elder sister, won't you stay with me? His voice was tender and tinged with apprehension. As Lin Wan contemplated a reason to decline, Lin Mo had already approached Lin Chen, taking his hand. Lin Mo addressed Lin Chen, Chen, why are you being so inconsiderate?
Huh?
Lin Chen looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Upon hearing her words, he scratched his head. A date? But hasn't elder sister just broken up with brother Gu? Who would she be dating? Lin Mo had eagerly awaited this very question, covering her mouth. She chuckled softly. You are unaware, aren't you? With elder sister's beauty, how could suitors not flock to her? It is entirely reasonable for her to seek companionship after parting ways with Yicheng. The implication was unmistakable, suggesting that Lin Wan, unwilling to remain solitary after her breakup with Gu Yicheng, had swiftly found a replacement. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed this information. After a prolonged silence, he glared at Lin Mo, reproaching her. Second sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you even considered asking elder sister why she called off the engagement? It must be because of Gu Yicheng's shortcomings. Elder sister, I believe you. Did he bully you? Is everything in the reports true? Have you suffered? Tell me, and I shall deal with that scoundrel. Lin Chenlian had even altered her address towards Gu Yicheng, now indignantly clamoring to defend Lin Wan. Lin Wan spoke to Lin Chen, asserting, I will handle my own affairs. You need not worry. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging her words. Subsequently, Lin Wan turned her gaze toward Lin Mo, her eyes icy and laced with warning. What did I previously convey to you? If you find this household unbearable, do not hesitate to leave.
Lin Montag, Fricktenet.
Retreated a few steps, seeking refuge behind Lin Chen, timidly expressing, Sister, I apologize. That was not my intention. Please do not misunderstand. I shall refrain from speaking. As she spoke, tears welled in Lin Mo's eyes. Li Xuewei swiftly intervened to mediate. Wan, Lin Mo is still young and lacks discretion in her speech.
Please do not take it to heart.
If you are displeased, inform Auntie, and I shall discipline her. Upon finishing, Li Xuewei pulled Lin Mo behind herself and Lin Jindong. During this process, both Li Xuewei and Lin Mo cast a pitiful glance at Lin Jindong. Seeing his wife and daughter bullied and distressed, and observing Lin Wan's demeanor, Lin Jindong felt a surge of anger. He glared at Lin Wan, berating her. If you dare to act, do not shy away from acknowledgement. Do you think that by exposing Gu Yicheng's misdeeds, you can remain unscathed? Such remarks are uttered only by the uninformed. At present, Gu Yicheng remained a trending topic on social media, albeit with fluctuating fervor. Just as the heat began to subside, another incident thrust him back into the spotlight, once again capturing public attention. Lin Wan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Jindong, her tone devoid of warmth. Have you ever cared about how I conduct myself, or what kind of person I am? Even if I were indeed irredeemable, what concern is it of yours? Mr. Lin, I am quite curious. Am I truly your daughter? Or perhaps I am not at all? This final statement left Lin Jindong momentarily speechless. Lin Wan, what do you mean by that? If you are not my daughter, then who else could you be? With a face twisted in anger, Lin Jindong approached Lin Wan, raising his hand as if to strike her. When you utter that phrase, do you show any respect for your deceased mother? You are dishonoring her. Ultimately, the slap never descended. Lin Wan's expression turned frigid as she seized Lin Jindong's hand, retorting, Oh, so I am indeed your biological child. I merely assumed I was found in a trash bin. Do not invoke my mother. You are unworthy of mentioning her. Do not use my mother's name or mine to belittle any of us. You are not deserving. The mention of Su Ran filled Lin Wan's heart with animosity. Had it not been for Lin Jindong's infidelities, allowing those women to provoke her mother during her pregnancy, Su Ran would not have succumbed to melancholy. While carrying Lin Wan, Su Ran faced relentless provocations that nearly led to a miscarriage. Where was Lin Jindong during that time? In the bed of an unknown mistress. In the end, Su Ran had to remain bedridden for recovery, and before reaching full term, she suffered a premature birth due to the stress inflicted by Lin Jindong's affair. After Lin Wan's birth, Su Ran's health deteriorated irreparably. However, the provocations and taunts from those women showed no sign of abating, ultimately leading to Su Ran's untimely demise. Barely 3 months after her death, Lin Jindong welcomed Li Xuewei into his home. How utterly ironic. Lin Wan, her eyes ablaze with fury, gritted her teeth. You are unworthy of being a husband, unworthy of being a father. You are unworthy. The emotions she had suppressed for so long finally erupted. Lin Wan trembled as her pent-up hatred poured forth. Chapter 40. You may treat me as though I do not exist. Leave my home. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wan swiftly sought to calm her turbulent emotions, though her countenance remained grim. Do you truly believe that my tolerance for your presence here stems from familial affection? Lin Wan's words dripped with sarcasm, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. The once arrogant demeanor of Lin Jindong vanished in an instant under the weight of Lin Wan's seething hatred. He felt a twinge of fear towards the emotionally volatile Lin Wan. For the first time, Lin Jindong deeply sensed that the daughter before him was no longer the compliant Lin Wan who once submitted to his whims and commands. She had transformed. In stark contrast to her previous meekness and timidity, the Lin Wan of now radiated sharpness and even a hint of lethal resolve. It was undeniable that, at that moment, Lin Jindong found himself successfully subdued by Lin Wan's fierce presence and the intensity of her hatred. He momentarily struggled to find words to chastise her. Li Xuewei and Lin Imo, possessing keen insight, dared not provoke the wrathful Lin Wan. I have numerous matters to attend to and no time to concern myself with your displeasure. Lin Wan glared at Lin Jindong. You may act as though I am non-existent. Take your family and vacate my home. As Lin Wan spoke, Lin Jindong's expression shifted into a kaleidoscope of emotions. At that moment his phone rang. It was a call from a bar named Yu Jian with surveillance footage available. I intend to sue Lin Wan for intentional injury, he declared, hastily making his way upstairs. Even as she alighted from Fu Jingyan's car, Lin Wan had contacted her lawyer, preparing to take legal action against Gu Yicheng. The lawyer had conveniently called to inquire for clarity. Lin Wan had never intended to let Gu Yicheng off so easily, and the events of the day at the bar would only facilitate her forthcoming actions. After ending the call, Lin Wan promptly forwarded the video to her lawyer. She changed into her loungewear and made her way to the adjacent study. Her bedroom was expansive, occupying a third of the entire second floor. For practicality, Lin Wan had divided the space into 3 sections: the bedroom, a dressing room, and a small study adjacent to the bedroom. This arrangement had previously provided a quiet environment for her studies during late-night sessions. After graduation, Lin Wan had renovated the small study for office use. Upon opening her computer, she first accessed the trending topics. Noting that the search terms related to Gu Yicheng had slipped to the lower end of the top 5 but remained firmly within the top 10. After completing these tasks, Lin Wan saved the full video for future reference. She then took out her phone and sent a message to Chu Yanqing. She clutched her pajamas as she made her way to the bathroom, seeking to wash away the fatigue and the scent of alcohol that clung to her. A subtle unease stirred within her. Such situations were seldom encountered. Lin Wan, suppressing her inner turmoil, rummaged through her contacts until she found Chu Yanqing's number and dialed. The phone was turned off. Instantly, her composure unraveled. She sprang from her office chair and searched for the assistant's contact information. Chu Yanqing, the head of the Chu family, bore the weight of the family's responsibilities. And her phone had always been on standby since she assumed her role as the family leader. The call to the assistant was promptly answered. Miss Lin, came the voice of Wei Siyu, Chu Yanqing's assistant, personally selected by the elder Mr. Chu to remain by her side. It was said that the elder had sponsored his education, allowing him to step directly into an internship at the Chu group upon graduation. Lin Wan inquired directly, Assistant Wei, is Yanqing on a business trip? No, the CEO's schedule has her in Li City lately, Miss Lin. Is there something wrong? Wei Siyu responded, glancing over Chu Yanqing's itinerary with a note of confusion. Furrowing her brows, Lin Wan pressed on, is there any engagement this evening? I am unable to reach her. Both of her phones are off. After speaking, she heard a slight rustle on the other end, as if he were putting on a coat. Anxious, she added, I encountered her at Yunshuijian this evening. Did she meet anyone after she left? The only person who could provoke such unusual behavior in Chu Yanqing would be Jiang Yuxiu. By the way, didn't Jiang Yuxiu call her earlier? As she listened to the sounds of Wei Xiu starting his vehicle, a sense of dread washed over her. There had never been a time when they had lost contact. Could it be that her rebirth had altered the course of events that were meant to be? 15 minutes later, Wei Xiu finally called back. Miss Lin, the CEO has collapsed in her apartment. I am currently taking her to the first affiliated hospital. His steady voice carried a subtle tremor. Upon arriving at the apartment, he had found Chu Yanqing unconscious at the entrance, blood staining her attire and trickling from her lips. Without hesitation, he lifted her and rushed out. Lin Wan, shaken, replied to Wei Xiu, I will be there shortly. After ending the call, she clutched her phone and dashed from the study, her expression fraught with urgency. She had no time to change into proper shoes. Racing to the garage, she started her car and sped toward the first affiliated hospital. Chapter 41. Break a leg and drag them back, or bind them and bring them back. Choose one. Fu Jingyan ignored the incessant vibrations of his phone throughout the journey. He allowed the screen to illuminate, dim, and illuminate again until it finally powered down from lack of battery, granting him a moment of peace. Just as he parked the car, he encountered the last person he wished to see, his half-brother, Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan bore a resemblance to their father, Fu Lintang, yet in comparison to Fu Jingyan, he fell short. Where's your phone? Fu Jingyan approached, hands tucked into his pockets. Don't you think you should answer it? From the expression on Fu Jingyan's face, it was evident that he had no desire to meet Fu Jingyan. Anyone would find it difficult to maintain composure upon encountering their father's illegitimate son. He was completely out of place in the Fu family, and Fu Jingyan shared the same disdain. Upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words, Fu Jingyan responded with a flippant smile. I must have dropped it at the bar. The lingering scent of alcohol clung to Fu Jingyan, its pungent aroma prompting Fu Jingyan to furrow his brow in distaste. Fu Jingyan, you represent the Fu family's image. Spending every night in bars and constantly embroiled in scandal is shameful enough for you. Do not drag the Fu family into your disgrace, Fu Jingyan warned coldly. In response, Fu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, his smile displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Brother, is it wrong for me to indulge in my hobbies? Have you any intention of stripping me of this pleasure once more? Throughout his life, anything that piqued Fu Jingyan's interest was ruthlessly taken from him, whether it was by Lu Qing or Fu Jingyan. He had long become indifferent to their suppression. The charming smile on his face grew increasingly mischievous. They feared that a mere illegitimate son might vie for the Fu family's wealth, hence their continual attempts to restrain him. Contrary to the rumors circulating outside, Fu Jingyan's life in the Fu household was fraught with challenges. He existed under Lu Qing's watchful eye. Even when he began to indulge in a life of excess and scandals a few years ago, he was unable to escape this predicament. Initially, Fu Lintang felt remorse for Fu Jingyan and tolerated his behavior. However, after observing his unrepentant nature over the past 2 years, Fu Lintang's disappointment deepened.
Now,
Whenever he laid eyes on Fu Jingyan, it was with a sense of exasperation, as if he were lamenting a failure. Fu Jingyan, however, only intensified his reckless behavior, leading Fu Lintang to ultimately give up on him. Fu Jingyan could not be bothered to spare even a glance at the man before him. As he brushed past Fu Jingyan, he intended to head into the bar. Just as he made a move, the bodyguard accompanying Fu Jingyan stepped forward to block his path. Fu Jingyan's expression darkened at the sound of Fu Jingyan's gleeful remark. He had not anticipated a confrontation with Fu Jingyan at this moment. At that juncture, Fu Jingyan opened the back door of the car and instructed Fu Jingyan, drive. The tone he used suggested that Fu Jingyan was merely the family chauffeur. In the living room, Fu Lintang glared furiously at Fu Jingyan, who trailed behind Fu Jingyan. His irritation intensified upon noticing the large patch of dried alcohol stains on Fu Jingyan's attire and the overwhelming scent of liquor that enveloped him. Fu Jingyan, adjusting his tie, casually took a seat on the sofa to the left of Fu Lintang. One hand held his phone while the other supported his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the silent Fu Jingyan standing before him. Fu Jingyan could hardly contain his delight. He was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Fu Jingyan met his provocative gaze with an indifferent smile. Have you been out carousing again tonight? Fu Lintang's face darkened, his voice tinged with anger. Fu Jingyan leisurely interjected. I found him at the bar entrance. He claimed he still had a second round with that boy from the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Fu Lintang was incensed, rising abruptly and hurling an ashtray at Fu Jingyan. With a resounding crash, the ashtray struck Fu Jingyan's forehead, shattering at his feet. Blood oozed from the wound, clouding his vision. Fu Lintang stared at Fu Jingyan in shock, expecting him to evade the blow as he had in the past, but to his astonishment, he stood motionless. The fury that had consumed Fu Lintang began to dissipate upon witnessing Fu Jingyan's injury. Just as he contemplated summoning the butler for a first aid kit, the home telephone rang. The butler answered, trembling, and handed the receiver to Fu Lintang, whispering, "It's the Gu family." Fu Lintang stepped aside to take the call. Fu Jingyan, standing beside him, overheard the butler's words regarding the Gu family's call. Observing the rekindled wrath in Fu Lintang, Fu Jingyan, though unaware of the unfolding events, cast a smug glance at Fu Jingyan, relishing his misfortune. "You're finished." Fu Jingyan maintained his stance, unfazed by Fu Jingran's taunt, and disdainfully curled his lips. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and began to smoke unabashedly in the living room. Fu Jingyan wrinkled his nose at the acrid scent that filled the air, instructing the butler, "Open the air purifier. It reeks." At this, Fu Jingyan chuckled, his laughter laced with sarcasm. Chapter 42, I cannot bear the charge of patricide. He glared furiously at Fu Jingyan, questioning, "Did you assault Gu Yicheng at the bar?" The call had been from Gu Qizhen, who immediately launched into accusations, stating that Gu Yicheng had been inexplicably attacked by Fu Jingyan at the bar. Just after being admitted to the hospital, the police arrived, claiming that Gu Yicheng had intentionally harmed someone. His injuries were hastily addressed before he was taken for questioning. Recently, the Fu and Gu families had been negotiating a collaborative project, and with this incident, both Gu Qizhen and Fu Lintang felt a surge of anger. Gu Qizhen even shouted from the other end of the line, demanding an explanation from Fu Lintang. With a voice as cold as ice, Fu Lintang instructed Gu Qizhen to wait. He would provide an explanation once he understood the truth of the situation. This statement effectively acknowledged, in Fu Lintang's presence, the fact that Fu Jingyan had indeed assaulted Gu Yicheng. Fu Lintang felt as if he were about to choke on his own breath, unable to articulate his outrage. "You've landed someone in jail, and you still have the audacity to be indignant?" Fu Lintang pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Jingyan, berating him. "When will you ever learn? Day after day, you follow that scoundrel from the Zhou family, wasting your days in bars and among women.
Fu Jingyan.
You will ultimately meet your demise through these vices." His face turned pale with anger as he stormed toward Fu Jingyan, his finger trembling with rage. First it was gambling, then racing. Now you drown in liquor and women. You, Fu Jingyan, have truly gone too far. Engaging in drunken brawls and jealousy-fueled fights. Have you not considered the consequences of your actions? Tomorrow, will you expect someone to call me, asking for your remains? Fu Lintang's emotions surged violently. His forehead veined with tension. In a moment of overwhelming anger, his body trembled slightly as rage coursed through him. Conversely, Fu Jingyan appeared unfazed, raising an eyebrow with nonchalance. "When that day arrives, your fury will not matter. I am alive and well, and death is not imminent." Fu Lintang erupted in fury, his hand raised to strike Fu Jingyan. Disappointment filled his gaze as he regarded his son. Once, Fu Lintang believed Fu Jingyan's reckless behavior stemmed from mere resentment towards him, a misguided rebellion. Yet, as the years passed, with Fu Jingyan's increasingly reckless actions, Fu Lintang could no longer conjure a justifiable excuse for his son's behavior. This youngest son of his seemed destined to remain a failure, forever mired in incompetence. Resignation took hold. Fu Lintang no longer felt compelled to intervene. He merely wished for Fu Jingyan to show some sense and not squander his youth. However, it appeared that even that last flicker of hope had been extinguished. Despair clouded Fu Lintang's eyes, filled with disappointment for Fu Jingyan. The sting of a slap burned on Fu Jingyan's cheek as he stood silently, absorbing the blow. He felt a faint metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. With a light chuckle, he asked, "Are you done? Do you wish to continue? Go ahead, I want to retaliate." He then presented the other side of his face, still adorned with the bandage that Lin Wan had applied not long ago. The sight of the bandage ignited Fu Lintang's fury once more, as he perceived it merely as a remnant of the violence. His vision blurred with rage, Fu Lintang pounded his chest, trying to calm himself, his complexion shifting from a dark hue to a deep crimson. Before him, Fu Jingyan maintained an indifferent expression, watching his father's distress with cold eyes devoid of any other emotion. Observing the scene, Fu Jingyan approached, carrying a cup and a bottle of medicine, and handed them to Fu Lintang. He shot a furious glance at Fu Jingyan. "Jingyan, do you wish to drive our father to his grave? Is he not still standing?" Fu Jingyan replied, smirking as he glanced at Fu Lintang, who was taking his medicine. "Dear brother, our father remains quite alive before us. Do refrain from placing such a heavy blame upon my shoulders. I cannot bear the weight of parricide." He shrugged nonchalantly, his words provoking Fu Lintang further. The medication that Fu Lintang had reluctantly swallowed lodged painfully in his throat, causing him even more discomfort. With a sudden motion, Fu Lintang gulped down the water. glaring at Fu Jingyan. In a fit of rage, he hurled the cup towards him, exclaiming, "Get out. Leave this instant. The Fu family has no place for you."
Registry.
This time, Fu Jingyan did not remain motionless as he had previously. When Fu Lintang made his move, Fu Jingyan slightly turned his body and stepped aside, successfully evading Fu Lintang's assault. A glass shattered behind him, scattering shards in all directions. The wound on Fu Jingyan's forehead continued to ooze blood, and his bruised cheek was distinctly swollen. Meeting Fu Lintang's gaze, he offered a sardonic smile, saying, "Yes, I shall leave at once." With that, Fu Jingyan turned to depart, eager to vacate the premises. In response to his retreat, Fu Lintang's body swayed dangerously as he grasped a cup from the table and hurled it toward him.
Fu Lintang,
consumed by rage, had lost all sense of reason. Anything within reach was cast at Fu Jingyan with reckless abandon. "You bring disgrace to the Fu family. Even if you perish outside, it bears no significance to us." Fu Lintang spat in fury. Yet, Fu Jingyan's stride remained unbroken by Fu Lintang's vitriol. He did not flinch from the objects that struck him, several colliding with the back of his head. Remarkably, he appeared impervious to pain, standing tall as he made his way out of the Fu residence, each step resolute despite the cacophony of Fu Lintang's enraged curses behind him. Clenching his fists, veins protruding, Fu Jingyan eventually relaxed his grip. Only when seated in the car did he begin to perceive the subtle pain radiating from his back and the rear of his head. He tore off several tissues, pressing them against the wound on his forehead. Soon, the tissues were stained crimson, which he carelessly discarded out the window. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he endeavored to regain his composure until the hatred in his deep-set eyes faded, restoring clarity to his demeanor. His piercing gaze gradually softened as he reignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Discarding the half-smoked cigarette, he rolled down the window and drove away.
Chapter 43.
I've made an enemy. I nearly had my skull cracked open. When Lin Wan arrived at the first hospital, she unexpectedly encountered Fu Jingyan, who was also there to tend to his injuries. Upon seeing the dried blood on his forehead, she halted, exclaiming, "What happened to you? Were you robbed?" Fu Jingyan appeared somewhat disheveled at that moment. They had been apart for merely 2 hours. It seemed Fu Jingyan was equally surprised to find Lin Wan at the hospital. He approached her, inquiring, "What brings you here?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over her. He recalled the sight of Chu Yanqing during dinner. Everything had seemed perfectly fine then. How could matters have devolved so swiftly? Fu Jingyan shrugged nonchalantly. I've made an enemy. I nearly had my skull cracked open. Could it be that Gu Yicheng is lurking in the bar, waiting to catch me off guard? It should not have been the case. Just moments ago, on her way to the hospital, Lin Wan received a call from the lawyer, informing her that Gu Yicheng was being treated for his injuries at the hospital and had been taken away for investigation. Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback. She recalled that Fu Jingyan did not share a favorable relationship with the Fu family, often finding himself in an unfavorable position there. Perhaps this was the reason he consistently presented himself as a frivolous playboy, even to the extent of allowing others to misinterpret him as a typical second-generation wealthy heir. Yet, what was the reality? Based on her previous encounters with Fu Jingyan in her past life, Lin Wan surmised that he was far from the superficial demeanor he projected. It seemed he deliberately concealed his true self. With a slight pout, Lin Wan stood on her tiptoes to scrutinize him. Had he sustained injuries elsewhere besides his forehead? She couldn't help but feel sympathy for Fu Jingyan. Today had indeed been unfortunate for him. Fu Jingyan initially intended to assert that he had not, but upon meeting Lin Wan's concerned gaze, he furrowed his brow. "My back and the back of my head." After stating this, he exaggeratedly gasped for air. The two were situated in a dimly lit area, and Lin Wan took Fu Jingyan's hand, guiding him toward the outpatient building. It was only upon reaching the well-lit area that Fu Jingyan noticed Lin Wan was clad in pajamas and wearing indoor slippers, clearly in a rush to leave. Lin Wan gestured for Fu Jingyan to lower his head as she reached out to touch the back of his head, feeling a swollen area on the right side. Her fingertips were soon dampened with blood. Observing the bloodstains, Lin Wan's expression shifted. "What about your back? Let me see." As she spoke, she reached out to tug at Fu Jingyan's shirt. Complying obediently, Fu Jingyan squatted down, turning his back to her, allowing her to pull open his collar. To her shock, his fair back was marred with an array of irregular red marks. Lin Wan was taken aback. The sight of those wounds was indeed alarming.
I'm fine.
Fu Jingyan softly reassured her. Just as Lin Wan was about to respond, her phone rang. "Assistant Wei, how is it?" she inquired as she pressed the answer button. Listening to his update on Chu Yanqing's condition, her heart ached. "I might be delayed in coming over. Could you stay with her in the ward a little longer?" Casting a glance at the man beside her, Lin Wan ultimately could not bring herself to abandon him. "All right, Miss Lin, please don't rush.
Take your time.
Wei Siyu replied gently. After ending the call, Lin Wan turned to Fu Jingyan. Chu Xiaoqing is stable for now. I will accompany you to register. Fu Jingyan initially wished to decline, urging Lin Wan to see Chu Yanqing first. However, upon meeting Lin Wan's earnest gaze, he swallowed his words. Fu Jingyan followed closely beside Lin Wan, handing her his identification card and sitting down to wait. Fortunately, there were not many patients registering for treatment that evening. Soon, it was Fu Jingyan's turn. Lin Wan accompanied him into the consultation room and, upon confirming that the injury on his forehead was merely a scrape that would not leave a scar, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The wounds on his back were also not severe. The wound at the back of the head necessitates shaving the surrounding hair, applying medication, and affixing a band-aid. After the examination, Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan proceeded to the pharmacy with the prescription provided by the doctor, making their way towards the gastroenterology inpatient department. Inside the ward, only Wei Siyu stood vigil by the bedside, where Chu Yanqing lay in a pale slumber. Wei Siyu glanced toward the entrance where Lin Wan stood and approached to greet her. However, upon noticing Fu Jingyan accompanying her, he blinked in disbelief. Could this be an illusion? How could Lin Wan be with Fu Jingyan? Casting a glance at the ashen-faced Chu Yanqing, Lin Wan lowered her voice. Is she still not awake? Wei Siyu, feeling anxious, suggested, perhaps I should stay as well. The more hands, the better. Although Chu Yanqing was in the room, Fu Jingyan was reluctant to let Lin Wan and Wei Siyu, a man and a woman, remain alone together. Wei Siyu looked at Fu Jingyan in shock, then turned his gaze back to Lin Wan. It's fine, Lin Wan reassured him. Jingyan can stay with me. I'll inform you when Yanqing wakes up. Also, let's keep this from Grandpa Chu for now, so he doesn't worry in the middle of the night. Having known Chu Yanqing for many years, Lin Wan understood her thoughts. She surely did not wish for Grandpa Chu to learn of her illness and hospitalization, fearing it would cause him distress. After weighing his options, Wei Siyu ultimately acquiesced to Lin Wan's request. Soon, under Lin Wan's urging, Wei Siyu left the ward. Fu Jingyan promptly pulled over a chair, sitting down with a heavy gaze fixed on Lin Wan. Xiao Wan, I am also a patient now. As he spoke, he swept aside his bangs, revealing a forehead adorned with a band-aid. Fu Jingyan, a grown man, unabashedly displayed his injury before Lin Wan, shamelessly seeking sympathy. Chapter 44. Fu Jingyan, are you a dog? Have some dignity. Lin Wan observed Fu Jingyan's pitiful demeanor, finding it inexplicably endearing. Extending her hand, she affectionately patted his head as one would a pet. Well then, you can stay. For reasons unknown, Lin Wan felt unable to refuse him in this moment. Fu Jingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, nuzzling against Lin Wan's palm. This gesture resembled a small pet seeking its owner's comfort. Lin Wan's lips curled into a discreet smile. Ultimately, Fu Jingyan chose to remain at the hospital with Lin Wan. Where is her husband? He suddenly inquired. If memory served him right, Chu Yanqing was married to Jiang Yuxiu, wasn't he? Lin Wan's expression darkened. I don't know. Clearly, she was reluctant to mention Jiang Yuxiu. Very well. Fu Jingyan mentally noted Jiang Yuxiu's name in his little book, marking down a small grievance against him. For no other reason than that Jiang Yuxiu had displeased Lin Wan. He studied her, chuckling lightly. Do you dislike him? Why wouldn't I? It was his choice to marry her, yet he couldn't keep his woman and blames others. What a coward, Lin Wan replied, her eyes filled with disdain. Had it not been for Chu Yanqing's insistence, Lin Wan would scarcely have wished to cast a glance at the man known as Jiang Yuxiu. Listening intently to Lin Wan's words, Fu Jingyan's interest was piqued. He was aware of the alliance between the Chu and Jiang families. A few years prior, the Jiang family had suffered a significant setback and required a substantial infusion of capital to stabilize their finances. Chu Yanqing had proactively proposed the union. It was said that Jiang Yuxiu initially declined, as he was involved with a steady girlfriend, but under the relentless pressure from the elder Jiang, who threatened dire consequences, he was ultimately compelled to wed Chu Yanqing, despite the tumultuous rift it caused within the Jiang family. Fu Jingyan could distinctly sense Lin Wan's growing agitation, prompting reflections on her circumstances within the Lin family. He turned to her. Xiao Wan, what do you perceive marriage to be? Lin Wan looked up, puzzled, meeting Fu Jingyan's gaze. Support, trust, loyalty. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan comprehended her sentiments. Then, why do you wish to marry me? You seem to harbor great expectations of matrimony. Given my notorious reputation, even the whispers surrounding me fail to meet your standards. Yet, she had still chosen him. Furthermore, Fu Jingyan could acutely sense that Lin Wan had no intentions of severing their bond. Lin Wan, momentarily taken aback, parted her lips to speak. Many matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. Is that the kind of person you are? And what type of person do you believe I am? Fu Jingyan countered with a smile. Though his expression remained cheerful, Lin Wan's words stirred ripples within him. She was the first to assert her faith in him without fully understanding the circumstances. Even Fu Jingyan, who had felt a sense of indebtedness towards Fu Jingyan since childhood, had never bestowed upon him such absolute trust as Lin Wan did. Unbeknownst to Lin Wan, the turbulence within Fu Jingyan's heart lingered. She gazed at him and said, however, "Fu Jingyan, could we perhaps maintain a lower profile?" "Lower profile in what regard?" Fu Jingyan inquired, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Lin Wan huffed, "Just be a handsome gentleman in peace. Even without scandal or associations, you remain the most striking figure in the entirety of Li City." Fu Jingyan chuckled. "Xiao Wan, are you requesting that I maintain distance from other women? Is that so wrong?" Lin Wan raised an eyebrow. "After all, I am the legally recognized principal." With a serious demeanor, Lin Wan regarded Fu Jingyan. "I do not concern myself with how your previous rumors came to be. We are already married, and I believe I can rightfully demand your utmost loyalty." Fu Jingyan nodded in agreement. "Understood. I shall be mindful henceforth. Apart from Mrs. Fu, no other female shall encroach within a half-meter radius of me. I shall consciously maintain my distance. Mrs. Fu, does my newfound awareness meet your approval?" As if to affirm his words, Fu Jingyan abruptly rose from his chair and settled on the sofa in the corner. Raising an eyebrow, he playfully cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Wan. "See how obedient I am? I seek a reward." Lin Wan could not help but laugh at his antics. She stood and moved to sit beside Fu Jingyan, turning to face him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "I am aware of my own attractiveness, yet your unabashed gaze upon me induces a sense of embarrassment." Fu Jingyan jested under Lin Wan's scrutinizing stare. Lin Wan cleared her throat and inquired, "Do you truly intend to continue in this manner?" She alluded to Fu Jingyan's daily idleness. Although she understood that this performance was merely for the eyes of outsiders, Lin Wan felt that such behavior was somewhat detrimental to his character. For instance, at present, Fu Jingyan's reputation was far from exemplary. He was not the person that the public perceived him to be, yet he chose to conceal his true self in this fashion. Upon hearing her words, Fu Jingyan reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs and shaking them in a rather rogue manner. "What is wrong with that? I am luckier than most. At least I possess an inexhaustible fortune. Oh, and now I have a wife more beautiful than others. Living off my meals and waiting for death is quite agreeable." Lin Wan suppressed the impulse to twist his head off and kick it like a ball, chuckling lightly. "In a couple of days, I will be reporting to the Lin Corporation. If you need anything, you can find me at the office. I have an addition to make. My wife is not only fair-skinned and beautiful, but she can also earn a living. May I apply to be a kept man at home?" Fu Jingyan blinked, gazing at the woman beside him with a playful smile. "Darling, look at me. I can wash clothes, cook, provide massages, and serve as a human body pillow, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. My lifelong dream has been to sit at home and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Please fulfill this grand ambition of mine." Lin Wan observed Fu Jingyan's head inching closer to her and reached out to pat it. Was this man truly so at ease with his playful antics? She laughed as she stroked his hair, thinking, "Fu Jingyan, you are quite the dog. Can you not have a shred of dignity and aspire to a more noble life goal?" Fu Jingyan straightened his posture, his eyes shining brightly. "I do have one. Would you care to know?"
What is it?
Lin Wan feigned curiosity. With a grin, Fu Jingyan replied, "To serve my esteemed wife well and indulge in even more sumptuous living. Ah, what a truly grand aspiration that is." Lin Wan rolled her eyes, regarding the man beside her with disdain. She was fully aware that Fu Jingyan could not possibly be that type of person. As she contemplated this, Lin Wan noticed that Fu Jingyan was about to say something further when the patient in the hospital bed, Chu Yanqing, awakened. Chapter 45. When Gu Yicheng slandered me. He never considered the bond between our families. Lin Wan had spent the night tending to Chu Yanqing in the hospital. Early in the morning, Chu Yanqing insisted that Fu Jingyan hasten to take Lin Wan away. Finally, after Jiang and Xiao arrived at the ward, Lin Wan departed the hospital with Fu Jingyan. As they reached the hospital entrance, Lin Wan felt a chill wash over her. It was then that she realized she had rushed out in her pajamas. Fu Jingyan draped his coat, which he had been holding, over her shoulders. "I'll accompany you." The man's coat bore a faint scent of blood. Lin Wan wrapped herself in the coat and replied, "I drove here myself." She glanced at Fu Jingyan. "You can take your car. Chu Shaoqing will handle matters on my end." Fu Jingyan did not decline this suggestion.
On the way,
Lin Wan took out her phone and logged into the internal account that Chu Yanqing had provided her. She edited a message and sent out the video of Gu Yicheng fighting in the bar last night. "By the way, I obtained the bar's surveillance footage from Zhuqingxi last night and reported Gu Yicheng for intentional injury. If the police contact you, just cooperate and go through the motions." Lin Wan looked up and smiled at Fu Jingyan. Regarding Gu Yicheng's arrest, Gu Yichen had already informed Fu Jingyan in the middle of the night. Gu Yichen had been dealing with this matter all night due to Gu Yicheng. Just recently, he sent another message to Fu Jingyan, stating that old Master Gu would bring Gu Yicheng to the Lin family today to apologize. In less than 2 days, Gu Yicheng had firmly secured a spot on the trending list. The Gu family had already faced repercussions due to Gu Yicheng's actions. Initially, the marriage with the Lin family had caused a significant surge in the Gu family stock, but due to the revelations regarding Gu Yicheng, the stock market had been a roller coaster ride in recent days. Fu Jingyan remarked, "I know, ACI went in my stead." Finally, Lin Wan accompanied Fu Jingyan to a well-known tea restaurant. He handed her a bag, saying, "You smell, after eating, change your clothes." Fu Jingyan had someone buy a set of clothes for Lin Wan. Listening to his words, Lin Wan lowered her head and caught a whiff of the disinfectant on her clothes, along with the metallic scent of blood on his jacket. "Thank you," she said, reaching for the bag. After satisfying her hunger, Lin Wan went to the restroom to change out of her nightgown. Fu Jingyan had prepared a dress for her, which fit perfectly, along with a pair of flats. When Lin Wan emerged from the restroom, Fu Jingyan had already settled the bill, and the two departed together from the restaurant. The car slowly came to a stop in front of a villa. Lin Wan turned to Fu Jingyan, saying, "I've washed the clothes, I'll return them to you." Next to Lin Fingjue sat another elderly man, similarly aged, whose presence suggested they were waiting for her. "Grandfather." Lin Wan approached the two. She greeted Lin Fingjue first, then turned to the elderly man beside him, "Grandfather Gu." The newcomer was Gu Yicheng's grandfather, Gu Tingxiao. In the living room, only Lin Fingjue and Gu Tingxiao were present. Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei had likely been dismissed by Lin Fingjue. Within a single sentence, she successfully explained her whereabouts from yesterday. Without needing to think, Lin Wan knew that when Lin Fingjue and Gu Tingxiao had visited her home in the morning, Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei would undoubtedly mention her late-night absences. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Lin Fingjue's tense expression softened. Gu Tingxiao, aware of Lin Wan's friendship with Chu Yanqing, naturally believed her words. Such matters could easily be verified, and Lin Wan had no reason to lie. His primary purpose for coming today was to discuss the situation between Lin Wan and Gu Yicheng. This morning, the video of Gu Yicheng attacking Fu Jingyan with a bottle had swept across the entire city of Li. Within just 2 days, Gu Yicheng's reputation and persona had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once, countless praises were lavished upon Gu Yicheng, but now, he is met with double the scorn.
Today,
Old Gu has come primarily to discuss the matter concerning you and Gu Yicheng. Lin Fingjue let out a discontented snort. Were it not for the years of friendship between himself and Gu Tingxiao, and in light of the things Gu Yicheng has done to his precious granddaughter, Lin Fingjue felt that the situation warranted far more severe consequences. After Lin Fingjue finished speaking, Gu Tingxiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Lin Wan and said, "I never anticipated that Brat Yicheng would treat you in such a manner. I am aware that the revelations trending online were orchestrated by you. Wan, you are a good child. It is Yicheng who is unworthy of you. However, if this continues, the matter will never conclude. Don't you agree?" Lin Wan looked at Gu Tingxiao and replied, "Yes, it was all me. I acted out of self-preservation. Grandpa Gu, I initially intended to resolve this matter discreetly for the sake of our family's friendship." Gu Tingxiao was already aware of her words. He harbored fondness for Lin Wan, having watched her grow up, and he understood that she genuinely cared for his wayward grandson. He had always believed that although Gu Yicheng was lacking, he was fortunate to have Lin Wan's sincere affection. Had he known that this reckless boy harbored such vile intentions, Gu Tingxiao would have regretted consenting to this match from the outset. "Grandpa Gu, when Gu Yicheng was defaming my reputation, he never considered the bond between our families," Lin Wan said with a light laugh. She took out her phone and opened a video of Gu Yicheng and his companions slandering her in the bar's private room last night. "Please, take a look for yourself." The words of Gu Yicheng, laden with humiliation, darkened Gu Tingxiao's expression further with each utterance. Lin Fingjue was seething with rage. After the video concluded, Lin Wan retrieved another clip, initiating playback. The scene was utterly chaotic. It depicted the day of the wedding when everyone was anxiously searching for the missing bride, while Gu Yicheng was in the bridal chamber with another woman, engaged in an indecent act. Gu Tingxiao was struck with fury by the footage. Lin Fingjue slammed his palm on the table, shouting, "This is outrageous. Is there such a degree of bullying? Old Gu, no matter what you say today, even if that rascal kneels before Wan to apologize, I will never show leniency. He is a beast, unworthy of being human." To see his precious granddaughter so slandered and maligned by Gu Yicheng nearly caused Lin Fingjue to spit blood in fury. If Gu Yicheng dared to appear before Lin Fingjue at that moment, he would undoubtedly break that scoundrel's legs. Gu Tingxiao had initially intended to act as a mediator today. hoping to persuade Lin Wan to relent. Yet, upon witnessing the videos Lin Wan presented, he found himself at a loss for words, suddenly realizing he had nothing to say. He felt too ashamed to bring it up again. Gu Tingxiao was overwhelmed with indignation and felt utterly unworthy to face Lin Wan. Lin Wan had not intended to expose such sordid scenes to her grandfather. However, with Gu Tingxiao arriving at her doorstep, she felt compelled to provide old Gu with a reasonable explanation. In truth, Lin Wan had always been aware of Gu Tingxiao's admiration for her, and his intention to match her with Gu Yicheng. However, to her dismay, she found herself infatuated with Gu Yicheng instead. Regaining her composure, Lin Wan smiled at Gu Tingxiao, saying, "Grandfather Gu, my retaliation is merely a means of self-preservation. As a young woman, I believe you understand the significance of maintaining one's purity. I am innocent. If I allow Gu Yicheng to tarnish my reputation, how can I ever marry? How would I explain myself to my future husband and in-laws?" Faced with Lin Wan's poignant inquiries, Gu Tingxiao found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, a young woman's purity is of utmost importance. Observing Gu Tingxiao's expression closely, Lin Wan continued, "I possess numerous videos of Gu Yicheng in compromising situations with various women." She instructed butler Su, who promptly ascended the stairs and soon returned with Lin Wan's tablet in hand. "Grandfather Gu, I have been considerate of our family's ties," Lin Wan said, unlocking the device and presenting it to Gu Tingxiao. The folder was filled with an abundance of videos and photographs depicting Gu Yicheng in the company of different women, including several records of hotel stays. As Gu Tingxiao perused the contents, his blood pressure surged at the sight of the images. Lin Wan lowered her gaze, discreetly pinching herself in a hidden moment from Gu Tingxiao and Lin Fingjue. With tear-filled eyes, her voice trembled, "Grandfather Gu, even the deepest of affections cannot withstand such betrayal and turmoil. My mother passed away early, and my father neglects me. Even though I have little presence in the Lin family, my feelings are not to be trampled upon or manipulated, nor can I endure silence." Before she could finish, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. To achieve this effect, she had cruelly pinched herself several times. Lin Fingjue's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as he spoke angrily. "Nonsense. You still have your grandfather. Silly girl, do not cry. Old Gu, look at your good grandson, begging for mercy. What is there to plead for? If Wan hadn't spoken up, I would have remained unaware of her burdens." He cast an irate glare at Gu Tingxiao, asserting, "Today, you must give me an explanation. Wan may be gentle, but I am not so forgiving. I cannot tolerate this." Gu Tingxiao was taken aback by Lin Fingjue's outburst. As a friend, he had witnessed how much Lin Wan was cherished by the elder Lin. With all matters laid bare, Lin Fingjue refrained from confronting Gu Yicheng directly, perhaps out of respect for his own dignity. Observing the redness in Lin Wan's eyes, Gu Tingxiao felt his own eyes moisten. "This matter is a grave injustice from our Gu family towards you. You are a wonderful child and deserve far better," he expressed. "Thank you for your understanding, Grandfather Gu," Lin Wan replied softly, wiping the tears from her eyes. At that moment, seeing Lin Wan in such distress, Gu Tingxiao felt he could not bear to ask her to cease her pursuit of vengeance against Gu Yicheng. He felt a shared sense of humiliation alongside Gu Yicheng. Lin Wan gazed at Gu Tingxiao with a pitiful expression, softly uttering, "Grandpa Gu, did you come today to ask me to relent?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Tingxiao's countenance stiffened. Under the stern gaze of Lin Fingjue, he sighed, "Given the circumstances, even if I were to humble myself, I lack the standing to request that you cease." The use of the word request tugged at Lin Wan's heartstrings. It was the first time she witnessed the once indomitable Gu Tingxiao lowering himself so significantly, especially in front of a junior like herself. Her emotions were immediately tangled in an indescribable conflict. Just as Gu Tingxiao prepared to rise and depart, Lin Wan addressed him, "Grandpa Gu, I understand that this matter has adversely affected the Gu family." Gu Tingxiao's body stiffened as he sighed in resignation. This was indeed the purpose of his visit. Lin Wan bit her lips slightly, speaking weakly, "I can relent, but I have conditions. Wan, you need not force yourself. Let your grandfather make the decision." Lin Fingjue glared at Gu Tingxiao in frustration. Taken aback by Lin Fingjue's glare, Gu Tingxiao awkwardly averted his gaze. Lin Wan raised her eyes, tears welling within them, insisting that Gu Yicheng must personally restore her reputation and clarify the entire situation, how she was framed, the schemes devised against her, and the recordings made. All must be disclosed clearly and pinned as a top post on Weibo and social media for a month. Upon hearing Lin Wan's demands, Lin Fingjue, who had been glaring at Gu Tingxiao, immediately chuckled. "Humph, this will only benefit that young man." Despite his laughter, dissatisfaction lingered in his tone. Gu Tingxiao thought he must have misheard. Did this not amount to an admission of guilt on his part? Grandpa Gu, when weighed against my reputation. I believe this is of little consequence. Lin Wan's voice trembled with emotion. The sight of her distress tightened Lin Fingjue's heart. He urged the still-stunned Gu Tingxiao. Is it not within your power to fulfill a simple request? My granddaughter has endured such great injustice. Should an apology not be warranted? Old Gu, I shall state this plainly. Either comply with Wan's terms, or our family's friendship concludes here, and I will personally confront your esteemed grandson. Lin Fingjue's frustration was palpable. Gu Tingxiao, aware of his own culpability, recognized that the Gu family had indeed wronged the Lin family. Lin Wan's desire for an acknowledgement of wrongdoing was reasonable. Can you not temper your temper? Did I say it was impossible? Gu Tingxiao shot Lin Fingjue an irritated glare. Finally, gritting his teeth, he conceded, then let us proceed, as Wan has suggested. That is more like it. Lin Fingjue nodded in satisfaction. In Lin Wan's presence, the two continued their verbal sparring. Lin Wan raised a hand to wipe away her tears, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips, her gaze gradually turning icy. Gu Yicheng. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 47. Grandpa, what do you think of Fu Jingyan? Gu Tingxiao was known for his decisive actions. In accordance with Lin Wan's demands, Gu Yicheng faced the camera and publicly acknowledged his involvement in the abduction of Lin Wan during the wedding, revealing his intent to craft a persona of deep affection. In the video, Gu Yicheng's cheeks bore the marks of injury as he solemnly apologized to Lin Wan, earnestly imploring her for forgiveness. This heartfelt apology video was prominently pinned to Gu Yicheng's Weibo homepage. Lin Wan presented her phone to her grandfather, Lin Fingjue, who was seated across from her, saying, "Grandfather, take a look." Observing the expression of frustration and reluctance on Gu Yicheng's face as he apologized brought Lin Wan immense joy. After Gu Tingxiao departed, Lin Fingjue, however, did not dare to leave and insisted on waiting for Gu Yicheng's apology video to be released. Infuriated, Gu Tingxiao temporarily blocked his number and WeChat. Nonetheless, once Gu Yicheng's video was completed, Gu Tingxiao released Lin Fingjue and promptly sent the video to him. That was a stroke of luck for him. Lin Fingjue remained somewhat dissatisfied, but ultimately, this was Lin Wan's own decision. His discontent did not compel him to intervene excessively. With a smile, Lin Wan looked at her grandfather and remarked, "It's not just this, grandfather. Given such a situation, do you believe the Gu family will grant him any real power?" This was precisely why Lin Wan wished for Gu Yicheng to publicly acknowledge his transgressions. As the general manager of the Gu family, Gu Yicheng's scandal was too significant for the board to overlook. At the very least, it would be improbable for him to reclaim substantial authority within the Gu family in the near future. Moreover, the looming presence of Gu Yicheng above him further hindered his prospects. Lin Fingjue cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wan, asserting, even without this incident, the Gu family would never allow him to wield power. Do not underestimate Gu Yicheng. Although he is merely the acting president now, the progress the Gu family has made under his leadership in the past 2 years is evident to the board members. Lin Fingjue spoke candidly. Not out of disdain for Gu Yicheng, but rather due to a recognition of the larger picture where Gu Yicheng surpassed him. Otherwise, Gu Yicheng would not be attempting to leverage Lin Wan's influence to contend against Gu Yicheng. Lin Wan smirked coldly. While he cannot compare to Gu Yicheng, his current loss of power is akin to severing an arm. It brings me joy. Observing the pleased expression on Lin Wan's face, Lin Fingjue contemplated and inquired. Setting aside Gu Yicheng, what are your thoughts? Do you intend to take a break for 2 years, or shall I arrange some introductions for you? Lin Fingjue was now considering matchmaking for Lin Wan, calculating the timing meticulously. Lin Wan was taken aback by her grandfather's words, nearly choking on her drink, tears brimming in her eyes. She raised her head in protest. "Grandfather, must it be so exaggerated? I am only 20. To go on blind dates at 20, what a loss of face. Those unaware might think I have no one after breaking off with that scoundrel Gu Yicheng." Lin Wan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. She was genuinely startled by her grandfather's intention to set her up with suitors. Lin Fingjue shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, "You are mistaken. Breaking off your engagement with Gu Yicheng and immediately attracting other men only proves your exceptional worth. It would be best to find someone who surpasses him in every aspect, allowing Gu Yicheng to truly open his eyes and recognize the worth of others. Without him, the boyfriend you choose will be 100 times more exceptional, which would surely infuriate him." The more Lin Fingjue contemplated this, the more he found it to be a sound idea. In his mind, he began to plan what kind of person would be suitable for Lin Wan to meet. Lin Wan's lips twitched as she tentatively inquired, "Grandfather, what sort of person do you think would be more outstanding than him?" If she were to be honest with her grandfather at this moment, there would be no need to complicate things by searching for other men. She had already obtained a marriage certificate with someone else. Would Lin Fingjue be taken aback by this revelation? Just as Lin Wan hesitated on how to confess to Lin Fingjue, he spoke first, nearly implying that Lin Wan must be blind to have chosen Gu Yicheng, making any potential development between Lin Wan and Gu Yicheng rather difficult. Lin Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Lin Fingjue would consider Gu Yicheng among the candidates for matchmaking. This made the situation rather awkward. She swallowed hard and said, "Grandfather, it doesn't have to be those two, does it? The eldest son of the Fu family, are you referring to Fu Jingyan?" The predicament was compounded by the fact that Fu Jingyan was the half-brother of Fu Jingyan, and their relationship was notoriously strained. She would be insane to go on a blind date with Fu Jingyan. Lin Fingjue glanced at Lin Wan. "Do you have other options?" Under his scrutinizing gaze, Lin Wan hesitantly mentioned a name. "Grandfather, what do you think of Fu Jingyan?" Fu Jingyan was already 27, an old man in her eyes. "Grandfather, there's a generational gap of 3 years. That's practically 2.5 gaps. I refuse to marry an older man." Lin Wan firmly categorized Fu Jingyan as one of those old men. Using Fu Jingyan as a pretext, she seized the opportunity to bring up Fu Jingyan, curious about her grandfather's stance before deciding whether to mention her marriage to him. Upon hearing Fu Jingyan's name, Lin Fingjue furrowed his brow. "That young man is even more unsuitable. Why would you suddenly bring him up? Why is he unsuitable?" Lin Wan quietly rebutted. Lin Fingjue fixed his gaze on her, enumerating his reasons. Setting aside his illegitimate status, he is uneducated, surrounded by scandals, and lacks ambition. If it weren't for the Fu family's backing, someone like Fu Jingyan would have perished on the streets long ago. Lacking ability, with such a careless attitude, what could he offer to support a wife in the future? Lin Wan held her phone, the screen displaying her conversation with Fu Jingyan. Her slender fingers pressed down, and Lin Fingjue's disparaging words were sent to Fu Jingyan's phone. After sending the message, Lin Wan set her phone down and chuckled lightly. "But he is quite handsome. Can good looks fill one's stomach? My dear, a man's greatest fear is lacking ambition, remaining stagnant, without striving for progress," Lin Fingjue advised earnestly. In conclusion, neither Fu Jingyan nor Zhuo Qingxi, these second-generation heirs, are suitable. With that, Lin Fingjue gave Lin Wan no opportunity for refusal. Lin Wan, both amused and exasperated, looked at her grandfather helplessly, silently praying for Fu Jingyan's sake. May there come a day when the grandfather's perception of him changes. Chapter 48. Fu San, your wife is impressive. How does she manage it? The bar, operating only at night, lay silent during the day. Upon his arrival, he found Zhuo Qingxi languidly seated at the bar on the first floor, yawning. Zhuo Qingxi perched on a high stool, a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice before him. Rarely does a night owl rise early. Fu Jingyan approached Zhuo Qingxi and took a seat beside him. Hearing Fu Jingyan's words, Zhuo Qingxi poured him a glass of plain water and pushed it over. "Did your father give you a beating?" Upon noticing the wound on Fu Jingyan's forehead, Zhuo Qingxi's drowsiness evaporated. He squinted his eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. What purpose does such concern serve? Zhuo Qingxi looked at Fu Jingyan helplessly and finally remarked, "I've taken care of things with Gu Yicheng. Rest assured, that brat won TV out for a while." He understood that Lin Wan sought surveillance to undermine Gu Yicheng, but he did not anticipate her speed. Shortly after she and Fu Jingyan left the previous evening, Gu Yicheng was taken from the hospital. Soon after, officers arrived at his bar to retrieve the surveillance footage. As a law-abiding citizen, Zhuo Qingxi had readily complied, presenting the already edited video with both hands. Fu Jingyan chuckled lightly. "Well, he probably won't be detained for long." To this, Zhuo Qingxi scoffed. "I know, but at least he has spent a night behind bars to temper his temper. With a mouth like that, it's a shame to waste such a handsome visage." He was the first to view the surveillance footage and had heard Gu Yicheng's disparaging remarks about Lin Wan, which he found utterly disgraceful. A grown man speaking ill of a woman behind her back. Thankfully, Lin Wan had the sense to avoid marrying such a wretched man. Otherwise, one could only wonder how she would have met her demise. Trash. Zhuo Qingxi silently cursed, harboring a deep disdain for men as hypocritical and pretentious as Gu Yicheng. Fu Jingyan then said to Zhuo Qingxi, "Just now, Yicheng told me that the old man of the Gu family went to find Lin Wan. What is he trying to do? Plead for that cultured scoundrel, Gu Yicheng?" Zhuo Qingxi snorted coldly, his face contorted with disdain. You see, despite sharing the same surname, Chen is so exceptional, while the second son of the Gu family is utterly unimpressive. Both father and son are cut from the same cloth. Although Gu Yicheng currently managed the Gu group, the old fox Gu Qizhen had not hesitated to throw obstacles in his path, particularly drawings with Qingxi's contempt. The trending topics on social media fluctuated, seemingly manipulated by unseen hands. Zhuo Qingxi, observing Fu Jingyan's smitten expression, could not resist teasing him. "Hey, Do you really like Lin Wan? Having known Fu Jingyan for many years, Zhuo Qingxi had a good understanding of him. From his friend's demeanor, it was evident that there were deeper feelings at play. Whether it was love, only Fu Jingyan himself could ascertain. Fu Jingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you think I would marry someone I dislike? Who could possibly know? Zhuo Qingxi pouted. In truth, he was not entirely convinced that the marriage certificate between Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan was born of mutual affection. However, Zhuo Qingxi understood that Fu Jingyan always exercised discretion in his actions. It was inconceivable that he would compromise himself merely to covet the power that lay behind Lin Wan. To put it bluntly, as long as Fu Jingyan wished for something, he could attain it without relying on anyone, let alone a woman like Lin Wan. Zhuo Qingxi wore a look of disbelief. Just interesting? Upon hearing his words, Fu Jingyan fell silent. Realizing he would not extract an answer from Fu Jingyan, Zhuo Qingxi decided to close his mouth as well. The two sat in silence across from each other. Zhuo Qingxi, engrossed in his phone, looked up at Fu Jingyan. Gu Yicheng has been released on bail, with the old master personally intervening. Fu Jingyan's gaze remained calm, as expected, given Gu Tingxiao's connections. Fu Jingyan felt there was no cause for surprise. Zhuo Qingxi, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and resumed his silence while perusing his phone. Half an hour later, Zhuo Qingxi exclaimed, "No way." He handed his phone to Fu Jingyan. "Fu-san, your wife is incredible. I am genuinely curious how she managed to negotiate with the old master." Gu Yicheng actually issued a public apology, recorded a video detailing the events, and sincerely apologized to your wife, which is now pinned at the top. Currently, entries and trending topics regarding Gu Yicheng's entrapment, statement, and apology are flooding every major platform. There are even netizens organizing a poll titled "What would you do if your boyfriend framed you?" The most popular response is to learn from Lin Wan, calmly gather evidence, and decisively deal with the scoundrel without giving him a chance to breathe. Lin Wan's name has become a sensation. Fu Jingyan watched the video, a smile gradually forming on his lips. My wife is truly remarkable. Zhuo Qingxi rolled his eyes, wanting to remind Fu Jingyan to temper his infatuated expression. However, recalling the consequences of being beaten, Zhuo Qingxi ultimately restrained himself. Suddenly, a unique notification tone sounded from Fu Jingyan's WeChat. The smile on his lips deepened. It was Lin Wan. Fu Jingyan had set Lin Wan's notification tone to a distinctive one, different from others, allowing him to be instantly aware of any messages from her. Without further thought, he pressed play in front of Zhuo Qingxi, the audio playing aloud. However, it was not Lin Wan's voice but rather a deep male voice. Upon hearing phrases like uneducated, full of scandals, idle, and lacking ambition, the smile on Fu Jingyan's face froze. Zhuo Qingxi burst into laughter. Huh. It seems the old master is not very pleased with you as a son-in-law. Yet, Zhuo Qingxi's laughter quickly faded. He soon heard the old master lamenting that Zhuo Qingxi and Fu Jingyan, these two second-generation heirs, were simply inadequate, and he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Zhuo Qingxi felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He yearned to say, "Old sir, this is all a misunderstanding. Please allow us to explain." Fu Jingyan's lips twitched, his expression inscrutable. Soon, another notification chimed from Fu Jingyan's WeChat. Chapter 49. Madam Fu, shall we not proceed to the end? Mumu, could I trouble Mr. Fu to make an effort to change the elder's perception of you? An accompanying image depicted an adorable kitten, hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. Fu Jingyan couldn't help but smile at the animated image. Mumu, grandfather only sees the surface. After all, your previous scandals were indeed quite numerous. Fu Jingyan pondered. What could he possibly defend himself with? It seemed there was nothing left to say, as the facts and evidence lay starkly before him. FJY, what should I do? Can I go and argue my case with old Lin? Or perhaps, should I admit my faults? FJY, it's over. If old Lin is unwilling to entrust his precious granddaughter to me, will we be doomed to a lifetime of secret love, unable to make it public? FJY, Madam Fu. Shall we continue our affair unabated? I await you in the grove on the outskirts of the city. Fu Jingyan sent 3 messages in succession, each more provocative than the last. Mumu, that string of ellipses revealed Lin Wan's current speechlessness. Fu Jingyan retracted his playful demeanor, his expression instantly turning serious. Zhuo Qingxi, curious, leaned in to observe the chat content, nearly spitting out his juice in disbelief. Fu-san, you are truly something else, Zhuo Qingxi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He struggled to suppress his laughter, praising, from now on I'll call you Fu Dog. Your couple's little antics are quite delightful. Zhuo Qingxi genuinely admired him. Here they were, in a legitimate relationship, yet they insisted on keeping it clandestine. Thinking of the grove on the outskirts, Zhuo Qingxi could no longer contain his laughter. Clutching his stomach in mirth, Fu Jingyan truly knew how to have fun. Fu Jingyan shot him a glare and stood up. Enough, hurry along, young man. Be careful not to drop dead without a wife. How pitiful. Having a wife makes you remarkable, does it? As if you haven't been a single dog yourself, Fu dog. Zhua Qingxi scoffed at Fu Jingyan's retreating figure, his face a mask of disdain. Shortly after, Fu Jingyan exited the bar. Sitting in his car, he gazed at the wind chimes before him and smiled. Gifted wind chimes, they don't need to ring or be thought of. Fu Jingyan took out his phone and called Lin Wan. What's wrong? Lin Wan's gentle voice came through the line.
Fu Jingyan asked earnestly.
Is grandfather's impression of me truly that unfavorable? However, Lin Wan suddenly recalled a pressing concern and sent a voice message to Fu Jingyan, feeling somewhat uneasy. What if he misunderstood grandfather's intentions? Fu Jingyan's voice turned somber. Then he chuckled. I understand. I haven't overthought it. I've told you. I trust you, not just regarding that matter, but in all things to come, I will trust you. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan exhaled in relief. Fu Jingyan, sensing her ease, teased lightly, have you visited the hospital to see Qiu Yanqing? Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback. How do you know? When did it pass?
Fu Jingyan inquired again.
Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 10. I will come by this afternoon to pick you up, he assured her. Listening to his words, Lin Wan did not refuse. All right, come over then. After hanging up the phone, she ascended the stairs. She took a shower first and then retrieved the clothes from the bag, placing them in the laundry basket. After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to take Fu Jingyan's coat and hand wash it in the laundry room, hanging it out on the balcony to dry. When Lin Wan awoke, it was already 1:30. As she lay in bed, blinking her eyes, she allowed her thoughts to empty for a moment before struggling to rise. A message from Fu Jingyan appeared on her WeChat. FJY, let me know when you wake up. Unable to suppress a smile at the message, Lin Wan made her way downstairs, where she encountered a somewhat troubled butler, Sue. Miss, you're awake. Are you hungry? Sue promptly donned a cheerful expression upon seeing her. Lin Wan furrowed her brow slightly. What's the matter, Sue? With a smile, Sue shook his head but eventually confessed. That young man from the Gu family came to find you, but I turned him away. The audacity of him to linger. After being compelled to record a video apology, Gu Yicheng had received a severe reprimand from Gu Tingxiao. This was just the beginning. Gu Tingxiao even halted all his projects, which was a devastating blow for Gu Yicheng. Ultimately, after discussions with Gu Yicheng, Gu Qizhen decided to let him apologize to Lin Wan first. And so, Gu Yicheng arrived promptly. Believing that since Lin Wan had once adored him, if he humbled himself and spoke kindly, she would forgive him. He still held on to this belief. Upon seeing Gu Yicheng, Sue immediately recalled the online events and took up a broom to chase him away. The gates of the Lin family villa typically remained open until late evening, opening promptly at 6 in the morning. At that moment, Sue ordered the gates to be firmly closed, nearly ready to unleash the dogs. Upon hearing that Gu Yicheng was seeking her, Lin Wan scoffed. No need to worry about him. I'm hungry and want to eat lotus seed soup. It's in the fridge. As she spoke, Sue headed to the kitchen. Soon, he placed a bowl of lotus seed soup on the dining table. Lin Wan sat at the table, savoring a spoonful of the soup, her eyes squinting in delight. Sue, your cooking skills have improved. I'm glad you like it, miss. Sue replied, pleased to see her enjoyment. While eating, Lin Wan suddenly lifted her head and addressed Sue. Please inform those outside that when third young master Fu arrives, there's no need to stop him. Let him in. The young master from the Fu family? Sue was taken aback, looking at Lin Wan in astonishment. When did they become so close? Lin Wan nodded with a smile. Yes, Fu Jingyan. Just let him in. He's here to pick me up. Understood, Sue replied. Still a bit bewildered, but he nodded in agreement. Upon the thought of Fu Jingyan, Lin Wan's mood brightened, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Chapter 50, Gu Yicheng and the Dog, Forbidden Entry. Fu Jingyan arrived at the Lin residence, just in time to see Gu Yicheng being obstructed at the door, his brow arching in surprise. Gu Yicheng, simmering with frustration, felt he had humbled himself to seek out Lin Wan, yet the butler barred his entry. Just as Gu Yicheng was about to erupt, a car pulled up beside him. The window descended, revealing Fu Jingyan's handsome visage, clad in sunglasses, unexpectedly confronting Gu Yicheng. Gu Yicheng glared furiously, questioning, What are you doing here? Fu Jingyan cast him a sidelong glance, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, I'm here to pick up Xiaowan. The implication was unmistakably intentional. Gu Yicheng's face contorted with rage. Before he could utter a word, the doorman addressed Fu Jingyan. Third young master Fu, our young lady has instructed you to enter directly. As soon as the words fell, Gu Yicheng's face turned an ashen hue, consumed by fury. With an amused expression, Fu Jingyan remarked, I shall enter now. Kindly open the small door to avoid any unnecessary complications. Casting a meaningful glance at Gu Yicheng, Fu Jingyan exited the vehicle. He twirled the car keys on his finger and, under Gu Yicheng's withering glare, strode through the small door into the villa. Gu Yicheng's eyes flickered. He was determined to see Lin Wan today, no matter the cost. Yet, he was intercepted by the doorman before he could approach. Gu Yicheng snarled, "Step aside." The doorman looked at him with disdain, stating, "Our young lady has declared that Gu Yicheng and dogs are prohibited from entering." Gu Yicheng was taken aback. How could Lin Wan compare him to a mere dog? His fury was nearly explosive. Meanwhile, Fu Jingyan, walking toward the villa, chuckled at the doorman's words. In a buoyant mood, he entered the house and instantly spotted Lin Wan seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book. Her exquisite features, illuminated by the light, appeared exceptionally serene. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, Lin Wan lifted her eyes, meeting Fu Jingyan's smiling look. "You're here," she remarked. Noting the time was still shy of 2 o'clock. Fu Jingyan had indeed arrived quite promptly. "Yes," he answered softly. Lin Wan set her book aside and said, "Shall we go?" Fu Jingyan waited for Lin Wan to approach him, informing her, "My car is outside the main gate." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan instantly understood that Gu Yicheng was still lingering outside. She smiled knowingly. "It's no trouble. Gu Yicheng means nothing to me now. He cannot affect me at all." With that, Fu Jingyan walked alongside Lin Wan, their shoulders brushing as they made their way toward the villa's exit. From a distance, Gu Yicheng observed the duo emerging together, their silhouettes intertwined, a sight that pierced his heart with anguish. Consumed by rage, he realized Lin Wan, the wretched woman, had indeed allied herself with Fu Jingyan. As he recalled the purpose of his visit, Gu Yicheng struggled to suppress his fury. He could not fathom that Lin Wan truly harbored feelings for Fu Jingyan. Her deep affection for him was so profound that he believed she must have deliberately involved Fu Jingyan to provoke him. Given Lin Wan's feelings towards him, he was certain that a sincere apology and some gentle coaxing would lead that foolish woman to forgive him. As Lin Wan emerged, Gu Yicheng hastened toward her.
Yet,
Before he could approach, Lin Wan instinctively stepped back, maintaining her distance. Gu Yicheng's advance halted abruptly, his expression filled with sorrow as he implored, Wan, let us talk." Just as he attempted to move closer, Fu Jingyan subtly positioned himself in front of Lin Wan, effectively blocking Gu Yicheng's approach. "What is there for you to discuss?" he retorted. "This is a matter between Lin Wan and myself. Mind your own business," Gu Yicheng snapped, his teeth clenched as he glared at the man obstructing him. Fu Jingyan cast a cold glance at Gu Yicheng, dismissing him with a scoff. "Get lost, you rabid dog." Fuming with anger, Gu Yicheng's face flushed crimson as he prepared to charge forward. In response, Fu Jingyan coolly extended his leg, tripping Gu Yicheng, who stumbled and fell, crashing to the ground with a harsh thud as his knee collided painfully with the floor. A sharp wave of agony surged through him, causing Gu Yicheng to grimace. Due to the pain and his awkward position, he crumpled before Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan. Seeing this, Fu Jingyan remarked coldly, "Even if you were here to apologize, there is no need for such grand gestures of submission." Lin Wan bit her lip, unable to stifle her laughter. Gu Yicheng, attempting to rise, was met with a sudden, intense pain in his ankle. He had twisted it. Frustrated and humiliated, he made an overly vigorous attempt to stand, only to find himself tumbling once again before Lin Wan. "Really? There's no need for such theatrics," Fu Jingyan observed with a tone devoid of warmth. Gu Yicheng was now infuriated beyond measure. The more he struggled to rise, the more he found himself awkwardly collapsing before Lin Wan. Finally, in a fit of rage, he settled on the floor, slamming his fist down in frustration. Fu Jingyan regarded him with palpable disdain. "Let us leave," Lin Wan said, not even sparing him a glance as she addressed Fu Jingyan. Seething with rage, Gu Yicheng glared at Lin Wan. "Lin Wan, do you truly intend to be so resolute?" At his words, Lin Wan halted abruptly, her icy gaze fixed on the now steady Gu Yicheng. With a cold smirk, she declared, "For someone who schemed to frame and insult me, what I have done pales in comparison to your actions. Gu Yicheng, you wish to ruin my reputation but expect me not to retaliate? You have reaped all the benefits.
have some shame."
If it weren't for the sake of Grandfather Gu today, do you think you would have the chance to stand before me and be so repugnant?" With each of her words, Gu Yicheng's expression grew darker. Wan, I did not orchestrate that kidnapping. It was not me. Indeed, I confess that in light of your decision to call off the engagement, I felt a loss of dignity before our friends. In a moment of folly, I uttered many words that harmed you, for which I sincerely apologize. Listening to Gu Yicheng's words, Lin Wan found them amusing. "Gu Yicheng, allow me to remind you of how, just hours ago, you openly confessed to conspiring against me in front of everyone. Gui Cheng was momentarily rendered speechless. How can you, having firmly established your own guilt, now stand before me and deny it? What extraordinary skill you possess, Lin Wan scoffed. Upon hearing this, Gui Cheng's eyes flickered, as if lost in thought. Chapter 51. Only incompetent men rise to power through women. Lin Wan gazed at Gui Cheng, her expression increasingly derisive. Fu Jingyan stood silently beside Lin Wan, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Gui Cheng, wary of any potential outburst that might threaten Lin Wan's well-being. Gui Cheng's mind raced, and he looked at Lin Wan with frustration. It was my grandfather who forced my hand, asserting that if I did not publicly apologize to you, he would strip me of my authority within the company. Wan, I admit that on the day of our wedding, I succumbed to temptation and betrayed you. I am truly sorry and I apologize, but I swear I did not orchestrate the kidnapping. Grant me some time, and I will uncover the identity of your abductors. Gui Cheng's expression was urgent, his gaze laden with guilt as he continued. Wan, we grew up together, and after 2 years of courtship, the most intimate act we shared was merely holding hands. I made a mistake that any man might make. You cannot dismiss my feelings for you based solely on this transgression. I promise, I will devote myself entirely to you moving forward. My encounters with others were mere trifles. A fleeting dalliance. You are the woman I cherish above all, Wan. Please, forgive me this once. Tears glistening in his eyes, Gui Cheng implored Lin Wan for her forgiveness. Fu Jingyan, overhearing this, could hardly contain his amusement. In fact, he found himself laughing openly in front of Gui Cheng, a reaction that earned him a furious glare from Gui Cheng. Were it not for the fact that he was seeking Lin Wan's forgiveness today, Gui Cheng would have confronted Fu Jingyan long ago regarding his incessant provocations. Listening to Gui Cheng's attempts to absolve himself, Lin Wan felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She coldly regarded the man before her, a mocking smile gracing her lips. So, according to you, your infidelity is somehow my fault? Gui Cheng was taken aback. Lin Wan continued icily, because I only held your hand, you felt the need to seek gratification elsewhere? Gui Cheng, can you possibly be any more repugnant? Have you not considered your own shortcomings? Unable to control your desires, you sought to indulge your baser instincts and then attempted to shift the blame onto momentary impulses. How convenient for you. As Lin Wan concluded her tirade, her disgust only deepened. Had I not uncovered your betrayal, would you have continued in this manner, seeking out different women behind my back? Gui Cheng, you are utterly revolting. Lin Wan's voice grew increasingly frigid. Listening to Lin Wan's words, Gui Cheng, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Jingyan. Am I disgusting and filthy? How can Fu Jingyan be any better? His scandalous affairs are ceaseless, changing women as one changes clothes. Lin Wan, do you truly believe he harbors genuine feelings for you? Gui Cheng shed his pretense, his expression contorted with disdain. He is nothing more than a mere parasite of the Fu family, or, to put it more delicately, the young master of the Fu household. But in reality, he is merely a bastard, a dog nurtured by the Fu family, summoned at will and dismissed at whim. With Gui Cheng's words, Lin Wan's expression shifted. What right did he have to cast such aspersions upon Fu Jingyan? Yet Fu Jingyan maintained a smile, his gaze towards Gui Cheng growing increasingly frigid. Unperturbed, Gui Cheng continued, if I am to suffer, then neither Lin Wan nor Fu Jingyan shall find solace. This pair of wretched souls is hardly deserving of pity. Lin Wan, while voicing her disdain for her own perceived filthiness, was not above engaging with Fu Jingyan herself. The more Gui Cheng pondered, the more he entertained the notion that such a possibility existed. He derisively laughed. Why would a bastard like Fu Jingyan cling to you? It is merely your status as the young lady of the Lin family that attracts him. Being with you not only solidifies his standing in the Fu household, but also grants him access to the support of the Su family behind you. With those two advantages alone, Fu Jingyan is sufficiently positioned to secure his place within the Fu family. The smile upon Fu Jingyan's lips grew increasingly sardonic. Lin Wan found the situation amusing. Addressing the man beside her before Gui Cheng, she asked, Jingyan, is this truly who you are?
Fu Jingyan,
With a dismissive sneer directed at Gui Cheng, retorted, only an inept man relies on a woman to ascend. I would never deign to be compared to certain individuals. It was evident that Gui Cheng was among those individuals Fu Jingyan referred to. Gui Cheng scoffed. You and Lin Wan have never been on good terms. Suddenly drawing so close, claiming it's for true love. Do you expect anyone to believe that? First and foremost, my feelings for Lin Wan do not require validation from anyone. Her belief is sufficient. Fu Jingyan coldly interrupted Gui Cheng. In front of Gui Cheng, he gently took Lin Wan's hand. My affection for her, whether she is the young lady of the Lin family, or I, a bastard of the Fu family, is entirely irrelevant. Every individual possesses the right to pursue happiness. independent of their background. My feelings for her are simply that I like her for who she is, and I need only to demonstrate my sincerity to Lin Wan. Fu Jingyan lowered his gaze, looking tenderly at Lin Wan. What I desire, I can attain on my own. You need only to stand behind me in peace. Lin Wan met his deep gaze, feeling the warmth of a sudden tenderness, becoming deeply ensnared by it. Gu Yicheng observed the two unabashedly exchanging glances before him, his countenance darkening with each passing moment. Gu Yicheng, do you comprehend the distinction between yourself and Fu Jingyan? Lin Wan suddenly smiled at him, stating that even if he spent extravagantly, he did so with utmost transparency. She lightly laughed, adding that the rumors had never possessed any substantial evidence to substantiate that it was Fu Jingyan. With a disdainful glance, Lin Wan regarded Gu Yicheng, asserting that he had no right to look down upon or mock Fu Jingyan, as he was the one who engaged in shameful deeds covertly, lacking the courage to confront them openly. Gu Yicheng was taken aback by Lin Wan's unwavering defense of Fu Jingyan, further solidifying his belief that the two had been involved behind his back. Yet, he possessed no evidence to prove such a claim. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his wrath within. Lin Wan held onto ample evidence of his infidelity, and until he could uncover proof of her betrayal, he found himself unable to contend with her. He could only endure. Jingyan, shall we depart? Lin Wan proactively linked her arm with Fu Jingyan's, bestowing a sweet smile upon him. The two disregarded the furious Gu Yicheng and proceeded towards the car, leaving him seething with resentment as he glared at Fu Jingyan's departing figure, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. On their way to the hospital, Fu Jingyan stole a glance at Lin Wan and, after a prolonged silence, inquired, "Did Gu Yicheng approach you regarding the apology video today?" Lin Wan nodded in affirmation. "Yes, this morning, Grandfather Gu sought me out. I stipulated a condition. Gu Yicheng would apologize, and I would refrain from disclosing further information." She continued, "Once Gu Yicheng's apology video is released, it will undoubtedly have repercussions. Although Grandfather Gu did not suspend him from his position, all the projects under Gu Yicheng's control have been put on hold." This was indeed the reason for Gu Yicheng's visit to Lin Wan. Fu Jingyan scoffed coldly, "So, he feigned seeking your forgiveness, merely to placate Grandfather Gu. I have encountered the shameless before, but never one as brazen as him." Lin Wan tilted her head, observing the man beside her, and remarked with a smile, "Gu Yicheng had the audacity to assert in my presence that he was not the architect of the wedding abduction, which indicates he is likely prepared to clear his name." She knew Gu Yicheng all too well. Despite being aware that she held incriminating evidence against him, he claimed in front of her that the abduction was unrelated to him. Gu Yicheng could easily extricate himself from this predicament. Listening to Lin Wan, Fu Jingyan smirked. "Is that so?" However, it remains to be seen whether he can truly exonerate himself. The delineation of right and wrong cannot solely be dictated by Gu Yicheng's whims. Lin Wan slightly diverted her gaze, saying, "Let us observe his next move." With that, she fell into contemplation. Fu Jingyan, while waiting for a red light, discreetly retrieved his phone, searching for a number and sending a message, his smile deepening. Upon their arrival at the hospital, they found only Chu Yanqing in the ward. "Didn't I say I was fine, and that you needn't come?" Chu Yanqing looked at Lin Wan with exasperation. Upon seeing Fu Jingyan behind her, Chu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain her composure. Lin Wan approached her, inquiring, "Where is Jiang Yuxiu?" "He has left," Chu Yanqing replied coldly. "Assistant Wei is handling the discharge procedures." Hearing that Jiang Yuxiu was not at the hospital with Chu Yanqing, Lin Wan pouted. "Chu Xiaoqing, tell me, what purpose does such a man serve? Are you trying to drive yourself mad?" She complained with dissatisfaction. Chu Yanqing's expression darkened briefly, but she swiftly masked it, saying, "He is quite useful, indeed. He can warm the bed, which is rather delightful." Lin Wan scoffed, with that icy demeanor. "Are you not afraid of freezing to death while embracing him?" Chu Yanqing teased, glancing at Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan. "Oh, have you tried it? Your companion there shouldn't be too cold, being such a warm-hearted man. Do not flaunt your affection before me, dear sister. My heart is tender and cannot withstand your harsh displays." She clutched her heart, feigning a heartbroken expression. In response, Lin Wan rolled her eyes dramatically. "I have not yet tried. When I do, I will report back to you." Chu Yanqing laughed, her pale face flushed with a hint of color from her amusement. Fu Jingyan, standing aside and listening to the playful banter between Lin Wan and Chu Yanqing, absent-mindedly touched his nose. His gaze rested on Lin Wan, his eyes glimmering with a subtle depth. Chu Yanqing caught a glimpse of Fu Jingyan's expression, raising an eyebrow as she turned to Lin Wan, contemplating that perhaps Lin Wan's encounter with Fu Jingyan was not entirely unfortunate. She sensed a different emotion in Fu Jingyan's eyes, though she could not quite discern its nature. Lin Wan intended to leave with Chu Yanqing but was met with rejection, which only heightened Chu Yanqing's aloofness. Lin Wan stared at Chu Yanqing in shock. Chu Xiaoqing. Given your condition, why are you still going to the company? Your health. Before Lin Wan could finish, Chu Yanqing interrupted. Today is the company's routine quarterly meeting. I cannot be absent. I am fine, so there is no need for concern. She stepped forward and gently embraced Lin Wan, signaling her not to worry. Though Lin Wan still wished to persuade her, upon hearing it was the Chu Corporation's quarterly meeting, she ultimately relented. You should eat light meals during this period. Avoid greasy foods, and no alcohol either, Lin Wan cautioned anxiously. Chu Yanqing smiled and assured her in response. Lin Wan did not dwell on the matter further. Fu Jingyan glanced at Lin Wan, who was focused on unfastening her seatbelt, and said, Contact me anytime. I am always available. At his words, Lin Wan looked up. Momentarily stunned. Fu Jingyan teasingly remarked, You are not alone now. Regardless of what happens next, I will be here. You can learn to trust me. He hoped their relationship would transcend mere collaboration, as both harbored intentions for a long-term connection, necessitating a step forward. Hearing this, Fu Jingyan offered Lin Wan a smile. As before, he waited until Lin Wan's figure completely vanished from his sight before he started the car and drove away. Shortly after departing, Fu Jingyan's phone rang. He cast a fleeting glance at the screen. It was a call from Zhuo Qingxi. What's the situation? Fu Jingyan answered the phone and casually activated the speaker. On the other end, Zhuo Qingxi's voice resonated with a playful laughter. I'm personally taking charge. Do you still have any doubts? I've brought the person to a bar. Are you coming over now? Fu Jingyan responded affirmatively. I will be there shortly. He gripped the steering wheel firmly, adjusting the angle, and steered towards the bar. Just as Fu Jingyan had departed with Lin Wan, he had instructed Zhuo Qingxi to keep an eye on Gu Yicheng's movements. Indeed, new developments had emerged. Chapter 53. I heard you have a brother who plans to come to Li City. After leaving the Lin family villa, Gu Yicheng contacted a woman. Zhuo Qingxi followed Gu Yicheng to an upscale residential community and had the individual investigated. The woman residing there was named Zhou Yingtian, Gu Yicheng's personal secretary and one of his many romantic interests. On the day of the wedding, the woman rolling on the new bed with Gu Yicheng was none other than Zhou Yingtian. After Gu Yicheng exited the community, Zhuo Qingxi promptly had Zhou Yingtian taken away. Upon arriving at the bar, Fu Jingyan made his way to a secluded private room at the far end of the second floor. Zhuo Qingxi lounged against the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of nonchalance that bordered on roguishness. Zhou Yingtian sat upright across from Zhuo Qingxi, her demeanor betraying a hint of tension and agitation as she struggled to maintain her composure. You're here, Zhuo Qingxi remarked, lazily lifting his gaze to the door as Fu Jingyan entered. At the sound of his voice, Zhou Yingtian also turned her attention towards the entrance. Upon seeing Fu Jingyan, her expression shifted to one of greater unease, intermingled with surprise. Fu Jingyan took a seat beside Zhuo Qingxi and glanced at him, inquiring, What have you managed to extract? Zhuo Qingxi shrugged. This woman is impervious to pressure. Her lips remained sealed. A smile danced on his lips, revealing no trace of frustration despite his lack of progress. Fu Jingyan scoffed. Conceal your glee. Don't think I'm unaware of his character. Likely, inviting Zhou Yingtian here was merely a token show of coercion. Zhuo Qingxi chuckled and spread his hands, gesturing towards Fu Jingyan. Then why don't you give it a try? Following this, Zhuo Qingxi crossed his arms, reclining on the sofa, poised to observe the unfolding drama. After a considerable time, he finally spoke with a cold smirk. What does Gu Yicheng want from you? At the mere mention of Gu Yicheng's name, Zhou Yingtian instantly heightened her vigilance. Fu Jingyan merely regarded her in silence. A single glance was sufficient to instill fear. Under Fu Jingyan's frigid gaze, Zhou Yingtian fidgeted restlessly, her earlier facade of calm gradually crumbling. Fu Jingyan's eyes were icy. All I need to know is Gu Yicheng's intentions. I have no interest in anything else. Fu Sanshao, I am merely President Gu's secretary. I cannot divulge any company matters, and as for President Gu's private life, it is beyond my purview, Zhou Yingtian retorted, mustering her courage. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan let out a sardonic laugh, addressing Miss Zhou. Do you not feel any shame when you utter such words? Zhou Yingtian stared at Fu Jingyan in shock. Turning his gaze, Fu Jingyan cast a glance at Zhuo Qingxi, who immediately understood the unspoken cue and summoned his subordinates to present a stack of photographs, carelessly tossing them before Zhou Yingtian. Working for Gu Yicheng by day and warming his bed by night, Miss Zhou, your job certainly seems arduous. 20 hours on call for Gu Yicheng, can your body endure that? Zhou Yingtian trembled as she reached for the scattered photographs. Upon seeing the images of herself entangled with Gu Yicheng in bed, she hastily looked up, panic-stricken. How could they possess such intimate photographs? These images varied in setting, each depicting Zhou Yingtian and Gu Yicheng's bodies intertwined in unadorned intimacy. Zhuo Qingxi clicked his tongue, feigning a look of distaste, before finally averting his gaze. Fu Jingyan coldly chuckled, and you claim there is no relationship? Imagine if these photos and videos were to be leaked. Wouldn't the Gu family's patriarch intervene to put an end to this farce? Zhuo Qingxi's words, though directed at Fu Jingyan, served as a veiled warning to Zhou Yingtian. Was today's apology from Gu Yicheng not the best testament to this? Zhou Yingtian's face turned ashen, an icy dread enveloping her from head to toe. I truly did not know, she stammered, her voice quivering, and a flicker of fear crossed her pallid countenance. Fu Jingyan continued to regard her with a chilling gaze, scoffing. Do you genuinely believe Gu Yicheng is your sanctuary? Would you care to test whether, amidst the chaos of your entangled images and videos circulating widely, Gu Yicheng would prioritize his own interests or yours? As he spoke, Fu Jingyan twisted the ring on his left hand's index finger, his tone frigid. I hear you have a brother, whom you plan to bring to Liqing for his studies. Zhou Yingtian's eyes widened in terror as she regarded Fu Jingyan. Despite the widespread perception of him as a mere frivolous playboy, bringing nothing but negative press to the Fu family, she could not shake the instinctive fear that arose within her as she faced him. I implore you. Third young Master Fu, I can divulge all that I know, just spare my brother. Zhou Yingtian ultimately surrendered under Fu Jingyan's indifferent gaze. Shaking with trepidation, with reddened eyes, she confessed, President Gu sought me out today, urging me to plead for forgiveness from Miss Lin. Recalling Gu Yicheng's earlier words, Zhou Yingtian felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness wash over her. Her involvement with Gu Yicheng had never been by her own volition. It was during a social engagement that she had been drugged, only to be rescued by Gu Yicheng in her moment of flight. That night, in a daze, she found herself entwined with him. Zhou Yingtian was aware that Gu Yicheng was involved with Lin Wan, the daughter of the Lin family. Initially, she felt a profound sense of guilt towards Lin Wan and contemplated resigning, but Gu Yicheng had dissuaded her. From that moment onward, he wielded her naked photographs and videos as instruments of coercion, compelling her to become his long-term companion. Zhou Yingtian had contemplated rebellion. Yet each time, she was thwarted by Gu Yicheng. Ultimately, she chose to acquiesce, even being coerced into using her own body to procure numerous projects for Gu Yicheng. He possessed an abundance of photographs and videos featuring her with various men, which he wielded as leverage to compel her compliance. Exhausted, Zhou Yingtian slumped on the sofa, her gaze hollow. Gu Yicheng demanded that she confront Lin Wan and confess that the wedding abduction had been orchestrated solely by her. When Gu Yicheng approached her with this request, Zhou Yingtian was reluctant. However, faced with the threat of the incriminating videos, she found herself powerless to resist. With reddened eyes, she supported her forehead with trembling hands, burying her face as silent tears streamed down. Is this all there is? In Chapter 54, if the Fu family is insufficient, what if we add the Lin family? Zhuo Qingxi glanced at Zhou Yingtian, who had suddenly crumbled emotionally, and furrowed his brow in inquiry. Zhou Yingtian raised her eyes to meet his gaze, her voice quivering as she confessed, I speak nothing but the truth. He promised that if I accepted full responsibility, he would let me go. Young Master Fu, you just mentioned that my brother is coming to Li City for university soon. I cannot allow him to discover these matters. Zhuo Qingxi instinctively cast a glance at Fu Jingyan, raising an eyebrow slightly. It appeared there were hidden depths to this situation, evident in Zhou Yingtian's expressions and words. Zhou Yingtian grasped her hands tightly, striving to stabilize her emotions, and spoke with a tremor. I did not willingly remain by Gu Yicheng's side. I was coerced. In her final words, a flicker of resentment crossed her gaze. Gu Yicheng is a devil. He is not human. He holds my photos as a threat against me. I had no choice but to yield my body in exchange for numerous projects. He told me that as long as I acknowledged this matter, he would return the photos and videos, granting me my freedom. Her voice thickened with sorrow. Zhuo Qingxi began to comprehend, looking at her with a questioning expression. Are you implying that Gu Yicheng recorded your images and is forcing you to accompany others? What an utterly shameless man. Zhuo Qingxi rolled his eyes, his expression rife with disdain. He is hardly a man. Fu Jingyan cast a sidelong glance at Zhuo Qingxi before turning his attention back to Zhou Yingtian. Why should I believe you? Perhaps it was the chill in Fu Jingyan's gaze that caused Zhou Yingtian to tremble even more in response. She clutched herself tightly, stammering. I can prove my innocence. I have recordings of every conversation between Gu Yicheng and me. I secretly recorded them all. In a panic, Zhou Yingtian searched for her phone. Nearly in tears, she truly could substantiate her claims. Observing her frantic demeanor, Zhuo Qingxi felt a growing belief in her words. Finally, with shaking hands, Zhou Yingtian located the audio file from her encounter with Gu Yicheng that day and promptly pressed play. The audio conveyed the voice of Gu Yicheng, Zhou Yingtian. All you need to do is kneel before Lin Wan and confess that it was your jealousy that orchestrated the kidnapping during the wedding. Zhou Yingtian softly protested, no. Miss Lin won't believe me. If she doubts you, then you must weep and plead until she does. Ultimately, I only require Lin Wan to believe that you are the mastermind behind the abduction. Gu Yicheng interrupted her abruptly. Zhou Yingtian's voice was laced with panic. I can't do it, Gu Yicheng. I've confessed, but Lin Wan will not let me off the hook. I have my family to consider. I cannot afford to get into trouble. I refuse. Gu Yicheng sneered. You refuse? Very well. Imagine the expression on your parents' faces if I were to deliver those photos and videos directly to them. Zhou Yingtian screamed in despair. No. Gu Yicheng, you promised me. You cannot go back on your word. My parents are not well. They cannot handle the shock. Gu Yicheng, you devil. As her words trailed off, Zhou Yingtian broke down in tears. Amidst her heart-wrenching sobs, Gu Yicheng gritted his teeth and stated, I do not care what means you employ. By tomorrow at the latest. I want Lin Wan to believe that you are responsible for all this. Rest assured, I won't let you come to harm. Once you accomplish this task, I will return all the photos and videos to you. Zhou Yingtian, it is best you do not disappoint me. Following that was a cacophony of busy signals. The recording concluded only after Gu Yicheng departed. Zhou Yingtian, with reddened eyes, looked up at Fu Jingyan. I swear, I am not lying. She was genuinely cornered. Zhou Qingxi glanced at Fu Jingyan but said nothing. Fu Jingyan fixed his gaze on Zhou Yingtian, his thin lips slowly parting. Do you despise Gu Yicheng?
Zhou Yingtian,
with tear-filled eyes, nodded vigorously, gritting her teeth, and expressed her resentment. Of course I hate him. My life has been utterly ruined because of this beast. She longed to confront Gu Yicheng and exact vengeance, yet she lacked the power to do so. Fu Jingyan, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. I can offer you an opportunity. If Zhou Yingtian's claims were indeed true, then she had a viable chance to take on Gu Yicheng. Zhou Yingtian looked at Fu Jingyan in disbelief. What? Fu Jingyan continued. I can assist you in dealing with Gu Yicheng, but you must cooperate with me. Are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you? Zhou Yingtian remained hesitant. Fu Jingyan held no standing in the Fu family. As an overlooked illegitimate child, she wondered if she could fully trust him. Sensing her doubts, Fu Jingyan languidly remarked. Compared to the Gu family, even if I lack power within the Fu family, I am still capable of suppressing Gu Yicheng. He then added with a light laugh. If one Fu family is insufficient, what if we add the Lin family? Zhou Yingtian murmured to herself. The Lin family? Surely he cannot mean Lin Wan? Her eyes widened in astonishment. Fu Jingyan nodded gravely. There are very few families like the Lin family in Liqing. And my association with Lin Wan is precisely why Gu Yicheng wants you to take the blame. Upon hearing that Fu Jingyan was with Lin Wan, Zhou Yingtian's mind went blank. It is widely acknowledged that Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan have never been on amicable terms, yet in front of numerous media outlets, they openly clashed. How could these two possibly find themselves in each other's company? Zhou Qingxi, with a smile, chimed in, I can attest that they are indeed together. Zhou Yingtong remarked, a gaunt camel is still larger than a horse. Fu Jingyan bears the weight of the Fu surname. You, being a wise person, can discern right from wrong. Zhou Qingxi playfully nudged Zhou Yingtong, suggesting that if she sought revenge, she could readily switch allegiances and side with Fu Jingyan. After a prolonged silence, she finally gritted her teeth and addressed Fu Jingyan. I possess substantial recordings and photographs of Gu Yicheng coercing other women. Fu Sanshao. I could present these to you as a token of my willingness to collaborate. The remaining words lingered unspoken. Having extended her sincerity, what would Fu Jingyan reciprocate with? Fu Jingyan let out a cold laugh, stating, I have no need for your so-called recordings and photographs. I prefer to trust without suspicion. I require you to assist me with one task. Zhou Yingtong gazed at him in confusion. He replied, icily. Simply fulfill the task that Gu Yicheng has assigned to you today. Was he suggesting that she should personally confront Lin Wan and admit to the abduction? Zhou Yingtong's mind was engulfed in a haze. Chapter 55. Fu San, I am no longer your little darling. She recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Wan. Fu Jingyan's voice was frigid. Do you understand? Zhou Yingtong, in a daze, nodded. I understand. Your phone, Fu Jingyan instructed her.
Upon hearing this,
Zhou Yingtong trembled as she handed her phone to Zhou Qingxi. Fu Jingyan took the device from Zhou Qingxi's hands and inscribed a number onto it. Contact this number if anything arises. I will inform you of the next steps later. Zhou Yingtong retrieved her phone and glanced at the number, unaware of whose it was, yet she refrained from inquiring further. All right, she replied in a hoarse whisper. Fu Jingyan instructed someone to escort Zhou Yingtong out of the bar. Zhou Qingxi, displeased, protested to Fu Jingyan. Wait, why did you leave my number for her? He had observed that the number Fu Jingyan had given Zhou Tong was one he seldom used. Fu Jingyan smiled at him. I am a married man. Providing another woman with my number would be disloyal to my wife. Zhuo Qingxi rolled his eyes. Having a wife is quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed. Being married is rather remarkable. Perhaps you should find one for yourself and experience this remarkable sensation, Fu Jingyan retorted with a cold, sidelong glance. Under Fu Jingyan's mockery, Zhuo Qingxi muttered in dissatisfaction, Fu San, you've changed. I am no longer your little darling, woe is me. Seizing a moment when Fu Jingyan was distracted, Zhuo Qingxi lunged at him, feigning a pitiful cry. Fu Jingyan disdainfully pushed away the clingy figure draped over him, coldly requesting, let me borrow your notebook. Zhuo Qingxi pretended to wipe away tears while instructing someone to bring the notebook to the private room. He straightened his posture and peered at Fu Jingyan. What are your plans moving forward? Let nature take its course, Fu Jingyan replied as he opened the notebook. With nimble fingers dancing across the keyboard, Fu Jingyan pressed his lips tightly together. Zhuo Qingxi leaned in closer, and upon witnessing Fu Jingyan's intense focus, could not help but whistle softly. Oh dear, I feel quite sore. Our illustrious K. Are you planning to emerge from the shadows in a fit of rage for a fair maiden?
Zhuo Qingxi teased, observing Fu Jingyan's stern demeanor.
At his words, Fu Jingyan's fingers paused slightly before he resumed typing fervently. The K that Zhuo Qingxi referred to was a renowned elite hacker, famous for having infiltrated the defenses of an organization during a multinational kidnapping case, successfully locating the hostages and aiding in their rescue. His fame skyrocketed after this incident. Anonymous sources revealed that K frequently assisted in solving various challenging international cases, yet no one had ever managed to trace him. Following that kidnapping case, K vanished without a trace, and no one knew that K was, in fact, Fu Jingyan, except for Zhuo Qingxi and Gui Chen. This account had been dormant for nearly 3 years, and Zhuo Qingxi had previously joked with Gui Chen, wagering that Fu Jingyan would never resurrect it. Who could have anticipated that today, right before his eyes, Fu Jingyan would log in once more? Watching the rapid flow of code on the screen, Zhuo Qingxi could not suppress a disdainful scoff. To employ the identity of a top hacker merely to deal with someone like Gui Cheng was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After typing the final line of code, Fu Jingyan sent a link to Zhuo Qingxi's phone. Send this link to Zhou Tian's phone later. Zhuo Qingxi's interest peaked immediately. He gazed at the screen, curiosity compelling him to click it. Fu Jingyan shot him a sidelong glance, cautioning, don't touch it. This link will silently infiltrate her phone and grant control over it as soon as Zhou Tian clicks on it. Heeding Fu Jingyan's warning, Zhuo Qingxi tossed his phone aside. You intend to control her phone? Zhuo Qingxi queried, puzzled. Don't you trust her? If you don't trust her, then why say those things to Zhou Tian just now? Fu Jingyan cast Zhuo Qingxi another sidelong glance. It's not a matter of trust. I will need to borrow her phone to implant a tracking system and eavesdropping equipment on Gui Cheng's device. If I send it merely as a spam advertisement, who knows whether Gui Cheng would actually click on it? The best approach is to target someone he is most familiar with. Zhuo Qingxi immediately grasped the plan and gave Fu Jingyan a thumbs up. Impressive. As expected, Fu San is indeed remarkable. You are truly going all out for Lin Wan. Fu Jingyan regarded Zhuo Qingxi and asked, what about the spare phone? Zhuo Qingxi had someone bring it over and tossed it to Fu Jingyan. Here, just dispose of it after use. Prodigal, Fu Jingyan remarked, eyeing the pristine smartphone with a hint of jest. Even if Zhuo Qingxi remained silent, Fu Jingyan would never have left his phone behind. He was merely jesting with Zhuo Qingxi in his usual playful manner. Listening to Fu Jingyan's words, Zhuo Qingxi scoffed. Then return it to me. Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Jingyan tossed the phone back to him, saying, all right, you handle the subsequent matters. I have no objections. Just in time, I shall accompany my wife. Zhuo Qingxi lamented. Why must my romantic prospects be so barren, always yielding only rotten fruit? Fu Jingyan glanced at Zhuo Qingxi, a deeper smile gracing his features. I'm leaving now. Zhuo Qingxi, in a rather irritable tone, urged him, hurry along. No one would miss you. Go on, go. Prompted by Zhuo Qingxi, Fu Jingyan took the phone and departed the bar with a cheerful gait. Zhuo Qingxi collapsed onto the sofa, shielding his eyes with his hand, and recalled the whimsical expression on Fu Jingyan's face just moments ago, unable to suppress a disdainful pout. Indeed, it seemed that a man in love had his intelligence diminished. After exiting the bar, Fu Jingyan, while driving, dialed Lin Wan. The phone rang for a while before it was answered. Is there something you need? Lin Wan's voice was soft and inquiring. For some reason, her gentle tones stirred a flutter within Fu Jingyan. He relayed the situation regarding Zhou Tong to Lin Wan beforehand. A silence lingered on the other end of the line. Unable to contain himself, Fu Jingyan called out, Wan? Are you alright? He inquired softly. He sensed Lin Wan's displeasure. The thought that it was due to Gu Yicheng darkened his expression, a trace of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Though still somewhat uneasy, Fu Jingyan decided against pressing further. Given Lin Wan's reassurances. At that moment, the voice of Butler Su resonated from the other end of the line. Fu Jingyan heard her mention that someone was looking for Lin Wan, and he presumed it was Zhou Yingtong. He addressed Lin Wan. You may attend to your matters for now. All right, Lin Wan replied, and then ended the call. Setting her phone down, Lin Wan turned to Butler Su. Please direct her to the side hall. I shall be down shortly. Upon hearing this, Butler Su promptly withdrew. Indeed, Zhou Yingtong had come to visit. Even without prior notice from Fu Jingyan, Lin Wan would naturally remain skeptical of Zhou Yingtong's words. However, from Fu Jingyan's earlier remarks, Lin Wan discerned some information indicating a potential collaboration between Fu Jingyan and Zhou Yingtong, which required her cooperation. Turning, she descended to the side hall. Lin Wan found a somewhat anxious woman seated on the sofa. She recognized Zhou Yingtong, who had often lingered around Gu Yicheng in her previous life. However, during her confinement in the psychiatric facility, Zhou Yingtong had visited several times, seemingly intent on ensuring her well-being. Additionally, on the day Gu Yicheng had taken her life, Zhou Yingtong had arrived early, either intentionally or unintentionally reminding her to seek an opportunity to escape. Reflecting on it now, Zhou Yingtong had indeed provided her with numerous hints in her previous life. But what of her? Under the subtle influence of Gu Yicheng, Zhou Yingtong foolishly believed that she was attempting to seduce him. Miss Lin. Zhou Yingtong caught a glimpse of Lin Wan, who stood motionless at the door of the side hall, scrutinizing her. Startled, she rose hurriedly, clasping her hands together, her expression fraught with anxiety as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Lin Wan's eyes, Zhou Yingtong's countenance reflected her unease as she sat down alongside Lin Wan, hesitating on how to broach the subject. Secretary Zhou. What brings you to me? Lin Wan inquired with a gentle smile, prompting Zhou Yingtong to grit her teeth and resolutely reveal the motive behind Gu Yicheng's summoning. She even divulged the matter of Gu Yicheng threatening her with photographs. Lin Wan's surprise quickly morphed into understanding. Thus, Zhou Yingtong had been coerced, which explained her incessant reminders in her previous life. Zhou Yingtong lifted her head, bewildered as she regarded Lin Wan. Will he believe me? Regardless of his belief, Gu Yicheng would undoubtedly seek her out again. When that time comes, I shall dismiss him. Rest assured, he will not learn of today's events. Lin Wan reassured her with a smile. Lin Wan's words resonated with Zhou Yingtong. The reason Gu Yicheng compelled her to take the blame for the kidnapping was that he would certainly return to seek Lin Wan's assistance, needing her family's influence to solidify his standing within the Gu family. Yet, blinded by his arrogance and the belief in Lin Wan's unwavering affections, he had initially exuded confidence during the press conference. Little did he anticipate the unforeseen turn of events. With Lin Wan possessing all the evidence of his machinations and successfully persuading old Master Gu to strip him of his power. Consequently, he could only manipulate Zhou Yingtong into admitting to the kidnapping out of jealousy, thus providing a rationale for his subsequent actions. Gu Yicheng sought to attribute the humiliation of Lin Wan's abduction to an external conspiracy, driven by his desire to salvage his dignity, which led to his subsequent desperate maneuvers. If Zhou Yingtong could easily see through such reasoning, how could Lin Wan remain oblivious? Contemplating this, Zhou Yingtong gazed at Lin Wan with gratitude, saying, Thank you. You mentioned being coerced by Gu Yicheng? Lin Wan inquired gently once more. Zhou Yingtong's clasped hands tightened slightly. Yes, he possesses numerous photographs and videos of me. I had no choice, Miss Lin. I am truly sorry. She recognized that, though it was not her intention, she had inadvertently caused Lin Wan distress. Bowing her head in shame, Zhou Yingtong felt unworthy to face Lin Wan. Upon noticing Lin Wan's serious demeanor, Zhou Yingtong was momentarily relieved. Lin Wan continued, Do you wish to free yourself from Gu Yicheng? I do, Zhou Yingtong affirmed, nodding earnestly with reddened eyes. Miss Lin, to be candid, my brother is about to come to Li City for school, and I do not wish for him to be aware of these sordid affairs. She felt an urgent need to extricate herself from Gu Yicheng's grasp before her brother's arrival. This urgency explained Zhou Yingtong's lack of hesitation in admitting to the kidnapping under Gu Yicheng's duress. Lin Wan pondered for a moment before inquiring further. Are there any other women around Gu Yicheng who share your predicament? She could not believe that Gu Yicheng had only coerced Zhou Yingtong. It appears he is a seasoned offender. He tends to leave behind videos and photos to coerce those individuals, while some remain close to those executives, acting as unseemly confidants, whispering in their ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan felt a wave of revulsion. Gu Yicheng's clandestine actions were truly vile, inciting feelings of disgust. Is there a list? Lin Wan inquired, her brow furrowed. This was due to the fact that some individuals had been in contact with Zhou Yingtian after the incident. She was privy to quite a bit of information. In truth, Zhou Yingtian did not fully trust Gu Yicheng. She was aware that after he had resolved this matter, he would not simply let her go. Zhou Yingtian was no naive girl. She was well acquainted with many of Gu Yicheng's dealings. He would not easily allow her to leave. Lin Wan pondered briefly before addressing Zhou Yingtian. I can assist you, and I can arrange protection for your brother. But she left the rest unsaid. She needed Zhou Yingtian to remain close to Gu Yicheng, acting as her informant. Indeed, Lin Wan's decision to keep Zhou Yingtian under her influence was fraught with considerable risk. She was uncertain whether Zhou Yingtian might betray her during this process. Yet, recalling the warnings from her previous life, Lin Wan resolved to trust Zhou Yingtian once more. Chapter 57. Kidnapping has nothing to do with him. Betrayal is always a reality, is it not? Zhou Yingtian regarded Lin Wan and stated, Miss Lin, if there is anything you need me to do, please do not hesitate to say. At these words, Zhou Yingtian was taken aback. Her gaze met Lin Wan's, and she seemed to perceive a glimmer of resentment in Lin Wan's expression. Zhou Yingtian could sense that Lin Wan's animosity towards Gu Yicheng was not merely rooted in the events surrounding the wedding kidnapping. Secretary Zhou, I hope you will consider this carefully. Remaining close to Gu Yicheng still carries risks. Lin Wan felt it necessary to clarify matters with Zhou Yingtian. She scrutinized Zhou Yingtian's demeanor. You must understand what this entails, right? If you wish to hastily escape from him, I can assist you. This could be seen as repaying the kindness Zhou Yingtian had shown her in her past life. After a moment, Zhou Yingtian took a deep breath and raised her gaze to Lin Wan. Miss Lin, I trust you. As long as you can ensure my brother's safety, I am willing to do anything. She recognized that it was impossible to escape from Gu Yicheng alone. Given that Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan were allies, their combined efforts against Gu Yicheng would likely yield a greater chance of success. Zhou Yingtian was willing to take the gamble. At worst, she would end up in a deadly confrontation with Gu Yicheng, and if she were to perish, she would ensure that man would fall alongside her. Lin Wan discerned Zhou Yingtian's resolve and silently breathed a sigh of relief. She said to Zhou Yingtian, May our cooperation be fruitful. In the meantime, do your utmost to protect yourself. I know what to do. Zhou Yingtian replied with a faint smile towards Lin Wan. To be honest, it is fortunate that you are able to see through Gu Yicheng so promptly. Zhou Yingtian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Better this than discovering after marriage that the man beside you is a ravenous wolf. Lin Wan's heart stirred as she recalled the 6 years she devoted to Gu Yicheng in her past life, a cold smile gracing her lips. You are right. Once again sensing the chill radiating from Lin Wan, Zhou Yingting was momentarily taken aback. However, Zhou Yingting did not linger for long. In an effort to appear as though she was earnestly seeking Lin Wan's favor, she deliberately disheveled her hair and left the Lin residence, her eyes swollen and red. Stumbling as she departed, Lin Mo observed Zhou Yingting's retreating figure, lost in thought. Catching sight of Lin Wan emerging from the side hall, Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Sister, who is that person who just rushed out? What did his secretary want from you?
Lin Montag feignet innocence.
Lin Wan smirked sarcastically. She came to confess. It was she who orchestrated the kidnapping at the wedding.
What?
Lin Mo stared at Lin Wan in astonishment. So, it wasn't Brother Gu after all? Then, sister, have you misunderstood Brother Gu? Lin Mo looked at Lin Wan, her expression fraught with concern. If that's the case, aren't you going to forgive him? Her gaze held a hint of inquiry. As Lin Wan spoke, Lin Mo was about to say more, but Lin Wan had already brushed past her, ascending the staircase. Watching Lin Wan's silhouette, Lin Mo's eyes reflected disdain, her heart scoffing. What's so special about her? Does she truly believe Gu Yicheng cannot live without her? The intent was to monitor whether Zhou Yingting had approached Lin Wan with honesty. It was evident that Zhou Yingting had indeed visited. Yet Lin Wan clearly had no intention of forgiving her. Lin Mo relayed the situation to Gu Yicheng, her words laced with grievances against Lin Wan. Meanwhile, Zhou Yingting exited the Lin residence and settled into her car. After some contemplation, she searched for the phone number left by Fu Jingyan. She crafted a message informing him that she had left the Lin family and had fulfilled his instructions. Attached was a string of webpage links. Zhou Yingting clicked on the link, her eyes widening at the title. Lin Group to experience significant personnel changes. Internal news leaked. Lin Wan set to officially take over Lin Group. She was taken aback. No wonder Lin Wan sought her collaboration. If she truly entered the Lin Group, she would certainly possess ample resources to contend with Gu Yicheng. Zhou Yingting exited the page, copied the link, and messaged Gu Yicheng on WeChat, composing the message as per Fu Jingyan's instructions. Tossing her phone aside, she inhaled deeply, glanced at the Lin villa, and then drove away. Suddenly, the computer screen lit up. Fu Jingyan looked up to see a progress bar advancing slowly on the screen. It was the link he had just sent Zhou Yingting, now opened by Gu Yicheng, containing a Trojan virus. Almost simultaneously, Gu Yicheng's phone background silently activated the Trojan. Seconds later, the screen displayed that the installation was complete. The mobile terminal's contents were laid bare before him. Fu Jingyan focused intently on the screen, quickly uncovering several encrypted hidden folders within Gu Yicheng's device. He swiftly bypassed the folder's security. Inside, he discovered a plethora of photographs and videos featuring various women, all captured by Gu Yicheng. Without opening any of them,
Fu Jingyan snorted disdainfully.
After securing the contents of the folder, he opened a small window and deftly typed in some code. In no time, he implanted the programmed virus into Gu Yicheng's phone, observing as the device flickered to a black screen. Shortly thereafter, a question mark icon appeared over the encrypted folders, and the phone reverted to normalcy. He waited in silence. As Fu Jingyan had anticipated, Gu Yicheng connected his phone to a desktop computer. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Jingyan accessed Gu Yicheng's computer through the phone's connection and swiftly installed monitoring software in the background. Once he completed these tasks, he withdrew. Both Gu Yicheng's phone and computer were now under Fu Jingyan's real-time surveillance. Fu Jingyan shut down the computer and rose from the study. Chapter 58. Tears lose their value when shed too frequently. The following morning, Lin Wan awoke early. She donned an ankle-length white floral dress paired with 3-centimeter high heels. Retrieving a black blazer from her wardrobe, Lin Wan applied a light touch of makeup and fashioned her long hair into a high ponytail. Satisfied with her refined appearance reflected in the mirror, she smiled subtly. Selecting a chic black square handbag, she descended the stairs. In the dining room, Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei were already enjoying breakfast, with Lin Mo seated beside Li Xuewei. Lin Wan chose an empty seat at the far side of the table. Observing the Western-style breakfast laid out before her, she frowned slightly and turned to the butler. "Su, do you have any congee?" "Yes, it's being kept warm." "I'll have the servant bring it up," replied Su, hurrying towards the kitchen. Lin Wan sipped from her cup, taking a few gulps of warm water. When Su brought forth the lean meat congee, Lin Wan offered a grateful glance and bowed her head in silence as she began her meal. Lin Jindong's expression remained tense upon seeing Lin Wan. Though she sensed his discomfort, she chose to disregard it. Li Xuewei, peeling an egg for Lin Jindong, smiled at Lin Wan. "Wan, would you like some egg? Why are you up so early today? You look lovely. Are you going out on a date?" Lin Mo, seated diagonally across from Lin Wan, was tearing small pieces from a slice of bread and slowly eating them. Lin Wan lowered her gaze and softly replied, "MHM." Lin Jindong slammed his chopsticks down onto the table with a sharp sound. "What time is it? Are you off to cause trouble again?" While it was understandable that Wan, being young, might enjoy some playful mischief, Li Xuewei sought to soothe him. "Let's not be angry. She is still a child."
Lin Montag chimed in, "Dead."
"Sister is always reliable. She knows her limits." The two women publicly defended Lin Wan, yet their underlying intentions were not lost on her. Lin Wan's eating motion momentarily paused as she lifted her gaze to the two individuals before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I am going to visit Grandpa," she stated. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Jindong's expression darkened ominously. His face was contorted with displeasure. Li Xuewei and Lin Mo exchanged glances, silently communicating. Lin Mo offered Lin Wan an innocent smile, saying, "Sister, it has been a long time since I visited Grandpa. May I accompany you?"
"No."
Lin Wan swiftly rejected the suggestion without a second thought. "Grandpa does not wish to see you." Instantly, Lin Mo's eyes brimmed with tears, her demeanor one of hurt. Li Xuewei cast a resentful look at Lin Jindong. Lin Wan's words had struck a painful chord within her. Having been by Lin Jindong's side for over a decade, she had never gained the acknowledgement of Lin Fingjue. The sense of frustration welled within her, as even Lin Mo and Lin Chen were also disregarded by the old man. Lin Jindong shot Lin Wan a fierce glare, reproaching her. "Lin Wan, how can you speak like that? Xiao Mo is your sister. Do not take advantage of Grandpa's affection for you to speak so carelessly. Since you are favored by him, you ought to persuade him on behalf of Xiao Mo and Xiao Chen. They are also members of the Lin family and should not be treated with such disparity." The thought of Lin Fingjue's attitude made Lin Jindong's head spin. He believed that by encouraging Lin Wan to take Lin Mo and Lin Chen to the old residence more often, the old man would eventually develop an affection for the children. Yet Lin Wan consistently refused. To Lin Jindong, Lin Wan's actions appeared selfish, as if she feared that her grandfather's affection would be diverted to Lin Mo and Lin Chen, sharing the love she had exclusively enjoyed. Listening to Lin Jindong's admonishment, Lin Wan set down her bowl, raised her gaze to him, and with a mocking smile, replied, "First of all, my mother bore only me. I have no siblings. Secondly, Grandpa has never recognized Lin Mo and Lin Chen's identities, nor has he acknowledged the identity of that woman beside you. To me, they are merely temporary occupants.
Strangers in my life.
Observing the discomfort on their faces, Lin Wan's smile blossomed like a flower. Lastly, if you wish for Grandpa to acknowledge their identities,
You need not involve me.
if you possess the capability, go speak directly to Grandpa and state it before him. If he is willing to acknowledge you, you would not have had to wait all these years. With her words, Lin Jindong's already pallid face grew even darker. Li Xuewei seethed with resentment, wishing to rush forward and silence Lin Wan. Each of her words pierced directly into Li Xuewei's heart with precision. Yet, in Lin Jindong's presence, she merely lowered her head, quietly weeping. Upon seeing Li Xuewei in tears, Lin Mo's eyes also turned red, and she began to sob pitifully. Her tear-filled gaze directed at Lin Jindong. Too many tears diminish their worth, Lin Wan remarked lazily, her tone laced with derision. Lin Mo, momentarily taken aback by Lin Wan's cold demeanor, forgot her own tears. Li Xuewei cast Lin Wan a resentful glance from the corner of her eye. While Lin Jindong fell silent, his mouth shut tight due to Lin Wan's words. The matter of incorporating Li Xuewei, Lin Mo, and Lin Chun into the Lin family genealogy has not escaped Lin Jindong's mention. However, each time he broached the subject, it invariably provoked Lin Fingjue's ire. Lin Fingjue had explicitly conveyed to Lin Jindong that the position of the Lin family's eldest daughter-in-law unequivocally belonged to Su Ran, and that the title of the Lin family's eldest lady would solely be held by Lin Wan. Should Lin Jindong wish to marry Li Xuewei and obtain a marriage certificate with her, Lin Fingjue would not hesitate to convene a family meeting, thereby formally expelling Lin Jindong from the Lin family and erasing his name from the genealogy. In such an eventuality, Lin Jindong would find himself utterly detached from the Lin family, with all privileges he once enjoyed seamlessly transferring to Lin Wan. This prospect instilled a sense of dread within Lin Jindong. Without the Lin family, he would be rendered inconsequential. Weighing his options, Lin Jindong dared not mention the prospect of marrying Li Xuewei or the inclusion of Lin Mo and Lin Chun in the genealogy in Lin Fingjue's presence.
Lin Wan,
catching a glimpse of Lin Jindong's stifled rage and frustration, could not help but revel in the amusement. My apologies, I had forgotten that grandfather would rather expel you, his eldest son, than compromise. With that, she declared her satisfaction and added, if you still have the appetite, please take your time. Pushing back her chair, she picked up a small bag set aside and, amid the furious glares of the other three, sauntered away. She headed towards the garage, when suddenly, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, she discovered it was a message from Fu Jingyan. Chapter 59, Am I to earn a living while Mr. Fu is responsible for being charming? FJY come out. Lin Wan immediately understood, pivoting on her heel towards the entrance. Outside the villa, Fu Jingyan remained in his previous luxurious Maybach, sporting sunglasses, one hand resting on the steering wheel while the other languidly extended out the window. Lin Wan approached the passenger seat, opened the door, and settled in. What brings you here? She inquired, casting a glance at the wind chime, her smile faint yet warm. Upon hearing her words, Lin Wan chuckled, having Mr. Fu personally escort me speaks volumes. Listening to her playful banter, Fu Jingyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Clearly in high spirits, Lin Wan tilted her head to observe him, perhaps influenced by the smile playing on his lips. The earlier tension from her altercation with Lin Jindong began to dissipate. Gradually, she shifted her gaze away. Fu Jingyan, out of the corner of his eye, admired Lin Wan's serene visage, unable to suppress his smile entirely. To avert any unnecessary complications, Fu Jingyan parked the car in the underground garage of Lin's building. As Lin Wan unfastened her seatbelt in preparation to exit, Fu Jingyan retrieved a small gift bag from the back seat, presenting it to her with a grin, to celebrate Madame Fu's auspicious start. Lin Wan accepted it, and in Fu Jingyan's presence, she extracted a rectangular red brocade box from the bag. Upon opening it, she discovered a platinum-colored fountain pen within. Madame Fu, keep it up, and strive to earn a living, Fu Jingyan said, a mischievous smile gracing his features. He winked playfully at Lin Wan, jesting, that's the idea, Madame Fu. What time do you finish work tonight? I shall come to fetch you. Tonight may not be feasible, she replied. Lin Wan pondered for a moment before speaking. Today marks my first day at work, and my grandfather has arranged a welcome dinner for me at the Four Seasons Hotel. She cast a glance at Fu Jingyan, unable to bear his disappointment, and ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, it's getting late. You should head up. Fu Jingyan reminded Lin Wan not to be tardy. Observing the time, Lin Wan opened the car door and alighted, making her way towards the elevator. It was only after she had boarded the elevator that Fu Jingyan gradually started the car. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone pierced the air. Glancing at the caller ID, Fu Jingyan's expression darkened slightly, yet he answered the call. On the other end, Fu Lintong's displeased voice resonated. So early in the morning. Where have you been going this time? Fu Jingyan, if there's nothing important, I'll hang up. Fu Jingyan coldly interrupted Fu Lintang. Just as he was about to disconnect the call, he paused. The Lin family? A smile deepened at the corners of Fu Jingyan's lips, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his narrow phoenix eyes. Yes, the old man of the Lin family has invited the whole clan, reportedly to celebrate Lin Wan's employment at Lin Corporation today. After saying this, he abruptly hung up the phone and drove away from the Lin Corporation building. Lin Wan arrived at the lobby on the first floor via the elevator. Lin Fingjue's assistant, Kai Kong, was already waiting by the entrance. Uncle Kong. Lin Wan greeted him with a smile as she approached. Kai Kong, 52 years of age, had been at Lin Corporation since its inception and had always been by Lin Fingjue's side, holding a significant position within the company as Lin Fingjue's most trusted aide. He gazed at Lin Wan in surprise. How did you come from the parking lot? Lin Wan shyly smiled. A friend dropped me off. Kai Kong instantly understood. Your grandfather won't arrive for another half an hour. Let me show you around the company. Thank you, Uncle Kong. Lin Wan obediently followed Kai Kong. Before long, news of Lin Wan's presence at Lin Corporation spread throughout the company. Upon his arrival at the group, Lin Fingjue convened a high-level meeting. During the meeting, he publicly announced that Lin Wan would assume the position of general manager of Lin Corporation starting today. This revelation immediately stirred up a storm. Lin Jindong was among those present, staring incredulously at Lin Fingjue on the main stage. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his facial muscles twitching slightly, and his eyes ignited with sparks of fury. Not only was he unaware that Lin Wan was joining Lin Corporation, but her position was already a rank above his upon entering the company. How could Lin Jindong possibly swallow this bitter pill? I am aware that many of you may have doubts regarding Wan's capabilities, Lin Fingjue addressed the assembly. Wan has been by my side since she was 15, and her contributions can be traced throughout our subsidiary companies. Lin Fingjue scanned the room before glancing at Kai Kong. Understanding the cue, Kai Kong promptly projected Lin Wan's resume from her years at Lin Corporation's subsidiaries onto the screen. From the age of 15, her performance at various subsidiaries and evaluations from different departments were meticulously detailed. As the audience viewed this presentation, the previously restless crowd fell into a profound silence. Those who initially intended to protest observed Lin Fingjue's demeanor, and with his impeccable credentials, they fell silent. Lin Fingjue surveyed the room, noting the absence of dissent, and continued, Wan is someone I have personally nurtured. Her competence will become evident in due course. Should anyone harbor intentions of undermining her, I shall not permit it. He cast a deliberate glance at Lin Jindong, who, visibly displeased, averted his gaze in response. After concluding his remarks, Lin Fingjue turned to Lin Wan and said, Wan, everyone present possesses greater seniority and experience than you. You must remain humble and eager to learn. Understood? Lin Wan offered a faint smile in return. Grandfather, I understand. Standing tall, she addressed the assembly with a warm expression. As I have just embarked on this journey, I have much to learn from all of you, and I hope to foster a pleasant rapport with each of you in the days to come. Her demeanor was neither subservient nor overbearing, affording respect to all in attendance. After imparting a few more instructions, Lin Fingjue allowed Kai Kong to escort Lin Wan to her office. Chapter 60. Let us commence with this project. Lin Wan's office was situated on the 66th floor. Kai Kong guided Lin Wan through the office environment, eventually leading her to her workspace. The old master personally oversaw the decor. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak up, Kai Kong assured her. Lin Wan surveyed her office, which boasted a minimalist, Instagram-inspired design, simple yet elegant. It was indeed the ambience she favored. Gratefully, she looked at Kai Kong and said, I truly love it. Please convey my appreciation to Uncle Kong and Grandfather. That is wonderful to hear, Kai Kong replied with a smile. Additionally, the old master has arranged for you an assistant, Kai Ziffin, who happens to be my son. Kai Ziffin, at 29, had been working alongside Kai Kong at Lin Corporation and was one of Lin Fingjue's few trusted subordinates. With Lin Wan's entry into the company, the old master had assigned her several teams, each composed of elite members who had previously fought alongside him. The allocation of half of these teams to Lin Wan was a clear indication of his intentions. Listening to Kai Kong, Lin Wan looked at him and remarked, It is rare for Uncle Kong to part with his most capable assistant for my sake. She merely smiled in response. In her previous life, Kai Ziffin had also remained by Lin Wan's side after her entry into the company. He had always harbored reservations regarding Gu Yicheng. However, following a crisis within the group, Kai Ziffin was unjustly labeled a traitor by Gu Yicheng and subsequently expelled from Lin Corporation. He dedicated himself to investigating Gu Yicheng, only to be ensnared in a plot that led to his imprisonment for alleged corporate espionage. As a result of this incident, Kai Kong had severed ties with Lin Wan and aligned himself with Fu Jingyan. Momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the spirited Kai Kong, Lin Wan stifled her emotions and took a deep breath. Uncle Kong, please attend to your duties. Just have Ziffin come to me. Understood. If there are any questions, please consult Assistant Kai. Kai Kong briefly explained a few points before turning to leave the office. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wan heard a knock at the door. A handsome man with a smiling demeanor entered. He approached Lin Wan and introduced himself. Manager Lin, I am your assistant, Kai Ziffin. Lin Wan smiled and greeted him. Kai Go, I look forward to relying on you. Kai Ziffin had previously interned at a subsidiary of the Lin Corporation, where Lin Wan was also employed at the time. They were assigned to the same department, which fostered a good rapport between them. In the office, please call me Assistant Kai, he winked at Lin Wan. Unfazed. Lin Wan replied, all right. Kai Ziffin placed a stack of documents before Lin Wan, stating, these are the projects we are currently negotiating that have yet to be finalized. I will later organize and compress the past projects and send them to Manager Lin's email. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me at any time. He then produced a small notebook, accompanied by a business card. This contains the internal contact numbers for the company, as well as my phone number. Lin Wan inquired, is the WeChat ID the same as your phone number? Without hesitation, she quickly entered his number into her phone. I will add you on WeChat for easier communication. As she glanced at his profile on the screen, she couldn't help but smile at the amusing WeChat name. Ziffin is quite ordinary. She swiftly clicked to add him, and Kai Ziffin promptly accepted her friend request. Lin Wan quickly noted him as Assistant Kai. This pertained to a resort development project. The Lin Corporation primarily operates in the finance sector, while the Gu Corporation focuses on real estate. In the suburban area of Li City, near the coast, a plot of land was successfully bid on by the Lin Corporation. The company intends to develop a resort utilizing the terrain, an area where the Gu Corporation excels. Initially, discussions were held with the team led by Gu Yicheng, but Gu Yicheng intercepted the negotiations midway, acting in Lin Wan's name. His strong impression of this project stemmed from the fact that someone from Gu Corporation had outmaneuvered their own team. He had heard some rumors indicating that Gu Yicheng personally negotiated with Lin Fingjue, seemingly mentioning Lin Wan's name throughout the conversation. Lin Fingjue only remarked that he would reconsider. It was unclear how it evolved into Gu Yicheng successfully securing the project. Moreover, Lin Wan had also mentioned it in front of Lin Fingjue. Kai Ziffin, who was following this project closely, understood that Gu Yicheng's success in obtaining the development project was largely due to Lin Wan's involvement. However, despite any feelings of shame, he felt compelled to remain silent. The day after Lin Wan called off her engagement, Lin Fingjue halted the project. Coincidentally, the stack of documents Kai Ziffin had just handed to Lin Wan contained this development project. Kai Ziffin extracted a document from the middle of the stack, glanced at the number, and handed it to Lin Wan. This is the project. Lin Wan perused the file, and upon encountering the reason for the disapproval, she couldn't help but chuckle. The rationale cited the unsatisfactory character of the partner's representative, warranting further observation and discussion. She looked up at Kai Ziffin with a smile and inquired, who penned that reason? When Kai Ziffin first read it, he nearly applauded. He had witnessed Gu Yicheng's furious reaction to this very justification, and it brought him immense satisfaction. Is there still no suitable candidate for this project? Lin Wan closed the file and questioned Kai Ziffin. At her words, Lin Wan smiled again. She could comprehend why Lin Fingjue had transferred this case to her. Let us start honing my skills with this project, she declared with a grin. Please compile all relevant materials for me. Given that it was her grandfather's sincere intention, Lin Wan felt a sense of duty to honor it. After confirming with her, Kai Ziffin turned and exited the office. Just as he reached the door, he collided with someone. Chapter 61. You have not only failed as a person but are unworthy of being a father. Lin Jindong stormed into Lin Wan's office, his face a deep shade of anger. In the meeting room moments ago, Lin Fingjue had nearly revealed his identity, warning him not to create obstacles for Lin Wan within the company. Humiliated in front of so many executives, Lin Jindong felt utterly disgraced. He was unaware that Lin Wan was coming to work at Lin's corporation, and furthermore, her position was notably superior to his upon her arrival. Kai Ziffin blocked Lin Jindong's path. Deputy Lin, the general manager, is busy. Recognizing Lin Jindong's aggressive demeanor, Kai Ziffin frowned slightly. Lin Jindong glared at Kai Ziffin and coldly retorted, who do you think you are to obstruct me? Kai Ziffin smiled lightly. I am currently the assistant to the general manager. If Deputy Lin wishes to speak with him, you must first notify me. Lin Ziffin, it is not your family's place to dictate matters at Lin's corporation. You lack the power to wield such influence, Lin Jindong warned through clenched teeth. Typically, Lin Jindong found himself overshadowed by Kai Kong and the company. Now, being impeded at the office door by Kai Ziffin only fueled his fury. Hearing Lin Jindong's words, Kai Ziffin smirked. Lin's corporation has always been governed by the old master. Deputy Lin, both my father and I only take orders from General Manager Lin. The implication was clear. The Kai family was aligned with Lin Fingjue and now, with Lin Wan as well. Lin Jindong's expression darkened as he glared at Kai Ziffin. I need to see Lin Wan. Kindly relay my request. Realizing that engaging with Kai Ziffin was futile, Lin Jindong suppressed his ire and, begrudgingly, spoke up. Kai Ziffin cast a sidelong glance at Lin Jindong, then turned to knock on the door. Pushing it open, he announced to Lin Wan in the office, General Manager Lin. Deputy Lin is here to see you. Lin Wan, who was reviewing the project documents for the resort, lifted her head upon hearing Kai Ziffin's words. Understanding that Lin Jindong had come to visit her, it seems that Kai Ziffin has been kept at bay. Upon recalling Lin Jindong's exasperated expression, Lin Wan couldn't help but smile lightly. I am busy. Have him come back in the afternoon. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Jindong overheard her refusal to meet him. As he reached out to stop himself, he felt a sudden rush of wind beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly into the office. Kai Ziffin followed closely behind. General Manager Lin, such grandiosity. Is this the way you intend to assert your authority as a new appointee? Lin Jindong thought, shaking off Kai Ziffin's hand and hastening to stand before Lin Wan. Lin Wan regarded him, hands placed firmly on the desk, her face a mask of anger, and said to Kai Ziffin, you may leave now. Kai Ziffin nodded and exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Feeling the ire radiating from Lin Jindong, Lin Wan finally lifted her gaze, looking at him lazily. What is it? Lin Jindong's eyes widened in fury, filled with rage. Why did you not inform me about your employment at Lin Corporation? Lin Wan, you had a perfect opportunity to mention it this morning. The thought of being kept in the dark, even while Lin Wan had deceived him earlier that day, ignited a furious blaze within him. Such a significant matter as her joining Lin Corporation had escaped his notice entirely, showcasing the depths of secrecy maintained by their father. Listening to Lin Jindong, Lin Wan found amusement in his words. Vice President Lin, if I had disclosed it, wouldn't you have accused me of showing off before you? The entire upper management is aware of my employment at Lin Corporation, yet you remain oblivious and come to blame me? Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Her words dripped with profound sarcasm as she concluded. Lin Jindong's expression grew increasingly impatient. Do not make excuses, Lin Wan. You are being willful. As he spoke, Lin Wan's demeanor turned ice cold. As a father, if you had shown even a modicum of concern for me, you would have known about my joining Lin Corporation. But have you ever shown interest in me? Your gaze has never lingered on me. Everything I say or do seems to be wrong in your eyes. Ask yourself, have you truly been a competent father? I was raised by my grandfather. Apart from sharing your blood, what connection do we have? Lin Jindong's lips twitched. I am your father. You claim I have not cared for you. What about you? Have you ever reached out to me? I asked you to discuss with your grandfather the matter of your aunt entering the Lin family, but what did you do? Long ago, after facing setbacks with Lin Fingjue, Lin Jindong had turned his attention to Lin Wan. The first time he bought her a princess dress, he took her to the amusement park, spending an entire day with her. It was the happiest day Lin Wan had experienced since losing her mother. Yet, all joy was shattered the moment Lin Jindong asked her to persuade Lin Fingjue to allow Li Xuewei into the Lin family. From the moment Li Xuewei entered with Lin Mo, Lin Wan found herself cast aside. At that tender age, she often felt like an outsider. Silently observing Lin Jindong as he cradled Lin Mo, allowing her to perch upon his shoulders while they frolicked around the villa. The laughter and joy shared among the trio filled Lin Wan with a deep sense of envy, yet it felt utterly disconnected from her own existence. Following Lin Chen's birth, Lin Wan's presence became nearly invisible. Lin Jindong, I am merely a child born out of your obligation to solidify your position. Had it not been for the immense benefits my mother could offer you, you would never have wed her. If you have no affection for her, then do not provoke her. If you do not shamelessly pursue other women outside. My mother's demise is inextricably linked to you and those women. With clenched fists and reddened eyes, Lin Wan thought, if it weren't for my mother's formidable family backing, you would never recognize your own repugnance and filth. It is unfathomable that after being caught in the act, you would transfer half of the Lin family's shares to her to prove your loyalty. Lin Wan's sarcasm dripped heavily. Do you truly believe I am unaware? The condition that I must marry before inheriting my mother's estate was a stipulation you imposed when you transferred those shares. You know my mother would eventually pass her shares to me. In your eyes, daughters are mere liabilities, and as long as we can yield the greatest profit for you, nothing else matters. So, exert yourself a little, even if it is merely a facade of concern. Lin Jindong, you have failed as a human being and are unworthy of the title of father. Chapter 62. What is mine is yours. What is yours remains yours. Do you truly think my silence is born from fear? It is because my mother instructed me and her will not to act against you. As long as you refrain from troubling me, we can coexist peacefully. Conversely, should you choose to make my life difficult, you can test whether I can systematically dismantle the benefits my mother brought you. Lin Wan harbored no lingering father-daughter affection for Lin Jindong. She had her own schemes. Yet, should Lin Jindong, in his apparent lack of perception, continue to provoke her, she might find herself unable to resist the urge to expel him. Perhaps the aura she exuded was too formidable. Lin Jindong's fury deflated upon meeting her icy gaze. Lin Wan returned her focus to the documents. Coldly issuing an eviction order. I need to familiarize myself with the business. If you are done speaking, please exit, turn left. And do not let the door hit you on your way out. With that, she had effectively banished Lin Jindong from her presence, ignoring him entirely. Lin Jindong stood there, his face taut, for what felt like an eternity, before finally storming out of the office, slamming the door behind him in a fit of rage. Lin Wan lifted her gaze to observe his retreating figure, a smirk playing on her lips. She paid him no mind and returned to her documents. Before long, Kai Ziffin re-entered, this time carrying an assortment of gift boxes, of various sizes. Lin Wan stared at him in astonishment. General Manager. These are specially sent from the Fu family. Kai Ziffin placed the gift boxes on a nearby table. The Fu family? Lin Wan immediately thought of Fu Jingyan. She rose and walked towards Kai Ziffin. Upon opening the largest box, she discovered a black evening gown adorned with subtle glimmers. Inside, there was a delicately crafted card featuring a small cluster of pristine bellflowers, elegantly encircling the lowercase letters FY, which exuded a sense of grace and nonchalance. FY is a renowned fashion brand, and the evening gown, a centerpiece from the brand's collection showcased at Paris Fashion Week, is known as the Vast Sea of Stars. It is said that this piece de resistance was exclusively designed by FY's chief designer, Su. However, Su had been in seclusion for many years, rumored to have retreated from the limelight until the unveiling of this gown brought her back into the public eye. Even the gowns worn by models at the Fashion Week were mere replicas of the original design, while Su's handcrafted creations were preserved by FY after the event. Lin Wan, suppressing a whirlwind of emotions, opened the other boxes. Inside one was a set of exquisite jewelry. The sapphire glimmered under the light. A mere glance revealed the exceptional quality of the gemstones. She couldn't help but recall a set of star-themed jewelry auctioned off 2 years prior, a necklace passed down from the royal family of Country Y, composed of 9 uniquely shaped sapphires, surrounded by 90 small blue diamonds, symbolizing everlasting love. The necklace before her bore a striking resemblance to the star-themed piece, albeit with a more understated elegance. The earrings and bracelet were designed to complement the necklace. Another box contained a pair of black high heels. The entire ensemble must have cost well over 8 figures. Kai Ziffin looked at Lin Wan and asked, "Such a lavish gift. Will you accept it, General Manager?" He couldn't help but wonder who in the Fu family was generous enough to send over millions worth of gowns and jewelry, marveling at the opulence of it all. She approached her desk, gazing at Fu Jingyan's name, and pressed the answer button. Before Lin Wan could speak, Fu Jingyan's deep voice resonated from the other end. "Did you receive the gifts I sent?" Hearing this, Lin Wan glanced at the 3 open boxes and cleared her throat. "I just received them." "You." She wanted to express that Fu Jingyan's gesture seemed a bit extravagant. However, before she could finish her thought, Fu Jingyan continued, "That's great. I've had the gown tailored to your measurements. I'll come by tonight to pick you up and take you to the venue." Lin Wan was taken aback. Without saying anything, it seemed that the man was implying her acceptance of such extravagant gifts was a foregone conclusion. What's wrong? Fu Jingyan finally noticed Lin Wan's silence and cautiously inquired. Lin Wan's lips quivered slightly. "Do you not think the gift you presented is rather extravagant?" "Is it?" Fu Jingyan retorted. "Yet, I believe you deserve the finest that this world has to offer." As she absorbed his words, an unusual warmth flickered within Lin Wan's heart. Fu Jingyan continued, "The jewelry was something I acquired out of boredom. I had it redesigned into a complete set. Do you not like it?" he inquired, seeking Lin Wan's opinion. After he spoke, a silence enveloped them. He had been so preoccupied with offering her the best that he neglected to ask whether she appreciated it. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan smiled. "Wan, we are now husband and wife, intertwined in every way. What is mine is yours, and what is yours remains yours. Do you truly wish to delineate such boundaries?" As he concluded, a hint of grievance colored his voice. "I simply wish to be good to you. You are worth it." Those simple words warmed Lin Wan's heart. Fu Jingyan gently urged, Wan, please do not reject me, all right?" Such tender words ultimately rendered Lin Wan unable to turn down his sincere affection. Upon realizing Lin Wan would no longer refuse him, Fu Jingyan exhaled in relief, his tone distinctly joyful. "Just let me know when you finish work, and I shall come to fetch you." "All right," Lin Wan replied with a light laugh. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan, under Kai Ziffin's curious gaze, smiled and said, "Please inform Grandpa that I will be attending the evening banquet with friends." Kai Ziffin could distinctly sense Lin Wan's elation, particularly the genuine smile that adorned her face. He refrained from further comment, simply nodding in acknowledgement before exiting the office. Lin Wan gazed at the gown and jewelry, shaking her head in resignation. Chapter 63. The key is in my pocket, Madame Fu. Please assist me. Throughout the day, Lin Wan diligently perused the documents Kai Ziffin had delivered. She meticulously organized and categorized all the projects according to her preferences, facilitating her future reference. As she looked at the half-examined projects before her, Lin Wan lifted her head and stretched her back. It was already 5:30. She performed a few simple stretching exercises and then tidied the disarrayed files on her desk, placing the completed documents on the left and the unfinished ones on the right. After finalizing these tasks, Fu Jingyan's call came through. "Are you off work?" His voice greeted her as soon as she answered. She silently calculated the time. The banquet would commence at 8, and as the main guest, she needed to arrive early. Glancing at the gown on her desk, she realized she still needed to prepare her appearance. Fu Jingyan chuckled. "I'm in the parking lot. Do you need me to send someone up to assist Madame Fu with her bags?" Lin Wan couldn't help but be amused by his words. "Please wait a moment longer.
Mr. Fu.
I will be down shortly once I am ready." "No rush, take your time," Fu Jingyan replied. Hearing this, Lin Wan simply acknowledged and hung up the phone. She shut down her computer, cleared her desk, and, clutching her bag along with the 3 gift boxes, stepped out of her office. Lin Wan's office was conveniently located diagonally across from Kai Ziffin's. As she emerged, Kai Ziffin caught sight of her silhouette from the office. "General Manager Lin, do you require my assistance?" he inquired, stepping to the office doorway with a warm smile directed at Lin Wan. Lin Wan glanced at Kai Ziffin, replying, "No, thank you." "Assistant Kai, you should leave work early as well." It was indeed time to clock out. He and his father, Kai Kong, were included in the old gentleman's invitation today. However, Kai Ziffin was currently awaiting his father's departure from work. Lin Wan nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded toward the elevator. Kai Ziffin followed closely behind, assisting her by pressing the elevator button, to which Lin Wan responded with a grateful smile. Upon the elevator's arrival, as the doors opened, Lin Wan spotted Fu Jingyan. She greeted him with a smile, saying, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Fu Jingyan reached out to take the items from Lin Wan's hands, stating, "Let me have it." Lin Wan did not refuse. She handed over the items and followed him toward the car, which was still the luxurious Maybach. "The keys are in my pocket, Mrs. Fu. Please assist me," Fu Jingyan said, tilting his body slightly toward Lin Wan. He was dressed casually in a light jacket today. Lin Wan extended her hand, quickly producing the car keys and pressing the unlock button. She opened the rear door for Fu Jingyan, then handed the keys to him before taking her seat in the front passenger side. As she fastened her seatbelt, she curiously inquired, "Aren't you fond of sports cars? I've noticed you've been driving this Maybach lately." Listening to Lin Wan, Fu Jingyan smiled at her, responding, "I am now a married man. I must embody maturity and composure. If I must choose between a splendid car and a beautiful woman, I will undoubtedly choose the latter." Lin Wan chuckled. "Ah, I see. I was going to mention that I happen to have a Pagani hypercar in my garage. If you're interested, you could give it a try." This hypercar was a special birthday gift from Chu Yanking, custom-made, and quite valuable. Lin Wan did not have high demands regarding cars, but Chu Yanking, before taking over the Chu family business, had a penchant for racing and speed. Occasionally, Lin Wan would join her for a spin. Chu Yanking owned a villa specifically designed to house these racing cars and hypercars. Sometimes, Lin Wan would accompany her, driving the vehicles under Chu Yanking's name. Noting Lin Wan's occasional interest in racing, Chu Yanking disregarded her refusals and had this hypercar customized for her garage. "Ah, so you also indulge in racing," Fu Jingyan remarked, starting the car and smiling at Lin Wan. Indeed, Fu Jingyan was aware of Chu Yanking's passion for racing. She also invested in a hypercar club. What was it called? F1 Formula. The club hosted various events, attracting numerous racers who garnered several awards, making a name for themselves in Lee City. Lin Wan rested her right arm on the window, propping her head as she smiled at the man beside her. "If you're interested, I could take you to visit Chu Xiaoqing's club this weekend." Just then, as Lin Wan regarded Fu Jingyan, her phone buzzed with a notification. She retrieved her phone from her bag. It was a message from Zhou Yingtian. Zhou Yingtian informed that Gu Yicheng would attend the welcoming banquet hosted by the elder tonight, alongside the Gu family. "It seems he intends to seize the opportunity to seek you out, especially regarding the previously halted development project with the Lin family. So, do exercise caution." Upon reading Zhou Yingtian's message, Lin Wan couldn't help but smile. She had only just instructed Kai Ziffin to release news about the project's imminent restart at noon, and now Gu Yicheng could hardly remain composed. Fu Jingyan, noticing Lin Wan's mood, inquired, "What's the matter?" Observing Lin Wan's reluctance to speak, he chose not to press further. He drove her to the city center, arriving directly at the FY flagship store, where he produced a gold card from his wallet. Lin Wan, astonished, gazed at Fu Jingyan. "You possess an FY gold card? No wonder you could procure that evening gown." The FY gold card signifies a privileged clientele, not easily obtained. Only one is issued per city, requiring a minimum expenditure of tens of millions, and even then, the opportunity to acquire such a card is rare. Fu Jingyan placed the card before Lin Wan, stating, "Here, take it. I am well acquainted with the owner of FY. "No need. You should keep it," Lin Wan insisted, pushing the card back towards him. "I was merely curious. I meant no other implication." Fu Jingyan scrutinized Lin Wan intently before finally pocketing the card, saying, "All right then, should you need it, you can come to me directly or simply mention my name." Understanding Lin Wan's character, he did not press the matter further. Lin Wan responded with a light laugh. Eventually, under the guidance of a store attendant, they ascended to the upper floor. Fu Jingyan had already entrusted the gift box to the attendant, while Lin Wan, with assistance, changed into the gown. The alterations had indeed been tailored to her measurements, fitting her perfectly. The gown accentuated her graceful figure splendidly, and after slipping into high heels, Lin Wan held her skirt and settled at the vanity. With her eyes closed, she allowed the makeup artist to embellish her face. The moment Fu Jingyan beheld Lin Wan in the gown, he was utterly captivated. Chapter 64. My discerning eye has indeed chosen well. I have selected Mrs. Fu from a myriad of options. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, Fu Jingyan emerged from the changing room. He adjusted his tie before neatly folding his discarded clothes and placing them in a bag. After ensuring everything was in order, he asked the attendant to pack Lin Wan's dress as well. Having completed these tasks, Fu Jingyan entered Lin Wan's makeup room, observing the transformation she was undergoing. Taking a seat on the sofa, he occupied himself with his phone during the wait. Zhou Tian had also sent Fu Jingyan a message about Gu Yicheng attending the banquet. Just then, his phone vibrated, revealing a call from Fu Lintang, which cast a shadow over his expression. Moving to the window, he answered the call, holding the phone away from his ear as Fu Lintang unleashed a tirade of frustration, leaving him speechless. After a considerable time, once Fu Lintang had ceased his outburst, Fu Jingyan coldly pressed the phone to his ear, responding indifferently, "I am selecting attire. I will come over shortly. Rest assured, I will certainly be there." At his wife's welcome party, despite his current inconspicuous identity, Fu Jingyan resolutely refused to miss this moment. While Fu Lintang attempted to utter further reprimands, Fu Jingyan interjected, "I will go myself." "That's settled," and hung up. When Fu Lintang called again, he rejected the call and promptly blocked the number. By the time Fu Jingyan turned back, Lin Wan had completed her makeup. The stylist was just opening a jewelry box, preparing to adorn Lin Wan. Fu Jingyan approached them and said, "Let me do it." Lin Wan lifted her gaze, smiling at him. To complement the subtle shimmer of her evening gown, the makeup artist had added a touch of sparkle to her eye makeup. Her large, glistening eyes met Fu Jingyan's, evoking a sense of tenderness. Fu Jingyan's heart tightened suddenly, as if struck by an unseen force. He gently picked up the necklace from the jewelry box and adorned her with it. Next came the earrings, which were simple star shapes, asymmetrically adorned with irregularly sized sapphires. As Fu Jingyan's fingers delicately grasped Lin Wan's earlobe, the warmth radiating from his fingertips was palpable. Due to Fu Jingyan's touch and the warmth of his fingers, Lin Wan's body stiffened slightly, standing unnaturally straight. Noticing her discomfort, Fu Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you this sensitive?" Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, causing her to shiver slightly, which only deepened his charming smile. Lin Wan raised her head, playfully glaring at the man before her, whose laughter was as vibrant as blooming flowers, and said, "Keep it down." Fu Jingyan immediately pressed his lips together, though his peach blossom-like eyes retained a hint of mirth. Tenderly, he fastened the earrings on her, followed by the bracelet and ring. "You look stunning," he said, genuinely admiring her appearance. Lin Wan stood up, meeting Fu Jingyan's scrutinizing gaze with a bright smile, teasingly responding, "It's Mr. Fu's keen eye that makes me look so radiant." Listening to her, Fu Jingyan shook his head in refutation. "No, it's because you are beautiful. Of course, my taste is impeccable, selecting such a remarkable woman like Mrs. Fu from 1,000. As he bent down to arrange her hair, he whispered in her ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan wrapped her arms around Fu Jingyan's neck, her smile blooming like a flower. "Should I also boast about my excellent taste in men?" Their proximity allowed their breaths to intertwine. The staff in the shop, witnessing the flirtatious interaction between the two, could hardly contain their excitement, yearning to scream in delight. Noticing the gazes of those around them, Fu Jingyan gently brushed Lin Wan's nose, softly reminding her, Mrs. Fu, are you sure you want to be so affectionate with me? We're being watched. From the moment Lin Wan chose Fu Jingyan, she had been straightforward with him, declaring that their relationship could be public without the need for secrecy. Even now, her sentiments remained unchanged. Fu Jingyan smiled as he released the woman before him and said, let us go. The banquet is still over half an hour away. Lin Wan then noticed that Fu Jingyan had donned formal attire. She gazed at the man in slight astonishment and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is the Fu family also on the guest list? Indeed, Fu Jingyan replied, adjusting his cuffs, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Lin Wan. I thought my intentions were sufficiently clear. Lin Wan appraised Fu Jingyan's appearance and then glanced at herself, unable to suppress a grin. Couples outfits? Does Mr. Fu really wish to be so overt? She was well aware that Fu Jingyan did not mean it in that way, yet she couldn't resist teasing him. Following her jest, Fu Jingyan's lips curled into a smile. Yes, I almost wish the entire world to know that you are my woman. At his words, Lin Wan lowered her gaze. Lost in thought, she recalled the conversation from the previous day with Lin Fingjue regarding the blind date. Gu Yicheng must have come from the Gu family today. Would Gu Yicheng represent the family at the event? The thought caused her a headache. Was this not a matchmaking banquet disguised as a welcome event orchestrated by her grandfather? Given Lin Fengjue's personality, she believed he was quite capable of such a scheme. Linking her arm with Fu Jingyan's, she followed him out. While seated in the car, Lin Wan sent a message to Kai Zifan requesting the guest list for tonight's banquet. Within 10 minutes, a lengthy list arrived. Upon seeing the prominent families from Li City invited to the event, many accompanied by their children, Lin Wan's lips twitched. Just as she suspected, not only Gu Yicheng and Fu Jingyan but even Zhuo Qinyan, the head of the Zhuo family, had also been invited. Zhuo Qinyan, the elder brother of Zhuo Qingxi, currently presided over the entire Zhuo clan, and most importantly, he was still single. Lin Wan turned her head to assess the man beside her, her emotions somewhat tangled. Chapter 65. Is young Master Fu planning to reform and live off a woman? When the two arrived at the hotel, it was still not yet 7:30. Fu Jingyan parked the car and said to Lin Wan, you go ahead, I will wait for the people from the Fu family. Their relationship had not yet been made public, and Fu Jingyan was concerned that appearing together might bring her unnecessary trouble. Lin Wan paused momentarily in her actions. Turning her head, she studied Fu Jingyan's profile and softly said, Mr. Fu, are you intending for me to go up alone? Upon hearing her words, Fu Jingyan turned to meet her gaze. I will wait for the Fu family. Lin Wan's eyes flickered, and she quickly exited the car, circumventing the front to approach Fu Jingyan. Under the depth of his gaze, she opened the car door, and with a delicate hand, she tugged at the tie around the man's neck, pulling him closer. Leaning in slightly, she whispered into his ear, Mr. Fu, I am lacking a male companion tonight. Are you certain you want me to seek another man? Fu Jingyan's gaze was shrouded in darkness, his eyes intensely fixed on the woman beside him, a wicked smile curving his lips. He turned his head slightly, pressing his soft lips against Lin Wan's cheek. His voice deep and commanding, my woman shall naturally be protected solely by me. As Lin Wan felt the gentle touch of Fu Jingyan's lips against her cheek, it sent an electric thrill through her. Casting a glance at him, she loosened the tie she had been clutching, signaling him to lean closer. When he complied, she lowered her head slightly, adjusting his tie with a delicate touch. All right, Lin Wan said with satisfaction as she stepped back a couple of paces to admire her handiwork. Fu Jingyan stepped out of the car, meticulously arranging his sleeves. Once he was presentable, he lifted his gaze to Lin Wan, offering her a tender smile. Seeing this, Lin Wan moved to his side and intertwined her arm with his. Together, they ascended the elevator to the 28th floor. The entire building had been reserved by Lin Fingjue for the evening, including 2 elevators to facilitate the guests' movements. As Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan entered the banquet hall, they found it sparsely populated, primarily filled with members of the Lin family and a few distant relatives allied with Lin Fingjue. The moment Lin Fingjue spotted Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan in their affectionate stance, his previously smiling face instantly froze. Grandfather. Lin Wan noticed the shift in Lin Fingjue's demeanor and approached him with a sweet smile. Fu Jingyan, sensing the old man's unfriendly gaze, maintained a polite smile. Lin Lao. Lin Fingjue quickly composed himself, offering a curt nod to Fu Jingyan before turning his attention back to Lin Wan. Why have you arrived only now? Though his words implied reproach, they were laced with genuine concern. From the moment Lin Wan entered the banquet hall, she had drawn numerous eyes, especially while linked with Fu Jingyan's arm. In Li City, who was unaware of the notorious reputation of the third young Master Fu, Lin Jindong had also taken note of the unfolding scene. Despite Lin Fingjue's objections, he had insisted on bringing Li Xuewei and Lin Mo to the gathering. One could easily imagine the old man's scolding directed at him, unbothered by the gazes of onlookers. At that moment, he was seething internally, while Li Xuewei stood beside him, gently soothing his emotions. Both of them soon noticed Lin Wan entering, arm in arm with Fu Jingyan. Lin Jindong's expression soured, while Li Xuewei bore a smirk of schadenfreude. It appeared that the evening was destined for turmoil. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized Lin Wan's gown, a latest runway piece from FY. This dress was not even available for public viewing at the FY flagship store, let alone for sale or rental. How could Lin Wan have obtained it? Quickly, Lin Mo's face twisted into a mocking smile. Lin Wan, who prided herself on being the esteemed daughter of the Lin family, was ultimately donning a counterfeit, shamelessly wearing it to this welcoming banquet. Lin Mo stifled a laugh, realizing Lin Wan had unwittingly set herself up for disaster. Just the thought of it filled Lin Mo with joy. She took out her phone and captured a photograph of Lin Wan standing alongside Fu Jingyan, sending it to Gu Yicheng. After completing this task, Lin Mo obediently followed Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei. Lin Wan surveyed the venue, noticing the presence of Lin Jindong with Li Xuewei and Lin Mo, causing her expression to darken. After speaking, Lin Wan cast a glance at Fu Jingyan beside her. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. Wan, please come here for a moment. Lin Fingjue observed the two and, with a stern expression, addressed Lin Wan. Reluctantly, Lin Wan looked at Fu Jingyan and leaned closer, whispering, "Are you alright on your own?" After all, she had brought Fu Jingyan along, and their joint appearance had drawn considerable attention. Upon hearing her words, Lin Wan felt a sense of relief. She lifted her skirt and hurried after the elderess steps. Once Lin Wan departed, Fu Jingyan remained the center of attention among the crowd. Seemingly unfazed, he composedly moved to the side, took a high-stemmed glass, gently swirled the red wine and took a sip.
Lin Jindong approached Fu Jingyan directly, sneering.
Is the third young master Fu planning to turn over a new leaf and live off a woman? Fu Jingyan lazily lifted his gaze and smiled. If Wan is willing to support me, why shouldn't I accept it with a clear conscience? The audacity of his words caused gasps from those nearby. How brazenly shameless. Only a scion like him could utter such a thing without a hint of shame. Lin Jindong originally intended to embarrass Fu Jingyan in front of so many people, but he could never have anticipated that Fu Jingyan would respond with such shamelessness. The level of impudence exhibited by Fu Jingyan left even Lin Jindong feeling inadequate. Li Xuewei and Lin Mo exchanged glances filled with disdain upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words. It seemed Lin Wan was well suited for this kind of frivolous man. Lin Jindong's face turned ashen as he glared at Fu Jingyan, ready to dismiss him to avoid tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. After speaking, without acknowledging Lin Jindong's furious demeanor, Fu Jingyan's gaze shifted toward the entrance. Zhuo Qingxi and Zhuo Qingyan had just arrived at the venue. Fu Jingyan set down his glass and, bypassing Lin Jindong, made his way towards Zhuo Qingxi. Chapter 66, Lin Xiaowan, Fu Jingyan is unsuitable, I oppose it. In the lounge, Lin Wan felt Lin Fingjue's gaze upon her, his expression inscrutable. Previously, when her unambitious elder son complained about Lin Wan associating with Fu Jingyan, Lin Fingjue had dismissed it. He instinctively believed it was Lin Jindong causing trouble for Lin Wan and had scolded him on the spot. Who could have imagined that on such a significant occasion, his precious granddaughter would boldly present Fu Jingyan before everyone, creating quite a stir? As Lin Wan observed Lin Fingjue's frowning countenance, she could not help but smile with delight. You have just concluded your tumultuous engagement with Gu Yicheng, and now you are entangled with Fu Jingyan. What does this signify? Lin Fingjue was inherently skeptical of Lin Wan's affection for Fu Jingyan. After all, the two had a history of discord, even engaging in verbal sparring from afar, which Lin Fingjue had certainly heard about. How could two individuals, perpetually tugging at each other's strings, possibly find common ground at this juncture? Unperturbed, Lin Wan continued to smile playfully. Yet, grandfather, you are orchestrating tonight's gathering, inviting the young talents of Li City under the pretext of welcoming newcomers. What is your intention? She winked teasingly at Lin Fingjue. He was left momentarily speechless. It appeared that this spirited girl was indeed aware of the true purpose behind his soiree. Had she intentionally brought Fu Jingyan into the fray merely to express her dissent? Lin Fingjue gazed at Lin Wan in perplexity. This did not seem characteristic of her. Throughout her upbringing, even when displeased with his arrangements, she had never sought to embarrass him in front of others. Typically, she would express her discontent in a more subdued manner, throwing a mild tantrum after the fact, easily appeased with a few comforting words. My dear, you will eventually marry. I do not demand much, but if you must choose, at the very least, seek someone of impeccable character, Lin Fingjue remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Wan. Meeting his gaze, she chuckled lightly. Character is quite a subjective matter, grandfather. Without interaction, how can one truly know? Sometimes, appearances can be deceiving. She recognized that Lin Fingjue was probing her with his words. With a resigned shrug, she continued, Gu Yicheng certainly put on a convincing facade, did he not? If I had not awakened to the truth in time, I would have fallen for his ruse. At her words, Lin Fingjue snorted derisively. That was merely your infatuation. I, on the other hand, was not so easily enchanted. Do you recall what you said when I forbade your marriage? Embarrassed, Lin Wan touched her nose. Realizing that she could not defend herself robustly in front of Lin Fingjue regarding that matter. The truth was undeniable, and she bore the weight of it. Evidently, Lin Fingjue did not wish to dwell on Gu Yicheng any longer. Fu Jingyan is no better. I disapprove of him, as well. Little Wan, I act in your best interest. What sort of reputation does he have in Li City? While he may not mind being labeled a bastard, if he possessed even a modicum of ambition instead of becoming a mere subject of gossip, I would not oppose him so vehemently. Lin Wan cleared her throat and smiled at Lin Fingjue. Grandfather, perhaps Fu Jingyan is not as the world perceives him? Many regarded Fu Jingyan as an uneducated libertine, but Lin Wan understood that this was merely superficial. In her previous life, when she assisted Gu Yicheng and Gu Yichan in opposing Fu Jingyan, she had often found herself caught off guard by his cunning. Fu Jingyan possessed both strength and intellect, qualities she had come to recognize through their encounters. Lin Wan firmly believed that Fu Jingyan was far more complex than he appeared. As for what he is concealing, Lin Wan actually understands quite well. A loved child. He was never favored in the Fu family from a young age. Surviving in such a treacherous environment as the Fu family is no small feat. It is merely a protective facade. Lin Fingjue's gaze was sharp, fixed intently on Lin Wan, as if he sought to uncover something from her expression. Yet he found nothing. Lin Wan maintained a nonchalant smile throughout. In any case, regardless of who it may be, Fu Jingyan is out of the question. Lin Fingjue spoke firmly. Since you are aware of the purpose of today's banquet, pay close attention. Gu Yichen from the Gu family, Fu Jingran from the Fu family, and Zhu Qingyan from the Zhu family are the three individuals currently favored by grandfather. You should interact with them more. Lin Fingjue had already filtered the candidates. Lin Wan replied, her expression one of resignation. The Gu family has just experienced turmoil. Are you suggesting I marry Gu Yichen and then face Gu Yicheng frequently? Embroiled in conflict? Fu Jingran is not to my taste. I have high standards for my future partner, and I find him utterly unworthy.
Mentioning Fu Jingyan.
Lin Wan's expression was filled with disdain and contempt. If her memory served her correctly, in her past life, Fu Jingran had schemed against Fu Jingyan, targeting some prominent young lady, and shamelessly left behind photographs and videos while indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle and associating with numerous women. He even fathered several illegitimate children. Such a man is beneath her. What of being 10 years younger? He is more mature, more composed, and knows how to cherish his partner. I believe 10 years is just right. Zhu Qingyan would be a splendid match for you, Lin Fingjue interrupted. At these words, Lin Wan's eyes twitched. I refuse. I am particular about looks, voice, and hands. My future partner must possess a pleasing voice, good looks, long fingers, and an attractive physique. Lin Wan declared with a huff. Lin Fingjue could not comprehend her words. This young lady's descriptions were beyond his understanding. He felt out of touch with the trends and believed Lin Wan was deliberately trying to provoke him. He shot her a glare. Lin Xiaowan, do not waste time here seeking trouble. Where on earth do you find men with such qualities as you describe? It is pure nonsense. Lin Xiaowan, Fu Jingyan is not suitable, and I oppose this. Lin Fingjue was evidently irritated by Lin Wan's words. This girl seemed to imply that she was waiting for someone to meet her standards. Oh, grandfather, Lin Wan said, stepping forward, tugging at Lin Fingjue's arm, and shaking it playfully. He truly is quite good. One must not judge by appearances. Lin Wan pouted. As for Gu Yicheng, he has been quite helpful. At least grant him an opportunity to demonstrate himself before you. She did not wish for her grandfather to approach Fu Jingyan with prejudice. Lin Wan had been aware of Gu Yicheng's situation for some time, knowing that Fu Jingyan had also secretly assisted him. Lin Fingjue gazed at his granddaughter, who clung to his arm with a playful demeanor, and despite his reluctance, he, well aware of Lin Wan's character, ultimately chose to relent. Is it him alone? Not necessarily. I merely hope you will not be swayed by external influences. After interacting with him a few more times, then we can reach a conclusion. Lin Wan continued. She was acutely aware of the old gentleman's temperament. Even if she extolled Fu Jingyan to the heavens, his dislike would remain unchanged. In fact, it might even backfire, eliciting greater disdain from Lin Fingjue towards Fu Jingyan. Listening to her, Lin Fingjue fell silent. After a lingering glance at her, he shrugged off her hand and exited the lounge. In that fleeting moment, Lin Wan discerned the truth. the old man was pained for her and had opted for compromise. "Grandfather, wait for me," Lin Wan playfully called, chasing after Lin Fingjue. Chapter 67, talking about Tales of the Fox from 2 years prior. As Lin Wan emerged from the lounge, arm in arm with Lin Fingjue, the banquet hall had begun to fill with guests. She scanned the room, searching for Fu Jingyan's figure. "What are you looking for?" Lin Fingjue asked, his displeasure evident as he regarded his granddaughter, snorting, "At your age, do you still fear being devoured?" Aware that Lin Wan was seeking Fu Jingyan, the old gentleman was decidedly displeased. Lin Wan looked at him helplessly. Before she could speak, Lin Fingjue instructed her, "You'll stay obediently by my side tonight." "All right," Lin Wan replied with a cheerful smile. Yet, she could not find Fu Jingyan amidst the crowd, leaving her somewhat distracted. Lin Fingjue, with a fatherly affection, held Lin Wan's hand and led her to the Zhou family, greeting them warmly. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyan, Lin Wan quickly realized that her grandfather was still intent on encouraging her to mingle with other men. Acknowledging Zhou Qingyan with little interest, she thought to herself that since Zhou Qingyan was present, Fu Jingyan must be alongside Zhou Qixi, which brought her some relief. Lin Fingjue did not linger long with his Zhou family and soon guided Lin Wan before the Fu family. Fu Lintang greeted Lin Fingjue with a smile, while Fu Jingran, dressed in a deep blue suit, appeared even more spirited. To be candid, Fu Jingran was not unhandsome, yet in comparison to Fu Jingyan, he seemed worlds apart in Lin Wan's eyes. Thus, with a poised smile, Lin Wan clung to Lin Fingjue's arm, accompanying him on a lengthy tour of the banquet hall. However, the smile on her face began to feel rigid, and she sensed fatigue in her facial muscles. After the extensive round, she had failed to remember any names. But she did not wish to dampen Lin Fingjue's spirits. Eventually, they arrived before the Lin family. On the day when Lin Wan was announced as the general manager of the Lin Corporation, Lin Jinxin and Lin Jinnong were absent from the company.
Now,
Lin Jinxin observed Lin Wan being ushered through the venue by the old gentleman, her beautiful eyes gradually turning cold. She cast a glance at Lin Wan's exquisite gown, an exclusive creation from FY, feeling a twinge of envy. Lin Jinxin was elegantly clad in a qipao of a striking dark red hue. Beside her stood a well-kept middle-aged man, her husband Qin Li, who appeared somewhat reserved. On the opposite side stood Lin Jinnong alone. Lin Jinnong bore a resemblance to Lin Jindong, though he appeared slightly younger. In his early years, he lost his wife and has only Lin Ko as his daughter. He never remarried. He often attends various occasions alone. His elder brother is fortunate to have a daughter like Wan Wan, who brings him pride and acclaim. Lin Jinxi held her wine glass, gazing at Lin Jindong standing before her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Li Xuewei and Lin Mo. And with a sneer, she remarked, "Elder brother, I must say, in such a significant gathering today, why must you oppose the old man? Does it serve any purpose? You could have garnered some goodwill by leveraging Wan Wan's presence, yet you insist on this." The remainder of her thoughts remained unspoken. But all present understood the implications of her words. Li Xuewei's expression soured immediately. She was well aware of Lin Jinxi's disdain for her. Over the years, every encounter had left Li Xuewei feeling humiliated, unable to voice her anger. Her forbearance only emboldened Lin Jinxi, who never hesitated to belittle her in any circumstance. Lin Jindong, already humiliated by Lin Fingjue's public reprimand, felt his anger surge as he listened to Lin Jinxi subtly mock him while praising Lin Wan. "If you cannot speak wisely, it would be better for you to remain silent," he retorted. Lin Jinxi smirked. "Am I not speaking the truth? You dote on Lin Mo. Yet you should have her charm the old man instead. Let us not even mention that. The old man does not even acknowledge her as a member of the Lin family. She is no match for Lin Wan, not even a hair's worth. Elder brother, have you never felt regret?" The final statement struck deeply at Lin Jindong's heart. How could he not feel remorse? His earlier indifference towards Lin Wan had resulted in a profound animosity between them, and now he was tormented by the fact that the daughter he had undervalued had become the old man's favorite. "Second sister, could you refrain from speaking so freely? You know very well that elder brother dislikes hearing the unvarnished truth. Must you not hold your tongue?" Lin Jinnan observed Lin Jindong and turned to smile at Lin Jinxi. The words he uttered nearly caused Lin Jindong to choke on his own blood. After all, with Wan Wan currently in the limelight and the old man's affection for her, it seemed he would spare no effort to ensure her success, practically offering the Lin family on a silver platter. Casting a glance at Lin Jindong, Lin Jinxi covered her mouth, chuckling softly. "I feel sorry for elder brother. He has placed his bets on the wrong treasure. One misstep leads to another. Even if Wan Wan is indeed his biological daughter, if she were to gain control of the Lin family, would she truly disregard him?" Lin Jinnan laughed lightly. Their banter fell harshly upon the ears of Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei. Lin Jindong shot them both a furious glare before taking Li Xuewei's hand and distancing himself from them. Watching his brother storm away, Lin Jinan turned to Lin Jinxi and asked, "Aren't you afraid elder brother will disrupt today's banquet and have the old man hold you accountable?" To which Lin Jinxi replied with a scoff, if he had the courage to do so, would he allow himself to be overshadowed by his own daughter? Moreover, if this fire truly ignites, what benefit would you derive from it? Jinan, you are a fox seasoned over a millennium. What tales of the strange do you wish to share with me? Lin Jinxi cast a lingering glance at Lin Jinan. Observing this, Lin Jinan's gaze shifted to Lin Wan, who stood not far away. I heard that Wan is attending a banquet today with the illegitimate son of the Fu family. He had learned this from a distant relative, and curiosity stirred within him. Lin Wan had just fallen out with the Gu family, yet here she was, brazenly accompanied by the Fu family's scion. What was her true intention? Lin Jinxi, having also heard the news, scoffed. Like father, like daughter. They are both enamored by beauty. Seeking fortune. Lin Jinxi held little regard for Fu Jingyan. Lin Jinan ceased his words, his scrutiny of Lin Wan deepening. The situation seemed to grow more intriguing. Chapter 68. Every penny counts. No one would disdain it. Lin Wan's smile had nearly reached the point of paralysis, but she found an excuse. Finally granting herself a moment to breathe. Just as she prepared to seek out Fu Jingyan, Lin Jinxi and Lin Jinan approached her. Aunt, uncle. Lin Wan greeted them with a renewed smile, maintaining her composure in the presence of the two. Moments ago, Lin Jinxi had been with Lin Jindong and the others. Yet now it was only she and Lin Jinan, with her father conspicuously absent. Lin Wan knew instinctively that he had likely been driven away by Lin Jinxi's ire. There was no doubt Lin Jinxi possessed such an ability. Lin Jinan regarded Lin Wan with a smile, complimenting her. Wan, you look truly beautiful today. A small token from your uncle to celebrate your newfound independence. As he spoke, he presented her with a carefully prepared gift. Lin Jinxi, observing from the side, felt her expression darken. She had arrived empty-handed, and now her brother was bestowing a gift upon Lin Wan in her presence. Where could she save face? Lin Wan accepted the gift with a smile, saying, "Thank you, uncle. I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Lin Jinan said nothing further, merely reaching out to gently pat Lin Wan's head, embodying the tender affection of an elder for a younger kin. Lin Jinxi, disdainful, averted her gaze, perceiving her brother's actions as hypocritical. However, she felt compelled to maintain appearances. With a smile, she withdrew a bank card from her evening bag and handed it to Lin Wan. Take this card and buy something you like. Gazing down at the card in her palm, Lin Wan recognized it as the one frequently used by Lin Jinxi. She smiled as she accepted it. Thank you, Aunt. I shall donate the balance in your name to the Lin Foundation, as it will aid those in need. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinxi's smile faltered. She had merely intended a token gesture, and now she was uncertain if there was even 10,000 left on the card. Feeling embarrassed at the thought of her status as the second daughter of the Lin family being compromised if news of such a donation spread. Oh, no need for that. There isn't much left on it. You should keep it for yourself, Lin Jinxi said with a laugh, already regretting her hasty decision to offer Lin Wan the card. Listening to Lin Wan's words, Lin Jinxi quickly responded, yes, as long as the intention is there. Lin Wan's statement conveniently provided Lin Jinxi with an escape. However, Lin Wan's subsequent remarks caused Lin Jinxi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She summoned Kai Ziffin and handed him Lin Jinxi's bank card, stating, please allocate the funds and donate them to the Lin Family Foundation in my aunt's name. As Kai Ziffin retreated with the card, Lin Wan smiled at Lin Jinxi, remarking, my aunt often spends hundreds of thousands on decorations. I believe her generosity surpasses this amount. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinxi's smile vanished. Her expression one of shock as she gazed at Lin Wan. She had not anticipated that Lin Wan would bring up the figures at such a moment. This was tantamount to saying that her typical purchases, made without a second thought, would surely amount to far more than the sum being donated. The truth was, it indeed did not. Even if Lin Jinxi wished to intervene, it was too late. The card was already in Kai Ziffin's possession. The more she pondered, the more uncomfortable she felt. Lin Wan, noticing her discomfort, maintained a smile as she scrutinized her, causing Lin Jinxi's scalp to tingle with unease. Just then, Kai Ziffin approached Lin Wan, presenting Lin Jinxi with a receipt. Thank you for your generous donation of 250. 250. Lin Jinxi's exquisite features turned crimson with shame. She never imagined such a blunder would unfold. Had she known the card contained such a meager amount, she would have never brought it forth. Now, she felt utterly humiliated, especially with Lin Jinan snickering nearby. Second sister, your balance. He left the rest unsaid. Yet the implication was clear to all present. Lin Wan, unfazed, replied, Whether the amount is large or small, it is the thought that counts. Thank you, Aunt. As she took the receipt from Kai Ziffin, she gently placed it in Lin Jinxi's palm. However, the smile on Lin Wan's face appeared glaringly uncomfortable to Lin Jinxi. With her face flushed and neck taut, Lin Jinxi stammered, "It's a misunderstanding, Wan. My aunt didn't mean to. I didn't realize this card was depleted." The enormity of the blunder, compounded by Lin Jinnan's laughter, made Lin Jinxi wish she could vanish into the ground. Yet, her words sounded more like an excuse than a genuine apology. Flushed, Lin Jinxi retrieved another card from her purse and handed it to Lin Wan, insisting, "This one is valid. Please use this instead." Lin Wan gazed at the card and politely declined, "Aunt, it's the thought that matters. 250 is still a contribution, and no one would disdain it." "Very well," Lin Wan replied with a feigned reluctance, ultimately accepting Lin Jinxi's card. She presented it to Kai Ziffin, softly inquiring, "Aunt, should we withdraw the entire amount from this card?" At Lin Wan's words, Lin Jinxi felt a pang of regret. Her card contains no less than 20 million, and she intends to donate it all to the foundation. Has she lost her mind? However, with Lin Wan making such a statement, Lin Jinxi, despite her reluctance, could hardly suggest a mere few $100,000 in front of Lin Jinyan. "All right, thank you, Aunt." Lin Wan cast a glance at Kai Ziffin, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Soon, Kai Ziffin presented a new invoice to Lin Jinxi, expressing gratitude for Lin's generous contribution to the foundation. Lin Wan gently clasped Lin Jinxi's hand and smiled, "I truly appreciate it, Aunt." Lin Jinxi held onto the receipt with a heart bleeding internally, yet she maintained a semblance of a smile. To Lin Wan, her smile appeared somewhat forced. Nonetheless, Lin Wan was in high spirits. In her previous life, Lin Jinxi had extracted countless benefits from her, even aiding Gu Yicheng in dismantling the Lin family. This amount of money was merely a single hair plucked from Lin Jinxi. Chapter 69. Haute couture? Do you think such trivial haute couture is worthy of me? Lin Jinxi felt the sting of losing over 20 million, a sense of indignation swelling within her. While she was still mourning the substantial sum, she lacked the energy to confront Lin Wan. Hastily seeking an excuse, Lin Jinxi, her expression sour, pulled Chunli away from Lin Wan's sight to avoid being infuriated by the girl. Lin Jinyan, noticing the lack of entertainment, greeted Lin Wan before engaging in conversation with familiar acquaintances within the venue. Finally, Lin Wan found a moment of peace as she searched the banquet hall, her dress trailing behind her. Kai Ziffin quietly approached her, softly stating, "As per your instructions, Miss Lin, Gu Yicheng has been barred from entering the banquet hall." Lin Wan had specifically sent a message to Kai Ziffin en route to the venue, clearly expressing her desire not to see Gu Yicheng and instructing him to prevent any attempt he might make to enter. Gu Yicheng was not accompanied by Gu Yichen. Undeterred, Gu Yicheng tried to follow Gu Yichen to the banquet. However, Gu Yichen had come directly from work, deliberately avoiding him. By the time Gu Yicheng received the news, Gu Yichen and Gu Tingxiao had already arrived at the venue. Upon reaching the hotel, Gu Yicheng was still blocked from entry. He was outside, fuming with frustration. Yet, given that the elder was present, Gu Yicheng dared not make too much of a scene. Nevertheless, being obstructed turned him into a subject of gossip among latecomers to the banquet, enduring the judging gazes of others. This only intensified his agitation, especially with visible bruises from a recent altercation with Fu Jingyan, leaving him looking quite disheveled. Listening to Kai Ziffin's report, Lin Wan curled her lips in a cold smile. "Ignore him, just keep a close watch." Upon hearing this, Kai Ziffin nodded. He noticed Lin Wan seemed to be searching for something. Recalling the moment she had entered with Fu Jingyan, Kai Ziffin cleared his throat. "Are you looking for third young Master Fu? Do you know where he is?" Lin Wan did not deny it, turning her gaze towards Kai Ziffin. Kai Ziffin pointed towards the northern side of the banquet hall, where a semicircular balcony was situated. It was there that General Manager Fu had just summoned him. Fu Lintong's expression at that moment was evidently less than favorable. Despite his efforts to suppress it, Kai Ziffin could still acutely sense the tension. In a fit of anger, Fu Lintang had called Fu Jingyan away. Following closely behind him, Fu Jingran maintained an expressionless demeanor. Meanwhile, Fu Jingyan slightly nodded towards Kai Ziffin before heading towards the small balcony in the north. Before reaching it, he collided with Lin Jindong and Li Xuewe's group. Lin Jindong glared at Lin Wan with palpable rage. Remembering Lin Jinxin's humiliating words from earlier, his animosity towards Lin Wan intensified. It was she who had caused him to be humiliated by Lin Jinxin, rendering him unable to retort. Lin Wan met his gaze and slightly curved her lips. Step aside. Clearly, she did not wish to engage further with Lin Jindong. Li Xuewei tugged at Lin Jindong's sleeve and smiled gently at Lin Wan. "Congratulations on your first day at work. How does it feel?" In public, Li Xuewei excelled at portraying a maternal figure. Previously, Lin Wan had been deceived by her insincere facade, believing that Li Xuewei truly cared for her as a daughter. Upon hearing this, Li Xuewei's smile grew even warmer. Oh dear, you started working at Lin's without telling us. Your father and I didn't prepare any gifts. I hope you don't mind. This remark implied that Lin Wan had never intended to inform them about her employment. Therefore, they had prepared nothing. Hearing this, Lin Wan smirked mockingly, but chose not to respond. Her silence and the scornful glint in her eyes caused Li Xuewei to falter, struggling to maintain her smile. Meanwhile, Lin Jindong's fury escalated upon learning about Lin Wan's employment at Lin's. Not only had he been scolded by Lin Fingjue, but he had also been pricked by Lin Jinxin's barbs, leaving him in a state of agitation. Sister, you look truly beautiful today. Lin Emo stepped out from beside Li Xuewei, breaking the silence. She gazed at Lin Wan with envy. Isn't that the runway piece from FY this year? I heard that the model wore it during the show, and it was custom-made from the original design. The limited edition of this gown is showcased at the FY store. Not for sale or rent. Sister, you are amazing. Is this the high-fashion piece the model wore? It is well known that the dazzling runway pieces from Fashion Week had been snapped up by a wealthy businessman at exorbitant prices. The limited edition remained on display at the flagship store. Lin Mo's words were merely an attempt to insinuate that the gown Lin Wan wore was a mere imitation. A counterfeit. Lin Wan smiled. She lazily cast her gaze at Lin Mo, raising an eyebrow. High fashion? Do you really think such a trivial piece is worthy of me? Lin Mo's expression faltered, her eyes blinking in disbelief as she looked at Lin Wan. How could she be so shameless? Did she truly believe that high fashion was beneath her? Wearing a shabby imitation, she had the audacity to adopt such an arrogant demeanor. One cannot fathom the audacity that Lin Wan possesses. Standing tall, she boldly declares, "What I desire will only be the finest, something truly unparalleled in this world." With a mocking glint in her eyes, she adds, "If your vision fails you, I suggest you visit a hospital to donate it to those in need, rather than embarrassing yourself here." Lin Mo, unable to maintain her composure in the face of such humiliation, retorts, her complexion paling. "The collector's edition is neither for sale nor for rent, sister. How can you prove that the gown you wear is indeed a collector's edition?" This exquisite gown had captivated attention at Fashion Week, drawing the eyes of numerous socialites. Not merely in Lee City, but even in other locales. There were substantial offers for this magnificent cosmic sea, with even replicas fetching exorbitant prices. The gown's most alluring feature lies in the subtle sparkles adorning the skirt. In darkness, it reveals varying celestial scenarios depending on the angle, with each starry display appearing breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Mo does not believe for a moment that Lin Wan possesses the capability to don such a collector's edition. Raising her chin defiantly, she elevates her voice, instantly attracting the gaze of the surrounding crowd. Lin Wan's expression darkens. Noticing the shift in attention, Lin Mo quickly restrains her demeanor, reverting to her innocent facade. "Sister, I apologize, that was not my intention. I merely believe it is wrong to lie." She shrinks her shoulders, her tone soft. In truth, wearing a replica is nothing to be ashamed of. Her demeanor resembles that of a victim, appearing quite innocent. Lin Wan finds the situation amusing. Before she can respond, a derisive laugh emerges from behind her. "Xiao Wan, dear, let us not engage in debates of reason. Who told you that this gown is a replica?" Fu Jingyan strides purposefully to Lin Wan's side, his gaze icy as he directs it towards Lin Mo. Lin Wan glances at the man beside her, offering a gentle smile. Fu Jingyan reciprocates with a smile of his own. Upon seeing Fu Jingyan's figure, Lin Mo instinctively hides behind Lin Jindong. Her earlier outburst had already garnered considerable attention. Now, this area, centered around Lin Wan, has become the focal point for many onlookers. At the moment Fu Jingyan appeared, Lin Jindong's lips curled slightly in a sardonic manner. His eyes filled with disdain. Li Xuewei, surveying the surroundings with a glint in her eye, remarks with a smile, Wan, Xiao Mo means no harm. It's just about this gown." She gazes at Lin Wan with a troubled expression, leaving her sentence unfinished. Yet, it is clear that the crowd's attention has shifted entirely to Lin Wan, whispering and judging amongst themselves. "Isn't that gown the latest from FY? Isn't it said to be unavailable for sale or rent? How could it be worn by the daughter of the Lin family? Could it be a runway piece?" That shouldn't be, as the runway version was purchased on the spot by a wealthy individual. Given Miss Lin's current status, acquiring such a gown should be a matter of moments, right? I see that this gown is strikingly similar to that collector's edition. The crowd dares not openly declare that Lin Wan's evening gown is a counterfeit, for after all, the stature of the Lin family's young lady speaks for itself. What is it that one desires yet cannot attain? Moreover, it is merely a gown for the evening. Lin Wan maintained a faint smile upon her face. her spirits undampened by the murmurs surrounding her. Beside her, Fu Jingyan also bore a smile, yet his gaze towards Li Xuewei was tinged with an imperceptible sharpness. A single glance was sufficient to silence Li Xuewei, causing her eyes to dart away. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, Fu Jingyan regarded Li Xuewei and Lin Mo with a relaxed demeanor, remarking, "This gown is a gift from me to Xiaowan. Do you have any objections?" Li Xuewei paused momentarily, then, with a smile, responded, "Ah, so it was gifted by the esteemed third young master Fu Tuanwan. No wonder." She cast a glance at Fu Jingyan and continued, "Given that third young master Fu frequents the world of glamour, it is understandable that he may not be well-versed in the fashion realm." She added, with a slight pause, "It is indeed a case of good intentions leading to unfortunate results. It would be prudent for third young master Fu to inquire further before gifting Wanwan in the future." Her words, neither too loud nor too soft, were ample for all present to hear, subtly insinuating that Fu Jingyan was often lost in a world of indulgence, while indirectly revealing that he, in his quest to court Lin Wan, had been duped into purchasing a mere imitation. As the daughter of the Lin family, whose horizons were typically broad, Lin Wan found herself adorned in a counterfeit gown at such a significant event. The pretense of being the leading socialite of Li City was beginning to unravel. After delivering her remarks, Li Xuewei observed the ripple of reactions among the crowd, feeling a surge of satisfaction as she noted that many had been swayed by her words. Her cunning intentions did not escape Lin Wan's discerning gaze. With a dismissive smirk, Lin Wan retorted, "Aunt Li, does your assertion that it is a counterfeit make it so? What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim?" At that moment, Lin Mo leaned out from behind Lin Jindong, interjecting, "It is common knowledge that the vast star C by FY is showcased exclusively at their flagship store, with offers reaching billions turned down." With a mocking smile, Lin Mo continued, "How audacious of third young master Fu. If it is not a counterfeit, one might suspect it was stolen directly from FY's headquarters." The implication was clear. Lin Wan's evening gown was indeed a forgery. Listening to her, Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, her tone languid as she queried, "Oh, are you so certain?" Lin Mo, without a moment's hesitation, seized upon Lin Wan's words, asserting, "This limited edition vast star C could not possibly have been stolen. If such an event had transpired, it would have sent shockwaves through Li City. Thus, only one possibility remained. The gown was a counterfeit, and Fu Jingyan had been deceived into mistaking a fake for a treasure, causing Lin Wan considerable embarrassment." Lin Mo held her head high, her expression brimming with self-satisfaction. "But what if it is not?" Lin Wan's voice suddenly turned frigid, her gaze sharpening with an unmistakable intensity. Li Xuewei observed Lin Wanzhong's ostentatious confidence, and her previously resolute heart began to waver. Just as she was about to intervene with Lin Mo, it was evidently too late. Lin Mo sneered. "How could it possibly not be? It must be a counterfeit. Sister, even if you refuse to admit it, how could Fu Jingyan, a mere illegitimate son, possibly possess an authentic piece?" In front of everyone, Lin Mo deliberately revealed Fu Jingyan's identity. He was nothing more than a frivolous young master, utterly ignorant of the market. "Mr. Fu, there are fools who look down on you," Lin Wan remarked, her gaze fixed on Fu Jingyan, a smile still gracing her face. The Lin Mo, whom Fu Jingyan had just called a fool, was visibly enraged. "That damned man." Fu Jingyan's gaze bore down on Lin Mo, his lips parting slowly. "Here's the deal. If this evening gown is genuine, you shall kneel and lick the floor, apologizing to Xiaowan 100 times, declaring that you, Lin Mo, are blind to true worth." Upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words, Lin Wan couldn't help but chuckle. How cunning of him to devise such a devious scheme. Forcing Lin Mo to apologize while in a humiliating posture was clearly an affront. Li Xuewei reached out, attempting to restrain Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo shrugged off Li Xuewei's hand dismissively, brimming with misplaced confidence. "Don't just say kneeling and saying 100 apologies. If this gown is real, I will run around the hotel naked while uttering those apologies." Lin Wan stared at Lin Mo's self-assured radiance, bemused. She genuinely could not fathom where Lin Mo's confidence stemmed from, making such ludicrous claims about running naked and apologizing. Hearing Lin Mo's nonsensical declarations, both Li Xuewei and Lin Jindong's expressions darkened. Under Lin Jindong's furious gaze, Li Xuewei grasped Lin Mo's wrist, intending to lead her away, regardless of the gown's authenticity. This wager was indeed excessively bold. What if? Fu Jingyan took note of Li Xuewei's actions and, before she could drag Lin Mo away, flashed a wicked smile. Blind confidence will only lead to one's own embarrassment. However, Chapter 71. Are you afraid to speak but not to act? If you are so confident in your ignorance, it would be rather unreasonable for Xiaowan and me not to accommodate you. Fu Jingyan scoffed coldly. He turned to Lin Wan, grinning, It seems someone is eager to experience the harsh realities of society. What do you say, Xiao Wan? Lin Wan retorted lightly. Without enduring the trials of society, how could one ever realize their own folly? Their back and forth left Lin Mo seething with humiliation. Fu Jingyan lazily surveyed the crowd, stating, "Let everyone present serve as witnesses today. This woman just proclaimed that if the evening gown worn by the Lin family's heiress is genuine, she will run naked around the hotel and apologize to Lin Wan." A faint smile graced his lips as he continued, "I trust that most of you heard this, correct?" The crowd exchanged glances, noting the grim expressions of Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei, hesitant to voice their thoughts. After all, they were members of the Lin family, and regardless of the discord, it was a family matter that outsiders ought not to interfere with. Even some individuals subconsciously cast their gazes upon Lin Fingjue, who merely sat in the corner with Gu Tingxiao, both cradling a handful of sunflower seeds, while a selection of fruit candies lay on the table before them. It was as though the commotion around them held no relevance to their existence. Neither Lin Fingjue nor Gu Tingxiao could muster even a glance in their direction. This scene, upon closer inspection, appeared rather peculiar. Were these two elderly gentlemen brazenly indulging in sunflower seeds? The venue was enveloped in silence. Just then, a teasing voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to Zhuo Qingxi. "I can bear witness. Look at me." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Zhuo Qingyan reached out to tug at Zhuo Qingxi, signaling with his eyes for him to behave. Zhuo Qingxi, unfazed, chuckled lightly.
"Count me in," he added.
Gui Chen laughed softly. "I too can serve as a witness." As the crowd turned their curious gazes toward him, Gui Chen cleared his throat. "Given your unwavering conviction that it is a counterfeit, I am quite intrigued. Has this young lady truly beheld the magnificent star sea?" He directed a piercing question straight at Lin Mo. It should be noted that the limited edition of the Star Sea, while housed in the FY flagship store, was not accessible to just anyone. Lin Mo's complexion turned pale, suddenly feeling as though she had stepped on a stone that had rolled back upon her. Under Gui Chen's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Mo contemplated confessing that she had never seen it at all. After all, it was better to face embarrassment than to be confirmed in her deceit and be forced to apologize publicly. With her eyes reddened, she cast a look of profound grievance toward Lin Jindong, hoping he might come to her aid. Li Xuewei, equally concerned, tugged at Lin Jindong's sleeve. Lin Wan, sporting a smile tinged with provocation, remarked, "Are you now afraid to speak as boldly as you did? Or perhaps you are simply frightened? TSK, weren't you just so certain a moment ago? If fear has taken root, you should not have boasted. Lin Mo, calamity arises from one's own words. Do you understand?" Lin Wan's charming smile only served to further incite Lin Mo. "If you have the audacity, why not prove it? Stop trying to corner me with Fu Jingyan. I have nothing to fear," Lin Mo retorted, glaring defiantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's smile deepened. She turned her gaze, filled with mischief, toward the man beside her. "Then I shall trouble the third young master Fu to vindicate himself. I trust you would not present me with a counterfeit." As Lin Wan's words fell, the attention of the crowd once again converged upon them. Was she suggesting that this matter was a gift from Fu Jingyan? The atmosphere shifted. Fu Jingyan's eyes deepened in intensity as he met Lin Wan's gaze. Her public acknowledgement of the gown as a gift from him effectively unveiled their extraordinary relationship before all present. Subsequently, Fu Jingyan smiled, discerning the underlying meaning in Lin Wan's expression. She seemed unperturbed by the revelation of their relationship, having never intended to conceal it. Sooner or later, the truth would come to light. It was merely a matter of time. Contemplating this, Fu Jingyan cast a cold and mocking glance at the evidently shaken Lin Mo. He took a few steps back, slightly bending forward, and extended his hand toward Lin Wan, bowing his head to gaze at the broad palm before her. Lin Wan smiled as she gently placed her hand upon it. Fu Jingyan, holding Lin Wan's hand with utmost courtesy, merely grasped her fingertips. As he led her gracefully toward the center of the banquet hall's dance floor, he cast a fleeting glance at Zhuo Qingxi. Understanding the unspoken message in Fu Jingyan's gaze, Zhuo Qingxi swiftly took Gui Chen's arm and approached Lin Mo, eager to prevent any chance of her escaping amidst the commotion. For without this spectacle, the entire affair would hold little significance. Lin Mo had no intentions of fleeing. She was resolute in her belief that the attire adorning Lin Wan was a counterfeit, undoubtedly not an authentic piece from FY. Zhuo Qingxi caught a glimpse of Lin Mo, her head held high, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence. He shook his head in disbelief and leaned toward Gui Chen, chuckling softly. What foolishness grants this woman such misplaced confidence? Does she truly believe she has the upper hand? Amused by the absurdity of Lin Mo's expression, Zhuo Qingxi found himself eagerly anticipating her reaction in due course, curious if it would prove equally entertaining. Gui Chen, following Zhou Qingxi's lead, cast a dismissive glance at Lin Mo, perhaps attributing her bravado to the courage bestowed upon her by Liang Jingru's melodies. In response, Zhou Qingxi crossed his arms, shivering slightly, and regarded Gui Chen with mock disdain. Your joke is rather stale, you know? Look at me. I've got goosebumps all over. Gui Chen lowered his voice, bluntly instructing Zhou Qingxi to vacate his vicinity. With a smile, Zhou Qingxi nudged Gui Chen with his shoulder, urging him to watch the unfolding drama. Their attention soon fell upon Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan, while Zhou Qingxi's peripheral vision occasionally darted back to Lin Mo. Fu Jingyan summoned a server and whispered a few words to him. The server promptly retreated. Moments later, the banquet hall was filled with the melodious strains of a piano. Standing tall, Fu Jingyan turned to Lin Wan, extending a gentlemanly invitation. Miss Lin, might I have the honor of your company for a dance? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wan placed her delicate hand into Fu Jingyan's palm. Their hands intertwined, she was gently drawn closer to him, their bodies nearly melding into one. Lin Wan could distinctly sense the faint fragrance of wind chimes emanating from Fu Jingyan. Her gentle hand rested softly upon his shoulder as Fu Jingyan's strong hand encircled her slender waist. A wave of warmth radiated from his grip, causing Lin Wan to shiver slightly. Do not be anxious, Fu Jingyan murmured, leaning closer to her ear, his lips curling into a charming smile. His deep voice stirred something within Lin Wan's heart. Almost instantaneously, as Fu Jingyan began to lead Lin Wan in a graceful dance, the once brightly lit banquet hall was enveloped in darkness. Only a solitary warm orange beam of light illuminated Lin Wan, casting her in a soft glow. Chapter 72, Is it time to cry already? Surely, it is not yet the moment for tears. Soon, the light that had shone upon Lin Wan extinguished, leaving only a faint flicker of orange light in the corners of the venue. In the depths of darkness, the dance floor shimmered with scattered points of light, reminiscent of the stars twinkling in the night sky. This glimmer captivated the attention of all present. Lin Wan, who had initially rested her hand upon Fu Jingyan's shoulder, gradually encircled his neck. Under his guidance, she gracefully followed his lead, their movements synchronizing in a dance of elegance. The lyrical and gentle strains of the piano enveloped them, causing their steps to slow in harmony. The scattered lights transformed subtly with Lin Wan's every move, mirroring the brilliance of a resplendent starry sky, perfectly showcased before the onlookers. As the enchanting scene unfolded, gasps of awe erupted. Wow, this is simply breathtaking. In that moment, a gentle beam of light shone anew upon Lin Wan. The starry embellishments of her gown responded to the illumination, revealing different constellations from various angles as she danced. The design concept of the vast starry sea was to encompass countless stars, illustrating the diverse beauty of the cosmos. The most astonishing aspect was the gown's ability to exhibit a different celestial panorama depending on the intensity of the light, with each angle presenting a flawless vision. As the dance concluded, Lin Wan's hands remained entwined around Fu Jingyan's neck. His warm palms clasped her slender waist as he lowered his gaze to meet her eyes, offering a soft smile. Subsequently, he released her, seemingly indifferent to the envious glances surrounding them. Taking her hand, he approached Lin Mo, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Beyond the celestial transformation, there is another element that confirms this evening gown's authenticity. Lin Mo had already been rendered speechless by the gown's earlier display. The exhibition alone was sufficient proof that the dress could not possibly be a counterfeit. Her mind was a blank, trembling as her body swayed precariously. Disbelief etched upon her face as she gazed at Lin Wan. How could she have truly borrowed such a gown? Observing Lin Mo's expression, Fu Jingyan smirked. If you examine the delicate sparkles on the gown closely, you will notice they form intricate patterns resembling small bellflowers. Moreover, it bears the FY logo, well known for incorporating bellflower motifs in many designs, often as subtle patterns. As he spoke, he retrieved a phone from Zhou Qingxi, activating the flashlight function, casting a beam upon the gown. Indeed, the unique FY emblem emerged on the fabric. The crowd around them stirred, their gaze fixed on Lin Mo, who once again found herself at the center of attention. Fu Jingyan returned the phone to Zhou Qingxi, his expression icy. These subtle patterns also serve as FY's classic anti-counterfeiting identifiers. With that statement, Lin Mo was left utterly defeated, grasping Li Xuewei's arm tightly. The memory of her earlier declarations before the crowd flooded back to her, draining the color from her face. The thought of running around the hotel in her bare skin, forced to utter 100 apologies to Lin Wan, was unbearable. With so many attendees at the banquet, how could she ever hope to maintain her standing in Li City if this scandal were to spread? Certainly, there will always be well-meaning individuals who might leak photos or videos of themselves in a state of undress. The mere thought of such an image made Lin Mo wish to burrow into the earth. This was something she could not bear. with tears welling in her eyes. She looked at Li Xuewei and Lin Jindong with a pitiful gaze, sobbing softly. Fu Jingyan, with a hand resting casually around Lin Wan's waist, regarded the weeping Lin Mo with indifference, tauntingly remarking, "Is this the time to start crying? Surely, it is not yet time for tears."
Lin Montag started.
Looked up at Fu Jingyan in disbelief. How could a man be so petty as to hold onto her so tightly? She had initially thought that by adopting a humble demeanor and crying sorrowfully, she would elicit sympathy from those around her. She intended to feign distress and flee the gathering, thus escaping a potential calamity. However, Fu Jingyan's words left her at a loss for how to proceed. What had he so confidently asserted just moments ago? A faint smile played at the corners of Fu Jingyan's lips as he lazily reminded Lin Mo not to forget her previous declarations. Lin Mo's complexion paled as she bit her lower lip, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. She cried helplessly, appearing utterly pitiable. One might mistakenly believe that Fu Jingyan, a man, was being aggressive towards her, a delicate woman. Yet, this was indeed Lin Mo's intent. Covering her face with her hands, she wept silently, peeking through the slight gaps between her fingers to observe the crowd. The assembled onlookers whispered amongst themselves, most displaying a mere curiosity akin to that of spectators at a spectacle. This reaction diverged greatly from Lin Mo's expectations. Fuming internally, Lin Mo cursed their indifference in her heart. Li Xuewei was the first to respond, her expression troubled as she addressed Lin Wan. Wan Lin Mo means no harm. She genuinely cares for you and fears you might be deceived. Wan is concerned for you. You are sisters. Lin Mo is young and lacks discretion in her words, which may have upset you. I will have her apologize. Please do not hold it against a child. As she spoke, Li Xuewei tugged at Lin Mo, signaling her. Lin Mo, quickly apologize to your sister. She is not so petty and will surely forgive you. This was a public gesture aimed at providing Lin Mo an escape. Lin Mo understood the implication immediately. With a choked voice, she sobbed her apology to Lin Wan. Sister, I am truly sorry. I did not mean it. I was only worried about you. I am sorry, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me this once. I promise I won't do it again. The more she spoke, the louder her cries grew. Part of it stemmed from fear, while the other part was a calculated attempt to amplify her own vulnerability.
Lin Wan, standing beside Fu Jingyan,
watched the seamless performance of the mother-daughter duo with a scoff. I apologize, but I am particularly petty. I hold grudges. Lin Mo, now 20 and no longer a child, consistently spoke without restraint, and it was only a matter of time before she would land herself in trouble. Aunt Li, what do you think? Indeed. Lin Mo has reached the age of 20. How could she still dare to claim she is but a child? Without waiting for Li Xuewei to respond, Lin Wan redirected her gaze to Lin Mo, speaking with earnest gravity. In the past, I found your unrestrained words at home somewhat amusing. But now I realize I was mistaken. Lin Mo, I should not have repeatedly indulged your reckless speech and allowed you to say whatever you wished. Lowering her head to conceal her emotions, Lin Wan appeared so innocent that one could not help but feel a surge of sympathy for her. Chapter 73. I thought my intentions were abundantly clear. Lin Wan whispered, Lin Mo, whatever you say at home only reaches my ears, and I may suffer some injustice. Endure a bit of grievance. Yet today, in such a significant setting, you indiscriminately cast slander upon me without a moment's hesitation. I can no longer indulge you in this manner. Her voice quivered slightly as she continued. It has always been me who bears the brunt. I have accepted it. But what if, in the future, you unjustly accuse others in the same manner? You should understand the principle that disaster often arises from careless words. If you do not learn from this experience, you may never grasp this truth. Lin Wan appeared entirely concerned for Lin Mo's well-being. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, the subject of her admonition, stared wide-eyed, temporarily forgetting her tears. She could hardly believe Lin Wan's sudden shift in demeanor as she listened to her words. Her mind was in utter turmoil. How could Lin Wan act so convincingly? Just as Lin Mo opened her mouth to retort, Lin Wan's attention shifted to Li Xuewei. Li Auntie, one must not overly indulge children, lest they become spoiled. Is this not what you often say to my father? Lin Wan raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her clear eyes brimmed with sorrow, and the sadness that enveloped her rendered her all the more captivating. The sight of her tearful expression stirred sympathy and compassion among many present. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Li Xuewei's fury surged. With a furious glare, she appeared ready to tear Lin Wan apart. At this juncture, Lin Wan had claimed all the favorable words, effectively implying that she had failed to educate Lin Mo properly. Moreover, she had even been bullied by Lin Mo in the Lin household, while wielding the theory of not spoiling children to thwart Lin Jindong. Lin Wan thrived in the Lin family, Where was the meek demeanor of a beleaguered daughter-in-law? This was a blatant signal to all that she was, in fact, a wicked stepmother. Li Xuewei could scarcely contain her indignation, for she, too, had been the one to navigate the Lin household with trepidation. Lin Wan met Li Xuewei's furious gaze, shrinking back slightly as she nestled into Fu Jingyan's embrace, appearing utterly frightened by Li Xuewei's wrath. Fu Jingyan instinctively wrapped his arms around Lin Wan, observing her trembling form nestled against his chest. He shot a cold glance at Li Xuewei. So this is how the esteemed daughter of the Lin family lives? Upon finishing his words, Fu Jingyan gently patted Lin Wan's shoulder, his tone imbued with tenderness. R11 has only ever received affection from the old man since childhood, yet he cannot always keep her by his side. What a profound injustice she must have endured to become so fearful. Lin Mo has undoubtedly bullied R11 on numerous occasions, hasn't she? Fu Jingyan furrowed his brow, visibly angered. Is this what is meant by paternal love? My poor Wanwan, deprived of a mother, and even with her father alive. It feels as though she has lost him as well. Why is there such disparity in the treatment of children? How wronged Wanwan must feel, unloved and uncared for, akin to a mere cabbage in the field. His words struck a nerve, even with Lin Jindong. Lin Jindong's face darkened as he glared at Fu Jingyan, his eyes filled with rage. Hidden in Fu Jingyan's embrace, Lin Wan couldn't help but smile upon hearing his words. However, her trembling shoulders to the onlookers appeared as though she were sobbing even more sorrowfully, evoking greater sympathy from the crowd. The expressions directed at Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei shifted to disdain. How could one not say that children without mothers are like mere weeds? Sensing the unusual gazes surrounding him, Lin Jindong lowered his voice and retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Now that Wanwan is being bullied, have you, as her father, ever spoken a word for her?" Fu Jingyan coldly replied, "One must not hold double standards." Lin Jindong was rendered speechless. Li Xuewei, observing Fu Jingyan, interjected. "Third young master Fu, you have repeatedly meddled in the Lin family's affairs. What is your relationship with our Wanwan? Why are you so eager to defend her?" She subtly hinted at a connection between Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan, attempting to divert the topic and cast aspersions on them.
In response, Fu Jingyan chuckled lightly.
"I thought my intentions were already sufficiently clear. How could you not perceive what is evident to even the blind?" Li Xuewei furrowed her brow, puzzled by his statement. What did he mean? "I have feelings for Wanwan, and am fervently pursuing her. I believe everyone present should be able to discern that," Fu Jingyan unabashedly declared before all. Li Xuewei's expression soured. His words implied that while it was obvious, she was still trying to provoke. Indeed, upon hearing his declaration, the crowd's gaze toward Li Xuewei was laden with unspoken complexity. Her complexion shifted. Previously, with others around Wanwan, I had to devise special methods to capture her attention, to draw her gaze towards me, Fu Jingyan said with a light laugh. Following Fu Jingyan's reminder, the crowd began to awaken to the reality. It appeared that every instance of Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan's playful banter stemmed from Fu Jingyan's initial provocations. Though his tactics might seem childish, the unfolding scene appeared to be quite effective. The expressions on Li Xuewei and Lin Jindong's faces could no longer simply be described as unpleasant. Fu Jingyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Xiaowan has faced unfortunate encounters and is currently single."
"So what?
"Am I not allowed to muster the courage to pursue true love? One must have dreams. If one has feelings, one should chase after them. Who knows? It might actually come true one day." His intentions were quite clear. Lin Wan had suffered betrayal from Gu Yicheng and had now returned to singlehood. Even if something were to develop between them, it would be entirely innocent. With this statement, he effectively extinguished any hopes that Li Xuewei might have had. Then, Fu Jingyan coldly scoffed and turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. This magnificent starry sea was procured at great expense to win Xiaowan's favor. Just now, you claimed that Xiaowan was wearing a counterfeit, which is tantamount to trampling on my sincere feelings for her in front of everyone, is it not? With a few pointed words, Fu Jingyan redirected the focus back onto Lin Mo, originally relieved to have distanced herself from Lin Mo. The latter's countenance paled upon hearing Fu Jingyan's remarks, her heart racing. Chapter 74. Foolish, yet unaware, and yet so pleased. Is it our fault? I can tolerate many things, but I cannot abide the trampling of my sincere feelings for Xiaowan. Fu Jingyan's facial features tightened in displeasure, his expression cold as he fixated on Lin Mo's ashen face. Did you not just swear that Xiaowan was clad in counterfeit attire? Lin Mo shook her head, retreating a step in fear. In front of everyone, Fu Jingyan continued, "If anyone still harbors doubts, you may now call the FY headquarters to inquire about the authenticity of this gown." At his words, the crowd collectively held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Fu Jingyan cast a scornful glance at Li Xuewei. "Shall we call? This might just be your last opportunity." His tone was laden with disdain. Li Xuewei's face turned grim, as she could clearly sense Lin Mo's panic.
Hey, what phone call are you talking about?
Zhua Qingxi placed a hand on Gu Yicheng's shoulder. Still holding the phone he had just handed to Fu Jingyan, and turned to Li Xuewei and Lin Mo with an expression of delight at the unfolding drama. He waved the phone, revealing a brilliant smile. Are you using a 2G network? Your online surfing is rather outdated. Look. The official FY account has already posted a Weibo update over an hour ago, and it has now surged into the top 3 trending topics. As Zhua Qingxi spoke, everyone present hastily retrieved their phones, launching the app. The entry vast starry sea, only to encounter you caught their eyes. Clicking on the post, they found a dynamic announcement from the officially verified FY account. In the boundless night sky, the vast starry sea is only to encounter you. Included were photos of the chief makeup artist at FY preparing Lin Wan for her evening appearance. The final photo showcased Lin Wan standing in the dressing room housing the evening gown, fully made up, which matched her attire for the event. The last image revealed the glass cabinet, now devoid of the gown, yet the nameplate reading Vast Starry Sea remained visible. Thus, the truth was laid bare before all. Below the comments, official personnel personally confirmed the undeniable fact that the gown indeed possesses an owner. A simple phrase encapsulates it all: countless stars within reach, deserving of the most beautiful you. This revelation instantly ignited the banquet venue. Li Xuewei and Lin Mo were equally struck by this trending news, their minds rendered utterly blank. With the official confirmation and the undeniable identity of the person in the photo as Lin Wan, the slap in the face arrived with astonishing swiftness. Lin Mo, who had previously sparkled with a glimmer of hope, now found herself hollow and despondent. How could this happen? Reflecting on her earlier fervent declarations, Lin Mo felt a searing heat flush across her cheeks. The words she had uttered about running naked in apology made her feel as if she were submerged in a frigid abyss, trembling violently. Fu Jingyan lazily lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. You just stated that if this gown is genuine, you would run around the hotel in your bare skin while apologizing to Lin Wan. Honor your promise. He disregarded Lin Mo's pallid complexion, coldly reminding her. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. I. After stumbling through her thoughts for what felt like an eternity, she found no words to defend herself. With reddened eyes, she looked at Lin Jindong in humiliation, softly calling out, Dad. At this moment, the only one capable of rescuing her was Lin Jindong. Li Xuewei, trembling, reached out and grasped Lin Jindong's arm. Old Lin. Recently subjected to Fu Jingyan's scornful remarks, Lin Jindong was now further provoked by his daughter's distress, boiling with anger. He glared at Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan. As a grown man, why are you so relentless towards a young girl? What are your intentions? Listening to Lin Jindong's words, Fu Jingyan let out a cold laugh. Relentless? Who was it that mocked Xiao, Wan just moments ago? You bully others and expect me to remain silent? His expression darkened ominously. Lin Jindong's face flushed with anger. Do not take this too far. Fu Jingyan, upon hearing his words, smiled with even greater sarcasm. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Wan stepped out of Fu Jingyan's embrace. With reddened eyes, she stood tall, meeting Lin Jindong's gaze with a frosty demeanor. Who is truly bullying whom here? Did anyone force Lin Mo to act foolishly? Ignorance does not equate to pride. Should we be blamed for that? Lin Wan retorted. Being publicly chastised by Lin Wan as foolish and ignorant caused Lin Mo's complexion to fluctuate from pale to flushed, wishing for nothing more than to vanish on the spot. The aura emanating from Lin Wan was overwhelmingly powerful, chilling to the core. Even Lin Jindong found himself silenced, his retort stifled by a mere glance from Lin Wan. Lin Wan, Lin Mo is your sister. Must you corner her so? Lin Jindong's face turned a shade of deep crimson as he clenched his teeth, cautioning Lin Wan. Lin Mo shares the Lin surname. Her disgrace is also a stain on our family. Lin Wan responded with a mocking smile. My mother bore only one daughter. I have no sister. With that, Lin Wan cast her gaze towards Lin Fingjue. She slightly raised her voice. Grandfather. Have you secretly included irrelevant individuals in the Lin family genealogy behind my back, disregarding your adorable granddaughter? I haven't, I did not. Do not speak carelessly. Lin Fingjue hurriedly shook his hands, denying the accusation vehemently. The surrounding guests, witnessing the old man's endearing reaction, could not help but chuckle, especially Gu Tingxiao, who laughed heartily, collapsing against Lin Fengjue's shoulder. Lin Fingjue disdainfully pushed him away, saying, Get off me. He then turned to Lin Wan, stating, Your father has only one daughter. So rest assured, it is not just anyone who can easily squeeze into the Lin family. Your father is indiscriminate in his choices, yet I find them distasteful. Lin Fengjue's words were laden with meaning. Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei felt utterly humiliated. The old man was publicly supporting Lin Wan. Lin Fingjue leisurely sipped his tea. Smiling warmly at Lin Wan, "My dear, go ahead and clean up the mess, do it quickly," he urged. "The audience is ready. Please commence your performance." In response to Lin Fingjue's words, Gu Tingxiao pushed the fruits forward, maintaining a composed demeanor while sipping his tea. Lin Wan, silence. The crowd, silence. Only Lin Jindong and Li Xuewei were left fuming, feeling like monkeys on display at a zoo. Left Qingxi laughed unrestrainedly, leaning on Gu Yichen's shoulder. Tears streaming down his face. "Oh my, what a treasure of a grandfather. Absolutely delightful."
Chapter 75, Lin Montag.
"Will you take matters into your own hands, or shall I assist you?" Lin Wan, having adjusted her facial expression, turned to mock Lin Jindong. Everyone present had clearly heard Lin Fingjue's words. The old man, alongside his friend Gu Tingxiao, wore expressions of amusement as if they were mere spectators enjoying a show. Lin Jindong's face turned pale with fury, his agitation palpable. Li Xuewei tightly shielded Lin Mo behind her. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow. "Lin Mo, what you promised earlier must be fulfilled." "I refuse," Lin Mo shouted, her voice escalating as she hid behind Li Xuewei. She suddenly raised her voice. "Lin Wan, you deliberately set me up. You provoked me. This is not my choice." Lin Mo instinctively shifted all blame onto Lin Wan, adamant that she would never admit to her previous words, insisting that Lin Wan had schemed against her. Lin Wan, fully aware that her gown was genuine, continued to provoke her. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Lin Wan found it utterly amusing. "You are nothing in my eyes. If you hadn't pressed the issue, I wouldn't even bother to glance at you. Wake up. It's a new era. Paranoia is a mental illness. Do not embarrass yourself." Lin Mo bit her lip defiantly, asserting, "You are the one scheming against me, Lin Wan. You are a woman with a heart of venom." She resolutely denied her own faults. The disdainful glances directed at Lin Mo by those surrounding her were unmistakable. Could it be? Was she truly unable to accept defeat? Just moments ago, she had been the one obstructing Miss Lin's departure, brazenly proclaiming that the evening gown was a counterfeit. With such an air of certainty, one would have thought she had first-hand experience with the gown. How perfectly she had set herself up for this moment of humiliation. Now, she was making a scene, behaving like a spoiled child. Thankfully, Miss Lin possessed a kind temperament. Had it been me, with my fiery disposition, I would have been compelled to silence her insolent tongue in an instant. The crowd continued to murmur, their voices unrestrained, casting contemptuous looks at Lin Mo hearing their chatter. Lin Mo's face turned pale, her expression twisted in anguish. "Silence. All of you, be quiet. You are all in cahoots with Lin Wan, conspiring against me." The moment those words escaped her lips, the onlookers were immediately incensed. A woman clad in a white gown stepped forward, and Lin Wan recognized her instantly. It was Su Nua, the heiress of the Su Corporation, 2 years her junior, with 3 older brothers and a father who indulged her whims. Su Nua had been spoiled since childhood. Even when she caused trouble within the Su family, her brothers would always come to her defense. Despite her fiery temperament, Su Nua was reasonable and rarely caused disturbances outside her home. Rumor had it that her brothers were eager to create situations for her to resolve, showcasing their protective affection for their beloved sister. "I must object to your words. How can you claim we are colluding with Miss Lin to ensnare you?" Gunosko fed, rolling her eyes with disdain. Who could forget the proud peacock strutting about, insisting that this gown is a fake? "Let us not deny the truth. You said it yourself. If Miss Lin's gown is indeed authentic, you should run naked around the hotel and utter 100 apologies." Lin Mo glared furiously, ready to retort, but was silenced by Li Xuewei, who recognized Su Nua, even if she were blind to the truth. The imposing presence of Su Nua's 3 brothers behind her was enough to intimidate anyone. Lin Wan too noticed the 3 cold, statuesque figures flanking Su Nua, and could not suppress a smile. It seemed the rumors were indeed not exaggerated in the slightest. "If you require proof, I can graciously provide it.
Oh.
And if you agree or find it necessary, I can produce a spectacular video of this debacle entirely free of charge." Su Nua was a prominent content creator on a popular platform, regularly editing and uploading videos on innovative topics. Each of her videos garnered immense viewership, and she had won the title of the most popular creator for 3 consecutive years. Lin Wan, grateful for her support, smiled warmly. "Thank you, Miss Su. Think nothing of it. I have little patience for such shameless individuals," Su Nua replied with a cold smile directed at Lin Mo. "So, can we now expect you to fulfill your earlier promise? I am quite eager to witness your apology to Miss Lin. Blind confidence can be quite unbecoming. Your words, after all, were your own, and now you wish to backtrack. Though you are but a mere woman, It is unbecoming to be so shameless. You have exhausted all your sweet words, yet you still wish to feign innocence? Lin Mo's complexion turned pale with anger at Su Nua's words. Observing this, Su Nua spoke again. At your age, you should know what to say and what to refrain from saying. Take this lesson to heart and be more cautious in the future. Your tongue is far too loose. Had you lived in ancient times, a gossiping woman would have had her tongue severed. As Su Nua reprimanded Lin Mo, she was rendered speechless, her frustration evident. Lin Wan could not help but laugh once more. I concur with Miss Su, she chimed in support. Su Nua flashed a smile at Lin Wan before turning her gaze back to Lin Mo, who was seething with indignation. Li Xue's chest heaved with anger. Lin Wan and Su Nua had effectively cut off all avenues of retreat for Lin Mo regardless of the situation. Neither of them was someone she could afford to offend. And Li Xue glared at Lin Wan with resentment. As Lin Wan spoke, Lin Mo shivered, clinging tightly to Li Xue's hand, crying and shaking her head. I don't want to, Mom. She's bullying me. Listening to Lin Mo's complaints, Su Nua scoffed, and the onlookers around them laughed mockingly at her predicament. Lin Wan glared coldly at Lin Mo, reminding her, Lin Mo, will you take action yourself, or shall I assist you? With that, she stepped forward. I don't want to. Stay away. Lin Mo suddenly erupted, terror evident in her gaze as she looked at Lin Wan. She screamed, her body trembling violently, her eyes rolling back, and then she collapsed limply into Li Xue's arms, unconscious. Li Xue, startled, embraced Lin Mo, calling out, Xiao Mo. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Lin Wan cast a glance at Lin Mo, a cold smile gracing her lips. She released Fu Jingyan and picked up a glass of champagne from the server's tray, slowly making her way toward Li Xue. Chapter 76. I ask you one last time. Choose one for yourself. Li Xue, with red-rimmed eyes, held Lin Mo and looked pitifully at Lin Jindong, who crouched beside them, softly weeping. Lin Wan approached them directly, her gaze looking down upon the trembling Lin Mo in Li Xue's embrace. Upon noticing the slight quiver of Lin Mo's eyelashes, Lin Wan's smile deepened.
What more do you desire, Lin Wan?
Don't come any closer, Li Xue exclaimed, fear etched on her face, as if Lin Wan were a ferocious beast. Without a word, Lin Wan, before Li Xue could react, splashed a glass of champagne onto Lin Mo. Lin Mo, still cradled in Li Xue's arms, felt a sharp sting on her cheek. The wine had struck her face with an unexpected intensity. Unable to maintain her facade any longer, she screamed and opened her eyes wide. Before she could comprehend the situation, Lin Wan seized another glass of red wine and drenched her once more. With wine seeping into her eyes, Lin Mo felt a burning sensation, crying out in anguish. Li Xue was caught off guard, enveloped in Lin Mo's embrace. She was splashed with a considerable amount of wine and began to scream alongside Lin Mo. Are you awake? Lin Wan tightened her grip on the cup in her hand, her gaze locking onto the hateful stares of Lin Mo and Li Xue, a smile gracing her lips.
No need for thanks.
Lin Mo bit her lip, her eyes wide with fury as she glared at Lin Wan. At that moment, she abandoned all pretense, struggling to rise from Li Xue's embrace. Lin Mo charged toward Lin Wan, her hand poised to strike. Li Xue, taken aback by Lin Mo's sudden emotional outburst, stumbled to the floor in a most undignified manner, her short evening dress leaving her exposed. Unaware of her own predicament, she awkwardly supported herself, attempting to stand. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, Lin Jindong looked on with a pale face, witnessing Li Xue's disgrace. He swiftly removed his suit jacket and draped it over her lap, shielding her from further embarrassment. Only then did Li Xue grasp her situation, clutching the garment to cover herself, overwhelmed with shame. As Lin Mo reached for Lin Wan, the latter seized her wrist with one hand while the other struck her cheek. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving Lin Mo in disbelief. Her head tilted in shock. Pain shot through her wrist, and her cheek burned fiercely. My hand is going to break. Lin Wan, let go. It hurts, it hurts. Lin Mo cried out. You're doing this on purpose. Let go, or I'll be ruined. As Lin Mo's cries grew desperate, Lin Wan tightened her grip. Murder? If you insist on using such words, how could I not solidify that accusation? She retaliated with another slap, warning, Lin Mo. I have already cautioned you not to provoke me. Why can't you comprehend human language? I intended to deal with you slowly in due time. Yet you insist on presenting yourselves before me repeatedly. Very well, I shall not hold back. Lin Wan yanked Lin Mo closer, gripping her chin firmly. You have two choices. Either obediently remove your clothing and run around the hotel while uttering 100 apologies, or I shall deliver 100 slaps to that delicate face of yours. I have never been adept at controlling my strength. I trust you felt the impact of those 2 slaps. Lin Mo gazed into Lin Wan's menacing eyes. Her wrist felt as though it had been dislocated, and the pressure on her chin was equally unbearable, tears streaming from her eyes in pain. Overwhelmed with fear, she sobbed and struggled against Lin Wan's hold. Yet with every movement, the agony intensified. Ultimately, Lin Mo could no longer contain herself, bursting into a pitiful wail. I ask you one last time, 100 apologies or 100 slaps, choose. Lin Wan narrowed her eyes, her gaze as frigid as if submerged in a cold pond. Li Xuewei struggled to her feet, hearing Lin Mo's wails, and grasped Lin Jindong's hand, intent on rushing towards Lin Wan. However, they were halted midway. Fu Jingyan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stood tall in front of them, obstructing their advance.
Li Xuewei, insensa,
was about to retaliate when Fu Jingyan cast a chilling glance in her direction, causing her to wilt in fear. She had perceived a distinct intent to kill in his eyes. Lin Jindong noticed as well. When Fu Jingyan turned his gaze upon him, he stiffened, deterred from making any further movements. You may take a step forward if you dare. I would not hesitate to break your legs, he warned coldly. Lin Jindong's expression was beyond words, his veins bulging with suppressed fury. Lin Mo was thoroughly terrified by Lin Wan, with red-rimmed eyes. She found herself at a loss for thought, incoherently pleading, I apologize, please don't hit me.
I am sorry.
The 2 slaps from earlier had left her dazed, compounded by the murderous glare from Lin Wan, a sight she had never encountered before. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lin Mo believed that if she further provoked Lin Wan, she would not only break her wrists and jaw but would also take her life.
Trembling, Lin Montag sorbet unkontroll abli.
Desperate to cling to life, she stumbled, collapsing onto the floor, fearfully gazing up at Lin Wan, who loomed over her. Covering her face, she broke down in helpless tears, pleading, I can't do this. Lin Wan regarded her coldly and spoke slowly, don't say, I haven't given you a chance. To spare everyone from an embarrassing sight, I do not require you to truly run naked. Hearing this, Lin Mo lifted her head, surprised by Lin Wan's words. As long as she didn't have to run naked, she would comply with anything. Lin Wan smirked icily. I will clear the area around the hotel. You will strip off your gown at the entrance and run around the hotel. Lin Mo's initial expression of joy quickly faded into despair and anger. What difference is that from being naked? At least I am merciful enough to leave you a shred of dignity. If you are unwilling, then you may proceed as you wish, Lin Wan remarked with a cold smile. She crouched down, gently patting Lin Mo's already swollen cheek, her gaze icy. My patience is limited. You have 1 minute to consider. Just a single glance was enough to instill fear in Lin Mo, silencing any retort. Chapter 77. Sisters, Kindred Spirits. I knew it. Lin Mo wept in despair, and under Lin Wan's watchful gaze, she frantically nodded. Observing this, Lin Wan stood and surveyed her surroundings. Apologies for the spectacle, everyone. After all, Lin Mo bore the Lin family name. Had she not foolishly sought to provoke Lin Wan in front of so many today? Lin Wan would not have given it much thought. Now, she merely wished to impart a lesson to Lin Mo, which is why she had arranged for the area around the hotel to be cleared. Naturally, the occasion would not allow today's guests to partake in the merriment without restraint. Any photographs or videos that might inadvertently surface could tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Fu Jingyan quickly grasped the underlying message in Lin Wan's words. A sense of unease washed over him at the thought of Lin Wan and Lin Mo descending alone. Lin Wan, hearing his concerns, smiled with a hint of resignation. Do I seem like someone who would bring misfortune upon myself? Not at all, but one can never be too cautious. Encountering a few rabid dogs is always a possibility. It is better to have company, Fu Jingyan replied with a chuckle. Lin Wan immediately deduced that the rabid dog he referred to was none other than Gui Cheng. Just as she contemplated whom to seek out for companionship, a clear voice chimed from behind, Miss Lin, I shall accompany you. Rest assured. I am proficient in various close-quarter combat techniques. I will protect you and ensure that not a single rabid dog can approach. My specialty is thrashing those who are down and out. Su Nua raised her hand, beaming at Lin Wan. In the protective sphere created by the Su family's third son, upon hearing his sister's exuberant declaration, he cleared his throat and averted his gaze awkwardly. His younger sister's penchant for stirring up excitement seemed destined to remain unchanged. Very well. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Su, Lin Wan replied, her gaze meeting Su Nua's eager eyes as she nodded with a smile. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Nua dashed to Lin Wan's side, casually linking her arm with hers. Let us hurry. To truly enjoy this spectacle, we must arrive promptly. Do you need me to help drag that person along? She pointed at Lin Mo, who sat on the ground with a vacant gaze, mimicking a dragging motion. The sight was undeniably amusing. Lin Wan chuckled once more. No worries, if necessary, we can have someone escort her down. After all, the embarrassment is not ours to bear. With that, Lin Wan led Su Nuo away from the banquet hall, unperturbed by the prospect of Lin Mo's descent. With Fu Jingyan present, there was no chance Lin Mo would evade her fate. As they descended in the elevator, Su Nuo discreetly cast glances at Lin Wan. What is it? Noticing Su Nuo's gaze, Lin Wan smiled at her. Su Nuo cleared her throat and inquired, are you quite close with Fu Jingyan? Taken aback by the question, Lin Wan paused. In her past life, it seemed that there had been little interaction between Su Nuo and Fu Jingyan. Why then? Was Su Nuo inquiring about him now? Realizing that Lin Wan had misunderstood, Su Nuo hurriedly clarified, no. I do not harbor any such feelings for Fu Jingyan. He just publicly acknowledged his pursuit of you. Flustered, she inadvertently choked on her own words. Lin Wan found Su Nuo's earnestness endearing. She smiled at her and said, sister, take a breath. No need to rush. Speak at your own pace. Su Nuo's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Lin Wan. I usually do not act this way. I just fear that you might misunderstand and think I am competing for a man with you. Lin Wan burst into laughter. Observing this, Su Nuo squinted playfully and asked, are you familiar with Gu Yicheng? Or perhaps with Zhuo Qingxi? Lin Wan shook her head slightly. Do you have feelings for either of them? Su Nuo gently placed her finger on her lips and leaned closer to Lin Wan's ear, whispering, both of them have stepped out of the circle. I must tell you, I ship them. Upon hearing Su Nuo's words, Lin Wan responded with an understanding oh. She was indeed aware that Su Nuo had been infatuated with numerous couples, often with fervor. However, she had not anticipated that Su Nuo's obsession would extend to Gu Yicheng and Zhuo Qingxi. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wan quickly grasped the situation. It was no wonder. Gu Yicheng and Zhuo Qingxi appeared inseparable in the eyes of outsiders, which could easily drive Su Nuo to distraction. Lin Wan covered her mouth. Stifling a laugh, I am curious. What is the name of this CP combination? Sister. We are kindred spirits, I knew it, she added with a gentle nod. No problem. Dear friend, I will provide you with material on the two of them in the future. Lin Wan was aware that Gu Yicheng and Zhuo Qingxi were merely ordinary friends, each with their own families, and their families had even arranged a childhood engagement. Su Nuo, brimming with excitement, pulled out her phone. Quick, let's add each other as friends. It's settled then. My future source of inspiration relies on you. After adding Lin Wan on WeChat, Su Nuo clasped her hands in a gesture of camaraderie. Lin Wan stifled her amusement and patted Su Nuo's shoulder, embodying a spirit of brotherhood. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Lin Wan and Su Nuo walked side by side, traversing the lobby, which had already been cleared within a few kilometers of the hotel. Su Nuo emerged from the lobby, dragging a chair with one hand. Sister, please sit. One must watch the drama comfortably. Su Nuo urged Lin Wan to take a seat. Before long, Su Nuo appeared with a bag of chips and a cola in hand. It was then that Lin Wan recalled that the Four Seasons Hotel was part of the Su family's global chain of five-star hotels, currently managed by Su Han, the second son of the Su family. Listening to her, Lin Wan smiled and obediently settled into the chair, awaiting the unfolding events. Not long after, Lin Mo was ushered down by a hotel waitress, of course, a female one. Su Nuo felt particularly considerate, as Lin Wan wished to maintain the dignity of the Lin family. Lin Mo stood before Lin Wan, weeping pitifully yet making no move. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to take matters into my own hands? Lin Wan's gaze turned icy as she looked at Lin Mo, who stood frozen in place, merely sobbing. Lin Mo trembled. Sister, I realize my mistake, Su Nuo did not allow her to finish, abruptly tearing the chip bag open and sneering. Promises must be kept. Hurry up if you attempt to play tricks. I'll call someone from the hotel. With that, Su Nuo raised her hand as if ready to summon assistance. Lin Mo was frightened by Su Nuo's words. Upon her arrival, she had noticed that the hotel had been cleared. If Su Nuo called for help, she might as well throw herself against a wall. Under the warning gazes of Lin Wan and Su Nuo, Lin Mo humiliatedly tore off her gown. Due to the gown's sheer fabric, she wore a matching camisole underneath. Lin Wan had noticed this earlier and did not press Lin Mo to remove the camisole as well. Before long, the sounds of Lin Mo's tearful apologies echoed at the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel, accompanied by the sight of her running around the premises. Lin Wan and Su Nuo, each clutching a bag of potato chips, delightedly watched the spectacle unfold. Su Nuo even produced her smartphone, capturing the scene in high definition. I will send you these videos later. Keep them, she said, shaking her phone. If that oblivious Lin Mo bothers you again, you can show her these from time to time. She possessed crucial footage that could undermine Lin Mo's standing. Lin Wan chuckled at Su Nuo's words, replying, all right. I appreciate it. In truth, Even without Su Nua documenting Lin Mo's disgrace today, Lin Wan had ample means to deal with that foolish woman. Lin Mo was hardly a threat. In her previous life, many events unfolded not due to Lin Mo's own cleverness, but rather because of Li Xuewei, who often concealed herself behind Lin Mo, acting as the strategist. However, considering Su Nua's good intentions, Lin Wan graciously accepted her offer with a smile. On the other hand, Lin Mo's pace was slowing, and her apologies were gradually fading. After finishing a bag of chips, Su Nua turned to Lin Wan, saying, "This is dull. We haven't even reached halfway yet. Let us find someone to keep watch. We should head up." The evening breeze, chillier due to their formal attire, caused goosebumps to rise on Su Nua's arms. Upon hearing her suggestion, Lin Wan realized she was the main attraction tonight and shouldn't be away for too long. "Let us go," she replied to Su Nua. Su Nua linked her arm with Lin Wan's, calling over a female server to keep an eye on Lin Mo, reminding her to record the event. The banquet hall, which had just been in disarray, now returned to its original state. After exchanging a few words with Lin Wan, Su Nua began searching for the presence of her three brothers within the venue, her spirits high as she lifted her skirt to move forward. "Miss Lin." Just as Lin Wan was about to seek out Lin Fingjue, Zhuo Qingxi stepped directly in front of her. Lin Wan smiled slightly at him, greeting Mr. Zhuo. Zhuo Qingxi glanced around before lowering his voice to speak quietly to Lin Wan. "Could you go to the 886 lounge?" Hearing his request, Lin Wan immediately inquired. "What's the matter?" Zhuo Qingxi cleared his throat, saying, "You just left, and Fu San was called away, right there in that lounge." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's brow furrowed slightly. Without further elaboration from Zhuo Qingxi, she quickly grasped the situation. Remembering that Fu Jingyan bore injuries, her expression turned cold. She was unaware of why the relationship between Fu Jingyan and Fu Lintang had soured so severely, but the thought of Fu Jingyan being hurt unsettled her. He was already an adult, and Fu Lintang could have communicated any issues without resorting to violence. Since her mother's passing, Lin Wan had developed a deep disdain for domestic violence. She gazed at Zhuo Qingxi, nodding her head.
I shall go over now.
Observing Lin Wan's swift retreat, Zhuo Qingxi could not help but click his tongue in admiration. The speed with which she defended her husband was indeed something he could only envy. At that moment, Gui Chen approached Zhuo Qingxi, following his gaze to catch sight of Lin Wan's figure. He cast a knowing glance at Zhuo Qingxi, remarking, "Did Fu Sen not say not to inform Lin Wan?" Zhuo Qingxi, ever the maverick, shrugged nonchalantly at Gui Chen's comment. In the past, Fu San was unloved and uncared for, but times have changed. He is now a married man, and the Fu family treats him poorly. With Lin Wan standing by his side, at least his existence within the Fu household has improved somewhat. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhuo Qingxi's intentions were ultimately for Fu Jingyan's benefit. Gui Chen, initially intent on delivering a verbal blow to Zhuo Qingxi, chose silence upon hearing his words. The two fell into a contemplative quietude. Unbeknownst to them, their hushed exchange was observed from a distance by Su Nua, who was fervently shipping the couple. Su Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the two, unable to contain her exhilaration. The real-life couple she adored was right before her eyes. How could she not be thrilled? Lin Wan soon arrived outside the lounge, raising her hand to knock on the door, only to discover it wasn't fully shut. Through the gap, she could hear Fu Lintang's furious reprimands. "Fu Jingyan, did I not warn you to behave at the banquet? Avoid causing trouble. Do you so eagerly wish to bring disgrace upon the Fu family?" Fu Lintang shouted, his voice echoing with fury. As if unsatisfied, he slammed his palm down on the table, producing a loud crack. Fu Jingyan, with his hands in his pockets and an indifferent expression, let Fu Lintang ramble on. His nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Fu Lintang further. Pointing a finger at him, Fu Lintang chastised. "What are you trying to prove? What business do the affairs of the Lin family have with you? Why must you insert yourself at this moment? And claiming that dress was a gift to Miss Lin. Who do you think you are? Have some dignity. Your actions are tarnishing the reputation of the Fu family." Ultimately, Fu Lintang did not believe that Fu Jingyan possessed the means to acquire such an extravagant gown for Lin Wan. In his eyes, Fu Jingyan, the ungrateful son, should not have interfered in the recent skirmish involving the Lin family. Thankfully, the dress was indeed genuine. Otherwise, the Fu family would have faced humiliation. Considering this possibility, Fu Lintang's face darkened with anger. "How dare you declare in front of so many people your affection for Lin Wan and your desire to pursue her?
Fu Jingyan.
Have you looked in the mirror lately? With your idle and extravagant demeanor, what reason would Lin Wan have to take an interest in you?" This statement bore a certain irony. A smile played at the corners of Fu Jingyan's lips as he regarded Fu Lintang with a mocking glint in his eyes. He was acutely aware that, In the eyes of the Fu family, including Fu Lintang, he was merely a spoiled heir. How could a distinguished woman like Lin Wan possibly be suited to a lowly illegitimate son like him? Strangely, as Lin Wan listened to his laughter, a sense of solitude washed over her. At that moment, another voice resonated within the lounge. It was Fu Jingyan. He sat beside Fu Lintang. Glancing at Fu Jingyan standing before him, he sighed helplessly. Jingyan, surely you are not trying to get close to Lin Wan simply because father wishes for an alliance between us? What is the point of the charade? I am equally uncertain of the circumstances. Fu Jingyan wanted to express that he had no intention of marrying Lin Wan either. Fu Jingyan need not stage such a performance tonight merely to compete with him. Indeed, after Fu Jingyan spoke, Fu Lintang stood up in a fit of anger. He confronted Fu Jingyan. Do you still harbor such thoughts, Jingyan? Are you attempting to drive me to my grave? Fu Jingyan suppressed a smile. Regarding Fu Jingyan with a cold gaze, his lips parting slightly, do you believe you are worthy of an alliance with Lin Wan? Fu Jingyan? His eyes grew increasingly frigid. The words he uttered caused Fu Jingyan's complexion to shift. Clenching his fists, Fu Jingyan ultimately scoffed. If I am unworthy, then what makes you deserving? An illegitimate child, daring to seek a woman to elevate your status, how amusing. His scorn was unabashed. Fu Jingyan's gaze turned menacing. Who said he was unworthy? Chapter 79. Did Mr. Fu just imply an alliance with me? The lounge door swung open abruptly. Lin Wan stepped into the light, standing tall as she approached Fu Jingyan. Upon seeing her, Fu Jingyan rose from the sofa, a hint of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. Fu Lintang appeared equally taken aback by Lin Wan's sudden appearance. Only Fu Jingyan, upon witnessing Lin Wan's approach, shed his ominous demeanor, instantly replaced by a gentler expression. Lin Wan noticed the shift in Fu Jingyan's mood. She stood beside him, inspecting him in front of Fu Lintang and Fu Jingyan. Have you been harmed? As soon as the words left her lips, Fu Lintang's face shifted through a spectrum of colors. It was evident that her comment was aimed at him. Fu Lintang, with eyes wide open in fury, felt an urge to reprimand Fu Jingyan. What was this? Was she indirectly implying that if she hadn't arrived, he would have been subjected to his father's wrath? Fu Lintang was suffocating on the blood he could not release. Fu Jingyan noticed the intimate interaction between Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan and, bewildered, stammered. You two, why do you seem so familiar with each other? After confirming her inspection, Lin Wan turned to Fu Jingyan. I apologize, but I was outside and did not quite catch everything. Did Mr. Fu just suggest an alliance with me? A smile graced Lin Wan's lips, yet her gaze toward Fu Jingyan grew increasingly indifferent. Fu Jingyan rubbed his nose nervously. I did not mean it that way.
Oh, really?
Lin Wan elongated her tone, retorting. She immediately turned her gaze towards Fu Lintang, smiling as she said, by virtue of our familial hierarchy, I should address you as Uncle Fu. I am quite certain I did not mishear. Uncle Fu, are all members of the Fu family so self-absorbed? As the person in question, I am still unaware of any impending marriage alliance with your family. Fu Lintang's lips twitched, caught in a moment of uncertainty between laughter and tears. Lin Wan noticed his expression and laughed again. It appears I am being unwittingly arranged into a clear situation by you outsiders. A marriage alliance? Setting aside whether I have consented, does Grandpa know? He raised me single-handedly, and you all seem so confident that I would marry into the Fu family. Surely, Grandpa hasn't he secretly consented to your proposal behind my back? With that, Lin Wan's smile widened, her laughter growing even louder. The image of Lin Fingjue's 3 consecutive denials in front of so many guests remained vivid in Fu Lintang's mind. It was well known in Li City how doting the old master of the Lin family was towards Lin Wan. The idea of a marriage alliance was a conclusion reached by Fu Lintang and Fu Jingyan upon learning that Lin Fingjue had invited numerous talented young individuals from Li City. Naturally, Fu Lintang hoped that Fu Jingyan could develop something meaningful with Lin Wan, as their union would greatly benefit the Fu family. Thus, on their way to the banquet, Fu Lintang had advised Fu Jingyan to make a good impression and get to know Lin Wan better. Who would have thought that such an awkward topic would be so fortuitously confronted by Lin Wan? It seems this has nothing to do with my grandfather, but rather is a product of your family's self-delusion, Lin Wan boldly exposed. Fu Lintang's face flushed with embarrassment. The anger he had just directed at Fu Jingyan now dissipated under Lin Wan's piercing gaze, leaving only awkwardness and shyness. Fu Jingyan's expression was no better. Lin Wan looked at the two of them, a cold smile playing on her lips. What Ian just said is indeed correct. Fu Jingyan, do you truly believe you are worthy of a marriage alliance with me? The one who should be looking in the mirror is you. My standards are rather high. Aside from Ian's stunning beauty that stirs my heart, you. She deliberately paused, pulling Fu Jingyan's hand before both their eyes. She raised their hands high, intertwining their fingers. In comparison to Ian, you are worlds apart. The ugly duckling vainly hopes to compete with the swan. Who gave you the audacity? Liang Jingru? Lin Wan scoffed. With her scornful words, Fu Jingyan's face turned a deep shade of anger. Fu Jingyan focused intently on their clasped hands. Understanding that Lin Wan was using this gesture to convey to Fu Lintang that she had indeed set her sights on his so-called unfilial son. Fu Lintang also grasped Lin Wan's intentions. He narrowed his eyes, coldly observing their intertwined fingers, his expression darkening. Regarding the expressions of the two individuals, Lin Wan displayed little interest in observing them further. With an icy tone, she remarked, "Mr. Fu, I must confess that I find your eldest son quite unappealing. However, I am rather intrigued by Ian. His affection for me and his desire to pursue me are entirely his prerogative. There is no shame in that. If the reputation of your esteemed family is so fragile as to be tarnished by Ian, then it certainly wouldn't be solely due to him." Each word Lin Wan uttered was a defense of Fu Jingyan. Throughout this exchange, Fu Jingyan remained silent. Yet, in response to Lin Wan's advocacy, a smile gradually spread across his lips, and his mood swelled with a sweetness akin to honey. Though Lin Wan kept her hands down, she maintained her grip. With her head held high, she addressed Fu Lintang. "Uncle Fu, I happen to have a pressing inquiry that I wish to discuss with you." Fu Lintang looked at Lin Wan in astonishment, curious about what she intended to ask. Lin Wan glanced at Fu Jingyan's forehead, her lips pressed tightly together. "Did you strike Ian last night because you believed he brought shame upon your family?" Fu Lintang seemed taken aback by her choice of topic. Fu Jingyan's eyes flickered slightly, his pupils trembling momentarily. "It appeared that, in your eyes, no matter what he did, you always deemed him a disgrace to the Fu family. You have never offered him affirmation. On what grounds, then, do you justify hitting him?" Lin Wan questioned coldly. In the past, she had always felt that her father, Lin Jindong, was unworthy of the title of father. Yet now, Fu Lintang, standing alongside Lin Jindong, also proved unworthy of that role. Fu Lintang glared at Lin Wan, retorting, "I am his father. If he has erred, do I not have the right to discipline him? Should I allow him to continue to tarnish the Fu family's name without intervention?" Fu Lintang's anger flared, his face turning pale, and he placed his hands on his hips, his wrath evident. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan laughed, a sound laced with mockery. The words that followed were a merciless blow to Fu Lintang's pride. "Justifying your actions is merely a guise, and disguising the truth only serves to reveal it," she scoffed. "Discipline? Is that what you call beating him senseless?
Uncle Fu.
Would you care to witness firsthand the severity of your so-called education?" With narrowed eyes, she brushed aside the stray hair that obscured Fu Jingyan's forehead. In such a setting, it was inconceivable for Fu Jingyan to appear with bandages on display. Thus, the hair remained as a veil over the wound concealed beneath a band-aid. Fu Jingyan made no move to distance himself, and allowed Lin Wan to draw closer. As Fu Lintang's gaze fell upon the injury on Fu Jingyan's forehead, a flicker of remorse crossed his eyes. He regretted his impulsive actions from the previous night. Lin Wan smiled coldly, "And then there are the bruises on his back. Uncle Fu, I have truly never witnessed a biological father inflict such cruelty. In the Lin family, though I may be a child neglected by my father, despite his faults, would never entertain the thought of beating me to such an extent." Of course, the underlying reason was simple. Lin Wan had the protection of Lin Fingjue. Even if Lin Jindong had the desire to strike, he lacked the courage to lay a hand on Lin Wan. Her words further embarrassed Fu Lintang. Her words were clearly a self-accusation, reflecting on her harsh and ruthless treatment of Fu Jingyan, as if he were not her own son. "The reason my father struck Jingyan was that he had lost his composure in a fit of anger. Jingyan spends his days mingling in bars, surrounded by numerous women, indulging in a life of excess. Although he is the youngest son of the Fu family, his actions are utterly beneath the family's dignity." Fu Jingren gazed at Lin Wan and continued, "My younger brother professes to have affection for you, yet he was once again reveling in a bar last night, causing a ruckus and even getting into a fight. Despite his idleness and debauchery, he should at least consider the family's reputation." With a calm demeanor, Fu Jingran meticulously enumerated Fu Jingyan's transgressions, believing this would enable Lin Wan to see the truth about him. While he did not harbor strong feelings for Lin Wan, witnessing her defend this aimless wastrel stirred a sense of resentment within him. As Fu Jingran spoke, the guilt that had once graced Fu Lintang's face vanished, replaced by indignation. Lin Wan shot a cold glance at Fu Jingran. "Oh, and is domestic violence your solution?" Fu Jingran was taken aback. How did the conversation veer toward domestic violence? "Do you realize that domestic violence is a crime? I possess the medical report from last night when I accompanied Ian to the hospital. Should Ian wish, he could see you know?" Lin Wan retorted with a cold smirk. Fu Jingran clearly struggled to comprehend her words. Your indiscriminate violence against Ayan constitutes domestic abuse. Intentionally causing bodily harm can lead to imprisonment for less than 3 years. If it results in severe injury, the sentence could range from 3 to 10 years. Having said this, Lin Wan turned to Fu Jingyan. Did they often insult or strike you before? Even verbal abuse can be considered a form of emotional violence. Fu Jingyan suppressed a laugh and glanced at Fu Jingran. Fu Jingran's eyes widened. He had indeed uttered such words, but they were originally Fu Lintang's. Lin Wan's gaze turned icy. Excellent, threats and coercion. Mr. Fu, do you understand that these two could lead to Ayan pursuing legal action against you? No. Fu Jingran instinctively began to explain, but Lin Wan interrupted. An explanation is merely a guise, a cover for the truth. It appears Ayan has endured considerable hardship in your household. Uncle Fu, I truly question whether Ayan is even your biological son. Such cruelty is truly lamentable. Lin Wan directed her ire towards Fu Lintang. Throughout this exchange, both Fu Lintang and Fu Jingran were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to grasp the weight of the accusations being thrust upon them. Under Lin Wan's icy gaze, Fu Lintang found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster a single rebuttal. Addressing them both, Lin Wan scoffed. Earlier, Mr. Fu claimed Ayan professes to like me while indulging in debauchery at bars.
Fu Jingyan.
Have you ever sought to uncover the truth of the matter? Fu Jingran, far from seeking the truth, did not even dare to ascertain whether Fu Jingyan had entered a bar at all. After all, it was outside the bar last night that Fu Jingyan was apprehended. The unmistakable scent of alcohol emanated from him, and his clothing bore numerous stains from his indulgence. Moreover, Fu Jingyan himself confessed to having a second round with Swachingxi. It was this admission that emboldened Fu Jingran to assert with such conviction to Fu Lintang that Fu Jingyan was merely loitering in bars. Subsequently, Gu Qizhen personally called Fu Lintang, accusing Fu Jingyan of assaulting Gu Yicheng. Observing the discomfort etched on Fu Jingran's face, Lin Wan's laughter grew increasingly sardonic. It seems there is no truth to that. She then cast a disdainful glance at Fu Lintang, as the biological father of Ayan. Do you perceive him merely as a good-for-nothing, incapable of learning, and a source of trouble? Fu Lintang swallowed hard, struggling to express that this was not his true sentiment. At least initially, he harbored hopes for Fu Jingyan. When Fu Jingyan was sent to the Fu family at the tender age of 5, Fu Lintang endeavored to provide the paternal affection that was evidently lacking. He once held deep expectations for Fu Jingyan. However, as time passed and Fu Jingyan's increasingly outrageous behavior unfolded, Fu Lintang's anticipation gradually morphed into disillusionment. Now he had completely abandoned all hope. From his student days, Fu Jingyan indulged in smoking, drinking, fighting, and tattoos, leaving no vice unturned. He later escalated his reckless behavior, dropping out of school at 18 and vanishing for 2 full years. Upon his return, he was embroiled in gambling and frequenting various establishments of ill repute. His name perpetually entangled in scandalous headlines, with rumors of countless romantic liaisons swirling around him. A few years ago, he recklessly engaged in dangerous street racing, showing no regard for his own life. Had it not been for the grave illness of the Fu family patriarch compelling Fu Jingyan to abandon his reckless pursuits, it is likely he would have long since met with disaster on the racing circuit. Lin Wan's words deepened Fu Lintang's sense of frustration. He once hoped that Fu Jingyan would demonstrate some ambition, even if he felt invisible within the Fu family. Yet, Fu Jingyan was like mud that would not adhere to the wall. Beyond his constant admonishments and exasperation, what else could he do to effect change in Fu Jingyan? Lin Wan tightened her grip, her red lips parting slightly. Chapter 81. He does not care for you. I care for you. He does not believe in you. I believe in you. You make accusations without even inquiring why he was in the bar or why he resorted to violence. Lin Wan's voice carried a chill. Instinctively, Fu Lintang followed her lead, asking why. Lin Wan smiled enigmatically. Because I was in a bar, and Gu Yicheng deserved to be struck. Everything stems from me. Gu Yicheng spoke disrespectfully to me, and Ayan could not bear the defamation of the woman he cherishes. Thus he imparted a lesson to Gu Yicheng. Lin Wan spoke plainly. Concerning the reasons behind Fu Jingyan's altercation the previous day, Fu Lintang indeed had never inquired. When Gu Qizhen called him, he subconsciously believed that Fu Jingyan was once again bringing shame upon the Fu family. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Fu Jingyan's actions in the bar were catalyzed by Lin Wan. Fu Jingran was equally taken aback by Lin Wan's revelations. Lin Wan cast a glance at the two individuals and remarked, even if it were not for a yen yesterday, I would have charged at Gu Yicheng without hesitation. Have you ever inquired about the reasons? You instinctively assume that a yen has brought shame upon you, upon the Fu family. You believe that his life is doomed to this fate, for you have never truly trusted him. The absence of trust is an immensely painful experience. She believed that Fu Jingyan might have once yearned to rely on his father, Fu Lintang. Within the entire Fu family, Fu Lintang, as a nominal father, was the one closest to Fu Jingyan. A 5-year-old child, having just arrived in a foreign environment, inherently lacks a sense of security. The only person he could trust was Fu Lintang. Yet, what exactly did Fu Lintang in his role as a father do to make Fu Jingyan gradually cease to depend on him, even to the point of becoming so rebellious? As a father, how could Fu Lintang not engage in some earnest self-reflection? Lin Wan's words struck a chord, causing Fu Lintang's expression to shift dramatically, soon replaced by a shade of shame. There was indeed a kernel of truth in Lin Wan's blunt observations. It seemed that at some point, after Fu Jingyan had stirred up so many troubles, Fu Lintang's responses had devolved into mere accusations and anger, never once expressing belief in him, not even a simple inquiry into the reasons behind his actions. Lin Wan resolutely declared, "I am not like you. Regardless of past absurdities, present circumstances, or future events, I will always believe in him. As long as he tells me that things are not as they seem, even without providing a reason, I shall unwaveringly trust him. For I know that Fu Jingyan is not that kind of person. No matter what others say, he remains Fu Jingyan. I can do this, but you cannot." Lin Wan held her head high, her gaze unwavering, radiating an air of defiance. Fu Lintang was taken aback by Lin Wan's steadfast belief, especially when confronted with her gaze, filled with unreserved trust, his own eyes dimmed with despair. Lin Wan took Fu Jingyan's hand and leaned towards him affectionately, asking, "So, do you deserve to be his father? Have you ever felt pain for him, or shown him even a modicum of affection?" Fu Lintang found himself at a loss for words, for he had indeed never trusted Fu Jingyan, let alone felt concern or tenderness for him. Under Lin Wan's probing, Fu Lintang was engulfed in self-doubt. Was he truly worthy of being Fu Jingyan's father? Fu Jingyan sensed his father's emotional turmoil, stirred by Lin Wan's incisive words, and felt utterly disheartened. He was unaware of Lin Wan's remarkable ability to effortlessly sway Fu Lintang's thoughts. This would not happen again. It would never happen again. Lin Wan cast a deep glance at Fu Jingyan. "If he does not care for you, I shall. If he does not believe in you, I shall." Lin Wan smiled at Fu Jingyan, stating, "Do not worry. You still have me. Whatever they cannot provide, as long as I, Lin Wan, am here, I can offer it all." Fu Jingyan, who had remained silent beside Lin Wan, found his emotions indescribable since the moment she stood up for him. Since his childhood, he has faced someone standing before him, questioning the father who had never regarded him favorably. Fu Jingyan's heart stirred with a slight agitation, yet his demeanor remained composed. It was only when Lin Wan reassured him that she would accompany him through life that his emotions nearly overwhelmed him. Lin Wan chuckled softly, expressing her delight at the honor. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan instinctively clasped Lin Wan's hand in his own. Lin Wan could sense the subtle tremor in his grip, fully aware of the emotions he held. To her, he was exceptional, surpassing all others. He possessed every right and capability to pursue her, to cherish her. Moreover, she had set her sights on him. Lin Wan was determined to be with Fu Jingyan, regardless of opposition. She had resolved to stand by him for a lifetime. Lin Wan spoke with a cool intensity. "I am indifferent to others' perceptions of me." But she paused, her tone shifting to one of displeasure. "I am fiercely protective of those I care for. I will not permit anyone to belittle him. Not even a disdainful glance is acceptable. He is remarkable. And even if you dismiss him, in my eyes, Fu Jingyan is precisely the person I desire. What gives you the right to look down upon him?" Fu Lintang's expression darkened, and Fu Jingyan's demeanor soured as well. Yet, Lin Wan appeared unfazed as she continued, "Moreover, I almost married another scoundrel. If anyone is unworthy, it is I, a woman on the verge of a second marriage, who is unworthy of Fu Jingyan. I assert this. Fu Jingyan is more than sufficient for me. We are a perfect match." With a sardonic smile, Lin Wan added, "Of course, given your family's attitude today, you may not even value my marrying into the Fu family. It matters little. The Lin family produces daughters. My grandfather is inclined to keep me within the Lin family. I would not mind, like my aunt, welcoming a son-in-law into the Lin household." Fu Lintang interjected without hesitation, "I oppose this. How could a child of the Fu family possibly enter another household? Even if Fu Jingyan is a bastard, a disappointment, the notion of him marrying into the Lin family would tarnish the Fu family's reputation." Lin Wan raised an eyebrow coldly. "Your opposition is futile. As long as Ah Yen consents, that suffices. If he wishes to join the Lin family, I would gladly offer it to him. I could relinquish the Lin heritage entirely for him." Fu Lintang stared in disbelief at Lin Wan, while even Fu Jingyan was taken aback. How could she dare to suggest giving the Lin family's century-old enterprise to Fu Jingyan, a seemingly worthless individual? Come, accompany me to meet grandfather, Lin Wan said, taking Fu Jingyan's hand as they walked past Fu Lintang without a single glance. Fu Jingyan, with a smile gracing his lips, followed her closely, resembling a devoted spouse. Leaving Fu Lintang and Fu Jingran exchanging bewildered glances, their minds utterly blank. Chapter 82. I understand. I bear her no ill will, though I find myself missing her a bit. Upon exiting the lounge, Fu Jingyan took Lin Wan's hand and turned back into the adjoining lounge. Lin Wan allowed him to lead her. As the door behind them closed, darkness enveloped the room. Just as Lin Wan was about to switch on the light, she found herself embraced in a warm hug. A gentle hand encircled her waist, while Fu Jingyan's other hand rested lightly on the nape of her neck, guiding her to lean into his embrace. Stay still. I wish to hold you for a moment, Fu Jingyan murmured in a low voice. Since Lin Wan had defended herself with those words earlier, Fu Jingyan had longed to do just this, to hold her close. The familiar scent of wind chimes filled his nostrils. Lin Wan's initially rigid form gradually relaxed at his words. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Fu Jingyan, tenderly patting his back. Are you moved? The earlier words Lin Wan had spoken were not intentional. Rather, they stemmed from her frustration with Fu Lintang's attitude towards Fu Jingyan. She couldn't help but reflect on her own circumstances. Her own father, who was equally neglectful, at least refrained from acting against her due to Lin Fingjue's influence. Fu Jingyan's situation, however, was starkly different. How could a father berate his son, declaring him unworthy of anyone, while exhibiting such obvious disdain? It was evident how difficult life had been for Fu Jingyan in the Fu household. There was violence in actions, cruelty in words, and even psychological torment. It was heart-wrenching to think of what Fu Jingyan endured at the hands of his family. Hearing Lin Wan's words, Fu Jingyan chuckled softly. I am utterly moved. It's the first time someone has defended me so fiercely, expressing such sentiments. He was certain that Lin Wan's words had touched him deeply. I'll grant you a chance to rephrase that, Lin Wan teased, pinching his waist. What do you mean by defending you? It sounds as if I've become your mother. I am clearly your wife. Thank you very much. Fu Jingyan winced at the pinch, involuntarily gasping. He laughed deeply. It's the first time someone has declared their intention to take care of me. Mrs. Fu, are you planning to help me realize my dreams personally? To support me and ensure I enjoy a more comfortable life? Fu Jingyan jested. Lin Wan recalled his words from the previous night in the hospital and couldn't help but smile. All right then, I'll take care of you for a lifetime, ensuring you have plenty to eat. Of course, how soft and warm that food is will depend on your performance. At her words, Fu Jingyan laughed and Lin Wan, nestled in his embrace, felt the vibrations of his chest, accompanied by his deep laughter. Her spirits lifted in tandem with his mirth, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In the darkness, they could not see each other's expressions, yet they felt one another's presence and emotions. Fu Jingyan, his voice husky, confessed, I thought that apart from my mother, no one would ever go to such lengths to protect me. Listening to him, Lin Wan sighed softly. Are you happy in the Fu family? She was aware of the challenges Fu Jingyan faced within the Fu family. However, she never anticipated that Fu Lintang would exhibit such a harsh attitude towards his own son. It was utterly appalling.
Fu Jingyan slightly bent,
resting his chin on Lin Wan's shoulder. With this gesture, Lin Wan suddenly remembered that she was enveloped in his embrace. The two were entwined in darkness. Although a sense of embarrassment washed over her, feeling that their closeness was a tad intimate, Lin Wan made no move to extricate herself, allowing Fu Jingyan to hold her. Instead, she listened intently to the rhythm of his heartbeat, a smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Fu Jingyan's deep voice broke the silence. I can't say I'm unhappy. I just wish to be elsewhere. Sometimes, I wish my mother had sent me to an orphanage. From the moment he entered the Fu household, the label of illegitimate child had been indelibly affixed to him. Lin Wan's heart tightened. If her memory served her right, Fu Jingyan's mother, Su Fei, had passed away when he was merely 5 years old. Before her death, Su Fei had brought Fu Jingyan to the Fu family, but at that time, the family refused to acknowledge his existence. Knowing her days were numbered, Su Fei hoped for Fu Jingyan to be well cared for. The scandal surrounding Fu Jingyan's illegitimacy had caused quite a stir in Liqing. Fu Lintang's legal wife, Lu Qing, adamantly denied Fu Jingyan's existence, prompting the elder to order a DNA test, which confirmed that Fu Jingyan was indeed Fu Lintang's child. In the darkness, Lin Wan could distinctly sense Fu Jingyan's emotions. She gently patted his head, wishing only for him to receive proper care. Ian, you are the one I love most in this world. Had Su Fei truly sent Fu Jingyan to an orphanage, she would have found it impossible. Lin Wan pondered. Had she been in Su Fei's position, she likely would have made the same choice. Fu Jingyan nuzzled his head against her, speaking softly, I understand. I do not blame her. I just miss her a bit. Lin Wan fell silent, her hand resting quietly on his head, tenderly stroking him as one would a beloved pet. In that moment, she sensed a side of Fu Jingyan that was seldom revealed. For reasons unknown, her heart ached sharply. Fu Jingyan, meanwhile, tightened his embrace around Lin Wan's waist, the pressure gradually intensifying until it felt as though he wished to meld her into his very being. Their bodies were seamlessly intertwined. Lin Wan remained unperturbed, her touch still gentle. Suddenly, Fu Jingyan spoke again, burying his head in her shoulder and murmuring, let's find a time for you to meet her. Lin Wan quickly realized his intention. He wished to take her to visit his deceased mother. Since they were to meet the parents, why not embrace it fully? Fu Jingyan chuckled at Lin Wan's words, the sound somewhat subdued. To her ears, it was teasingly replied, in matters of courtesy, a daughter-in-law must meet her mother-in-law.
To this,
Fu Jingyan solemnly agreed. Indeed, whatever Mrs. Fu says goes. Lin Wan playfully tapped his head. Chapter 83. Awaken, for while dreams are indeed worthy, your opportunities have waned. By the time Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan re-entered the banquet hall, the figures of Fu Lintang and Fu Jingran had vanished. Lin Wan, entwining her arm with Fu Jingyan's, approached Lin Fingjue. By his side stood Gu Tingxiao, with Gu Yichen joining them as well. Lin Fingjue cast a glance at Fu Jingyan and addressed Lin Wan, Xiao Wan. Come here to your grandfather. He glared at Fu Jingyan, his expression one of displeasure at being overshadowed in front of him. This demeanor, perceived by Gu Tingxiao and Gu Yichen, resembled that of a farmer observing his prized cabbage being devoured by a pig. Gu Yichen pursed his lips, suppressing laughter, as he regarded Fu Jingyan with a look of sympathy. Fu Jingyan, touching the tip of his nose, initiated a greeting. Old Lin. Noticing Lin Wan's inertia, he huffed impatiently, Xiao Wan, come here. Lin Wan, appearing somewhat resigned, was met with Fu Jingyan's encouraging smile. Go ahead. He willingly released her, fearing that if she continued to cling to him, the elder would rush forward to reclaim her. With a playful smile, Lin Wan approached Lin Fingjue, linking her arm with his and sweetly saying, Grandfather. Child, I must tell you, your judgment in men leaves much to be desired. You must keep your eyes wide open. Should you encounter another Gu Yicheng, how could I rest easy? Lin Fingjue's words were laden with implication. Upon hearing his reference to his wayward grandson, Gu Tingxiao frowned in discontent. Despite his dissatisfaction, he could only endure the ridicule, as that young man had proven to be quite a disappointment, often indulging in dubious pursuits. Lin Wan, instinctively glancing at Fu Jingyan, offered him a smile. Fu Jingyan cleared his throat and responded with a gentle smile. Old Lin, I shall endeavor to impress you. Straightening his posture, he spoke earnestly. Lin Fingjue, however, remained unconvinced. Do not presume that your recent assistance to Xiao Wan will alter my opinion. Your family's reputation is well known to me. You currently possess no ambition and merely languish at the Fu household, waiting for an inevitable demise. If I were to agree to your association with my granddaughter, how would you sustain her? Throughout her life, I have provided Xiao Wan with nothing but the best. With your lack of capability and stable income, how can you offer her the same? In the face of Lin Fingjue's inquiries, Lin Wan refrained from speaking. She understood that intervening now would only deepen the elder's discontent towards Fu Jingyan. Similarly, if Fu Jingyan wished to be with her, he must first win over her grandfather. Having experienced the tribulations of her past life, Lin Wan cherished the moments spent beside Lin Fingjue even more. Seizing a moment when the others were distracted, Gu Yichen quickly turned his head away, struggling to stifle his laughter. It was the first time he had witnessed Fu Jingyan at a loss. Fu Jingyan smiled faintly. Old Lin, any assurances I might offer now would merely be empty promises. Should you place your trust in me, I can prove my intentions through my actions. I will diligently pursue Wan Wan and strive to gain your approval. In Lin Fingjue's presence, Fu Jingyan refrained from making grandiose promises. As he understood that no amount of words would sway Lin Fingjue's beliefs, he opted to let time and actions speak for themselves. Lin Fingjue, initially wearing an expression of discontent, seemed to relax somewhat upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how vehemently he opposed Lin Wan's relationship with Gu Yicheng. What had Gu Yicheng claimed back then? That he would love Lin Wan faithfully for a lifetime, never betraying her affections, even making various assurances and oaths. Lin Fingjue had always scoffed at such declarations. If casual vows truly bore weight, then the world would be devoid of scoundrels and heartless individuals. Lin Fingjue remained dissatisfied with Gu Yicheng's glib assurances. Yet, he could not disregard Lin Wan's affections. In contrast, Fu Jingyan addressed the same concerns with greater sincerity. He understood his own values and was acutely aware that casual guarantees would only diminish his worth. At least in this regard, Fu Jingyan was markedly different from Gu Yicheng. However, it was imperative for a man to strive for progress and to assume the responsibilities of family and sustenance. The most fundamental assurances of life must be present. Lin Fingjue implied. Lin Wan, observing her grandfather, smiled subtly, sensing his growing acceptance of Fu Jingyan. Lin Fingjue glanced at Lin Wan, shaking his head in resignation. You, too, should not be so impulsive. Think more about yourself. All right, I understand, Lin Wan replied with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Fingjue turned to Gu Tingxiao. Old Gu, join me for a stroll. We two old codgers cannot quite fit into the lives of the youth. Gu Tingxiao teasingly retorted. Old Lin, I reckon you are merely lamenting that your prized cabbage has been ravaged by a pig. Lin Wan. Fu Jingyan. Gu Yicheng. Stifling laughter at his grandfather's words, nearly succumbed to injury from holding it in. You are the cabbage. Your entire family is cabbage, all ravaged by pigs. Lin Fingjue shot an irritable glare at Gu Tingxiao before pulling him along briskly. Gu Tingxiao allowed himself to be dragged, all the while deliberately provoking Lin Fingjue with his banter. As they walked, they exchanged playful jabs, leaving space for the younger generation. Cabbage, he chuckled, glancing at the stifled laughter of Gu Yicheng. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Yicheng burst into laughter. Fu San. The road to winning back your wife is long and arduous. Who would have thought you would also face a setback? He added. I can't help but laugh. I nearly caused myself injury. With that, Gu Yicheng turned away, chuckling softly. Lin Wan also smiled gently. Fu Jingyan cast a disdainful look at Gu Yicheng. Moving closer to Lin Wan and taking her hand. Wan, let us distance ourselves from the single dogs. Their intellect is quite questionable. Upon hearing this, Gu Yicheng immediately protested. Hey, no personal attacks, please. Fu San, I'll have you know that Lin Grandpa initially had his sights set on me. Without you, I might have been his most favored grandson-in-law. Lin Wan was taken aback. Fu Jingyan scoffed. Wake up. While dreams are commendable, you shall never have that opportunity. As he spoke, Fu Jingyan raised his hand adorned with a ring alongside Lin Wan's, declaring, Do you see? We are a legally recognized couple, while you, a solitary soul, cannot comprehend this. Gu Yicheng, feeling somewhat wounded by this remark, shot Fu Jingyan a disdainful glance before turning away with an air of arrogance. Lin Wan couldn't help but chuckle, her smile radiating brilliantly under the lights. Chapter 84. Mr. Fu, remember our wager. As the banquet progressed, Kai Ziffin arrived. He approached Lin Wan and said, Lin Mo has brought Gu Yicheng with her. Lin Wan's expression darkened. It seemed that the lesson she had imparted to Lin Mo earlier that evening had not been sufficient to temper her.
Fu Jingyan, standing beside Lin Wan,
also caught Kai Ziffin's words, his demeanor growing noticeably colder. Where are they now? Lin Wan inquired, narrowing her eyes. Due to the fact that this floor had been booked by Lin Fingjue, entry required an invitation. Lin Mo had come with Lin Jindong, but Gu Yicheng, being unfamiliar, would naturally be unable to enter. Lin Wan cast a glance at Kai Ziffin and quietly instructed, ensure they are kept under surveillance. Soon, Kai Ziffin departed. Lin Wan pressed her lips together, her gaze returning to its usual calm. Leaning closer to Lin Wan, Fu Jingyan chuckled softly. Madam Fu, care for a little game? With his deep laughter echoing in her ear, Lin Wan raised an eyebrow lazily. What are we guessing? And what is the reward? If the prize is not enticing, I shan't be interested. She flashed a smile at Fu Jingyan. He returned her smile, suggesting, let us speculate about the mischief Lin Mo and Gu Yicheng might concoct. As for the reward, he met Lin Wan's gaze, adding, that is entirely up to you. I will comply with your wishes. Lin Wan, looking at Fu Jingyan with amusement, responded, so whatever I say goes? Indeed, Fu Jingyan affirmed with a serious nod. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan pressed further. Anything at all? Fu Jingyan nodded again, absolutely. Except for selling oneself. That service is reserved solely for Madame Fu. He winked at her playfully. Lin Wan chuckled at his response, Mr. Fu. Selling oneself or warming a bed seems to hold little distinction for you. Fu Jingyan shrugged with a smile, choosing not to retort. Just then, Lin Wan caught sight of Lin Mo scanning the area in search of someone. With a cold smile, she turned to Fu Jingyan and proposed, if I win, you must promise to work at Lin's. Fu Jingyan regarded her with a playful gaze. So you intend to sustain this arrangement to its fullest, Lin Wan replied with a light laugh. That is certainly an option, isn't it? You are right, Fu Jingyan concurred. Seizing the moment, Lin Wan continued. Or perhaps you could work at Fu's. At least it would spare you from aimlessly drifting through life. In truth, after questioning Fu Lintang earlier, Lin Wan had come to a realization. Fu Lintang harbored a sense of guilt towards Fu Jingyan, suggesting that he was not beyond redemption. Given her previous expression of feelings for Fu Jingyan in front of Fu Lintang, it was likely that Fu Lintang would not want Fu Jingyan to continue in such a state of stagnation, even if her circumstances were a contributing factor. His response was anticipated by Lin Wan, as Lin Mo finally directed her gaze towards him. A look of discomfort instantly crossed her face upon seeing Fu Jingyan beside Lin Wan. Noticing this, Lin Wan shifted her posture, turning her back to Lin Mo. Once again facing Fu Jingyan, Lin Wan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. In such a setting today, given Lin Mo's mindset, she could only conceive thoughts aimed at embarrassing me. For instance, just moments ago, she insisted on dragging me around while loudly proclaiming that her dress was a counterfeit. However, with the addition of Gu Yicheng, the situation has become rather complex. Lin Wan continued, but with Gu Yicheng involved, it's another matter entirely. And then, Fu Jingyan listened attentively to Lin Wan's analysis, engaging with her. Lin Wan narrowed her eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. Gu Yicheng harbors resentment towards me. He has always been rather petty. She tiptoed closer to Fu Jingyan's ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing her words, a broader smile began to form on Fu Jingyan's lips. Finally, Lin Wan took a step back, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the man before her. Mr. Fu, remember our wager. She gently patted Fu Jingyan's shoulder and, with a smile, gracefully navigated through the gathering, seemingly oblivious. Fu Jingyan followed Lin Wan with his gaze for a moment before shifting his attention elsewhere. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Mo's stare fixed on Lin Wan, prompting him to recall Lin Wan's earlier whispers. She had said, Gu Yicheng still hopes I can forgive him. What would be the most effective method? Seduction is currently his simplest and quickest option. So, let me guess a foolishly effective method. How about drugging him? Today, so many prominent figures are gathered in Li City. Just imagine. If Gu Yicheng and I were caught in the act in a room together, what sort of consequences would ensue? After contemplating, Lin Wan concluded that if Gu Yicheng wished to rekindle their relationship, this was the only way. She paused in a somewhat secluded corner, and after a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo pursued her. Fu Jingyan observed the scene with a mocking smile. At that moment, Gu Yicheng and Zhuo Qingxi simultaneously approached Fu Jingyan. Skit. It seems that single individuals truly lack rights. Just a brief separation and you're already uneasy? Zhuo Qingxi casually draped an arm over Fu Jingyan's shoulder. He raised his hand, playfully bumping into Gu Yicheng's shoulder. Gu Yicheng looked at Zhuo Qingxi helplessly. Single dog, don't drag me into this. Hearing his words, Zhuo Qingxi shot Gu Yicheng an annoyed glare. Humph, do you have the audacity? You were the most favored contender to find a partner. Yet, you lost to this shameless Fu-san. Can't you reflect on why you couldn't compete with him? Gu Yicheng cast a lingering glance at Zhuo Qingxi. It's simple. He has a supportive wife, while I don't even know where my girlfriend is. Zhuo Qingxi fell silent, feeling the sting of Gu Yicheng's words. Fu Jingyan glanced at the large hand resting on his shoulder, a look of distaste crossing his face. Keep your distance. My wife dislikes it when I get too close to others. Fu-san, do shut your mouth. So, what if you have a wife? There's no need to flaunt it. Zhuo Qingxi retorted, feeling rather hurt by Fu Jingyan's disdain. Fu Jingyan regarded him and continued, it's not acceptable, even if it's a male. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingxi immediately voiced his discontent. Hey, I have quite the temper. Without hesitation, Fu Jingyan pulled Zhuo Qingxi closer, stating, come on, brother. Let me take you to see a good show. Before his words had fully settled, he had already made his way towards the banquet hall's exit. Zhuo Qingxi observed his retreating figure, whistling and raising an eyebrow. What kind of show? Let's go, Gu Yicheng interjected, extending a hand to grasp Zhuo Qingxi's collar. Following closely behind Fu Jingyan, Zhuo Qingxi was dragged along, protesting his discontent. Chapter 85. If you wish to apologize, one must demonstrate sincerity. Lin Wan deliberately chose a secluded corner to sit in, her phone in hand as she scrolled through something. Before long, Lin Mo timidly approached Lin Wan. Her head bowed as she quietly called out, sister. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Wan slowly lifted her gaze towards the newcomer. What is it? Lin Mo trembled slightly, her eyes clearly reflecting her fear of Lin Wan. Biting her lower lip, she spoke with a quivering voice. Sister, I realize my mistake. Please don't be angry. Can we make amends? I was blind to your worth, and I sincerely apologize. With that, Lin Mo grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waiter's tray. As Lin Mo held the wine glass, Lin Wan's phone screen lit up with a soft notification sound. She lowered her head, ignoring Lin Mo seeing this. Lin Mo sat across from Lin Wan, shaking slightly, and then offered the glass of champagne from her left hand towards Lin Wan. I'm here to apologize, sister. I truly understand my error. I want to make amends, Lin Mo said, downing the champagne in one gulp. Watching her actions, Lin Wan shot a cold glance at the glass before her. Though she had been looking at her phone, she had noted Lin Mo's trembling hands. After finishing her drink, Lin Mo clasped her hands together, anxiously gazing at Lin Wan. If I drink, can I leave? Lin Wan's red lips parted. Lin Mo's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she stubbornly nodded. Her eyes remained fixed on Lin Wan, burning with intensity. Lin Wan lifted the glass. Observing her movement, Lin Mo's heart began to race. What audacity, you have to show your face. Just as Lin Wan prepared to sip from her glass, a mocking voice interrupted from behind Lin Mo. The arrival of Su Nua startled Lin Mo. Her face paled as she nervously turned to see Su Nua approaching them. Why is she here? In that moment, as Lin Mo turned, Lin Wan discreetly poured the champagne from her glass into a nearby potted plant. As Su Nua approached Lin Wan, Lin Mo also turned to face her. Her eyes immediately fell upon the empty glass Lin Wan had placed on the table. Finished already? Lin Mo felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet as she gazed at the vivid crimson lip print on the rim of the glass, she quietly exhaled in relief. Miss Su. She called out timidly, her shoulders trembling. Su Nua, however, could not be bothered to spare even a glance and huffed dismissively, Don't. We are not acquainted. Was she once again unreasonably causing you trouble? Su Nua turned to Lin Wan, inquiring. Lin Mo felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Upon hearing this, Su Nua's eyes glimmered slightly. You intend to apologize with just one drink?
Come now, at least make it 3. With that,
she snatched 3 high-stemmed glasses from a nearby table and placed them before Lin Mo, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. Drink up. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Nua. If you wish to apologize, you must demonstrate some sincerity, Su Nua taunted with a cold smile. Lin Mo glared at her in indignation. If it weren't for the fact that leaving now would render her previous efforts futile, she would have stormed off in defiance. Yet she could not. Remembering the humiliation inflicted upon her by Lin Wan and Su Nua, Lin Mo felt utterly shattered. She had initially intended to exit the hotel but unexpectedly encountered Gu Yicheng. He must have heard about her humiliation at the banquet, for he approached with genuine concern for Lin Mo. She had long harbored fantasies about Gu Yicheng, and their previous flirtations added to her turmoil. The once degrading situation transformed into a conspiratorial alliance between them, leading to the ill-fated suggestion of Lin Mo administering a drug to Lin Wan under the guise of an apology. The plan was to then transport the unconscious Lin Wan to the lounge. By this point, Lin Mo had already discreetly led Gu Yicheng to the lounge. Soon, Gu Yicheng's associates would deliberately usher guests from the banquet hall toward the lounge. At this moment, Lin Wan had consumed alcohol. Lin Mo merely needed to await the drug's effects and seize the opportunity to take Lin Wan away. However, unexpectedly, Su Nua appeared, disrupting their scheme. Lin Mo seethed with anger. Under Su Nua's watchful gaze, she gritted her teeth and downed the 3 glasses of alcohol in one go. Clutching the glass, she asked, Miss Su, is this sufficient sincerity? Su Nua merely raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Lin Wan observed the unfolding scene with an indifferent expression. You have made your reparations. What more do you desire here? Do you wish for everyone to witness your frantic dash around the hotel?
Buenos nered.
Lin Mo's expression shifted, and she nearly retorted, but ultimately held her tongue. She understood that persisting in her presence would likely raise suspicions from Lin Wan and Su Nua. Reluctantly, she abandoned her resolve. Casting an angry glare at Su Nua before leaving, fists clenched in frustration. Once Lin Mo's figure had vanished, Su Nua turned to Lin Wan with a cheerful smile. Are you well? Lin Wan had just messaged Su Nua, requesting her presence when Lin Mo sought her out. Su Nua complied eagerly. Lin Wan smiled gently. Very well.
Thank you.
Oh, no need for gratitude. Just remember to send me plenty of photos for material. Su Nua winked at Lin Wan, referring to Gu Yicheng and Zhuo Qingxi. Lin Wan found herself both amused and exasperated. All right. Shortly after, Su Nua took her leave. Her 3 brothers, fearful that she might cause trouble once again, kept a constant watch over her. While they claimed to be vigilant, in truth, they secretly hoped she would create more chaos for them to manage. After Su Nua departed, Lin Wan lowered her head, staring at the chat window on her phone. The third wheel, Gu Yicheng, was in the 404 lounge, and Lin Mo had already alerted him, waiting for her to fall into the trap. Fu Jingyan, the third son of the Fu family, was often referred to as Third Master Fu by outsiders. Both Zhuo Qingxi and Gu Yicheng also addressed Fu Jingyan as Third Master. Lin Wan, in a moment of contemplation, unwittingly changed Fu Jingyan's contact name to Third Wheel. She swiftly composed and sent a message. After pocketing her phone, Lin Wan noticed that Lin Mo had not wandered far. She had chosen what she believed to be a discreet corner, intently observing Lin Wan's movements with a somewhat anxious expression. Seeing this, Lin Wan smiled. Lowering her eyelids to gather her emotions, she raised her head again after a short while, her eyes now devoid of focus. Lin Wan pressed on her temples in distress, and as she stood, she staggered slightly with a hint of weakness. Ultimately, she made her way toward the lounge, her steps unsteady and somewhat ethereal. Observing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly followed in Lin Wan's wake. When she saw Lin Wan leaning against the wall, shaking her head and tapping her forehead, Lin Mo rushed to her side just before Lin Wan lost her balance. Chapter 86. Madame Fu, you can trust me to handle this. As Lin Wan leaned on Lin Mo for support, she intentionally transferred her entire weight onto Lin Mo's shoulder. The sudden pressure nearly caused Lin Mo to topple alongside Lin Wan. Struggling to steady herself against the wall, Lin Mo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. She shook her head and glanced at the Lin Wan leaning against her, quickly surveying their surroundings to confirm that no one was watching. Sister, are you alright? Lin Mo whispered, carefully observing Lin Wan's expression to ascertain whether the effects of the medication had begun. At this moment, Lin Wan was completely reliant on Lin Mo, her eyes tightly shut. Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy at the sight. She gently nudged Lin Wan a few times while calling out, and once she was certain Lin Wan had succumbed to unconsciousness, Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Looking at Lin Wan, she felt an overwhelming urge to abandon her right there. All she needed was for Lin Wan to embarrass herself. However, recalling Gu Yicheng's instructions, a flicker of resentment ignited within her. She had no desire for Lin Wan to develop any substantial relationship with Gu Yicheng. Yet, Gu Yicheng needed to secure Lin Wan through this means. Otherwise, he would lose everything within the Gu family. Reluctantly suppressing her anger, Lin Mo continued to support Lin Wan toward the lounge. Yet, Lin Mo found her strength insufficient to bear Lin Wan's weight alone. Struggling to assist her, she felt as though Lin Wan's weight pressed down on her like a 1,000-pound stone, rendering her breathless. Are you a pig? Why are you so heavy? Lin Mo's face flushed with anger as she supported Lin Wan, struggling to take even a few steps. She glared at Lin Wan, unable to restrain her harsh curses. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, Lin Wan was merely feigning unconsciousness. Listening to Lin Mo's derogatory remarks, Lin Wan silently scoffed within. Fortunately, as they passed through the area, no one seemed to notice their exchange. With Lin Mo assisting her, Lin Wan moved slowly, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. Feigning unconsciousness, Lin Wan cleverly shifted her entire weight onto Lin Mo, rendering her nearly immobile. Soon, Lin Mo could no longer endure the strain and halted, gasping for breath. Contemplating a moment's respite, for some inexplicable reason, leaning against Lin Wan made Lin Mo feel increasingly weak, as if her strength was ebbing away. Though she did not dwell on it, she felt a heavy dizziness overcome her, causing discomfort. Before she realized what was happening, Lin Mo's hand slipped from Lin Wan, falling limply to her side as her body lurched forward. With a soft thud, darkness enveloped Lin Mo as she collapsed onto the plush carpet, succumbing to unconsciousness. Almost instantaneously as she fell, Lin Wan opened her eyes, steadying herself. She coldly observed Lin Mo sprawled before her and lightly kicked her. Lin Mo had completely lost consciousness. The 3 glasses of wine promised to Lin Mo were, in fact, a preparation made by her and Gu Yicheng, intended as a contingency should Lin Wan's plan to drug Lin Mo fail. The amount of drug in those glasses was substantial. While Gu Yicheng bribed the waiter, Fu Jingyan had already accessed the surveillance footage, monitoring the situation in real time. Fu Jingyan had thoroughly explained everything to Lin Wan via WeChat. The placement of the wine was strategically arranged by Lin Wan to be in the most accessible location, providing a subtle hint to Su Noah. Observing Lin Mo unconscious on the ground, Lin Wan sent a message to Fu Jingyan. Everything is ready. San Air, you can come directly to 403. I'll handle the rest. Glancing at the message, Lin Wan turned and headed toward the lounge. At the very moment she pushed open the door to enter, the unconscious Lin Mo was dragged and tossed into room 404. Lin Wan believed she was no saint. Whatever transpired next concerning Lin Mo, she felt no connection to. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Lin Wan understood this all too well, thus she felt no sympathy for Lin Mo. Had she not taken precautions today, everything Lin Mo would soon experience could have easily befallen her. Room 403 was an entertainment area. At this moment, Fu Jingyan, Gu Yicheng, and Zhuo Qingxi were seated at a mahjong table. Finally, you're here. Come, we're one short. Zhuo Qingxi greeted Lin Wan enthusiastically, his hands rhythmically tapping the table with the mahjong tiles. Upon catching sight of Lin Wan, Fu Jingyan beckoned her over, stating, ACI is craving a game of mahjong. The main event over there has just begun, and it has yet to reach its thrilling peak. Since we have nothing better to do, let us pass the time with a game. Gu Yichen looked at Zhuo Qingxi with an expression of exasperation and disdain. Lin Wan settled into the seat to Fu Jingyan's right and glanced at the automated mahjong table, clearing her throat. I only know how to play Cantonese mahjong. What a coincidence, so do I, Zhuo Qingxi exclaimed, clapping his hands. Wait a minute, you two wouldn't team up, would you? No way, I oppose the seating arrangement. Let us switch. With that, Zhuo Qingxi insisted on swapping places with Fu Jingyan. Reluctantly, Fu Jingyan rose and took a seat opposite Lin Wan. The group paid no mind to the commotion occurring in the adjacent lounge, engrossed in their game of mahjong. Is everything all right with Gu Yicheng? Lin Wan inquired while shuffling her tiles. Fu Jingyan replied with a sardonic smile. Madam Fu, you need not worry. I know what I'm doing. Lin Wan raised her gaze to the confidently assertive man across from her, unable to suppress a smile. Earlier, Fu Jingyan had arranged for the spiked drinks prepared for Lin Wan by Gu Yicheng to be delivered to his own room as a form of retaliation. When Gu Yicheng went to take a shower, Zhuo Qingxi stealthily entered the lounge, discovering that the man had set up a camera in his room, evidently intending to use the footage to blackmail Lin Wan. Fortunately, this cunning couple had already anticipated such a move. Fu Jingyan had connected the surveillance equipment from that side to his own. Now, they merely had to wait for Gu Yicheng and Lin Mo to fall into their trap. Chapter 87. My unique and exclusive title. Listening to Zhuo Qingxi, Lin Wan toyed with her mahjong tiles, her gaze icy. Since they had initiated this, there was no need for her to hold back. Knowing that Fu Jingyan had everything under control, Lin Wan felt reassured. As the group continued their game, a commotion from the adjacent room reached their ears. The noise was faint yet discernible. Lin Wan widened her eyes and shook her head. I need to mention to Su Nua that the soundproofing in her hotel is rather inadequate. Zhuo Qingxi and Gu Yichen exchanged glances, momentarily concerned that Lin Wan might feel embarrassed. Who could have anticipated that this woman would openly express her disdain for the hotel's soundproofing right in front of them? Strong indeed was Lin Wan. Fu Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Wan's remark. He teased, darling, perhaps they're simply having too much fun. Lin Wan's eyes twitched, and she rolled her eyes. Oh, perhaps. Zhuo Qingxi and Gu Yichen simultaneously directed their protesting gazes at Fu Jingyan, silently pleading. Could you not discuss such matters so brazenly in front of us, the two single dogs? Noticing the attention on her, Lin Wan paused her tile shuffling momentarily. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, what are you staring at? We are all adults here. Why pretend to be innocent? With that, Lin Wan pushed her tiles forward, laughing lightly, self-drawn, pure hand. Zhuo Qingxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the unfolding scene. Gu Yichen toppled the tiles, casting a meaningful glance towards Fu Jingyan, insinuating that even with his wife seated across from him, he could cunningly manipulate the game in her favor. Fu-san, you truly are a scoundrel. Gu Yichen expressed his disdain. From the very beginning, he had noticed how all the tiles Fu Jingyan played were conveniently drawn by Lin Wan. Zhuo Qingxi protested with evident discontent. No, this is unacceptable. You two are cheating. This doesn't count. She added, Fu-san, this is hardly fair. You both are a formidable duo. I stand no chance against you two. Lin Wan exchanged a knowing glance with Zhuo Qingxi, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Dear, allow me to offer you a friendly suggestion. You may want to form a deep alliance. My husband and I wouldn't mind if you two teamed up to defeat us. Lin Wan's playful banter, inspired by Su Yu, took a turn as she enthusiastically began to ship the couple. To her surprise, it was quite delightful. Zhuo Qingxi was left thunderstruck. Gu Yichen nearly choked on his drink, frantically patting his chest in panic, his expression one of utter disbelief as he looked at Lin Wan. Who would have thought that the aloof Miss Lin harbored a penchant for couple fandoms? Fu Jingyan furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Lin Wan. Sanea? That moniker sounds rather reminiscent of a third party. Zhuo Qingxi, initially startled, found his amusement at Fu Jingyan's comment irresistible, bursting into laughter. That nickname is quite fitting. Sanea. Ahaha. Even Gu Yichen couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly looking at Fu Jingyan. Lin Wan placed her hands on the table, addressing Zhuo Qingxi and Gu Yichen. Losers owe me money, no cheating. She added, what's wrong with Xaner? I find it endearing. Besides, I'm the only one allowed to call him that. It's my unique title. Lin Wan held her head high with pride. Fu Jingyan chuckled in response. Very well, we shall go with Ze. Zhuo Qingxi and Gu Yichen each retrieved a small gift box from their pockets and presented them to Lin Wan. Lin Wan, work hard to support Xaner. I'm counting on you. Zhuo Qingxi winked playfully. Gui Chen, with a smile, remarked, "Congratulations on officially joining the Lin family." This was their gift for Lin Wan that evening. Fu Jingyan took the boxes, placing them into the pocket of his suit. The commotion from next door grew increasingly loud, showing no signs of abating. However, Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan, along with the others, chose to disregard the unseemly noises, engrossed in their game of mahjong. Throughout the game, Lin Wan's spirits soared as she kept winning, largely due to Fu Jingyan's generous tile offerings, even though the stakes had devolved into punishments for the losers. At this moment, apart from Lin Wan, both Fu Jingyan and Zhuo Qingxi, as well as Gui Chen, found their faces adorned with numerous sticky notes. I can't take this anymore. Zhuo Qingxi groaned, slumped in his chair, staring helplessly at the ceiling. This is utterly unfair. Fu-san, you are most unreasonable. Gui Chen, equally exasperated, spread his hands in surrender. Lin Wan, observing the trio, took out her phone and merrily snapped numerous photographs, capturing many candid moments, including several of Gui Chen and Zhuo Qingxi under her playful instigation. Lin Wan contentedly flipped through the album. Zhuo Qingxi rolled his eyes, the irritating sound in his ears becoming increasingly pronounced. He frowned in disdain, exclaiming, "I must ask, how much longer must my ears endure this torment? It has been nearly an hour, and I feel quite nauseated." Instinctively, Lin Wan cast a glance at Fu Jingyan. Receiving her gaze, Fu Jingyan offered her a reassuring look. Seeing this, Lin Wan smiled. There was truly nothing for her to fret about. At long last, when the commotion subsided, Zhuo Qingxi shook his head in disdain once more, remarking this is the best it gets, even under the influence of medication. He couldn't help but laugh derisively, leaving Lin Wan somewhat embarrassed. "ACI, perhaps you should keep quiet." Gui Chen gave Zhuo Qingxi a sidelong glance filled with meaning. Initially, Zhuo Qingxi failed to grasp the intent behind it. However, upon receiving a sharp look from Fu Jingyan, he turned to Lin Wan, his face flushing with embarrassment. "You're ignoring me." Lin Wan couldn't suppress her laughter. Gui Chen, with a hint of exasperation, looked at the awkward Zhuo Qingxi across from him and said, "Brother, do be more mindful. Don't remain so obliviously carefree." Zhuo Qingxi cleared his throat, retorting, "Why must you be so bothersome?" He had always interacted with Fu Jingyan and the others in this manner, momentarily forgetting that a lady was present. This led to an awkward situation. Noticing Zhuo Qingxi's embarrassment, Lin Wan smiled nonchalantly. "It's quite all right. You may interact as you usually do. There's no need to change because of me." She spoke sincerely, appreciating the pleasant atmosphere among them. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Zhuo Qingxi shot a knowing glance at Gui Chen, as if to say, "See? Lin Wan understands."
Goeie met Zhuo Qingxi stond engage.
Stifling the urge to roll his eyes, completely unwilling to engage with him further, Lin Wan observed the interaction between the two, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. Moments later, a ruckus arose outside the lounge. Chapter 88. "It was Wan Wan who sent me here. She asked me to wait for her." Outside, a shrill scream pierced the air, followed by a flurry of footsteps rushing towards the source of the commotion. The chaotic footsteps passed by the lounge of room 403. Lin Wan clutched her card, her ears attuned to the sounds beyond the door. Meanwhile, Fu Jingyan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Wan. Gui Chen and Zhuo Qingxi had grown accustomed to this dynamic. Two massive light bulbs loomed between Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan. The four individuals engrossed in their game of mahjong remained blissfully unaware, thoroughly entertained. In stark contrast, the scene outside the lounge was bustling with excitement. Zhou Yingtong stood at the entrance of room 404, the door having been pushed open from the outside. Just over an hour prior, she had received a message from Gu Yicheng instructing her to arrive at this time. The task assigned to Zhou Yingtong was quite simple. She was to feign casualness as she passed by, act as if she had heard the commotion, push open the door, and then scream to attract the guests from the banquet. As soon as Zhou Yingting received the text message from Gu Yicheng, she understood his intentions. Just as she was preparing to inform Fu Jingyan of Gu Yicheng's actions, Fu Jingyan sent her a message, instructing her to follow Gu Yicheng's directives without concern for anything else. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Jingyan had already implanted a Trojan in her phone, which also infiltrated the electronic devices associated with Gu Yicheng. Consequently, any communication between Fu Jingyan and Zhou Yingting would automatically be relayed to Fu Jingyan. Before Zhou Yingting could even report the situation, Fu Jingyan was already aware, inducing a wave of panic within her. She presumed that Fu Jingyan had someone constantly monitoring Gu Yicheng, allowing him to be instantly informed of every move Gu Yicheng made. This realization deterred her from even contemplating betrayal against Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan. At that moment, Zhou Yingting's piercing scream attracted the guests gathered in the banquet hall, who hurriedly rushed over. As the door swung open, the guests, drawn in by the commotion, were met with a shocking sight: two bodies entwined together. an unpleasant odor lingering in the air. Lin Fingjue and Gu Tingxiao hastily approached the scene. Upon witnessing the tableau, Lin Fengjue's expression darkened, exclaiming in outrage at the absurdity before him. Neither of them recognized that the entangled figures were Gu Yicheng and Lin Mo, but the sight was revolting nonetheless. Oblivious to the onlookers, Gu Yicheng and Lin Mo remained unaware of the spectacle they had become. The banquet was hosted by Lin Fingjue in honor of Lin Wan, and several prominent local media representatives were present. As the reporters caught sight of the scene, their initial shock quickly morphed into a keen awareness of potential opportunity. They eagerly pulled out their phones, capturing the scandalous encounter in various forms, some with video, others with still photographs. Lin Mo's voice had grown hoarse, her posture utterly disgraceful. It was only when Lin Fengjue's furious shout echoed through the room that Gu Yicheng startled and released the person beneath him. Instinctively, Gu Yicheng turned around, exposing himself to the doorway. Upon seeing the gathered crowd, his mind went blank. Lin Mo was equally startled. She quickly turned, feebly clutching the disheveled blanket to cover herself. Her consciousness was hazy, and her body lacked strength. The blanket barely concealed her form, but she had no time to consider that. She was unable to grasp the gravity of the situation unfolding around her. As Gu Tingxiao turned to face Gu Yicheng, fury surged through him, prompting a vehement outburst. "Scoundrel!" With Gu Tingxiao's roar, Gu Yicheng finally regained his composure. He swiftly yanked the blanket from Lin Mo's shoulders, wrapping it around himself instead. Lin Mo gasped, shrinking away, humiliated as she turned her back to the crowd. She dared not move. In that moment, she wished nothing more than to simply vanish. No one anticipated such a situation would unfold. Gu Yicheng could only rely on the quilt to shield his body. Observing the grim expressions of Lin Fingjue and Gu Tingxiao, his mind was clouded in a haze. At last, Gu Yicheng vigorously shook his head. He turned to gaze at the woman lying on the bed, failing to recognize her identity. However, her figure and silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Lin Wan. Gu Yicheng recalled his scheme, and upon seeing Lin Mo's back, he believed he had succeeded. Yet, he was perplexed as to how it had all begun and why it spiraled out of control. Initially, Gu Yicheng had not intended for the pretense to become reality. The dim lighting of the room, coupled with Lin Wan embracing him upon her entrance, had caused the situation to spiral uncontrollably. Now, with Lin Fingjue and Gu Tingxiao present, Gu Yicheng could not even confirm whether the person lying on the bed was indeed Lin Wan. Faced with the onlookers, he wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, disregarding the fact that the woman on the bed lay exposed. After Lin Wan had embarrassed him so thoroughly, Gu Yicheng was filled with a sense of vindictive pleasure. He pinched himself hard to maintain his awareness. Suddenly, Gu Yicheng collapsed to his knees with a thud. His unexpected movement drew the attention of everyone present once more. Some recognized Gu Yicheng and craned their necks to witness the spectacle. "Grandfather Lin, it was Wan who sent me here. She asked me to wait for her," Gu Yicheng said, his pallid countenance reflecting his humility. His hesitant words were likely to lead to misunderstandings among those present. Wasn't he effectively implying that it was Lin Wan who had initiated this encounter with him? The crowd exchanged glances, each recalling that just over an hour prior, Miss Lin had been dancing with a young heir of the Fu family, during which Fu Sanshao had publicly confessed his feelings for her. Lin Wan had not appeared to reject him either. In an instant, Gu Yicheng, her former fiancé, found himself in such a humiliating predicament before them. The drama surrounding the Lin family was undeniably riveting. Although Gu Yicheng spoke, most observers remained rational, fully aware that Lin Wan had long since annulled her engagement with him. She had brazenly attended the banquet with Fu Jingyan that very evening. How could it be so bewildering that she was now hiding away with Gu Yicheng for frivolous pleasures? Lin Fengjue's face darkened, veins throbbing at his temples. "Be quiet. Your filthiness is your own. Do not involve my precious Wan." Turning away from the starkly exposed figure on the bed, Lin Fingjue averted his gaze in discomfort. Gu Tingxiao was also infuriated by Gu Yicheng's words, nearly choking on his rage. How could a grown man so shamelessly cast such aspersions upon a young woman? "Grandfather Lin, it was truly Wan who sent me here. And she was the one who embraced me tightly," Gu Yicheng insisted, lowering his eyes. Lin Fengjue's agitation was palpable, his chest heaving. His previously ashen face now bore traces of distress as he pressed a hand to his chest. "I must not have heard correctly just now." Chapter 89. Mental illness should be treated promptly. Delaying treatment is detrimental. Just as Lin Fingjue was on the verge of spitting blood from his fury, an innocent voice emerged from beside him. Lin Fingjue immediately recognized it as belonging to his beloved granddaughter. The moment he realized it was not his precious one, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank heavens it was not her, otherwise, he would have stormed in with a knife to confront that shameless man. "Gu Yicheng." The crowd gathered around, upon hearing Lin Wan's voice, turned their gazes in her direction. Lin Wan had opened the door to the adjacent room and poked her head out through the crack. Strangely, she appeared quite adorable. Soon, someone noticed the inconsistency. Hadn't Gu Yicheng just claimed that Lin Wan had embraced him? Yet here she was, clearly in the next room. Who, then, was the person in bed? Pondering this, everyone instinctively redirected their attention to Gu Yicheng and the woman lying on the bed. The answer was glaringly obvious. That woman was certainly not Lin Wan. In an instant, the gazes directed at Gu Yicheng were filled with disdain and contempt. This man was utterly revolting, resorting to any means to frame Miss Lin. Lin Wan tilted her head, perplexed by the eyes upon her. She stepped out of the room and approached Lin Fingjue, feigning ignorance. "Grandpa, who has angered you?" she asked, finally standing beside him. Gu Yicheng, staring in disbelief at Lin Wan standing next to Lin Fingjue, widened his eyes. How could it possibly be Lin Wan?
Who was the person in bed?
Panic-stricken, he glanced at the woman curled up on the bed, shivering. Lin Wan frowned, her expression one of disgust. "Gu Yicheng, what are you doing here?" Before she could finish her sentence, her expression shifted as she took in the scene in the room. It made her feel even more nauseous. "You think it's not enough to disgust me, and you've staged another farce?" He turned to glare at Lin Wan, his mind racing. "Lin Wan, wasn't it you who sent me the invitation?" Wan, I have publicly admitted my mistakes. Furthermore, I have already explained that the kidnapping at the wedding was not my doing. You cannot refuse to forgive me, nor is there any need to conspire against me." Gu Yicheng shamelessly shifted all blame onto Lin Wan. She scoffed, her gaze dripping with disdain. "Am I the one who is unhinged? Or have I lost my senses to send you an invitation?" She pointed to her head sarcastically. "Am I truly a masochist, knowing how filthy and disgusting you are yet dragging you before me to repulse me again? A sound mind is a precious thing. I hope you possess one. If not, it would be best for you to stay hidden away from public view." Lin Wan's mockery left Gu Tingxiao speechless with rage. He clearly did not believe Gu Yicheng's words. Knowing Lin Wan's resolute decision to break off the engagement, he understood her character well. She was a girl who never afforded herself a chance for regret.
Now,
Gu Yicheng had shifted all responsibility onto her. Gu Tianxiao clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding as they trembled slightly. He had become utterly disillusioned with Gu Yicheng, who had proven to be a disappointment. Gu Yicheng sensed the anger and disappointment in Gu Tianxiao's gaze and hurriedly attempted to explain, "Grandfather, it was Lin Wan who gave me the invitation." Silence. Gu Tianxiao interrupted angrily. "I know Wan's temperament better than you do. Do you truly believe you are so exceptional that she cannot do without you?" With a cold snort, Gu Tianxiao added, "Gu Yicheng, you have disappointed me profoundly." After saying this, he averted his gaze, his expression one of shame before the onlookers. Gu Yicheng wished to say more, but Lin Wan spoke coldly. "I do not understand why you are here. But to continuously slander and disgust me, Gu Yicheng, what do you truly want? I believe I heard you say earlier that I sought you out. Is your mind truly unwell?" She smirked derisively. "It's best to treat mental illness early. Delaying treatment is unwise." Lin Wan's words were laced with mockery towards Gu Yicheng's sanity. "You are the one who is unwell," Gu Yicheng retorted angrily. Lin Wan scoffed. "Those with mental issues often insist they are perfectly fine, just like my past self." No matter how much she cried out that she was sane. Due to Gu Yicheng's machinations, Lin Wan was forced to undergo treatment day after day until she finally lost her mind. In that moment, Lin Wan wished fervently to strangle Gu Yicheng but restrained herself. Gu Yicheng's eyes burned with rage, his gaze filled with intense malice. Lin Wan narrowed her eyes, choosing to ignore him. She turned to Lin Fingjue, her face a picture of grievance. "Grandfather, I did not give him the invitation. He brought a random woman before me to disgust me, and now he seeks to tarnish my reputation. I cannot accept this." Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Lin Fingjue's heart ached. "With me around, no one shall bully my dear treasure." He surveyed the surroundings before pointing to Zhou Yingtong, who stood nearby. "Please, go inside and find out who the woman lying on the bed is." Given the gravity of the situation concerning Lin Wan's reputation, Lin Fingjue could not allow another to remain uninvolved. Lin Wan's recent emergence from the adjacent room was sufficient to prove her innocence. However, he would not allow Gu Yicheng and that woman to escape easily. Zhou Yingtong bowed her head and swiftly moved toward the bed. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who had been feigning unconsciousness, turned pale upon hearing Lin Fingjue's words, anxiously clutching at something on the bed. Yet, there was nothing to conceal her. Tears streamed down Lin Mo's face as Zhou Yingtong approached the bedside. Gu Yicheng made no move to intervene, curious to see which fool of a woman had disrupted his plans. Without giving Lin Mo a chance to resist, Zhou Yingtong swiftly pulled her forward.
"Ah,
Lin Mo, still under the influence of medication, found herself too weak to fight back. As Zhou Tong tugged her, she quickly scrambled to sit up, curling in on herself tightly. Lin Mo quickly buried her head deep into her knees, trembling and weeping in fear. Outside the door, Li Xuewei, who had originally been enjoying the show with Lin Jindong, was struck by the faint sounds of sobbing. Her mind went blank. That voice, Chapter 90, trash belongs in the trash bin. Little Mo, Li Xuewei recognized Lin Mo's cries. At that moment, she saw her daughter, exposed and humiliated, laid bare before everyone. Clearly, Li Xuewei was beyond caring about anything else. She released Lin Jindong, pushed through the crowd, and rushed into the room. Li Xuewei still wore the coat Lin Jindong had draped over her for modesty. Arriving at the bedside, she forcefully shoved Zhou Tong aside, removed her outer garment, and tightly wrapped it around Lin Mo's trembling form. By the time Lin Jindong attempted to stop Li Xuewei from entering, it was already too late. He glared angrily at her. This foolish woman. Entering now was tantamount to revealing to everyone who had seen Lin Mo's body that this shameless woman was indeed their daughter. In her maternal instinct, Li Xuewei was oblivious to the larger implications. Hearing her mother's voice, Lin Mo abruptly raised her head, wrapping herself in the coat and frantically leaping into Li Xuewei's embrace. She choked on her tears, murmuring, "Mom." Li Xuewei's hands trembled as she held Lin Mo tightly, her face pale with distress, glaring at Gu Yicheng with a look of hatred. Lin Mo wished she could faint in her mother's arms. Exposed and vulnerable, how could she ever stand tall in Li City again? Her identity as a daughter had been so ruthlessly trampled upon. Li Xuewei felt a wave of bitterness rise in her throat. Gu Yicheng, too, was in a daze, caught off guard by the unfolding events. He had believed his plan was foolproof, smugly anticipating Lin Wan's embarrassment before all. Little did he know that the twist of fate would occur so swiftly, and that the one entangled with him would be Lin Mo. As he felt the mocking gazes of the crowd upon him, Gu Yicheng turned to Lin Wan, his expression darkening. "Lin Wan, you did this on purpose. You set me up with Lin Mo." Beyond that, Gu Yicheng could conjure no better explanation. Lin Wan stood expressionless beside Lin Fingjue, scoffing, "Even a glance at you disgusts me. Gu Yicheng, it seems you lack clarity about your own worth. Trash belongs in the trash bin. I have no need for a filthy person like you to repulse me." With Lin Wan's derisive words, Gu Yicheng's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. Lin Wan, seemingly oblivious, continued to mock, "I neither sent you an invitation nor am I aware of what transpired here. What gives you the right to assert that I am plotting against you? Slander relies solely on the tongue. Are you truly such a gossipy man?" Lin Wan's biting sarcasm elicited laughter from those around them. With her words, the crowd's disdain and aversion towards Gu Yicheng only deepened. One cannot help but ponder the source of this man's unfounded confidence. Lin Wan has made her disdain abundantly clear, regarding him as a repulsive entity. Yet he carries himself with an air of superiority, as if Lin Wan is utterly dependent on him. But what is the reality? Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan appear to be quite compatible. Though Fu Jingyan's status is somewhat awkward, Lin Wan's formidable background renders such concerns trivial. In contrast, Gu Yicheng has clung to Lin Wan ever since the scandal at the wedding, casting doubt upon his motives. With eyes ablaze, Gu Yicheng confronted her. "You." Lin Wan's gaze turned icy in an instant. "You accuse me of framing you, yet I could just as easily claim that you are framing me. Gu Yicheng, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims against me?" Her demeanor was bold, devoid of any fear. Gu Yicheng found himself at a loss for words in the face of her assertions. Li Xuewei, listening to their exchange, found her eyes brimming with tears. She turned to Lin Wan. "How can you be so heartless? Even if Xiao Mo inadvertently offended you today, she has already paid the price. How can you harbor such resentment and strike at her so mercilessly?" Her words betrayed her belief in Gu Yicheng's accusations, firmly asserting that Lin Mo's disgraceful behavior before the crowd was orchestrated by Lin Wan. The details of the incident were of no concern to her. She only saw the outcome, which left Lin Mo utterly humiliated, rendering her unable to exist within Li City. Li Xuewei's intent was to place the entirety of the blame upon Lin Wan. She had to convince everyone present that today's events were a ploy by Lin Wan to ensnare Lin Mo. With Lin Mo's reputation now tarnished, Li Xuewei's goal was to ensure that Lin Mo was viewed as the victim, with Lin Wan cast as the perpetrator. This was the only way to safeguard Lin Mo's future. With a seemingly casual remark laden with insult, Li Xuewei cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yicheng, silently urging him to cooperate with her. She then lowered her gaze, embracing Lin Mo while weeping. "My poor child, it is all my fault. I have brought ruin upon you. It is entirely my doing for having introduced you to the Lin family, thus subjecting you to a nightmarish existence. Oh, my poor child. I can no longer endure this. I have failed to protect you, allowing you to live under the oppression of others your entire life. At this moment, Li Xuewei was oblivious to her own image, even disregarding Lin Jindong's dignity. Her every word was a condemnation of Lin Wan, who, as the heiress of the Lin family, had taken advantage of her position and the support of the elder to mistreat Lin Mo, hidden in Li Xuewei's embrace, wept inconsolably. The pair, oblivious to their surroundings, wept openly before the gathering crowd. Gu Yicheng grasped Li Xuewei's intent. He turned to Lin Wan, sorrowful in his accusation. Lin Wan, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. I have complied with your demands, yet you still refuse to let me go. Before he could finish, Lin Wan interjected with a cold laugh. Why would I let you go? You have thrown yourself into the line of fire. Acknowledge it if you dare. After Lin Wan finished her statement, Li Xuewei, filled with anger, scolded her vehemently. Lin Wan, you have finally admitted it. With fury, she pointed at Lin Wan. Her heart shattered. Even if you harbor grievances against me, even if you dislike me, Xiao Mo is your sister. How could you? How could you be so cruel to her? Clutching Lin Mo with one arm while seated on the edge of the bed, she thumped her chest and stomped her feet. Resembling a distressed woman in a fit of rage, her demeanor utterly ungraceful. Gu Yicheng, standing nearby, shook his head in despair. Lin Wan, I never imagined you would turn out this way. Observing their theatrical exchange, Lin Wan's smile deepened, stirring a sense of unease within Li Xuewei's heart. Chapter 91. No need for pleasantries. This is what you ought to compensate for. Lin Wan crossed her arms, her gaze indifferent. Until one reaches the Yellow River, one does not yield. Do you truly believe I am a pushover, easily bullied? Li Xuewei retorted. Let us not even mention that Gu Yicheng, in my eyes, is worth less than garbage. Lin Wan cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yicheng, igniting a furious blaze within him. Then, she turned her attention to Li Xuewei. If you claim I plotted against you, then produce your evidence. Her cold glare rendered Li Xuewei breathless. The latter felt a prickling sensation at her scalp but pressed on, accusing, if it weren't for your deliberate scheming, would you so happen to be in the adjacent room? Lin Wan, whom are you trying to deceive? Li Xuewei hastily concocted a rationale, recalling how Lin Wan had just emerged from the neighboring room. The coincidence seemed too contrived. She firmly asserted that Lin Wan's presence next door was maliciously intended. It was all part of her scheme. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan smirked. It truly was a coincidence. My apologies. I was merely playing mahjong next door. No wonder I wondered why there was such a commotion. Li Xuewei's anger surged again. What nonsense was she uttering? Even Gu Yicheng felt insulted, his expression darkening significantly. Lin Wan coldly remarked, I have indeed had my share of misfortune. Merely sitting next door, calamity fell from the sky. With all the ruckus, one might think a pair of wild lovebirds were engaged in a quarrel. Had I known it was Lin Mo and Gu Yicheng hastily entangled in the sheets, I would have kept my distance. Before she could finish, laughter erupted around them once more. Li Xuewei and Gu Yicheng were subjected to Lin Wan's humiliation, akin to a public execution. Lin Wan, shaking her head in resignation, stated, I would certainly hasten to keep my distance. Alas, being forced to eavesdrop is already repulsive enough. To be wrongfully accused is truly unfortunate. Li Xuewei, infuriated, prepared to rise and confront Lin Wan. However, just as she moved, Lin Mo began to wail heart-wrenchingly, grasping her to prevent her from leaving. Sun Nua, who had been eagerly observing from the sidelines, echoed Lin Wan's sentiments. Indeed, what bad luck.
Ah, Miss Su.
Your timing is impeccable, Lin Wan remarked with a smile, winking at Sun Nua. I have an immature little suggestion for Miss Su.
What is it?
Sun Nua inquired. Playing along. Lin Wan covered her mouth and chuckled, remarking that the hotel's soundproofing could certainly be improved. The deafening noise had somewhat affected her enjoyment of playing mahjong. With a sigh, she turned to her second brother, Su Nua, and asked if he had heard it. Su Han, suddenly addressed, cleared his throat and declared, You may question my taste, but you cannot doubt the soundproofing of my hotel. Miss Lin, this is the first time I have ever received a complaint regarding our sound insulation. Lin Wan smiled faintly in response. Su Han continued, I shall certainly produce a report tomorrow to vindicate my hotel's integrity. If it is proven that our soundproofing is effective, then it must be a case of human interference. With that, he shot a glare at Gu Yicheng, saying, Young Master Gu, what peculiar habit is this? Gu Yicheng inquired. What does he mean? Su Han, with a look of disdain, retorted, Are you so careless as to leave the door ajar, creating such a ruckus, that you desire everyone to witness and admire your antics? The moment those words escaped his lips, Gu Yicheng became the subject of the crowd's amusement. In truth, He had intentionally left the door ajar to ensure the flawless execution of his plan, but he had not anticipated that it would backfire upon him. Su Han huffed. If my hotel is indeed innocent, may I then sue you? You may indulge in whatever activities you please, but do not tarnish my hotel's reputation. I still have a business to run. Should any disparaging reports regarding the soundproofing of the Four Seasons hotel circulate, young Master Gu, I shall require compensation for all my losses. Gu Yicheng stared in disbelief into Su Han's eyes. Why should he bear the brunt of such losses? Yet, Su Han continued unabashedly, no need to be courteous. This is a debt you ought to settle. Gu Yicheng found the situation absurdly amusing. Should I indeed compensate? He thought, but dared not utter such sentiments in front of Su Han.
Li Su Wei klärt es Su Han, redirecting her eye towards Lin Wan.
Lin Wan, cease your attempts to shift the topic. What, are you feeling guilty? Her words drew Lin Wan's attention. Oh, since you are so eager to be humiliated, I shall not hold back. Your actions were deliberate. You sought revenge. How could it merely be a coincidence that you were next door? Lin Wan, you are truly malicious. Li Shuowei accused vehemently. In response, Lin Wan merely smiled, her expression dripping with sarcasm. I was merely playing mahjong next door. How can you possibly disbelieve that? She feigned a look of grievance. Li Shuowei, now exasperated, had long lost her rationality. She glared coldly at Lin Wan. You claim you were merely playing mahjong? How can one play alone? If you truly wish to prove your point, summon the others from your room to show everyone. Li Shuowei was convinced that Lin Wan was alone in the neighboring room. If, as Lin Wan claimed, she had indeed been playing mahjong next door, how could such a commotion have been caused by her alone? As Li Shuowei's words resonated, Lin Wan suddenly awakened. Ah, look at my memory, Aunt Li. You have indeed reminded me. I have witnesses. However, Li Shuowei appeared distinctly skeptical. Gu Yicheng and Li Shuowei shared a mutual understanding. Suspecting that someone from the neighboring room was indeed accompanying Lin Wan and should have emerged to join the spectacle by now. Lin Fingjue turned to gaze at Lin Wan. Meeting her grandfather's gaze, Lin Wan offered him a reassuring glance. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Lin Wan. She smiled and turned her head, calling out to the adjacent room. I must say, hiding inside to watch the excitement is quite excessive, don't you think? Is it not more enjoyable to witness the drama firsthand? Could you not show a modicum of respect for the joy of the onlookers? Lin Wan approached the neighboring room and gently pushed the door open. Come out. Inside, Li Shuowei and Gu Yicheng were unable to discern the happenings outside, especially with Lin Wan's figure blocking the doorway. Holding Lin Mo, Li Shuowei craned her neck to see, doubting that Lin Wan could truly summon anyone forth. Just then, Fu Jingyan and Gu Yicheng emerged from the room, having tidied themselves. Their appearance elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Finally, Zhuo Qingxi arrived, albeit fashionably late. Upon seeing Zhuo Qingxi, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 92. What? Must you unjustly accuse Xiaowan? Zhuo Qingxi's face was adorned with numerous small notes, a clear indication of having suffered penalties for losing a game. Presently, the three individuals stepped out from the adjacent room, making their way to the doorway, allowing Li Shuowei and Gu Yicheng to clearly see them. Li Shuowei felt her body weaken, trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? It was impossible. Even Gu Yicheng's complexion turned pale, visibly shaken. As Zhuo Qingxi peeled off the sticky notes from his face, he inwardly cursed Fu Jingyan and Gu Yicheng for their treachery. It turned out that Lin Wan had signaled for him to emerge first and instructed Fu Jingyan and Zhuo Qingxi to remain in the room until she gave the go-ahead. Of course, the trio inside had overheard everything transpiring outside. As for why Zhuo Qingxi appeared so comically adorned, his resentment deepened. Initially, they had agreed on a playful arrangement. Whoever lost would maintain their original appearance to complement Lin Wan's scheme. Yet, Zhuo Qingxi had been outmaneuvered by Fu Jingyan and Gu Yicheng. The two had already conspired beforehand, and ultimately, Zhuo Qingxi lost, becoming the unfortunate representative of their antics. Fu Jingyan slowly approached Lin Wan's side, casting a glance toward the room, as if we do not exist. Gu Yicheng also moved toward Gu Tingxiao. Concern etched on his face. Grandfather, are you alright? Just now, this fellow insisted that Xiaowan framed him. You must know that she is not that kind of person. Gu Tingxiao's expression darkened. He directly instructed Gu Yicheng to affirm Lin Wan's innocence. Gu Yicheng found himself at a loss for words. Even his own grandfather was defending Lin Wan, doubting his claims. Moreover, now there is the addition of Gu Yicheng. From the moment Gu Yicheng laid eyes on Gu Yicheng and Fu Jingyan, he realized that everything was lost. His meticulously crafted plans were in ruins. Initially, due to the wedding kidnapping incident, Gu Tingxiao had already stripped him of his authority within the Gu family. Now, with this embarrassing situation unfolding, His standing in the Gu household was precarious at best. Gu Chen adjusted his rolled-up sleeves and shrugged. CI has succumbed to her mahjong addiction. And Miss Lin is accompanying us for a game. Today as luck wasn't favorable, I lost entirely to Miss Lin. He paused slightly, smiling at Lin Wan. Miss Lin, any property in the Feng Yuan estate will be offered to you at a 50% discount. As soon as Gu Chen uttered these words, Lin Wan became the envy of many. It is well known that properties in the Feng Yuan area have skyrocketed in value, not to mention that they are estates. Gu Tingxiao glanced meaningfully at Gu Chen. You rascal, after losing so much, how can you have the audacity to ask for a discount? Just choose an estate and gift it to Xiaowan. Consider it an apology. She has had enough misfortune dealing with your irresponsible brother. Gu Tingxiao cast a disapproving glare at Gu Yicheng. Lin Wan understood that Gu Chen was attempting to save her face. However, she did not expect the elder to be even more generous, directly gifting her an entire estate. Just as she was about to refuse, Lin Fingjue interjected. Can a single estate compensate for the damage to Wan's reputation? Old Gu, do you see my agreement? Do you see if my fist agrees? As he spoke, he waved his fist, warning Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao looked at him with disdain. Don't wave your fists at me. What kind of hero are you facing me? Look. The true culprit behind the slander of Xiaowan is over there. Direct your fists at him. He pointed at Gu Yicheng, exclaiming in frustration, do not hold back. Hit him hard, just leave him a breath to hang on. Clearly, Gu Tingxiao was deeply angered by Gu Yicheng. In front of so many people, he could not even muster a defense. After all, the Gu family's reputation had long been tarnished by this unworthy grandson. Zhua Qingxi raised his hand from the side, smiling. And I am here too. You may choose any jewelry from the Zhua family's collection. The Zhua family primarily deals in jewelry and accessories. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering how much these two had lost. Lin Wan found herself both amused and exasperated. Beside her, Fu Jingyan unreservedly replied, be sincere, deliver it personally. Zhua Qingxi's lips twitched in response. Gu Chen averted his gaze in disdain. Li Xuewei's eyes turned red with anger as she sneered, you are all in cahoots, conspiring against us. In response to Li Xuewei's accusations, Lin Wan merely cast her a frigid glare. She slightly curled her lips. You claim to be wronged by one person. Yet now with four, you still insist on being wronged. Is it a delusion of persecution? Does the entire world wish to harm your precious ones? Where would all this conspiracy come from? Fu Jingyan shook his head from the side. Perhaps they are merely shooting themselves in the foot? Fu Jingyan, you speak nonsense. Li Xuewei shouted in anger. Hearing this, Fu Jingyan coldly retorted, is it so unreasonable? Must it only be you who wronged Xiaowan? I currently harbor grave suspicions that Lin Mo and Gu Yicheng have schemed against Xiaowan, only to find themselves facing retribution. They deserve their fate, sneered Fu Jingyan. Li Xuewei's face flushed with indignation as she opened her mouth to retort. Meanwhile, an unsettling feeling began to well up within Gu Yicheng. Before Li Xuewei could speak, Fu Jingyan continued, there are surveillance cameras in the hotel. Let us retrieve the footage. Upon hearing this, Su Nua immediately turned to Su Han, urging, brother, hurry. Fetch the comprehensive 360-degree surveillance footage from our hotel. It is time to prove our establishment's innocence. Su Nua patted Su Han, emphasizing that the soundproofing was of little significance. What truly mattered was preventing those cockroaches and rats from tarnishing the reputation of their hotel. A solemn expression crossed her face as she caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's trembling figure and Gu Yicheng's ghastly complexion, stifling a laugh behind her hand. The surveillance in all hotels under the Su brand was indeed without blind spots, equipped with numerous hidden cameras unbeknownst to Lin Mo and Gu Yicheng. Installed specifically to mitigate disputes pertaining to the hotel. Su Han signaled a waiter present in the venue to summon the hotel manager, instructing him to retrieve all surveillance footage, including that from the entrance, starting from Gu Yicheng's arrival. The manager, realizing the urgency, hurriedly departed. Gu Yicheng's expression was beyond mere embarrassment. He appeared pale and flustered. Soon, the manager returned with all the surveillance footage, directing them to the main hall. Lin Fingjue cast an angry glare at Gu Yicheng, then addressed Gu Yichen, saying, Ah Chen, please keep an eye on your dear brother. Until the truth of this matter is clarified, he is not to escape. Gu Yichen chuckled. Of course. I shall personally escort him to see old Master Lin shortly. The implication was clear. Gu Yicheng should not even think of slipping away amidst the chaos. An explanation was due for this incident. Chapter 93. Are you genuinely foolish or simply overconfident in yourself? Su Nua instructed the staff to set up a projector in the main hall. Gu Yichen remained outside the lounge, with Zhua Qingxi standing beside him. Brother, do tidy up your appearance. The Gu family's reputation is truly being tarnished by your actions, Gu Yichen remarked, arms crossed. Amusement gleaming in his eyes as he observed Gu Yicheng. Gu Yicheng's pallor deepened to a shade reminiscent of liver, due to Gu Yichen's mockery. Zhuo Qingxi interjected lazily. Allow me to advise you. It would be wise not to entertain thoughts of leaving. My eyes are fixed upon you. He gestured toward his own eyes, reminding Gu Yicheng of the watchful scrutiny. Witnessing Gu Yicheng nearly choke with indignation brought Zhuo Qingxi a sense of delight. Li Xuewei trembled with fury. With Gu Yichen and Zhuo Qingxi blocking the entrance, escape was utterly impossible. Furthermore, the banquet was held on the 16th floor, making jumping out of the window a ludicrous option. In summary, the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for them, and they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Li Xuewei was driven to the brink of madness. Gu Yichen cast a meaningful glance at the two individuals in the room before stepping forward to gently close the door. Through the crack, he spoke coldly, "You have 5 minutes to compose yourselves. Do not cower like turtles. If you possess the audacity to scheme against others, you must also be prepared to face the consequences." Gu Yichen's voice was a chilling reminder. Zhuo Qingxi, grinning, chimed in, "When the time is up, whether you are ready or not, we will drag you out. If you wish to avoid further disgrace, you had better hurry." With that, Zhuo Qingxi promptly shut the door, leaving only Gu Yicheng and Lin Mo as the central figures. This public execution-like atmosphere caused Lin Mo to tremble, seeking refuge in Li Xuewei's embrace, utterly terrified. Li Xuewei, too, felt a twinge of fear, instinctively scanning the venue for Lin Jindong's presence. Yet he was nowhere to be found. Her mind was a blank slate. Struggling to comprehend the situation, the man who professed his love for her had abandoned them, leaving her and her daughter behind. Once everyone had gathered, the manager, under Su Han's directive, began to play the surveillance footage, commencing from the moment Gu Yicheng was obstructed at the hotel entrance. He had arrived alone at the banquet venue, only to be met with resistance. The video depicted his furious demeanor, his face twisted in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. Gu Yicheng lingered outside the hotel, seemingly waiting for the banquet to conclude, hoping for an opportunity to approach Lin Wan. The subsequent footage showcased Gu Yicheng's plight outside the hotel, and soon, the time shifted to just over an hour prior. Lin Mo, with reddened eyes, stormed toward the hotel in a fit of shame and anger. Although the surveillance had ceased, those present were acutely aware of what had transpired. The scene depicted Lin Mo hurling venomous words, only to be seized just before entering the hotel by none other than Gu Yicheng. She let out a scream, but, upon recognizing him, leaped into his arms, crying in distress. Gu Yicheng did not push her away. Instead, he held her tightly, gently patting her back. As this moment unfolded on screen, all eyes fixated on Lin Mo and Gu Yicheng, who remained bowed in shame, unable to lift their heads. At that moment, Gu Yicheng felt a burgeoning despair. He covertly observed Gu Tingxiao's expression, experiencing a rare sense of panic. What had once been a well-structured game was now utterly ruined due to Lin Wan's unforeseen interference. Clenching his fists, Gu Yicheng's heart brimmed with resentment toward Lin Wan. She, who had previously been obedient to him, had now completely derailed his plans after the wedding incident. When had she begun to suspect? Gu Yicheng believed he had concealed his intentions skillfully. Lin Wan could not possibly have discerned his true motives. Noticing the unwillingness in Gu Yicheng's gaze, Lin Wan curled her lips into a mocking smile. This man was indeed a master of disguise, yet she would no longer be deceived. What he owed her, Lin Wan was gradually reclaiming piece by piece. Lin Wan desired nothing more than to witness Gu Yicheng helplessly observe the destruction of her meticulously crafted plans. His dedication, his ambition, she would ensure led to his utter collapse. Fu Jingyan, too, noticed the intensity of Gu Yicheng's gaze, and with subtlety, he shifted his position, effectively blocking Gu Yicheng's view of Lin Wan. The hatred in Gu Yicheng's eyes was palpable. Lin Wan raised her eyes to meet Fu Jingyan's protective presence, and a warm current flowed through her heart. When Fu Jingyan glanced her way, she offered him a gentle smile. What more was there to say? Lin Fingjue pointed to the surveillance footage. The screen displayed Gu Yicheng handing Lin Mo a small packet of powder, followed by a video of Lin Mo approaching Lin Wan to offer a toast and apology, including the moment she stealthily administered the drug. All of this was magnified for the audience. Meanwhile, Fu Jingyan had preemptively blacked out the segments concerning Lin Wan's drink swap and Lin Mo's departure. Lin Mo, upon witnessing the footage, slumped in despair, supported by Li Xuewei, weeping sorrowfully in her embrace. Gu Yicheng, in a fit of desperation, abandoned all pretense. He coldly confronted Lin Wan. "You have long been entangled with Fu Jingyan behind my back, Lin Wan. Dare you claim you are innocent? For Fu Jingyan, you stoop to such depths. Are you not already together? Why the grand spectacle?" Lin Wan, amused by Gu Yicheng's accusations, found his words laughable. Could you perhaps think of something more original? Your repeated attempts to frame me are tiresome. Each time, I present evidence to shatter your lies. You cling to the notion of my supposed affair with Fu Jingyan. I implore you, even if your words lack creativity, could you find a more inventive scapegoat for us to bear? In front of everyone, Lin Wan boldly acknowledged, I do not deny that I was once blind to the true nature of Gu Yicheng, a worthless individual. Everything you have done to me, I possess ample evidence to ensure your downfall. She regarded him with disdain. Are you truly that foolish, or merely overconfident? I can deliver a lethal blow whenever I choose. You claim I have been with Fu Jingyan behind your back. Where's your proof? Do you possess any? The once mocking smile on Lin Wan's face vanished, her expression turning icy. Gu Yicheng attempted to retort, but she interrupted, you have none. Lin Wan regarded him with scorn. If you had any, you wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Her words left Gu Yicheng speechless. Observing his predicament, Lin Wan felt a wave of disinterest. Having decisively defeated him, she found it absurd that he continued to prance before her like a foolish clown. Did he not realize how repulsive his behavior was? I believe I have a gift that everyone will find quite intriguing. Chapter 94. In Li City, you exist without me, and I exist without you. Fu Jingyan wore a subtle smile as he took a step forward, addressing the assembly. Gu Yicheng, you spare no effort in tarnishing Xiaowan's reputation, but what about yourself? How pure can you claim to be? Fu Jingyan's inquiry left Gu Yicheng in a state of panic as he looked at him. With merely a glance, Gu Yicheng found himself subdued by Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan retrieved his phone, activated the Bluetooth, and connected it directly to the projector. In no time, he called forth numerous images and records, presenting them in a slideshow format, playing at a reduced speed of 0.5x. His intention was to display the photographs and records with utmost clarity for all to witness. Since 2 years ago, barely a month into your relationship with Xiaowan, you and Lin Mo could hardly wait to be together, Fu Jingyan mocked. Gu Yicheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fu Jingyan, unable to fathom how he could possibly know. Upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words, Lin Mo momentarily forgot her tears, her swollen eyes fixated on the projector. Teetering on the brink of madness, even Li Xuewei was rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. Within those images were numerous intimate moments of Lin Mo and Gu Yicheng, their actions excessively affectionate. There were also substantial records of money transfers from Gu Yicheng to Lin Mo, along with numerous hotel booking records under Gu Yicheng's name, interspersed with many of Lin Mo's own bookings. At this moment, Gu Yicheng and Lin Mo had become the objects of public scorn. Lin Wan regarded the slideshow with inscrutable eyes. In her possession were also photographs and videos of Lin Mo and Gu Yicheng together. However, she had not anticipated that Fu Jingyan's collection was even more comprehensive than her own. Turning her head, Lin Wan curiously assessed the man beside her, wondering what other surprises he might hold. As Fu Jingyan noticed Lin Wan's focus on the slideshow, his gaze fell upon her. Within the depths of his eyes lay a subtle hint of concern. When Lin Wan turned her head, their eyes met, and she offered him a faint smile. Fu Jingyan discerned that Lin Wan was not affected by the revelations, and he quietly sighed in relief. With a sardonic tone, he addressed Gu Yicheng. Is this truly the depth of your bond with Xiaowan, a friendship that is nothing short of monumental? How truly moving. This blatant mockery elicited uncontrollable laughter from the surrounding crowd. Gu Yicheng, at that moment, was at a loss for words. His gaze directed at Fu Jingyan filled with a desire to tear him apart. Gu Tingxiao, meanwhile, could not be bothered to spare even a glance in Lin Fingjue's direction, turning away in a fit of rage as he stormed out of the venue without acknowledging anyone. Gu Yicheng, feeling uneasy, trailed behind Gu Tingxiao while contacting his assistant. Gu Yicheng noticed Gu Tingxiao's departing figure. Lin Wan, are you truly this heartless? He clenched his fists, his expression twisted in anguish. Lin Wan scoffed, Gu Yicheng. What I have done pales in comparison to your actions towards me. I have made it clear that I will repay every slight. This is merely the beginning. You had better keep your eyes wide open. She fixed her gaze on Gu Yicheng, her aura commanding. I, Lin Wan, declare here and now that we shall be irreconcilable foes. In Li City, you may exist without me, but I shall not exist without you. You, Gu Yicheng, pride yourself on your abilities, believing you can surpass Gu Yicheng to control the Gu family? I await the day when you, stripped of the Gu family's protection, attempt to contend with me. Lin Wan's expression dripped with sarcasm. You once flourished, Gu Ershao. But now I shall banish you from Li City like a stray dog, out of my sight. I speak with conviction. Her eyes shimmered with intense hatred. Gu Yicheng was left speechless, utterly daunted by Lin Wan's animosity. Even Fu Jingyan, who stood beside her, was taken aback by the depth of her resentment. Lowering his gaze to observe her, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face. He presumed that Lin Wan's vehement hatred stemmed from lingering feelings for Gu Yicheng. As Fu Jingyan pondered, Lin Wan took the initiative to grasp his hand. In front of everyone, she exhibited no hint of hesitation. Fu Jingyan stared at her in shock. Lin Wan offered a gentle smile. I have long ceased to hold any affection for him. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan smiled, surprised that Lin Wan had noticed his emotions and was willing to provide an explanation. That was sufficient for him. Holding Fu Jingyan's hand, Lin Wan turned back to face Gu Yicheng. I have issued my challenge, Gu Yicheng. Depart at once. Should you ever appear before me again, I shall strike you down like a drowning rat. With that, Lin Wan addressed the crowd, apologizing. I regret that you have witnessed such an unpleasant scene. I am grateful to all of you for attending this gathering today in honor of my grandfather, and I apologize for the spectacle. A faint smile graced her lips. Let it be known today, in the presence of all gathered here, that I, Lin Wan, harbor only disdain and revulsion for Gu Yicheng. You all heard my declaration of war. Any false rumors regarding my entanglement with Gu Yicheng do not reflect my sentiments. Casting a meaningful glance at Gu Yicheng, she continued, from this moment forth, should any news or reports attempt to bind me to Gu Yicheng, it will solely be the act of those seeking to exploit the situation, and I shall have no part in it. I have no interest in my scoundrel of an ex, and I keep my distance from detritus. I hope those with poor judgment will take heed. I refuse to be subjected to such disgusting entanglements repeatedly. As Gu Yicheng absorbed Lin Wan's words, enduring the mockery and scorn of the onlookers, he seethed with frustration. Lin Wan, in front of everyone, raised their entwined hands. I find Fu Senshao quite admirable and am inclined to explore a relationship with him. Grandfather, a Yen has many areas for improvement, and the past rumors were largely unfounded. I believe in him and hope you will grant him an opportunity. Initially incensed by Gu Yicheng, Lin Fingjue was taken aback by Lin Wan's abrupt shift in focus to her relationship with Fu Jingyan. A hint of helplessness crept onto his face as he waved his hand dismissively. Well, as long as you are happy. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, and I shall not interfere. Fu Jingyan gazed at Lin Wan with profound tenderness. Thank you, grandfather, for your understanding. Lin Fingjue thought to himself. This fellow has an audacity unparalleled. Calling my grandfather now? Who does he think he is? After bidding farewell to the guests, Lin Wan did not spare a glance at Gu Yicheng or Lin Mo, leaving the hotel with Fu Jingyan and Lin Fingjue. The situation has escalated to such a degree that Gu Yicheng's days will not be easy. The mere necessity of providing an explanation to the Gu family will suffice to keep him occupied for several days, allowing Lin Wan a brief respite. Chapter 95. Good child. I apologize for the inconvenience. It has been only a short while since the banquet concluded, yet Gu Yicheng has once again successfully ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. This time, Lin Mo has been implicated as well. Several media outlets present, eager to seize upon this sensational news, have hastily exposed videos of their entanglement. Furthermore, many have dug up information regarding Lin Mo Gu Huai. Lin Mo? Isn't she the illegitimate daughter of the Lin family? Born in the same year as Lin Wan, but merely a few months younger. The joy of being a scoundrel. Is the information reliable? I know Lin Mo. She presents herself as a demure girl but often bullies others at school, leveraging her status. Spicy little girl, I know this one. Lin Mo bullies her classmates, frequently acting in Lin Wan's name. It's absolutely disgusting. It's not tea but tue me. Are these two mother and daughter addicted to stealing other people's men? Our goddess from the university is simply too pitiful. It's not tea but tue me. Lin Mo's mother, Li Xuewei, climbed into Lin Jindong's bed while his legitimate wife was pregnant, subsequently becoming pregnant herself, and often provocatively flaunted her condition to the legitimate wife. According to reliable sources, Lin Jindong's legitimate wife, Su Ran, was driven to depression and passed away shortly thereafter. A month later, the mistress brought her child into the house. This information is absolutely credible, so don't argue. I'm not afraid of legal action. The comment section was rife with revelations about past events. Within a mere half hour, the topic of concern for Lin Wan soared to the top of the trending list. Some even undertook a meticulous analysis of Lin Wan's transformation over the past few days. Pikachu not Pikachu. The class representative has arrived. Lin Wan's mother, Su Ran, was tragically betrayed and succumbed to depression. Li Xuewei ascended as the mistress, gaining entry into the Lin family, yet Lin Lao resolutely opposed her entrance. Poor little Lin Wan lost her mother, was unloved by her father, fell gravely ill, and nearly perished. Upon learning of this, Lin Lao, in his anger, took Lin Wan away, nurturing her personally, further opposing Li Xuewei's entrance. Hence Li Xuewei and Lin Jindong never formally registered their union. Lin Mo and Lin Chen have not been included in the Lin family genealogy and cannot even be considered Lin family members. They are confirmed illegitimate children. Less than a month after Lin Wan confirmed her relationship with Gu Yicheng, Lin Mo, having inherited her mother's essence, entangled herself with Gu Yicheng, keeping Lin Wan in the dark, with the wedding merely serving as a catalyst. One may ponder if you were in her position. Would you be able to accept that your partner was exploiting you while simultaneously inflicting harm? How can these two wretched individuals still show their faces, polluting the air with their presence? Someone meticulously outlined the timeline of Lin Wan and her biological mother. Consequently, previous online doubts regarding Lin Wan's unclear relationship with Fu Jingyan immediately following her broken engagement were thoroughly silenced. Numerous netizens, after reviewing the analysis, expressed their sympathy for Lin Wan. Meanwhile, the issue of Lin Mo's bullying has also risen to the top 3 trending topics, with many victims stepping forward to voice their experiences. Inside the Lin family's ancestral home, the lights shone brightly. Lin Jinxin and Lin Jinnan stood silently to the side, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. She had also learned about the trending topic. Lin Wan slowly approached Lin Fingjue, taking his hand gently. "Grandfather, did we not agree to remain unperturbed?" She understood that the high fever from years ago had nearly claimed her life, and Lin Fingjue had long harbored regret for not being there to care for her. Lin Jinxin, holding her phone, looked at Lin Fingjue with a troubled expression. "Father, I cannot reach eldest brother. Let us go to the villa." Lin Fingjue, leaning on his support, attempted to rise. Lin Wan hurriedly intervened. "Grandfather, it is quite late. There is no need to make such a commotion." A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly midnight. Lin Jinxin chimed in. Wan is right, father. Please calm down." Though she spoke soothingly, Lin Jinxin's heart brimmed with joy. She secretly wished for her disappointing brother Lin Jindong to cause more trouble, hoping it would lead to the old man's complete disillusionment with him. Lin Jinnan exchanged a glance with Lin Jinxin and addressed Lin Fingjue. "Eldest brother may not even be at the villa. If there are matters to discuss, let us do so tomorrow." No one knew Lin Jindong's whereabouts. Perhaps not even Lin Wan, his own daughter. Where could they possibly find him? Lin Wan knelt before Lin Fingjue, smiling to soothe his emotions. The revelations that have surfaced are all based on truth, are they not? What is there to be angry about? What did you promise me? She was aware that Lin Fingjue had struggled with the burden of the past all these years. From the very beginning, Lin Wan had been concerned, fearing that Lin Fingjue might end up brooding like her mother, ultimately succumbing to despair. Thus, since she was old enough to understand, she had continuously instilled in him the notion that these were mere facts, not worthy of undue concern. Gradually, with Lin Wan's persuasion, Lin Fingjue began to refrain from mentioning those bygone events. This evening, he had indeed been provoked by the schemes of Lin Mo and Gu Yicheng. With his gaze lowered, Lin Fingjue looked at Lin Wan, who maintained a cheerful demeanor before him, and gently grasped her hand, patting the back of it. "Good child. I have indeed put you through some distress." Lin Wan remained by Lin Fingjue's side, engaging him in conversation and successfully soothing the old man's ire. By the time she emerged, it was nearly 1 a.m. Since her marriage, Lin Jinxin had taken up residence in the ancestral home, not out of Lin Fingjue's reluctance, but because she had resolutely moved in under the pretense of caring for him. Initially, Lin Fingjue had opposed this, however. Lin Wan argued that the house belonged to her mother and that it was unreasonable to relinquish it without her consent. Nonetheless, Lin Wan occasionally stayed at the ancestral home as well. Observing Lin Wan's figure, Lin Jinxin immediately inquired, "Has your grandfather gone to bed?" Lin Wan contemplated visiting the FY headquarters tomorrow to inquire about the care of the gown, intending to return it to Fu Jingyan once it was properly tended to. Watching Lin Wan, Lin Jinxin hesitated, as if she had something to express. Chapter 96, The Lin Family's Code of Conduct. One must always speak and act with caution. What does Aunt wish to convey? Lin Wan noticed that Lin Jinxin seemed to have something on her mind. She slowly walked to sit opposite Lin Jinxi. With a look of helplessness, Lin Jinxi gazed at Lin Wan and reluctantly spoke. Wan, it is not my aunt who is criticizing you. Given the current turmoil with the Gu family, it is certainly not ideal. Our Lin family has numerous collaborations with them, and it is said that family scandals should not be aired in public. She sighed softly. Look at the chaos you've caused. All the issues concerning your father have been unearthed, and it is the Lin family's reputation that suffers, is it not? Lin Jinxi seized the opportunity, eager to place the blame squarely on Lin Wan, ready to admonish her. This girl often relied on Lin Fingjue, consistently overshadowing their elders. Listening to Lin Jinxi's words, Lin Wan smiled. From your words, Aunt, it seems you are suggesting that Gu Yicheng can treat me however he pleases, and I should not retaliate? Wan, you know that is not what your aunt means. Lin Jinxi's expression shifted slightly. Before she could finish her thought, Lin Wan interrupted with a smile. Whether that is your intent or not, Aunt, you understand it well enough. There is no need for further explanation. Furthermore, my quarrel with Gu Yicheng does not detract from the bond between the Lin and Gu families. One can observe this through the interactions of Grandpa Gu and my grandfather. Lin Wan lifted her gaze to meet Lin Jinxi's. Grandpa Gu is a reasonable man. He stands by my side. Has there been any impact on our collaborations with Gu since this incident unfolded? It has merely resulted in Gu Yicheng transferring his projects elsewhere. I scoff. How did Gu Yicheng secure these collaborations with the Lin family, if not through my own efforts? Lin Jinxi's lengthy internal monologue was abruptly interrupted by Lin Wan's succinct remarks. Now, she wore a cold expression, her eyes brimming with displeasure. Momentarily forgetting that this girl had always been eloquent and sharp-tongued. Lin Wan regarded Lin Jinxi and began, as for family scandals, aren't those revelations online merely the truth? Lin Jinxi's expression changed abruptly. Lin Wan continued, when my mother was pregnant with me, my father was indeed indulging in debauchery, engaging in affairs and creating chaos before her. Her death is undeniably intertwined with my father's infidelities. One must accept the consequences of their actions. He should have anticipated this day, when he committed such vile and disgraceful acts. Lin Wan's gaze grew increasingly frigid, since these are facts he has committed. He must endure the ridicule. And, even if one chooses to deceive oneself, my father's betrayal of my mother has already tarnished the Lin family's reputation. The Lin family has long lost face because of him. Should we further obliterate his misdeeds for the sake of the Lin family's honor? What about the dignity of my deceased mother? As her words reached their climax, the atmosphere turned icy. Lin Wan abruptly stood, her tone laced with sarcasm. Aunt, my mother is already deceased. The dead deserve respect, and I shall only say this once. She cast a deep glance at Lin Jinxi, her lips parting slightly. Facts are facts. No one should dare to deny them, nor should anyone think to shame my deceased mother. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lin Wan's statement served as a stark warning to Lin Jinxi. It would be prudent to refrain from involving oneself in matters pertaining to their family. Regardless of what transpires in the future, it is not her place to leverage her parents' grievances to dictate proceedings. Lin Jinxi naturally discerned the underlying implications in Lin Wan's words and stared at her, astonished. This insufferable girl was utterly ungrateful. Lin Wan scoffed. Aunt, the Lin family abides by a principle of discretion in all affairs. Even grandfather has yet to voice an opinion. It is quite late. Perhaps you should retire for the evening. With that, Lin Wan turned and ascended the staircase. Upon returning to her bedroom, Lin Wan entered her dressing room to change out of her evening gown. She donned her nightwear and swiftly washed up in the bathroom, towel drying her hair as she made her way to her bed. Sitting on the edge, she picked up her phone, which was adorned with numerous messages from Fu Jingyan. Sanner, I have arrived home. This message had been sent half an hour prior, followed by several more. Sanner, Aiken just called to inform me that Gu Yicheng has been expelled from the Gu family, and for the time being, Grandfather Gu has instructed him to refrain from appearing around the Gu household. Sanna, all of Gu Yicheng's projects have now been transferred to Aiken. Sanner, are you still awake? Sanner, get some rest soon. Good night. The last message had arrived just 3 minutes ago. At that moment, her phone chimed with a video call notification. Lin Wan smiled wryly upon seeing Sanner on the screen. She pressed the answer button, and Fu Jingyan's handsome visage appeared before her. Why are you still awake? Fu Jingyan inquired, observing Lin Wan's damp hair with a frown. You ought to use a hairdryer to dry your hair before sleeping. Otherwise, you might suffer from a migraine. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Wan felt a certain warmth at his concern. She gazed at the man on the screen, a smile gracing her lips. Fu Jingyan was lazily propped against his headboard, his gaze, once cast downward, lifted slowly to meet hers after he heard her speak. Is grandfather well? He asked softly. Quite well, though he was rather agitated by a certain ungrateful child who nearly went to confront him, but I managed to stop him, Lin Wan replied nonchalantly. Fu Jingyan was taken aback. Is it because of the Lin family's revelations? Indeed. Lin Wan nodded lightly. Grandfather has always felt remorse towards my mother and myself, which has led to his continued disdain for that woman over the years. Lin Wan smirked. Of course, he harbors no affection for my father either. Their relationship has always been fraught with tension, but one grows accustomed to it. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan cleared his throat. Due to his sentiments, grandfather particularly despises those who are fickle in love and holds an even greater aversion for those who are perpetually idle. Xiao Wan, what should we do? I seem to have inadvertently stepped on every one of grandfather's triggers. Will he ever consent to our relationship? By the end of his statement, Fu Jingyan's voice had taken on a note of grievance. He felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had not allowed the barrage of reports to circulate unchecked and had instead taken the initiative to clarify matters. Lin Wan chuckled softly. Regretful, are we? It is not too late to make amends with your actions. Do not worry, dear. Your grandfather is not unreasonable. Strive to excel and make a good impression, even if it is merely for show. Fear not, for I shall provide for you. Your only duty is to remain as charming as ever, Lin Wan teased. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan chuckled. All right, I shall heed the words of Mrs. Fu. Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh again, offering a gentle smile towards the person on the other end of the screen. Noticing Lin Wan's weariness, Fu Jingyan tenderly advised her a few times before concluding the call. Chapter 97. I shall demand tenfold repayment for any benefits I derive from him. The situation regarding the video escalated, rendering Gu Yicheng and Lin Mo as targets of public ire, with Lin Jindong also implicated. Soon, news of Gu Yicheng's suspension by Gu Tingxiao spread rapidly throughout Li City. Lin Wan observed the reports on Gu Yicheng with a sardonic smile. She understood that Gu Yicheng's desire to sever ties with the Gu family could not be resolved by a mere declaration from Gu Tingxiao. The explanation provided by the Gu family stated that Gu Yicheng was temporarily stepping down from his position as general manager due to personal matters. However, this was only a temporary measure. Lin Wan harbored no dissatisfaction regarding Gu Tingxiao's decision. Gu Qizhen held considerable influence and connections within the Gu family. If he wished to protect Gu Yicheng, he could certainly do so. Nevertheless, stifling Gu Yicheng's potential within the Gu family was merely the first step. The project for the Lin family's seaside resort was precisely what Gu Yicheng required. Lin Wan smirked coldly, recognizing that obtaining this project would depend on her willingness to relinquish it. Little Lin, someone from the Gu family is looking for you, Kai Ziffin announced as he knocked and entered. At such a moment, it could not possibly be Gu Yicheng. With that thought, Lin Wan lowered her gaze to review the documents anew. She was aware that Gu Qizhen sought her out solely for matters pertaining to Gu Yicheng. She checked her phone, noting that Gu Yicheng still occupied the top spot on trending searches. Lin Wan sent a message to Chu Yanqing, inviting her to lunch together at noon.
Chu Siakwing, 11:30, Jun Shui Steam?
Chu Xiaoqing. No need, I will go by myself. She understood that Chu Yanqing had contributed significantly to keeping Gu Yicheng's name in the limelight. Contemplating Chu Yanqing's health, Lin Wan furrowed her brow slightly. She quickly entered a string of web addresses, accessing the internal site of Chu's media, for which Chu Yanqing had previously shared her account and password. Occasionally, when Chu Yanqing was too busy to attend to urgent documents, she would ask Lin Wan for assistance. Once inside the internal network, Lin Wan immediately noticed several reports piled up before her, all focused on Jiang Yuxiu and his beloved, the so-called White Moonlight. Despite the rising heat surrounding these stories, none had made it to trending searches. It was evident that Chu Yanqing had suppressed this heat. She scoffed quietly, preparing to exit when her gaze halted abruptly at a headline, unveiling Fu Jingyan's illegitimate path, the love and hate entangled between his mother Su Fei and Fu Lintang. The exposé on Fu Jingyan, the illegitimate son of the Fu family, reveals a character steeped in vices, smoking, drinking, and brawling, while also exploring how this school bully managed to capture the heart of the Lin family's young lady. The report includes a photograph from Fu Jingyan's high school days, where he is seen with a fierce expression, standing over a classmate with a foot planted on their back. As Lin Wan gazes upon the image, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washes over her, though she cannot quite place why it strikes a chord. This news surfaced abruptly this morning, but its traction is dismally low, seemingly suppressed shortly after its release. Lin Wan, entranced by the youthful yet strikingly handsome Fu Jingyan in the photograph, unconsciously downloads it onto her phone. The rebellious glint in his eyes elicits a smile from her. After exiting the website, she looks at the photo on her phone and chuckles softly. Stowing her phone away, she immerses herself back into her work. At 11 o'clock, her alarm rings. She completes her final tasks and bids farewell to Kai Ziffin before heading to the parking lot via the elevator. As Lin Wan approaches her designated parking space, she is interrupted by the voice of Gu Qizhen calling her from behind. Turning around, she sees Gu Qizhen and Li Hanqi standing before her, expressionless. Mr. Gu, I apologize, but I have prior engagements, she states, implying she has no time for idle chatter. Gu Qizhen's irritation is palpable, though he quickly suppresses it. It will only take a few minutes of your time. Indeed, just a few minutes, Li Hanqi echoes in agreement. Lin Wan regards them with unwavering resolve. I understand you seek me out because of Gu Yicheng, but I regret to inform you that I am powerless in this matter. I am not a member of your family, and the elder Gu's decisions are beyond my influence. She lays her position bare, making it abundantly clear to Gu Qizhen that she has no connection to Gu Yicheng's affairs. Gu Qizhen did not anticipate such a resolute refusal from Lin Wan. Despite his willingness to humble himself, she remains unyielding. Li Hanxi's expression mirrors her frustration, yet she strives to maintain a semblance of warmth. Stepping closer to Lin Wan, she reaches out, attempting to grasp her hand. Wan, for the sake of your long-standing relationship with Yicheng, please forgive him this once. What man does not stray? As long as his heart resides with you, isn't that sufficient? Yicheng loves you. You've grown up together. Can you truly bear to abandon your bond? As Li Hanxi attempts to touch her, Lin Wan instinctively steps back. Li Hanxi's hand hovers awkwardly in the air, her smile faltering. Gripping the car door handle tightly, Lin Wan coolly regards the two. A piece of meat that is already rotted must be decisively discarded. I will not allow it to linger and fester. Your acceptance of your husband's infidelities does not obligate me to do the same. Gu Yicheng's love is something I cannot afford, nor do I desire it. She narrowed her eyes and sneered. Since the incident occurred, have you reflected on how disgusting and vile Gu Yicheng's behavior truly is? During our relationship, he exploited my name to sign numerous contracts with the Lin family, securing countless advantages for himself within the Gu family. I have no desire to elaborate further. Lin Wan coldly regarded the two of them. The only reason you have come to seek me out today is due to Gu Yicheng being ousted from the Gu Corporation. You remain oblivious to your own faults. Since you have approached me, let me make myself clear. Whatever benefits Gu Yicheng has derived from me, I shall demand tenfold repayment. Saying this, she opened the car door, settled into the vehicle, and slowly started the engine, leaving Gu Qizhen with a sullen expression, glaring resentfully in the direction Lin Wan had departed. Chapter 98. Who else could it be but the Fu family? By the time Lin Wan arrived at Yunshui Gorge, she was already late. Chu Yanqing was waiting in the private room. Lin Wan smiled as she approached Chu Yanqing, gently pinching her emaciated cheek. My dear, you've lost weight. Chu Yanqing allowed Lin Wan to pinch her, offering a resigned smile. Oh please, don't take advantage of me. Hearing this, Lin Wan seized the opportunity to stroke her fair face, exclaiming, wow, so soft and tender, I could just squeeze you. She chuckled to herself. Chu Yanqing gestured for her to sit down. Looking at Lin Wan, Chu Yanqing remarked, Lin Wan, you certainly know how to make an entrance. A welcome banquet and several dramatic scenes already? Having just been discharged from the hospital, Chu Yanqing had not attended the previous night's banquet. And now she regretted missing out on so much excitement. Lin Wan smirked. Do you really think I hold you in high regard? They are all so easily dealt with. Life becomes rather dull. If you wish, I could keep Gu Yicheng trending for another month. Chu Yanqing poured herself a cup of strong tea. But before she could even lift it, Lin Wan reached out to take it from her. What about your stomach? She said, presenting a glass of warm water to Chu Yanqing. She looked at her friend with disdain. Never mind, it's a waste for such scum to occupy public resources. Chu Yanqing shrugged indifferently. I've heard about Gu Yicheng's temporary departure from the Gu Corporation. The board members are in an uproar. The situation within the Gu family is rather lively. Gu Yicheng is at the helm, while Gu Tingxiao intends to make him the head of the family. Yet, the second son of the Gu family remains unruly. Although Gu Tingxiao is currently uninvolved, allowing Gu Yicheng to handle everything, Gu Yicheng joined the Gu Corporation rather late. Gu Qizhen has connections that are not inferior to Gu Yicheng's, so if a struggle ensues, it would seem that Gu Yicheng is at a disadvantage. Lin Wan glanced at Chu Yanqing and chuckled softly. You truly underestimate Gu Yicheng. His capabilities are on par with Gu Yicheng's. Indeed, had it not been for your influence, that scoundrel Gu Yicheng would have been trampled underfoot by Gu Yicheng long ago. Chu Yanqing scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain for Gu Yicheng. She looked at Lin Wan and sighed softly. By the way, has your grandfather been informed about your annulment? Lin Wan's hand holding the chopsticks paused momentarily. However, at that time, Lin Wan was still quite young and, under the influence of Lin Jindong, rejected the offer from her uncle Su Hengxiao to take her to Jincheng. Subsequently, Lin Jindong deliberately distanced Lin Wan from the Su family. In her previous life, after marrying Gu Yicheng, Lin Wan shamelessly rekindled ties with the Su family to assist that man. It was precisely due to the Su family support that Gu Yicheng could effortlessly contend with Gu Yicheng. However, later on, due to Gu Yicheng's actions, Lin Wan and the Su family had a complete falling out. When she married Gu Yicheng, she did not even inform the Su family, leaving them unaware of her nuptials. Smiling lightly, Lin Wan remarked, I didn't even share the news of my marriage with them. Chu Yanqing suddenly recalled, oh, I almost forgot. It's better that way. Your uncles are actually quite dissatisfied with Gu Yicheng. Let me put it this way, Gu Yicheng once sought benefits from the Su family behind her back, but they didn't agree. In any case, Gu Yicheng relied on Lin Wan's identity to pave the way for himself. Chu Yanqing found this quite distasteful. Lin Wan responded with a mocking smile. I am aware. The initial estrangement from the Su family stemmed not only from Lin Jindong, but also from Gu Yicheng. who frequently disparaged the Su family in her ear. Observing Lin Wan's expression, Chu Yenjing cleared her throat and said, "The Chu family is collaborating with the Su family on a project, and there will be visitors from their side. Would you like to come and meet them?" She understood that Lin Wan was indeed not close to the Su family, yet the Chu family had many long-term projects with them. Perhaps knowing the relationship between Lin Wan and herself, Su Hengxiao often inquired indirectly through Chu Yenjing about Lin Wan's well-being in the Lin family. Chu Yenjing could sense that the Su family still cared for Lin Wan. All right, she sighed with relief and continued, "By the way, there are people scheming against your man, but I've managed to suppress the reports." At her words, Lin Wan raised an eyebrow. "Thanks for the heads up about the recent events. But do you know who is targeting Fu Jingyan?" Lin Wan's expression turned serious. "Your man is in a precarious position in the Fu family. His father is indifferent, his stepmother is unloving, and his siblings see him as a thorn in their side. The only one who cared for him, the elder of the Fu family, is not in Liqing at the moment. It's quite pitiful." As she spoke, Chu Yenjing shook her head. "He is like a tender cabbage in the field, neglected and unloved." Lin Wan couldn't help but chuckle. "Come now, if I'm around, how could he possibly go unloved?" Hearing Lin Wan's words, Chu Yenjing couldn't resist teasing her. "Have you really developed feelings for Fu Jingyan? He seems quite decent." Lin Wan smiled softly. After spending these past few days together, she felt that Fu Jingyan was not as simple as he appeared. Moreover, she sensed that he seemed to regard her differently. She pondered that if her feelings were indeed as she suspected, pursuing a relationship with Fu Jingyan might not be out of the question. Of course, if it turned out otherwise, that would be perfectly fine as well. Lin Wan found it quite acceptable to pursue Fu Jingyan. It seemed she harbored a slight affection for him. Chu Yanqing observed Lin Wan's demeanor and noted that her friend transformed entirely when speaking of Fu Jingyan. Perhaps even Lin Wan herself was unaware of this change. When she mentioned him, her spirit brightened, and her eyes sparkled with joy. This demeanor resembled that of a young girl newly in love. She refrained from pointing it out directly, and instead playfully asked Lin Wan, "Will you bring your Fu-san to the club tonight?" Lin Wan looked at her in confusion. Chu Yanqing smiled. He was once notorious for his reckless driving. "I've arranged a race tonight. Care to join?" After pondering her words, Lin Wan replied, "I'll ask him." Chu Yanqing shrugged, indicating her indifference to the plan. Chapter 99. Do you regret obtaining a marriage certificate with Fu Jingyan? Lin Wan lifted her gaze and hesitated momentarily, asking, "How are things with Jiang Yuxiu? Are you really not considering divorce?" Lin Wan scoffed. "What merit does Jiang Yuxiu possess?" "Chu Shaoqing, do you recall how you advised me back then? When she was preparing to marry Gu Yicheng, Chu Yanqing had vehemently opposed it, declaring Gu Yicheng was not her true match. And what about Jiang Yuxiu? After more than 2 years of marriage, why did she fail to learn from her mistakes?" Chu Yanqing looked at Lin Wan with resignation. "Lin Xiaowan, my marriage is a business alliance. The interests of the Chu and Jiang families are intertwined. I cannot afford to be capricious." Lin Wan pouted in dissatisfaction. "So, for the sake of family interests, you must sacrifice your own happiness?" Chu Yanqing was about to respond when Lin Wan interrupted her, placing a piece of rib on Chu Yanqing's plate. "Chu Shaoqing, do you regret it? Do you regret marrying?" At the time, the Jiang family had suffered a severe blow, and Chu Yanqing had proactively offered assistance. Jiang Ting'an used this as leverage to pressure his grandson Jiang Yuxiu into marrying Chu Yanqing. Jiang Yuxiu remained oblivious to Chu Yanqing's feelings, while Lin Wan, as an observer, could see it all too clearly. At times, she genuinely felt indignant for her friend. Lin Wan looked at her, clearly the one who had initiated the conversation. Chu Yanqing chuckled lightly. "Don't tell me you chose marriage merely to secure your mother's inheritance. Lin Xiaowan, you're not the type to sacrifice your marriage for inheritance. You wed Fu Jingyan without ever contemplating divorce, did you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wan sighed. "No, I never considered it." From the moment she encountered Fu Jingyan, an overwhelming desire to be near him surged within her. In truth, Lin Wan always felt an inexplicable familiarity in his presence, which inexplicably brought her a sense of peace. It was as if in a previous life, she had been enveloped by that very aura. Yet, at that time, her mind had been in disarray, taut with anxiety. Lin Wan could not confirm whether the man who had once held her while she wept helplessly was indeed Fu Jingyan. Though uncertain, she did not feel repulsed by him. Chu Yanqing assessed her friend lost in thought and exclaimed, "Lin Xiaowan, you are in deep trouble. I am quite certain that you have been captivated by the beauty of Fu Sanxiao." Lin Wan scoffed. Who doesn't love a handsome man? It seemed that Lin Wan had sensed a hint of interest from Fu Jingyan towards her, beginning with the pair of bracelets from their past life, followed by his protective demeanor at the recent banquet, and the emotions he inadvertently revealed in her presence. Lin Wan hesitated. contemplating whether she should find an opportunity to test Fu Jingyan's feelings. Yet in the end, that man had given up. At that time, Lin Wan was exceedingly annoyed, feeling that Fu Jingyan looked down upon her. However, in retrospect, it appeared to be quite the contrary. Chu Yanqing observed Lin Wan's expression and encouraged her. If you like him, be brave and pursue him. I believe Fu Jingyan harbors feelings for you as well. If it weren't for affection, why would he marry you? As an outsider, she perceived the situation clearly. But we've already obtained our marriage certificate. Why should I pursue him? He was always meant to be mine, Lin Wan mumbled. Chu Yanqing chuckled at her. Yes, 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 he is yours. No one is competing with you. Her words carried a teasing tone. Lin Wan shot her a sideways glance. Haughtily snorting, I'm not changing the subject. Let us discuss you and Jiang Yuxiu. Why are you so fixated on him today? Chu Yanqing looked at her friend with amusement. Lin Wan set down her chopsticks, gazing earnestly at her. Because I have a poor impression of that man. Coincidentally, the Lin family had a collaboration project on the horizon that required working with him. The head of the Jiang family was in the financial sector, and there was a piece of land in the capital up for bidding, which the Lin family intended to participate in. However, the flow of funds was substantial, necessitating an assessment from the Jiang family. Lin Fingjue had made it clear that the Lin family could not swallow this lucrative opportunity alone and would ideally find a partner for collaboration, allowing both enterprises to negotiate and develop together. Lin Wan, heeding her grandfather's wishes, was inclined to cooperate with the Jiang family. Of course, if a more suitable candidate than Jiang presented itself, she would consider that as well. The crux of the matter was looking across the entirety of Li City. There truly was no enterprise more fitting than the Jiang family. Listening to Lin Wan's words, Chu Yanqing raised her gaze. Dislike aside, Lin Wan, Jiang Yuxiu possesses that capability. All right, I understand, Lin Wan nodded. She certainly would not jest with her family's business. The reason she discussed this matter with Chu Yanqing was primarily to gauge her friend's stance. Despite her personal distaste for Jiang Yuxiu, there was merit in Chu Yanqing's assertion regarding his capabilities. Upon returning to the office, Lin Wan dialed an internal phone line, summoning Kai Ziffin. Little Lin. Kai Ziffin knocked and entered. Lin Wan handed him the documents she had organized regarding the bidding in the capital. Please arrange a time with the Jiang family to discuss the land case. Listening to Lin Wan's request, Kai Ziffin accepted the papers. He remarked, we were already in discussions with the Jiang family last week. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Are you saying Jiang Yuxiu is on a business trip? Images of the reports I saw at noon involuntarily surfaced in my mind. The location where Jiang and Xiu were on business happened to be the very city where his white moonlight performed. Could such coincidences truly exist? Lin Wang felt a surge of frustration at the mere thought. She turned to Kai Ziffin and said, by the way, if Fu Jingyan comes to the company, you should take him directly to the office. Nodding in response to Lin Wang's words, Kai Ziffin exited the office once he confirmed that she had no further matters to discuss. Lin Wang took out her phone and dialed Fu Jingyan's number. Chapter 100. Can I come over now? I promise to behave. After a long wait, the call was finally answered. Fu Jingyan's hoarse and deep voice came through. Xiao Wan. Detecting something amiss in his tone, Lin Wang furrowed her brows slightly. Have you not gotten up yet? A glance at the time revealed it was already 1:30. Fu Jingyan let out a low grunt. Still sleeping. Lin Wang sighed softly. Then why not sleep a little longer? She was uncertain whether this was typical of Fu Jingyan's routine and had no intention of reproaching him. However, she couldn't help but think his sleeping habits were rather unhealthy and resolved to correct them at some point. No need, I'll get up right away.
Fu Jingyan replied.
Soon, there was a rustle on the other end of the line, indicating he had risen. His voice remained hoarse. Xiao Wan, I'm up now. I didn't linger in bed. Did you need something? Listening to him, Lin Wang responded. Chu Xiaoqing has invited you to join me at her club. Are you free tonight? She quietly inquired about Fu Jingyan's availability. Around 4:30, just come up to the office when you arrive, Lin Wang invited him. In response, Fu Jingyan agreed. Can I come over now? I promise to be good, not to disturb your work, all right? The final note of his voice even carried a hint of playfulness. Ultimately, Lin Wang did not refuse. Then come over, I'll wait for you. Okay.
I'm on my way now.
Fu Jingyan's voice noticeably brightened. Lin Wang couldn't help but smile in response. After hanging up, Fu Jingyan, feeling somewhat heavy, made his way to the changing room. Gazing at his flushed reflection in the mirror, Fu Jingyan reached up to touch his forehead, realizing he might have a fever. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought of being unwell. He selected a pair of black trousers and a pale purple shirt from the wardrobe. After changing, he retrieved Lin Wang's necklace from the pocket of the shirt he had worn yesterday and placed it back in the pocket of his new shirt before leaving the changing room and heading towards the bathroom. Feeling a bit lightheaded, Fu Jingyan hurried through his morning routine. As he descended the stairs, he spotted a man and a woman seated on the living room sofa, engaged in conversation. It was Fu Lintang and Lu Qing. Lu Qing's previously smiling face immediately shifted to one of disdain upon seeing Fu Jingyan come downstairs. Look at the time. The sun is already high in the sky, and you still refuse to rise.
Fu Lintang gazed disapprovingly at Fu Jingyan.
Fu Jingyan regarded the two with a neutral demeanor, offering a casual greeting. Father, Aunt Qing. Fu Lintang merely nodded coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. Fu Jingyan, however, paid little heed to their attitudes. Just as he was about to depart, he was met with Lu Qing's scornful voice from behind. Some individuals are simply born with a silver spoon in their mouths, indulging in a life of leisure and extravagance, yet shamelessly squandering the hard-earned money of others. Lu Qing scoffed. Her words compelled Fu Jingyan to halt in his tracks, and Fu Lintang's expression darkened further. Observing Fu Jingyan's retreating figure, Lu Qing continued, "Oh no. It seems you've also acquired some skills. You've learned to exploit your handsome facade to charm a wealthy heiress. Truly, you embody the essence of a privileged young master, reliant on familial support in your youth. Now you've taken on the role of a kept man, living off a woman, enjoying a life of ease while only seeking the softer comforts." Fu Jingyan straightened his posture, absorbing Lu Qing's veiled mockery that branded him as a mere gigolo. He turned to face her with a smile, saying, "Aunt Qing, everything I eat, use, and wear is provided by my father. Since he brought me into this world, it is his duty to support me, is it not? As for your remark about being with a wealthy heiress, I do not deny it. I have indeed become involved with Xiao Wan, and she is more than willing to support me." With a light chuckle, he added, "Our Xiao Wan has yet to voice any complaints, so there's no need for you to speak insidiously. Moreover, I have not touched a single penny from the Fu family since I turned 16, have I? In fact, I have not received any funds from the Fu household since I was 5, when I often found my allowance withheld by you. Even the money bestowed upon me by the old master was taken away by you, save for the necessary tuition fees each semester." Fu Jingyan managed to survive in the Fu household thanks to the meager savings left to him by Su Fei before her passing. Though the sum was not substantial, it sufficed to keep him from starvation. Lu Qing, seething with rage, retorted, "What do you mean? Do you not acknowledge my existence or that of your father? The Fu family has raised you for years, you ungrateful wretch." Fu Jingyan coldly countered, "Isn't it the duty of the Fu family to care for me? This is a responsibility my father must bear, and I accept it without remorse. I have never relied on your support, Aunt Qing, so you need not dictate my actions." Lu Qing was left speechless by Fu Jingyan's words, her anger reaching a boiling point. Fu Lintang, witnessing this, pulled Lu Qing back to sit beside him, attempting to soothe her ire. He then turned to Fu Jingyan, his displeasure evident. "Fu Jingyan, who taught you to speak to your elders in such a manner? Apologize." His words ignited Fu Lintang's fury once more, while Lu Qing berated Fu Jingyan vehemently from the side. The insults exchanged were predictable. Terms like ungrateful wretch, prodigal son, and lacking gratitude were thrown around. Fu Jingyan listened quietly, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Fu Lintang, infuriated by his demeanor, reached for an object on the table to hurl at Fu Jingyan. Suddenly, Fu Lintang barely managed to halt his actions, glaring at Fu Jingyan while striving to compose himself. Ultimately, with a pallid countenance, he forcefully placed the ashtray on the table. He bellowed at Fu Jingyan, urging him to get his act together and report to the Fu Corporation the following day. If he truly harbors feelings for Lin Wan, it is high time he strives for progress. Fu Lintang came to an understanding. Lin Wan had made her affections for Fu Jingyan unmistakably clear the previous night. Although he was perplexed as to what qualities of his errant son might attract Lin Wan, he concluded that if Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan could be together, it might not be such a bad outcome. Given the circumstances, Fu Lintang no longer desired anything else but hoped Fu Jingyan would change for Lin Wan's sake. "Lintang, what nonsense are you spouting? I do not agree," Lu Qing exclaimed, protesting vehemently upon hearing of Fu Jingyan's impending employment at the Fu Corporation. Fu Lintang, feeling a headache rise, glanced at his wife, contemplating how to elucidate the situation to her. Meanwhile, Fu Jingyan found no interest in remaining to witness the affectionate exchange between the couple. The background was filled with Lu Qing's harsh rebukes, mixed with Fu Lintang's resigned attempts at explanation. Yet, Fu Jingyan remained entirely indifferent. Chapter 101. Fu Jingyan, please do not let me worry if you can. Fu Jingyan arrived at Lin's building with remarkable speed. Thanks to Lin Wan's prior instructions, he encountered no obstacles on his way to the office. Upon hearing a commotion, Lin Wan lifted her head, their eyes meeting in an instant. She smiled gently. "You're here." "Yes," Fu Jingyan replied in a deep voice. "You continue with your work. I shall wait." Noticing the strain in his voice, Lin Wan furrowed her brow and approached him, asking, "What's wrong with your voice? Have you caught a cold?" Earlier, during their phone conversation, she had detected a hoarseness in his tone, attributing it to him having just woken up. However, his voice now seemed even more pronounced than what she had heard over the phone. As she drew closer, she noticed an unusual flush on his face. Leaning down, she placed her hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "You have a fever. Can't you feel it?" At that moment, Fu Jingyan had already reclined on the sofa, and as he felt Lin Wan's hand on his forehead, he could not resist nuzzling against her palm. "It's nothing. Is it an infection from your injury?" Lin Wan inquired, lifting Fu Jingyan's forehead to examine it. The injury appeared to be minor. She then seated herself beside him, saying, "Let me see the back of your head." Fu Jingyan opened his mouth, intending to decline, but upon meeting Lin Wan's concerned gaze, he lowered his head, exposing the wound at the back of his head. Due to their height difference, Lin Wan struggled to see it clearly, and ultimately decided to press his head down into her embrace. Taken aback by her sudden action, Fu Jingyan bent forward, falling onto Lin Wan. As he attempted to support himself, Lin Wan's slender hand gently pressed against the nape of his neck. "Stay still. Let me take a look." With her touch, Fu Jingyan's stiff body reacted, the area where she made contact feeling inexplicably warm, causing him to shiver slightly. Fu Jingyan held his breath, allowing Lin Wan to carefully examine the wound at the back of his head. After attending a banquet the previous night, he had removed the bandage.
Now,
The injury appeared rather alarming. Lin Wan meticulously inspected it and found no signs of inflammation. She released her grip on Fu Jingyan, saying, "I will fetch some antipyretics." Only then did she realize that their proximity seemed somewhat intimate. His heated breath brushed against her chest, causing her cheeks to flush. Clearing her throat, she awkwardly stated, "It's all done." Rising, Lin Wan retrieved the medical kit that Kaizifin had prepared earlier. She swiftly located the fever medication within the kit. Pouring a glass of warm water, she returned to sit beside Fu Jingyan and urged, "Take your medicine."
Fu Jingyan remained motionless.
Furrowing his brows as he gazed at the pills in Lin Wan's palm, his expression one of reluctance. "Xiao Wan, can I not take it?" He looked up at Lin Wan with innocent eyes, conveying his resistance. Lin Wan discerned his aversion from his demeanor. Was he truly afraid of taking medicine? A sudden realization hit her. There was something endearing about Fu Jingyan, especially in his pitiful gaze directed at her, which softened her heart. She gently patted his head and lowered her voice. "Be good. If you don't take the medicine, you might become more ill. Just think. Such a handsome face would be a pity to lose to a fever." Lin Wan joked lightly. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingyan haughtily snorted, "I'm not afraid. If I become foolish, my wife will take care of me. My wife will earn money." Lin Wan chuckled again. "Taking care of you is not out of the question. But you must be obedient." Fu Jingyan met her gaze, a smile breaking through. "Like how? Just obediently take the medicine?" "Yes, precisely. Take the medicine, sleep it off. And you'll feel better in the morning." Lin Wan nodded gently. She found herself both amused and exasperated, feeling as if she were coaxing a child. Fu Jingyan pressed his lips tightly together, staring at the pills in Lin Wan's palm, his silence a testament to his discontent. His woeful expression nearly made her laugh. With a soft sigh, Lin Wan reminded him, "Aren't you supposed to accompany me to Chu Shaoqing tonight? If your fever doesn't subside, we can't go." Concern washed over her as she noticed his forehead was burning. Fu Jingyan displayed an unmistakable disregard for her words. Lin Wan continued, "How about I accompany you to the hospital for an drip?" "No." Fu Jingyan rejected the idea without a second thought, his eyes reflecting deeper resistance. It dawned on Lin Wan that this man not only resisted taking medicine but also despised the idea of going to the hospital. The last time she had seen him there, it was likely due to the severity of his injuries. This thought tugged at her heartstrings. She spoke softly once more. "Let us take the medicine, Fu Jingyan. Please don't make me worry, can you?" His initial reluctance faded as he finally nodded obediently after hearing her plea. In a weak voice, he replied, "Then you feed me." Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback, yet she ultimately held the cup and offered Fu Jingyan a sip of water. Then, with her palm raised, she placed the pill into Fu Jingyan's mouth. He squinted slightly, his eyes revealing a subtle depth, and opened his mouth to swallow the pill. Lin Wan felt a damp sensation in her palm, her small hand trembling slightly. Fu Jingyan grasped Lin Wan's wrist, swiftly draining the entire cup of water. After finally managing to swallow the medication, his complexion turned alarmingly pale. "What is wrong?" Lin Wan noticed something amiss with Fu Jingyan. His pallid face instilled a sense of fear within her. Fu Jingyan pressed both hands firmly against his abdomen, curling up and lying down on the sofa. He gently rested his head on Lin Wan's lap and murmured, "I dislike taking medicine. It makes me feel nauseous. Just let me lean on you for a moment." Lin Wan, wanting to move, obediently remained seated upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words. She lowered her gaze, observing his ashen profile. Her eyes fixated on his hands pressing against his stomach, and after a moment's contemplation, she placed her own hand over his, taking over the gesture. With gentle motions, Lin Wan massaged Fu Jingyan's abdomen, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. I took too much medicine as a child, which led to my aversion to it.
Fu Jingyan explained in a hoarse voice.
Lin Wan looked at him in confusion. Took too much? Can one even take too much medicine? Fu Jingyan nodded slightly, yes. Subsequently, Lu Qing, in a frenzy, would shove a handful of pills into Fu Jingyan's mouth whenever he fell ill. Gradually, Fu Jingyan developed a visceral aversion to medicine, feeling nauseated and wanting to vomit whenever it was time to take his medication. Lin Wan wished to say more, but Fu Jingyan had already closed his eyes and fallen into a deep slumber on her lap. Lowering her gaze, she observed the man's pale face, her eyes flickering with concern. The motion of her hand massaging his stomach grew even more tender. Chapter 102. Fu Jingyan, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Fu Jingyan slept soundly until 5 o'clock. The temperature in the office had been raised, and a thin blanket covered him. His abdomen felt warm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his slender, phoenix-like gaze flashing with intensity. Upon seeing Lin Wan resting beside him, he reined in his earlier agitation, recalling the earlier moments in the office. He glanced down at Lin Wan's hand still resting on his abdomen, enveloped within his larger hand.
A faint smile graced Fu Jingyan's lips.
You're awake, Lin Wan, who had been engrossed in her documents, noticed his awakening. She placed the papers on the desk and gently stroked Fu Jingyan's forehead, sighing in relief. The fever has subsided. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, Lin Wan would have had to enlist Kai Zifen's help to carry Fu Jingyan to the hospital. Fu Jingyan had been sleeping so soundly that Lin Wan couldn't bear to disturb him, due to maintaining the same position for a while. Her limbs had gone slightly numb. She couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Observing this, Fu Jingyan rolled off Lin Wan, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he looked at her. Why didn't you wake me? He asked, noticing Lin Wan shaking her numb hand. Fu Jingyan's gaze flickered slightly before he gently took her hand into his own, softly massaging it. Glancing at the time, he felt a twinge of guilt upon realizing he had been resting on Lin Wan's lap for such an extended period. Lin Wan playfully tapped his forehead. You were sleeping so soundly. Besides, you're the patient. Isn't it my duty to take care of you? Listening to Lin Wan's words, Fu Jingyan chuckled lightly. I'm fine. He then looked at her. Aren't you supposed to go to the club? Lin Wan frowned slightly. You're unwell. The club can wait. Your health is the priority. Hearing her, Fu Jingyan took her hand in his, softly saying, Xiao Wan, I wish to accompany you there. Didn't you say you would race with Chu Yanqing? I want you to race with me just once. I start working at the Fu Corporation tomorrow. As he spoke, Fu Jingyan looked at Lin Wan with a pitiful expression. Upon hearing about his impending work at the Fu Corporation, Lin Wan felt no surprise. She had already conveyed her thoughts to Fu Lintang the night before. If Fu Lintang harbored any remnants of guilt towards Fu Jingyan, he would surely allocate a portion of his attention back to him. That man still had a semblance of conscience. She gazed intently at the man before her, her lips parting slightly. Fu Jingyan, do you like me? Initially, Lin Wan had intended to find an opportunity to test the waters with him. But upon hearing his endearing words, she blurted out her inquiry. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Wan abruptly realized how bold she had been. Had she lost her mind? To ask him so directly and brazenly in front of him. A wave of shyness washed over her. Seeing her sudden embarrassment, Fu Jingyan smiled. His gaze was fervent as he looked at Lin Wan, his eyes softening gradually. Xiao Wan, have you finally sensed my genuine affection? I have been prepared for this long battle. Lin Wan stared at Fu Jingyan in shock. He did not appear to be joking. Therefore, he truly harbored feelings for her, and it was not merely her fanciful thinking. Holding Lin Wan's hand firmly, Fu Jingyan cleared his throat, his demeanor serious. Lin Wan, I like you. I have liked you for a long time. Lin Wan blinked, unable to believe her eyes as she gazed at the man before her. When did he start liking her? Why had she never known? Fu Jingyan's expression grew slightly awkward. You may not believe it, but back in our senior year, I got into a fight and almost faced disciplinary action. It was quite a commotion. My father was furious and nearly confronted me at school. You were the only one who stopped him and stood up for me. She vaguely remembered such an incident. However, Lin Wan could not recall the specific reasons anymore. However, Fu Jingyan remembered them vividly. Due to his status as an illegitimate child of the Fu family, he faced constant ostracism at school. Coupled with the disdain from Fu Jingran and Fu Rani, it was not uncommon for him to be bullied. During his school years, He often bore the marks of conflict, which initially were not due to fights but rather the result of being on the receiving end of violence. In his senior year, someone insulted Su Fei in front of Fu Jingyan, and he could no longer endure the humiliation. He retaliated fiercely against that group, and the individual who had spoken ill of Su Fei was even hospitalized in the ICU. Despite this, Fu Jingyan ultimately suffered alone. Just when he thought he would be overwhelmed, Lin Wan appeared. She intervened to stop the assault on him, driving the assailants away and tending to his wounds while admonishing him. Are you foolish? When others strike you, you don't retaliate. Remember, if someone bullies you in the future, don't endure it. If it can be resolved with your fists, do not waste your breath. Fu Jingyan etched Lin Wan's words into his heart, which later became the rationale behind his own confrontations. He merely sought to protect himself. Little did he expect that when he was collectively framed, and even his father doubted him, Lin Wan would once again come to his aid. She confirmed that Fu Jingyan was merely acting in self-defense. Later, concerned that the school might punish him, Lin Wan pleaded with Lin Fingjue to intervene on Fu Jingyan's behalf. Had Fu Jingyan not mentioned it today, Lin Wan would have indeed forgotten the incident, for after their senior year, he had vanished. Is it truly because of such a trivial matter that you have remembered for so long? Lin Wan gazed in astonishment at the man before her. To her, it was merely a small act of kindness. Fu Jingyan's gaze softened. To me, this is no triviality. You are the first to believe in me and stand up fearlessly in my defense. Lin Wan, you are the first person to warm my heart. How could I ever forget that? How could I bear to forget? Lin Wan was perplexed. Her presence was akin to the warm sun emerging in the cold, dark winter, bringing him comfort and illuminating his path forward. Chapter 103. I will return to kneel at the keyboard, prostrating myself with durian to apologize to you. Lin Wan's heart fluttered slightly at Fu Jingyan's words. Meeting his tender gaze, she murmured. So, your public opposition to me was merely a ploy to capture my attention? What could he say? The methods of attracting a girl's interest were indeed peculiar. How could anyone notice him amidst such overt antagonism towards his rival? Fu Jingyan felt a blush rise to his cheeks. I speak nothing but the truth. Most of his criticisms directed at Lin Wan through the camera were mockeries of her poor taste in choosing someone like Gu Yicheng. Moreover, Fu Jingyan's comments were predominantly aimed at Gu Yicheng. Lin Wan's lips twitched. Indeed, it was rather absurd. What a bizarre reality. Xiao Wan, your judgment of men has indeed been lacking. Are you not permitting me to speak the unvarnished truth? Fu Jingyan remarked with a smile. Lin Wan suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, saying, so in your eyes, I have become a foolish woman.
Fu Jingyan.
Do you truly believe any woman would accept a man who professes to adore her while simultaneously calling her foolish? Only he could devise such an unconventional method to attract a woman's attention. Lin Wan yearned to convey to this man before her that he was, in fact, a prime example of what not to emulate. In her past life, it was precisely due to his remarks directed at her that she had regarded him as an irreconcilable adversary, wishing to subject him to the utmost humiliation, to trample him beneath her feet. She almost wanted Fu Jingyan to kneel at her feet and sing of his subjugation. Fu Jingyan choked on his own saliva, exclaiming, well, it's just that with Gu Yicheng by your side, I feel uneasy. Clearly, I am far superior to Gu Yicheng. What kind of vision do you possess to be attracted to such a man? I must seize any opportunity to express my discontent. I cannot help but mock. Oh, dear. Our third party is quite self-aware, even knowing to kneel and present durians to please his wife, Lin Wan replied with a frown, though she was not genuinely angry. After all, Fu Jingyan's words were indeed factual. However, she had not anticipated that Fu Jingyan harbored such a playful side. It was rather endearing. Listening to Lin Wan, Fu Jingyan chuckled. Kneeling for durians is trivial. As long as my wife is happy, I would even learn to meow like a cat or bark like a dog. Her happiness is what matters most. Lin Wan found herself laughing once more, gently stroking Fu Jingyan's head and giving it a pat. You fool.
Tell me.
Had I not woken up in time and kicked that scoundrel Gu Yicheng aside, what were your intentions? Lin Wan's mood suddenly turned somber. He would have given up, wouldn't he? Wasn't that exactly how it had been in her previous life? Fu Jingyan cupped Lin Wan's face with both hands, his expression growing serious. Do you know why I was outside the manor on the day of the wedding?
Why?
Lin Wan inquired, her heart racing. An answer seemed to beckon from within her. She held her breath, gazing intently at the man before her.
Fu Jingyan smiled bitterly.
I could not bear to enter. Watching the woman I love marry another man was too cruel. Thus, I cowardly chose to evade the truth. I deceived myself into believing that as long as I did not witness it with my own eyes, I might still cling to a glimmer of hope. His somber words pierced Lin Wan's heart like a dagger. She remained unaware of Fu Jingyan's restrained feelings for her. even when she later playfully suggested that they marry. He maintained a calm demeanor. In truth, Fu Jingyan must have been quite startled at that moment. Lin Wan could not help but chuckle. Did you never consider rushing in to interrupt the wedding? I recall Fu Jingyan not being such a timid person. I truly wish to charge in recklessly and halt the ceremony. Lin Wan merely raised an eyebrow, listening intently to Fu Jingyan's words. Fu Jingyan, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed the tip of his nose and confessed, I never anticipated that just as I was about to rush in, a certain Miss Lin would appear atop the wall. Clad in a flowing white gown, she suddenly materialized before me, her expression tinged with a hint of distress, as if she were searching for the most opportune spot to leap down. A smile danced on his lips as he continued. I thought, if I were to call out suddenly, might I startle that startled little dear? I could catch her securely and hold her tightly in my embrace. You see, I have indeed accomplished that, haven't I? His deep voice carried a trace of suppressed amusement. Lin Wan chuckled in response. Oh, so Mr. Fu had ulterior motives even before that moment. Fu Jingyan smiled without retorting. Yet, I found myself tumbling into Mr. Fu's arms, and you feigned aloofness, refusing my marriage proposal. Mr. Fu, you are quite mischievous. With that, Lin Wan reached out and playfully tugged at Fu Jingyan's collar, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she focused intently on the man before her. She candidly expressed her displeasure over Fu Jingyan's earlier rejection, which had left her feeling rather discontented. In response to her playful tug, Fu Jingyan leaned slightly closer, meeting her gaze. I hesitated because I couldn't ascertain your feelings. I feared it was merely a figment of my imagination, he admitted, recalling the dreams that had haunted him since learning of Lin Wan's impending marriage to Gu Yicheng. More than once, he had envisioned himself fleeing with Lin Wan, adorned in her wedding gown, from the altar. Lin Wan blinked, observing the uncertainty in Fu Jingyan's eyes, and a smile crept across her face. Drawing nearer, she pressed her soft, crimson lips against his cool ones, a fleeting moment before she playfully dashed away, glancing back with a wink. So, what now? Does Mr. Fu still believe he is dreaming? Fu Jingyan found his mind utterly blank. The delicate sensation of her lips lingered, yet it vanished before he could fully appreciate it. Stunned, he instinctively licked his lips, questioning whether it had indeed been a mere illusion. It was no illusion. Lin Wan smiled as she released him. Still, Fu Jingyan remained motionless, his thoughts in disarray. Lin Wan, her smile radiant, declared, This is real. I am now your lawful partner, destined to share my life with you. Fu Jingyan, I like you. Chapter 104, Infatuated for Wan, Mad for Wan, I crash into the wall for little Wan. As he sat in the car, Fu Jingyan's mind was consumed by Lin Wan's words, I like you. A smile lingered on his lips, refusing to fade. Lin Wan turned to the man beside her, her face aglow with joy. This side of Fu Jingyan was one she had never witnessed, adorably naive yet charmingly endearing, making him suddenly precious in her eyes. Suddenly, Fu Jingyan turned to her, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Lin Wan, the smile on his face deepening. How wonderful! I am not dreaming. He could not help but recall the gentle peck from Lin Wan moments ago. Fu Jingyan extended his hand to softly caress his lips. And once again, a smile graced his face. Lin Wan, glancing sideways at Fu Jingyan's expression and actions, smiled tenderly. She herself had not anticipated that within just a few days, she would develop feelings for Fu Jingyan. Yet, Lin Wan had always preferred to act decisively. She was certain of her affection for him, and fortuitously, he felt the same. Lin Wan resolved to give their relationship a chance. She wished to nurture her marriage with Fu Jingyan earnestly. With this thought, Lin Wan smiled and said to him, I want to run away. I will always be by your side in this lifetime. Don't worry, I want to disappear. She found herself amused by Fu Jingyan's intense gaze. Propping his head with one hand, Fu Jingyan looked at Lin Wan and chuckled, I know, but I simply cannot get enough. It's not illegal to admire my own wife, is it? I can gaze at you however I please. The sensation was truly delightful. Lin Wan, both amused and exasperated, said, I promised Chu Xiaoqing we would head straight to the club. I asked her to prepare some congee. Considering Fu Jingyan had just recovered from a fever, she had arranged for Chu Yanqing to make some congee at the club. Fu Jingyan indicated he had no objections. Looking at him, Lin Wan added, If you're itching to race, I'll accompany you on the track for a few laps after the competition. As for the race itself, let us not think about that for now. Although he had just overcome his fever, Lin Wan was not keen on allowing him to engage in such exhilarating activities immediately. Fu Jingyan protested with a hint of dissatisfaction. Then what am I supposed to do? Just stand on the sidelines and cheer? What's the point in that? Lin Wan raised an eyebrow slightly. That's not entirely out of the question. If I compete, you can cheer me on, okay? Fu Jingyan's spirits lifted instantly. And he grinned. Wow, is that so? Go, Xiao Wan. Charge forward. For Wan, I shall recklessly crash into a wall for you. Lin Wan shot him a sidelong glance. Can we be a bit more normal, please? Aren't you a tad too excited? Just the thought of Fu Jingyan standing outside the racecourse, waving flags and shouting such juvenile cheer sent a shiver down her spine. The imagery was too delightful for her to bear. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Fu Jingyan straightened up immediately, adopting a serious demeanor. All right then. Whatever my wife says goes. The club established by Chu Yanqing was situated on the hillside of Wudong Mountain. She had purchased the entire mountain and invested heavily in constructing several racetracks, even applying for patent for the tracks. The Wudong track had become the only legal racing venue in Liqing. Any racing events held in Liqing took place there. Lin Wan had accompanied Chu Yanqing a few times before and was quite familiar with the road conditions leading up the mountain. Her vehicle was registered at the club, however. Tonight, she was driving Fu Jingyan's Maybach. After completing the registration, Lin Wan parked the car in her designated spot. Lin Wan took the initiative to grasp Fu Jingyan's hand, their fingers intertwined as they made their way to the club. She had become a frequent patron, strolling confidently within its confines. Lin Wan led Fu Jingyan to Chu Yanqing's office, but to her surprise, the room was empty. However, several insulated food containers adorned the desk, and the air was suffused with the enticing aroma of food. Seating themselves on the sofa, Lin Wan opened one of the food containers, revealing a bowl of savory lean meat porridge accompanied by a few light side dishes. Fu Jingyan regarded the porridge with a slight frown, his appetite seemingly diminished. Noticing his reaction, Lin Wan poured a bowl for him, cheerfully saying, "Don't worry, I'm here with you." She poured herself a bowl as well. Realizing how endearing Fu Jingyan's contrasting demeanor was when he fell ill, quite charmingly vulnerable. As Fu Jingyan appeared to be discontented, he watched Lin Wan cheerily enjoy the porridge alongside him, and with a smile, he lifted his bowl. To his surprise, the porridge was not as unpalatable as he had anticipated. After they finished the meal, as Lin Wan began to tidy up the food containers, Fu Jingyan gently stopped her. "Let me handle it," he said, taking the containers from her. "It's a good opportunity to stretch my limbs," he added, having been curled up on the sofa for several hours. Lin Wan did not protest. Instead, she watched with a smile as Fu Jingyan busily attended to the task, resting her chin on her hand in admiration. Once he finished, she approached him and inquired, "Do you still feel unwell?" She reached out to feel his forehead, relieved to find that he was no longer feverish. "That's good," she remarked. Fu Jingyan took hold of Lin Wan's hand, gently caressing her fingertips. "I truly feel fine now." The sweetness of Lin Wan's concern enveloped Fu Jingyan's heart like honey. Hearing his reassurance, Lin Wan finally relaxed. "Let us go. I'll take you to the racetrack. Chu Xiaoqing should be there." Earlier, Lin Wan had contacted Chu Yanqing, but her absence was evident. She surmised that Chu Yanqing was likely speeding around the track, perhaps spurred on by the day's news. Since her marriage to Jiang Yuxiu, Chu Yanqing had only occasionally indulged in a few laps around the racetrack when she was feeling down. However, she had not participated in competitive racing since her marriage. Noticing Lin Wan's agitation, Fu Jingyan gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, silently soothing her emotions. Miraculously, all of Lin Wan's frustrations dissipated in the warmth of his embrace as they walked towards the racetrack. As they approached, the thunderous roar of engines reached their ears, accompanied by the jubilant cheers and whistles of the surrounding crowd, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Lin Wan gazed at the throngs of people, navigating through the crowd to glimpse the racetrack. A modified crimson supercar executed a swift drift, coming to a halt at the starting line. As the car door swung open, a figure clad in a striking red racing suit swiftly descended from the vehicle. Chapter 105. Are you planning to abandon me and indulge in a world of intimacy with Mr. Fu? Chu Yanqing, adorned in her vibrant crimson racing attire, stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. She removed her helmet, tucking it under her arm, in stark contrast to her polished appearance in a tailored suit earlier that day. Her high ponytail now exuded an air of wildness. With a cool demeanor, she engaged with the approaching maintenance personnel, discussing modifications needed for the sports car. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lin Wan nestled against Fu Jingyan's shoulder, their closeness unmistakable. A smile graced Chu Yanqing's lips. Understanding the unspoken bond between them, it seemed they had finally broken through the proverbial paper window. Instinctively, she glanced at Fu Jingyan, playfully suggesting, "You should accompany Lin Wan more often. It would provide an opportunity for some friendly competition." Fu Jingyan, known for his passion for racing and speed, had made quite a name for himself in Li City. Although he had stepped back from the scene, numerous tales about him continued to circulate. He responded with a slight smile, "That can be arranged." Lin Wan turned to Chu Yanqing, inquiring, "Aren't you supposed to have stepped back from competitions for a while?" Chu Yanqing replied with a smile, "I never said I wouldn't participate in the future." Lin Wan, momentarily at a loss for words, recognized the truth in her statement. Chu Yanqing approached Lin Wan with a light laugh, asking, "What about you? Care for a race tonight?" Lin Wan was about to decline the suggestion when a commotion erupted behind them. Both turned to see a familiar figure approaching. Chu Yanqing's expression darkened slightly, while Lin Wan's smile faded, astonished as she exclaimed, "Why is she here?" It was Jiang Yufei, the younger sister of Jiang Yuxiu and also Chu Yanqing's sister-in-law. Ever since Chu Yanqing married into the Jiang family, Jiang Yufei had been a source of trouble for her. Dressed in a blue racing suit, Jiang Yufei's doll-like face bore no expression as she raised an eyebrow and suddenly smiled at Chu Yanqing. "What brings you here, Yufei?" Chu Yanqing asked, frowning. It was evident from Jiang Yufei's attire that she was the one challenging her to a race that evening. Lin Wan regarded Jiang Yufei with a cold gaze. Jiang Yufei was quite favored in the Jiang family, known for her peculiar temperament. A professional racer, she had participated in numerous competitions and garnered several accolades. With a smile, Jiang Yufei addressed Chu Yanqing. "Vivian twisted her ankle, so I will take her place in tonight's race." Vivian was a promising newcomer that Chu Yanqing's club sought to recruit this season, a gifted racer who had recently set a record to win gold at the Jinshan event. Chu Yanqing's club was eager to extend a lucrative invitation to her. Jiang Yufei also had her own racing team, funded by Jiang Yuxiu. From her words, it seems that Vivian has indeed agreed to join Jiang Yufei's club. Lin Wan had previously heard Chu Yanqing mention this Vivian on several occasions. The event this evening was proposed by Vivian herself, who must have learned about Chu Yanqing's passion for racing from Jiang Yufei. Lin Wan cast a mocking smile at Jiang Yufei, who noticed her, and then turned her attention to Fu Jingyan beside Lin Wan. Aware of Lin Wan's recent prominence, Jiang Yufei felt a twinge of disdain towards her, particularly due to Lin Wan's connection with Chu Yanqing. "Miss Lin is here as well," Jiang Yufei remarked with a smile. The rumors about Miss Lin and the esteemed Fu Senshao being enamored with each other seemed to hold some truth. Her words dripped with sarcasm, unmistakable to anyone listening. Lin Wan maintained a composed silence, while Fu Jingyan stood quietly beside her, seemingly disinclined to speak. Chu Yanqing, growing displeased, interjected, "Yufei." Jiang Yufei raised an eyebrow. "Did I misspeak? Miss Lin has just annulled her engagement, and now she appears to be quite cozy with another man. Sister-in-law. It seems you and your friend share a strikingly similar approach to social conduct." With that, she directed her scorn towards Chu Yanqing. As Chu Yanqing furrowed her brow, preparing to reprimand Jiang Yufei for her rudeness, Lin Wan intervened with a glance, signaling her to remain silent. It was clear that Jiang Yufei's aggression was targeted at Chu Yanqing, yet she had expanded her confrontation to include Lin Wan. Lin Wan wished to avoid any direct clash between Chu Yanqing and Jiang Yufei at this moment, knowing that if Jiang Yufei later went to Jiang Yuxiu to complain, it would only lead to discord in their relationship. Although Lin Wan secretly hoped Chu Yanqing would sever ties with Jiang Yuxiu, she preferred it to occur outside of Jiang Yufei's manipulative scheming. Lin Wan turned her gaze to Jiang Yufei and smiled. "My affairs are not for you to comment upon. My dear Qingqing is merely choosing to overlook your insolence out of respect for her aunt, but that does not give you the liberty to judge others so presumptuously." Her expression suddenly turned icy. "Jiang Yufei, it seems your family's upbringing is lacking." Jiang Yufei glared at Lin Wan in anger, and then turned her attention to Chu Yanqing. "Is this truly your friend?" The lack of any supportive sentiment in her tone was palpable. Jiang Yufei's expression shifted dramatically, reflecting her disbelief that Chu Yanqing, who usually fussed over her at home, was now siding with an outsider. "Shall we race a couple of laps?" Jiang Yufei suggested, ignoring Lin Wan's presence entirely. Catching a glimpse of Jiang Yufei's frustrated expression, Lin Wan turned to Fu Jingyan. "Shall we?" She directly invited him. Fu Jingyan shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine either way." Lin Wan then addressed Chu Yanqing. "I'll use my car for him. Can I borrow yours? I just want to take my dear Mr. Fu for a spin." The club had a supercar specifically tailored for Lin Wan by Chu Yanqing. Chu Yanqing immediately felt displeased. "No, my dear sister. Are you planning to abandon me and drag your Mr. Fu into a world of two?" She had finally mustered the courage to participate in a competition. Not only was she stood up, but now she was also forced to witness an overwhelming display of affection. Chu Yanqing suddenly realized that Lin Wan, this woman, harbored no feelings for her. Lin Wan chuckled lightly. "You mention a world for two, Chu Shaoqing, do you really think it appropriate to be a third wheel?"
Chu Yanqing.
What did she have to be embarrassed about? Well, indeed, she did feel somewhat embarrassed. Who would willingly indulge in such displays of affection? With disdain, Chu Yanqing averted her gaze. Lin Wan laughed. The two of them, oblivious to their surroundings, treated Jiang Yufei as if she were invisible, leaving her neglected on the side. Chapter 106. I have a cleanliness obsession. My man can only be touched by me. Chu Yanqing, stop right there. Jiang Yufei rushed in front of Chu Yanqing, blocking her path. Lin Wan frowned and directed her gaze at Chu Yanqing, who had no intention of responding. Observing this, Jiang Yufei moved to grab Chu Yanqing, only to be evaded by the latter. At the same moment, Lin Wan shielded Chu Yanqing behind her, coldly gazing at Jiang Yufei. Lin Wan, this is none of your business. Step aside. Jiang Yufei glared angrily at Lin Wan, insisting that the affairs of the Jiang family were not for an outsider like her to meddle in. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Jiang Yufei became increasingly agitated. Fu Jingyan, hands in pockets, slowly approached Lin Wan, inadvertently imposing a sense of pressure on Jiang Yufei. She instinctively glanced up at the man beside Lin Wan. Just one look, and Jiang Yufei was captivated by Fu Jingyan's cold, warning gaze. Yufei. Just as Jiang Yufei felt a twinge of fear, a delicate voice came from behind her. Following that, a striking figure hastily approached the group. It was a stunning mixed-race woman. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yufei's body stiffened. The woman's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Fu Jingyan, Brother Jingyan. Lin Wan glanced at the woman and then at Fu Jingyan, raising an eyebrow. Brother Jingyan? Such intimacy? Chu Yanqing looked at the newcomer and instinctively turned to Lin Wan upon hearing her address Fu Jingyan. Vivian, what brings you here? Jiang Yufei was the first to react. You know Fu Jingyan? So this woman was Vivian. Lin Wan observed Chu Yanqing, who nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Lin Wan shift her gaze back to Vivian. Yet, Vivian seemed to have eyes only for Fu Jingyan. Brother Jingyan, how did you end up here? Vivian smiled at Fu Jingyan, inquiring with careful curiosity. Fu Jingyan maintained his composure, taking Lin Wan's hand. I came with my beloved. As Vivian looked at their entwined hands, her smile vanished in an instant. She glared at Lin Wan with hatred. You are Brother Jingyan's girlfriend? As Vivian spoke, her disbelief was palpable. When I came to see you last month, weren't you still single? She cast a provocative glance at Lin Wan, her implication unmistakable. Fu Jingyan had publicly declared his single status just a month prior. How could he possibly have found a girlfriend in such a brief span of time? She was certainly not convinced. Lin Wan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing her words. Since a few days ago, our little Yen has already been tagged as mine. As she spoke, she affectionately rested her head on Fu Jingyan's shoulder, her smile sweet. Sanner, who is she? Aren't you going to introduce her? Vivian, listening to Lin Wan's affectionate terms for Fu Jingyan, felt her temper flaring. Chu Yanqing and Jiang Yufei looked on, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Ah Chun and Ah Si, I know her too. Darling, I truly haven't lied, he mentioned, bringing up Gui Chen and Zhuo Qingxi as evidence. It was clear that Fu Jingyan was eager to distance himself from Vivian. While he did know Vivian's brother and had a decent relationship with him, that was the extent of their connection. Upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words, which suggested a lack of familiarity, Vivian's mood soured instantly. She stepped forward, reaching to grasp Fu Jingyan's arm. Jingyan Gij. Fu Jingyan had already prepared to step away, but Lin Wan was quicker. Just as Vivian reached out, Lin Wan pulled Fu Jingyan away. With a cold gaze, she spoke softly, I apologize, but I have a cleanliness obsession. My man is only to be touched by me. No one else, especially not other women. Vivian's expression froze, her eyes narrowing in anger as she glared at Lin Wan. How can you be so petty? She retorted, then turned to Fu Jingyan, complaining, Jingyan Gij, how can such a small-minded woman be worthy of you? Lin Wan chuckled coldly, her eyes now reflecting her displeasure. Before she could respond, Fu Jingyan shot a sidelong glance at Vivian. I am not well acquainted with you. Please call me Mr. Fu. My little one has a strong possessive nature, so it's best you keep your distance. Also, I have no sister. If I didn't know better, I do think you were a hen laying eggs. Are you a pigeon spirit? The last two remarks made Lin Wan and Chu Yanqing burst into laughter. Vivian, having spent long years abroad, was unaware of the meaning behind Fu Jingyan's final comment. However, from Lin Wan's expression, she sensed it was certainly unflattering. Frustrated, she glared at Lin Wan, wondering what there was to be so smug about. Lin Wan met her gaze, feigning innocence as she tugged at Fu Jingyan's arm. Jingyan Gij. Look how fierce she is. My heart is fragile. I'm so scared. To emphasize her point, Lin Wan pretended to tremble in fear. Calling you brother without my consent? Anyone could do that. As Fu Jingyan listened to Lin Wan's words, a flicker of intrigue passed through his gaze. He embraced Lin Wan, assuring her, I am here. There is nothing to fear. At his words, Lin Wan nestled obediently in Fu Jingyan's arms. She cast a playful glance at Vivian, who was evidently fuming with rage. Her smile widening. Chu Yanqing, observing the unfolding drama, turned to Vivian and remarked, "Since you have failed to keep your promise, let our competition end here." Vivian, her expression one of distress, glanced at Jiang Yufei. This contest had been initiated by her, yet Jiang Yufei insisted on feigning an ankle injury to take her place. Yet, Chu Yanqing had clearly dismissed her altogether. Had she not spotted Fu Jingyan from afar, recognizing his familiar silhouette, Vivian would not have felt compelled to intervene at this moment. Initially, she had concealed herself in the shadows of the night, with no intention of revealing her face. However, with Chu Yanqing exposing her on the spot, Vivian felt utterly humiliated, especially in front of Fu Jingyan and Lin Wan. Vivian was incensed. She glared at Lin Wan and challenged Chu Yanqing, "I can compete with you." However, Chapter 107. Let me reiterate, keep your distance from my man. Her gaze fixed on Fu Jingyan as she continued, "If I win,
He will come with me."
Lin Wan immediately withdrew from Fu Jingyan's embrace, her cold stare directed at Vivian, scoffing. "What audacity! My man has no reason to accompany you." Lin Wan's expression grew increasingly frigid. This woman displayed a complete lack of basic respect, which was quite irksome. Fu Jingyan was not an object to be bartered with. He was not her mere possession. How dare she, in front of me, the rightful partner, demand that Fu Jingyan leave with her? Had she sought my consent? Lin Wan radiated an icy demeanor, her eyes filled with derision as she regarded Vivian. "I have made myself quite clear. He is my man, not someone any random person can covet." The mere thought of giving Vivian another glance seemed to diminish her intellect. Lin Wan firmly believed that this woman must be somewhat deranged. Fu Jingyan stood beside Lin Wan, a subtle smile gracing his lips upon hearing her defend him. A fleeting expression that quickly vanished. Vivian scoffed, "Petty woman, you are unworthy of Brother Jingyan." "Oh?" Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, pouting as she glanced discontentedly at Fu Jingyan. "Darling," she says, "we are not a match." Lin Wan feigned distress, shaking her head dramatically. "What should we do? At such a young age, her vision is so impaired. Clearly, I am perfectly suited for you. There is no other man in this world who compliments me as you do." Her remarks were laced with sarcasm directed at Vivian, who, even if she did not fully grasp the implication, could still discern that Lin Wan was subtly mocking her. As for the insults hurled at herself, Vivian found them incomprehensible. Jiang Yufei, who was listening from the side, couldn't he help but be astonished by Lin Wan's fierce spirit. With someone like Lin Wan, who would dare to approach Fu Jingyan so easily, her sharp tongue could infuriate anyone. Fu Jingyan nodded in agreement, remarking, "It's utterly ridiculous. I like you and wish to be close to you. Who is she to dictate otherwise? No one living by the sea has such authority." Fu Jingyan expressed his disdain. He had finally managed to bind Lin Wan to his side. If he were to lose her due to someone else's words, to whom could he turn for solace? This was a rather serious concern. Chu Yanqing was once again taken aback by Fu Jingyan's demeanor. Biting her lip, she turned her head away, stifling a laugh. Jiang Yufei, however, was perplexed by the sudden shift in dynamics. Wasn't she the one who had come to trouble Chu Yanqing? How had Lin Wan and Vivian come to clash so abruptly? With a flushed face, Vivian felt a twinge of grievance at Fu Jingyan's words. Lowering her gaze, she softly spoke. "Brother Jingyan, have you forgotten the promise you made to my brother?" Lin Wan instinctively glanced at the man beside her, silently inquiring with her eyes. She could discern that Vivian harbored feelings for Fu Jingyan, but what did she mean by mentioning her brother? Fu Jingyan narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "I never promised him anything." He then turned to Lin Wan, offering an explanation. Her brother was once a racing driver. During a competition, someone resorted to underhanded tactics. He shielded me, resulting in a crash that left him with permanent injuries. The incident didn't occur in Lee City, and due to old Master Fu's deliberate suppression, few are aware of it. Vivian's brother had thus been sent abroad for treatment, and their family had resided overseas for the past few years. Vivian pursued a career in racing to fulfill her brother's dreams. When she decided to enter this field, her brother had sought Fu Jingyan's assistance, asking him to look out for her. Even last month, Fu Jingyan received a call from her brother, requesting him to watch over Vivian upon her arrival in Lee City. Although Fu Jingyan had not explicitly agreed, out of gratitude for past kindness, he felt it difficult to refuse. However, the current situation was different. No debt of gratitude could outweigh Lin Wan's presence. Fu Jingyan would not permit Lin Wan to be bullied by anyone, even if that person was the sister of his savior. His own woman was not to be approached by anyone. Upon hearing Fu Jingyan's words, Lin Wan smiled. "So she is trying to leverage her brother's goodwill to engage in wrongdoing. Who gave you the audacity to believe that my man would side with you?" Lin Wan found it utterly amusing. Vivian retorted angrily, "This has nothing to do with you. Why is this woman so insufferable? Occupying Fu Jingyan is one thing, but now she even has to endure her biting sarcasm." Vivian was driven to the brink of madness by Lin Wan's provocations. Lin Wan sneered. How could this not concern me? He is my man. Allow me to reiterate, keep your distance from my man. You are shamelessly vying to be a mistress. Do you even consider your own worth? Are you worthy? Are you deserving? With Lin Wan's words, Vivian was so infuriated that she nearly stomped her feet. She glared at Lin Wan. You are utterly unreasonable. How am I the one yearning to be a mistress? Vivian found Lin Wan insufferable. She was merely dating Fu Jingyan. A woman with such a possessive nature leaves no dignity for the man. Lin Wan seemed to revel in her arrogance, showing no signs of introspection. If this is her demeanor before marriage, one could only imagine if she were to lock Fu Jingyan away at home once they were wed, thus eliminating any competition for her man. How utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, Chu Yanqing, who had been quietly enjoying the spectacle, struggled to suppress her laughter. Upon hearing Lin Wan corner Vivian to the point of exasperation, she could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, drawing a fierce glare from Vivian. Yet, Chu Yanqing was unfazed, her smile only widening. Lin Wan glanced at Chu Yanqing and then turned her attention to Jiang Yufei, whose expression was grim, and smiled. Releasing Fu Jingyan, Lin Wan straightened her posture and slowly spoke. So, you wish to compete? Very well, I shall engage you in a contest.
Just you?
Vivian regarded Lin Wan with disdain, her expression and tone dismissive. Jiang Yufei immediately became alert, aware that Lin Wan frequently accompanied Chu Yanqing to the club for racing. However, Jiang Yufei remained uncertain about Lin Wan's actual skill level. Chapter 108. Do you see? My person will only be cherished in my hands.
Lin Wan boldly met Vivian's gaze.
Just me, and I alone am sufficient to defeat you. Vivian, upon hearing her words, deemed Lin Wan excessively arrogant. Before Vivian could provoke her, Lin Wan continued. My affairs should not involve others. You can either compete with me or vanish from my sight. Lin Wan's gaze sharpened. Vivian's expression darkened. Why should I disappear? I refuse to leave. This woman thought she could manipulate her into retreating. She was mistaken. Lin Wan cast a glance at Chu Yanqing, sneering, Chu Shaoqing. As my dear Lin often says, your judgment leaves much to be desired. Chu Yanqing rolled her beautiful eyes and replied nonchalantly. I acknowledge my error, and shall now gouge out my own eyes to atone. With that, she raised her right hand, slightly bending her index and middle fingers before her eyes, mimicking the act of self-mutilation, which instantly amused Lin Wan. Lin Wan cast a disdainful glance at Chu Yanqing before turning her attention back to Vivian. What do you think? Are you bold enough to compete? If you lack that audacity, it wouldn't be embarrassing. After all, I never regarded you highly. Her words were blunt, yet they managed to infuriate Vivian. A wager was proposed, and Lin Wan couldn't help but find it amusing. She observed Vivian's unabashed gaze lingering on Fu Jingyan. It was evident that even at this moment, the woman was still harboring feelings for him. With narrowed eyes, Lin Wan let out a cold snort. In front of Vivian, she entwined her arms around Fu Jingyan's neck and placed a gentle peck on his lips. Catching a glimpse of Vivian's explosive fury, Lin Wan smiled as she released him. Raising an eyebrow, she taunted. Did you see that? My man is cherished in my hands and will never be a mere pawn in a bet. Fu Jingyan wore a smile, and although it was merely a soft kiss, it marked the second time Lin Wan had taken the initiative within less than a day. Vivian clenched her fists, glaring at Lin Wan with rage. Her face darkened as she contemplated advancing. Lin Wan, holding Fu Jingyan's hand, chuckled lightly. If you lose, I will leave Li City voluntarily. If I win, you must leave promptly. When I say leave, I mean completely. No signing with any club in Li City. Her tone was icy. For those I despise, I have no desire to see them continue to obstruct my view. Knowing Vivian's affections for Fu Jingyan and that she had stood up Chu Yanqing, Lin Wan was determined that Vivian would leave Li City just as she had arrived, despite already being with Jiang Yufei's club. Jiang Yufei, displeased by Lin Wan's words, interjected. Lin Wan, you may compete for a man, but must you stoop so low? Do you not feel any shame? She had sacrificed much to secure Vivian, even orchestrating a complete overhaul of her club's roster. If Vivian were to be forced out due to this wager with Lin Wan, all her efforts would be in vain. Initially, Jiang Yufei had not been fixated on Vivian, but after overhearing Chu Yanqing's conversation and her unwavering resolve to sign Vivian, Jiang Yufei disregarded the objections of others and committed to offering a signing fee surpassing that of Chu Yanqing in order to snatch her away. Although no contract had yet been signed, Jiang Yufei had already released several promising players who had not been able to take the stage, all to ensure a successful signing of Vivian. If Vivian were to lose this match against Lin Wan, it would truly be a loss for Jiang Yufei. Hearing Jiang Yufei's remarks, Lin Wan retorted with a mocking laugh. How can you brazenly compete for a man right under your sister-in-law's nose and still hold your head high? Jiang Yufei flushed with shame and indignation at Lin Wan's words. Unable to counter her, she turned to Chu Yanqing, her fury reigniting as she glared at her, silently harboring resentment. Observing Jiang Yufei's demeanor, Lin Wan chuckled softly, remarking, "I have mentioned that no one here will indulge you." With that, she linked her arm with Fu Jingyan's and added, "I shall change my attire. Whether you wish to compare is entirely up to you." She then proceeded towards the changing room, still holding onto Fu Jingyan's arm. Vivian, witnessing this, felt a surge of displeasure and prepared to follow Lin Wan. Given that the conversation had escalated to this point, retreating would only suggest her fear of Lin Wan. Chu Yanqing, with a smile, addressed Vivian, saying apologies. "But Lin Wan's changing room is exclusive. I must ask you to use another." She then gestured for the club staff to escort Vivian to a different changing area. Jiang Yufei regarded Chu Yanqing with a cold stare and mockingly questioned, "Is this amusing to you?" "Chu Yanqing, you're doing this on purpose. No wonder my brother has no affection for you. Women like you deserve to be alone. I find it quite entertaining. Especially since you seem to revel in it as well, do you not?" Chu Yanqing interjected with a smile, interrupting Jiang Yufei's tirade. Jiang Yufei was taken aback once more. Chu Yanqing, still wearing a faint smile, continued, "Whether Jiang Yuxiu likes me or not is beyond your concern. Yufei, my leniency towards you is merely due to your relation as Yuxiu's sister. Aside from that, you hold no significance in my eyes." Her gaze turned increasingly frosty. "You should be grateful that I still possess a modicum of tolerance for Jiang Yuxiu." Jiang Yufei met Chu Yanqing's gaze, perplexed by the implications of her words. Chu Yanqing's lips curled in a cold smile. "Remember, I am not entirely dependent on Jiang Yuxiu. He may shine brightly in public, but I can easily outshine him in private. I simply do not wish to compromise the dignity of both families, becoming a casualty of my marriage to Jiang Yuxiu. If I truly did not care, you, Jiang Yufei, would not even have the opportunity to prance about before me. It is wise to avoid absolutes in life. Leave some room for future encounters." With a meaningful glance at Jiang Yufei, Chu Yanqing concealed certain sentiments she had harbored for a long time. She was weary of her marriage to Jiang Yuxiu, yet out of respect for the elder Jiang, she had continued to maintain appearances. Jiang Yufei's persistent attempts to contest her position were, as Chu Yanqing well understood, merely in pursuit of another woman, the very beauty mark that Jiang Yuxiu cherished. The two siblings were repeatedly willing to sacrifice their own dignity for the sake of one woman. Chu Yanqing smiled. Given this reality, there was no need for her to further compromise herself. Chapter 109. Should such circumstances arise again, I would rather take my own life in atonement. Lin Wan and Fu Jingyan arrived at the changing room. She glanced at Fu Jingyan and teased, "What are you looking at? Do you believe you can race?" Concern filled Fu Jingyan's eyes. Lin Wan laughed again. "Do you underestimate me too much? Did I not mention that I often accompany Chu Shaoqing?" Holding her clothes, Lin Wan inquired of Fu Jingyan, "Would you like to join? However, this changing room may not have racing attire for gentlemen, as it is shared between Chu Shaoqing and me. If you wish, I can have her prepare a new set for you." Listening to her words, Fu Jingyan shook his head, saying, "No need. I shall be here cheering you on as you charge headfirst into the wall." Lin Wan smiled, her countenance radiant. "I never anticipated that on the very first day of confessing my feelings to you, I would need to fend off unwanted admirers. Alas, a particularly troublesome one at that." Lin Wan pouted slightly. Fu Jingyan cleared his throat, eager to clarify, "Wife, I am wronged. I am entirely unaware of this admirer. You cannot hold me accountable." Lin Wan slowly approached Fu Jingyan, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Is that so?" "Indeed," he affirmed with vigorous nods, nearly swearing an oath in her presence to prove his innocence. Lin Wan blinked and continued her inquiry. "Then tell me, are there other admirers?" Before Fu Jingyan, she added, "I doubt I will encounter another situation like today, competing for a man with someone else." As she spoke, she gently tapped his chest with her fingers, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Fu Jingyan allowed her to poke him, his face beaming with amusement. "I assure you, should such a situation arise again, I would take my own life in atonement. I would rather cut myself into pieces to appease you." With a sweeping gesture, he enveloped Lin Wan in his embrace. She complied sweetly, releasing a soft sigh. She did not genuinely wish to reproach him. The rumors that once seemed so tangible now felt less real to Lin Wan, especially after recognizing Fu Jingyan's true feelings for her. She understood they were unfounded. Fu Jingyan rested his chin on Lin Wan's shoulder, speaking softly. "Are you very concerned about those rumors? I wish for you to be unburdened by them." After much contemplation, Fu Jingyan resolved to clarify everything with Lin Wan. She chuckled lightly. "Not at all. I am not concerned in the slightest. In fact, I find it hard to believe you would engage in such behavior. Her words struck a chord within Fu Jingyan. He tightened his embrace, chuckling softly. Do you truly have such faith in me? After all, those rumors had circulated widely. He had assumed Lin Wan might think he had led a life of indulgence, even if she chose not to question his past. He expected she would at least urge him to exercise restraint. Yet she did not. She merely expressed her trust in him. Fu Jingyan felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. If there is something you wish to say, please do. If not, then let it be. Lin Wan gently patted his back. There is no need to dwell on the past. What matters is that we cherish the present and the future.
Fu Jingyan smiled,
Cradling her face in his hands before planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. The rumors began as a deliberate attempt to tarnish my reputation, and eventually, I chose to let them be. He continued to explain. Lin Wan met his gaze, listening intently. Even if Fu Jingyan remained silent, she could surmise who was orchestrating these slanders, most likely Fu Jingran and Lu Qing. From the moment Fu Jingyan entered the Fu family, they never intended to regard him as one of their own. In her previous life, Lin Wan had heard whispers about the internal strife within the Fu family. It was well known in their circles that Lu Qing harbored a disdain for Fu Jingyan. However, when it came to Fu Jingyan's extravagant spending, Lu Qing never intervened. And there was even an air of indulgence in her actions. She would verbally chastise Fu Jingyan for his lack of ambition and reckless spending, yet behind the scenes, she had frequently facilitated transfers of money to Fu Jingyan's account through Fu Jingran. To outsiders, it seemed that Lu Qing was overly lenient towards Fu Jingyan. Yet, to Lin Wan, this was nothing short of ironic. It was likely that Lu Qing's intention from the outset was to mold Fu Jingyan into a spendthrift. One must wonder how a lavishly extravagant and aimless young man could possibly compete for the family fortune against the well-rounded child of the legitimate wife. Lu Qing seemed determined to render Fu Jingyan utterly dependent. However, the Fu family was of no consequence to them. Should Fu Jingyan desire, Lin Wan could assist him in claiming the Fu family legacy, placing the entire estate into his hands. Of course, Lin Wan firmly believed that even without her, Fu Jingyan would be capable of achieving this on his own. She looked at Fu Jingyan and said, I'll go in and change my clothes first. Please wait for me. Go ahead, Fu Jingyan replied, releasing Lin Wan and urging her to hurry. Lin Wan then entered, cradling her clothes. Fu Jingyan took out his phone and called Gu Yichen. Fu-san, Gu Yichen chuckled. Aren't you supposed to be with Lin Wan? What's going on? Hearing Gu Yichen's teasing tone, Fu Jingyan replied solemnly, Do you have time now? Please take the supercar from my garage to Wudong Mountain. That supercar had been an extravagant modification by Fu Jingyan, initially intended for various competitions. However, since he had promised the old master Fu to refrain from racing, the car had remained within his estate. After a moment of surprise, Gu Yichen laughed. Oh, have you finally decided to let your wife see the light of day? If my wife is to compete, she deserves the very best, Fu Jingyan urged. Hurry over. The villa isn't far from Wudong Mountain. Gu Yichen remarked. CI told me there's a competition at Wudong Mountain today, and I didn't expect it to involve your wife. What a coincidence. Fu Jingyan recognized that Luo Qingxi must have received some news and rushed over to join in. He reminded Gu Yichen to act swiftly and hung up the phone, patiently awaiting Lin Wan's return. Chapter 110, Lin Xiaowan. I seriously suspect you look down on me. When Lin Wan emerged in her racing attire, she found Fu Jingyan waiting patiently, exuding an air of obedience. She approached him with a smile and playfully said, I'm ready. Let us head out. Fu Jingyan gazed at Lin Wan in her sleek black racing suit, admiring her high ponytail. He took her hand and guided her to her seat. Let me fix your hair, he said, as he began to braid her ponytail. Lin Wan could not see Fu Jingyan's actions, yet she remained seated. She slightly straightened her posture and chuckled. Do you still know how to braid hair? Fu Jingyan fumbled with his hands, clearing his throat. I suppose so. The braid he fashioned was somewhat loose and unkempt. Observing the ends of the hair he was gripping with his fingertips, he furrowed his brow slightly. After contemplating for a moment, he finally twisted Lin Wan's hair a few times and fashioned it into a simple bun. Fu Jingyan glanced around and then withdrew a decorative silk scarf from Lin Wan's bag. With clumsy movements, he wrapped the scarf around her hair, securing the bun perfectly and tying it with an elegant bow. Fu Jingyan reached out to tidy Lin Wan's bangs, chuckling, all done. Lin Wan smiled at Fu Jingyan. Hey, could you take a photo and send it to me? There were no mirrors around, and she didn't wish to walk over just to check her reflection. Fu Jingyan pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and captured a quick shot just as Lin Wan turned to look at him. Pleased with the candid photo, he sent it to Lin Wan. Gazing at the picture, she laughed. Mr. Fu, you truly are quite skilled. When Lin Wan lifted her gaze to Fu Jingyan, she happened to see him setting the photo as his screensaver. Leaning closer, she turned to him and asked, Is this just for me? Fu Jingyan looked at the woman who was now very close to him, puzzled. Lin Wan leaned in closer, smiling brightly. Mr. Fu, may I have the honor of sharing a frame with you? Her intentions were quite clear, as he found the right angle and was about to press the shutter button. Lin Wan gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Just then, Fu Jingyan turned to look at her. The moment was captured. Satisfied with the photograph, Lin Wan said to Fu Jingyan, please send it to me. Holding her phone, she waited. Soon, she received the photo from Fu Jingyan. Without hesitation, just like him, Lin Wan set their picture as her screensaver. Shaking her phone, she said to Fu Jingyan, let's head out. Chu Yanqing concealed herself in the shadows. Lin Wan caught a whiff of a faint mini tobacco scent in the air and glanced at Fu Jingyan. I'm going to find Chu Xiaoqing. At that moment, Fu Jingyan received a call from Gu Yichen and nodded at Lin Wan. Chu Xiaoqing. Lin Wan approached Chu Yanqing, who still exuded a subtle tobacco aroma. Lin Wan frowned and whispered, didn't you quit smoking? How come? Chu Yanqing shrugged helplessly. Lin Xiaowan, do you have a dog-ass nose? I only took one puff, just one, really. Even that single puff was detectable. Not even dogs have noses like that. Lin Wan glanced at Chu Yanqing. Where's your little sister-in-law? She took Vivian to adjust the car. Chu Yanqing replied, her gaze landing on the racetrack where cars were being fine-tuned. Following Chu Yanqing's direction, Lin Wan looked over and noticed the swiftly passing silhouettes on the track. She exclaimed, wow, Jime, do you think I should go give it a try? Chu Yanqing raised an eyebrow slightly and said, Lin Xiaowan, I seriously suspect that you looked down on me. Wasn't my car just warmed up? Isn't it already being fine-tuned for my drive? She cast a glance at Lin Wan, who, upon hearing this, spread her hands and replied, then I shall thank you in advance. As she spoke, Lin Wan could no longer contain her amusement and smiled. Chu Yanqing swung her arm gently, nudging Lin Wan. Hey, where's your significant other? She surveyed the surroundings but did not spot Fu Jingyan. With Chu Yanqing's words, Lin Wan also began to search, soon realizing that Fu Jingyan was indeed absent. He must have stepped away to take a call. Chu Yanqing nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. Come on. Let us go check how the car tuning is progressing. She reached out and wrapped her arm around Lin Wan's shoulder. Just as the two were about to rise, a flash of silver-white car raced past them on the track, accompanied by a low, thunderous roar. Chu Yanqing and Lin Wan turned their heads simultaneously. The gleaming car on the track was indeed striking. My goodness, Chu Yanqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Lin Wan. What is your Mr. Fu planning to do? A smile played at the corners of Lin Wan's lips. The figure speeding on the track was none other than Fu Jingyan's wife. As rumored in the outside world, Fu Jingyan had a passion for supercars and had gained notoriety for his reckless driving in previous years, also participating in numerous races. The car he raced was one he had lavishly modified, boasting a silver-white exterior accented with a touch of gray. This supercar had been with Fu Jingyan for a long time, and he treasured it dearly, hence the affectionate nickname wife. In fact, due to its lightning emblem, the car was directly dubbed Lightning. With a teasing look, Chu Yanqing remarked to Lin Wan, oh, I see, he intends to lend his wife to you, the rightful partner. Alas, he has forgotten his original spouse. Lin Wan could only chuckle in disbelief. Allow me to remind you, I am the legally recognized original. I am the one in charge. Although she said this, she was still taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Fu Jingyan would bring his supercar. Moreover, judging by his current demeanor, he seemed to be warming up the vehicle, intending to let her use it for the race later. Listening to Lin Wan, Chu Yanqing jokingly responded, Miss Lin, I am feeling rather upset. My heart is heavy. He has even offered his own wife. It seems you no longer need my beloved car. She feigned sorrow, which once again elicited a laugh from Lin Wan. At that moment, Fu Jingyan had already maneuvered his car into a graceful drift, parking it right in front of them. Miss Chu, may I borrow your steamed tuning team? The left rear wheel requires readjustment, Fu Jingyan inquired of Chu Yanqing. Having spoken, Chu Yanqing departed. Her team was currently engaged in repairing her vehicle, and naturally, she intended to personally summon her team. Fu Jingyan seized Lin Wan's hand and chuckled. Shall we give it a try? Adjust the seat to your liking. Lin Wan glanced at the car, teasingly responded, Are you delivering your wife into my hands? Allowing me to adjust and instruct? With a resigned shake of her head, she mused that she might have been influenced by Chu Xiaoqing. Fu Jingyan instinctively cast a glance at his beloved car and shrugged indifferently. For me, a wife is less significant than a car. A warm current flowed through Lin Wan's heart. But who gifted you this car? Aiken and ACI, Fu Jingyan replied just as Gui Chen and Zhuqingxi approached them. Fu Jingyan continued, ACI heard there was a competition near Wudong Mountain and brought Aiken along to enjoy the spectacle. Fu San has a manor at the foot of Wudong Mountain, so I lent a hand since I was nearby. Gui Chen explained to Lin Wan. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan quickly grasped the situation. As Chu Yanqing arrived with her team and spotted Gu Yichen and Zhua Qingxi, she smiled. Mr. Gu, Mr. Zhua. Zhua Qingxi greeted Chu Yanqing with a cheerful wave. Chu Yanqing dismissed Gu Yichen's demeanor without concern. She turned to Fu Jingyan, saying if anything requires adjustment, please communicate with them. Fu Jingyan articulated his needs and ideas while standing aside to provide guidance, ultimately taking the tools himself to make adjustments. Chu Yanqing glanced at Lin Wan. Aren't you going to take a look? My Mr. Fu is more skilled than I am. What do I need to observe? Lin Wan shrugged. Noticing this, Chu Yanqing remarked, Lin Xiaowan, in your relaxed state, have you forgotten you have a wager? Lin Wan replied nonchalantly, I haven't forgotten, after all. I was trained by you. You must have faith in me. Just as Chu Yanqing was about to respond, her attention was diverted by a scene not far away. Jiang Yufei, brimming with excitement, approached Gu Yichen, her cheeks flushed and demeanor shy. This display was unmistakable. Jiang Yufei harbored feelings for Gu Yichen. Lin Wan observed Chu Yanqing's gaze and, noticing Gu Yichen's cold demeanor, chuckled. Your little sister-in-law, and T Gu Yichen's type.
How do you know that?
Chu Yanqing laughed lightly. She was, in truth, indifferent to these matters. Lin Wan nodded firmly. I am quite certain. In the previous life, Gu Yichen's bride was not Jiang Yufei. Shortly thereafter, it was rumored that Gu Yichen had married. The wedding took place abroad, and the bride was shrouded in mystery, never appearing in public. This even sparked considerable speculation. Many believed that the news of Gu Yichen's marriage was merely a smokescreen. Had Lin Wan not witnessed it with her own eyes later on, she might have been swayed by the public's gossip. Lin Wan had encountered Gu Yichen's wife once. Suddenly, she found herself lost in thought. Turning her gaze from Chu Yanqing, she focused intently on Gu Yichen. She couldn't help but recall the wife of Gu Yichen from her past life. There was an inexplicable familiarity about that woman.
Now,
upon closer inspection, it seemed as though she bore a slight resemblance to Chu Yanqing. Lin Wan opened her eyes wide, as if she had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. It appeared that Gu Yichen had sensed her gaze, for his eyes met hers. He offered Lin Wan a subtle smile before turning to exchange words with Jiang Yufei, whose expression shifted slightly, revealing her evident displeasure. Subsequently, Gu Yichen approached the direction where Lin Wan and the others were situated. Lin Wan instinctively glanced at Chu Yanqing, preparing to speak, when Fu Jingyan called her over to test the car. Reluctantly, she made her way toward Fu Jingyan. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Gu Yichen standing beside Chu Yanqing, which prompted a sudden smile to grace her lips. With a playful smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, she settled into the car to adjust the seat. Fu Jingyan took his place in the passenger seat and instructed Lin Wan. You should take a couple of laps to get a feel for it and see if there are any adjustments needed. As the racer, Lin Wan had her own habits and preferences. Even though Fu Jingyan had warmed up the car and made some adjustments, it was essential to prioritize Lin Wan's sensations. Heeding his words, Lin Wan gradually started the engine. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, she pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward with remarkable speed. On the sidelines of the racetrack, Chu Yanqing watched in awe as Lin Wan's sports car sped away, unable to suppress a gasp of excitement. She glanced down at her phone to check the timer, then lifted her gaze, fixated on the track. Gu Yichen noticed Chu Yanqing's actions and cast a glance in her direction. Timing? He inquired, his hands tucked into his pockets, striking up a conversation. A smile graced his lips, but it quickly vanished as he pressed them together. I heard from Fu San that Lin Wan sometimes accompanies you here for racing. Do you enjoy it? Well, how should I put it? Chu Yanqing replied. I just love the exhilarating speed. Lin Wan is quite chatty and won't let me race too recklessly. She furrowed her brow, acknowledging that Lin Wan did not appreciate racing when she was in a bad mood. However, it was during her own moments of melancholy that Chu Yanqing often sought to release her emotions through racing. Over time, she had grown accustomed to Lin Wan's gentle admonitions. Gu Yichen listened intently, casting a deep glance at Chu Yanqing before his gaze drifted away indifferently. Almost simultaneously, as Gu Yichen turned his attention elsewhere, Chu Yanqing's eyes met his for a fleeting moment before she redirected her focus back to the racetrack. Before long, Lin Wan completed 2 laps and brought the car to a stop in front of Chu Yanqing, stepping out of the vehicle. How was it?
Chu Yanqing inquired.
Glancing at the time, her face lighting up with a smile as she regarded Lin Wan. Not bad, there's improvement. Lin Wan chuckled, engaging in conversation with Chu Yanqing. Meanwhile, Fu Jingyan, who had been attentive to Lin Wan's south feedback during her drive, was now personally adjusting the car for her.